The wind will be doing its ceaseless work, either whipping at your flimsy shelter or moaning mournfully through the canvas like a lost soul. Your breath hangs in the frosty air, but even that momentary vapor will soon vanish, leaving you exposed to the pitiless gaze of the sun. Slowly, the sky begins to bleed color. The wind dies down, and the only sound is the crunch of shovel against stone. The frozen earth yields little, and each movement seems to demand greater effort than the last. It's hard, back-breaking work under any circumstances, but the tools are worn, the land unforgiving, and fatigue lingers longer in the thin mountain air. For every inch of progress, there are 10 that seem to fall backward. As the hours crawl by, the weight of unmet expectations grows heavier than any load. By midday, the sun climbs higher, casting stark shadows across the landscape. There is little shade here, so you must squint against the glare. Your hands are already blistered, but you cannot afford to stop. You cannot afford to be unproductive. You must keep moving, keep digging. To rest now would mean losing ground to the men around you, some of whom have staked their entire lives on this venture. Some who arrived in these barren wastelands with nothing left to lose, only to find themselves facing not just the possibility of failure, but the harsh realities of it. All around you, the miners swear and curse, laugh and joke, haggle and trade stories. Here in the mining camps, life is reduced to its barest essentials. There's little else to talk about but the weather, the work, and the hopes that keep them coming back day after day. No matter how good their spirits are, the land exacts a heavy toll. Within weeks, the constant labor begins to chip away at them, leaving raw nerves and haunted eyes staring sightlessly into the distance. It is a hard, lonely existence, one that eats away at the soul as surely as the sun beats down on the parched earth. Hunger is a constant companion, and scurvy waits patiently in the background. If you fall ill, you will be left behind, alone and helpless, with only the ghosts of your hopes for company. And all the while, the land remains tantalizingly rich, the glint of gold forever on the horizon, just out of reach. Every sunset brings new faces to the camp, eager to try their luck. But with every sunrise, some are forced to leave, their dreams turned to dust by the unforgiving terrain. Among them is one woman, though, a woman whose name has become synonymous with the gold rushes. A woman who found fortune and fame in the most unlikely of places, and a woman whose story is one of the most remarkable tales to emerge from the Wild West. Her name was Helen Viola, but she was better known as the Angel of the mining camps. By her own account, Nellie Cashman was born in 1860 near Hannibal, Missouri. Her father was a Confederate soldier who died before her birth, and her mother, Mary Viola, was a former slave who won her freedom by walking barefoot 700 miles from Louisiana to Illinois. There she married Oscar Cashman, who had been freed from Confederate imprisonment after being shot and wounded in the shoulder. When Nellie was 3 years old, her mother died, and she went to live with her Aunt Maggie Viola in Nevada. She began working as a domestic servant at age 14, but always dreamed of seeing the world. That chance came during the height of the Comstock Lode Rush, when she joined an outgoing wagon train bound for Virginia City. Her job was to look after the children on the trip, but within days, she was tending to the sick and injured too. After reaching Virginia City, she became well known for caring for former soldiers who suffered from battle-related illnesses. Her reputation grew, and she eventually partnered with Dr. Bernard de Lavires to open the de Lavires Sanitarium, which specialized in treating tuberculosis. While the business was successful, Nellie yearned for something more, a chance to experience the world beyond the sanitarium walls. She saved her earnings and set off to travel the world, but she soon returned to Nevada, finding herself drawn back to the lure of the mining camps. There she purchased several tons of supplies, including food, medicines, and clothing, and set up shop in a tent alongside the miners. She offered her wares at cost, and soon gained a loyal clientele who appreciated her honesty and compassion. News of her kindness spread, and she quickly amassed a small fortune. However, tragedy struck when her brother died of a drug overdose. Grief-stricken, she decided to return to Virginia City, but on the way, her supplies were stolen. Refusing to be deterred, she borrowed money and started over. Time she headed to the remote mining camps of the Ruby Mountains. Again, she offered her supplies at cost and soon built up another thriving business. But once more, tragedy struck when she lost her eyesight due to an infection. Despite her blindness, She continued to live her life, traveling the world and writing poetry. Eventually, she regained her sight and spent her remaining days managing a hotel and casino. She passed away on November 19, 1942, leaving behind a legacy of kindness and generosity that had made her a legend among the miners. Her story reminds us that even in the darkest of times, a single spark of humanity can make all the difference. After a lifetime exploring the furthest reaches of the American frontier, I've learned that sometimes the greatest discoveries aren't made of gold or jewels. Sometimes they're made of human spirit, resilience, and grace under pressure. Those things I found are worth far more than any precious metal. Like Nellie Cashman, many sought their fortunes in the rough-and-tumble world of the gold rushes, none more determined than Jacob Waltz, a.k.a. the Dutchman. Born in Germany in 1810, he immigrated to the United States in 1848 and traveled to Arizona, where he discovered gold near Vulture City. For the next 18 years, he worked various mines in the area, saving his money until he could buy his own claim. In 1866, he filed a claim on a small piece of land and began mining. Soon he found traces of gold and realized he had struck it rich. He named his mine the Lost Dutchman and became known as the Lost Dutchman. Over the years, Jacob experimented with different mining techniques and tried to expand his operation, but was constantly thwarted by bad luck. In 1876, he suffered a serious injury in a mining accident and was forced to take a break from his work. During his recovery, he shared the location of his mine with several friends, hoping they would help him develop it. But once he was well enough to return to work, he found that they had staked claims on his land and were mining the area around his own claim. This betrayal devastated him, and he became increasingly reclusive. He moved to nearby Apache Junction, where he lived out the rest of his days in a small shack. Before his death in 1891, he managed to hide most of his fortune from his heirs and left cryptic clues about the whereabouts of his Lost Dutchman's mine. Since then, over 300 people have claimed to have found the mine, but none have ever returned with any proof of its existence. Some say the Lost Dutchman's mine is nothing more than a myth, while others believe it still holds untold riches waiting to be discovered. What do you think? Is the Lost Dutchman's mine real, or just a figment of the Old West's imagination? Let me know what you think in the comments below. Now we enter a saloon. The floor is littered with cigar butts, and the air is thick with smoke and stale waste. The bar is crowded with cowboys, miners, and other drifters, who have come in from the cold to warm themselves with whiskey and gamble away their last few dollars. Cards are spread out on the tables. Dice clatter and coins clink as men bet on the turn of a card or the roll of a die. The saloon is a microcosm of the Old West, a place where fortunes are made and lost in the blink of an eye. The rules are simple. Show up with a full deck of cards, 52 for a standard game, or 31 for a shorter one. Each player antes up, putting money into the pot. Then the dealing begins. One player is designated the dealer and deals the cards face down, 5 to each player. Once the deal is done, the betting starts. Players can raise, call, or fold based on the strength of their hand. The dealer stays in the game until the final showdown, revealing his hidden cards to hopefully a hefty pot. Poker isn't just about luck, it's also a test of skill, strategy, and psychology. Bluffing is a common tactic, where players pretend their hand is strong to convince others to fold, allowing them to take the pot without having the best hand. As the game progresses, the stakes rise, the tension builds, and the atmosphere becomes charged with anticipation. The showdown comes when a player bets all the chips in his hand, and the others must decide whether to call or fold. The winner takes the pot, and the game begins anew with another deal and another round of betting. It's a thrilling game of skill and chance, a true test of nerve and strategy. So next time you hear the shuffle of a deck of cards, remember the Old West saloon, where legends were made and lost over the turn of a card, and all heartbeat of its people. Streets abandoned mid-step, voices lost in ash, the air heavy with smoke and silence, Mount Vesuvius looming above, patient, inevitable, and every moment, every gesture, every breath, captured forever beneath layers of time. Tonight, we follow those last moments. We walk with the unburied voices. We breathe slowly with a city that will never move again. There was a morning in Pompeii that felt no different from the one before. A sky, the color of soft clay, hung over tiled rooftops, and lazy smoke rose from bakeries that had been awake since dawn. The scent of fresh bread drifted through narrow streets still cool from the night air. The stones beneath the feet of merchants and housewives were damp with dew. And somewhere a dog barked half-heartedly at the sound of a passing cart. The world was ordinary, and that was what made it so fragile. For no one could sense the weight of the mountain that loomed above them.
No one
Could imagine the slow anger that slept beneath its green slopes. Mount Vesuvius stood like a silent giant, calm, harmless, almost forgotten, its shadow falling softly over a city that believed it had forever. The day was warm, but not unbearable, the kind of warmth that made you wish to linger in courtyards, to listen to the splash of fountains and the murmur of gossip about the coming festival, about the traders from across the sea who would arrive with silk and oil, and stories from lands that sounded too far to exist life. Hummed gently like bees around an orchard, the walls of villas gleamed with painted myths lovers, strolled between columns that framed gardens full of laurel and fig, and above it all the sun traced its patient path, as it always had, and as everyone thought it always would, but beneath the earth. Deep where no one could see or dream, something had begun to stir. The air inside the mountain shifted, the rock groaned, slow. Invisible movements of pressure and heat, ancient as the world itself, began to gather. But in Pompeii no one felt it, not yet, not in that tender hour when the baker pulled his last batch of loaves from the oven, or when a child's laughter echoed down the street lined with merchants calling out the price of wine, or when the amphitheater sat empty and quiet, waiting for the next spectacle that would never come. The mountain had been silent for so long that people had stopped calling it dangerous. It was simply there, a part of the horizon, as natural as the sea, as constant as the wind, and even when a faint tremor rippled through the ground, those who noticed only shrugged. Perhaps it was a god stretching, or the earth settling. No reason to worry. No reason to pause their errands or prayers or petty arguments. Life went on, because it always had. Because endings never announce themselves politely. They arrive as ordinary days, disguised as routine, wrapped in calm. Pompeii did not know it was already living its final hours. As the city woke, its voices blended into a single hum, the murmur of human presence layered over the rhythm of the sea that lapped softly against the distant shore. Fishermen hauled in their nets, slaves scrubbed marble floors. The wealthy reclined beneath painted ceilings, where scenes of myth smiled down on them. And somewhere, a woman checked her reflection in polished bronze, arranging her hair in a way that pleased her. All of it small, all of it fleeting, though none could see that yet. There is something haunting about stillness before disaster, something painfully human in how we mistake peace for permanence, for safety. In that still morning, the mountain waited, patient, listening. The air was clean and thin, and above the green slopes, birds still sang. They had not yet decided to flee. They had not yet read the message written in the trembling roots of the earth. The day stretched forward warm and golden, each hour passing as if borrowed from eternity, and the people of Pompeii lived it as though nothing would ever take it away, as though stone and breath were the same, as though tomorrow was a promise instead of a fragile wish. At midday the markets were at their fullest, the sound of coins clinking, the smell of roasted nuts, the laughter of buyers haggling for fruit that gleamed in the sunlight. A musician plucked at his strings in the corner of a courtyard, and the tune floated lazily between the columns, toward the open sky that showed no sign of anger. The calm before destruction is not silent. It is alive, almost painfully alive, because the world gives us beauty even as it prepares to break. And Pompeii was beautiful that day, its walls alive with color, its people with motion, its streets with noise and scent and warmth. If one stood upon a rooftop and looked toward the mountain, one would see only the shimmer of heat rising, no plume, no ash, only the illusion of peace. Yet deep within, the pressure was rising, molten stone climbing slowly through veins of rock, the mountain's heart beginning to pound harder, and still the city laughed. Still it feasted. Still it dreamed. By late afternoon, the wind shifted, faint and strange. Birds began to fly lower, as if searching for escape. Dogs whined, uneasy. The air grew heavy, and the smell of sulfur, faint and distant, brushed the senses of a few, but it was ignored. Dismissed. Perhaps the sea was restless. Perhaps the gods were in a mood. Still there was no panic. Only unease, small, unspoken. The kind we carry when we sense something wrong, but cannot name it. As evening neared, the first stones rolled down the mountain slope, too small to be noticed, and the smoke began to whisper upward, thin, gray, almost invisible against the dusk, and the mountain exhaled softly, testing the air. As though it too hesitated before what was to come, the people of Pompeii lit their lamps, gathered around tables, ate bread still warm from the ovens, and spoke of plans for the next day, unaware that there would be no next day, unaware that history was already watching, already holding its breath. The stars came out, scattered over the quiet roofs. The faint tremors that passed through the ground were mistaken for dreams. The night deepened, the city slept, and beneath it, the earth began to boil. The morning broke again, pale and thin. The light slipping over the tiled roofs like a sigh, and though it seemed another ordinary dawn, something in the air was different, a heaviness, a taste like metal on the tongue. Birds no longer sang near the mountain, and the dogs that had barked through the night were restless still, pacing, whining, their ears turned toward the unseen rumble that pulsed beneath the ground. The people stirred, slower than usual. Some mentioning the faint shaking that had woken them, others laughing it away, a tremor, nothing more. Pompeii had known such things before, harmless, forgettable. The earth sometimes moved, but it always stopped, always calmed, and so they believed it would again. The streets filled as they always did, merchants unrolling cloths, slaves carrying baskets, bakers kneading dough, though some paused to glance toward the mountain, whose upper slopes now carried a strange haze, a veil that seemed to shimmer in the rising light. Not smoke exactly, not yet, but something unsettled, something waiting, and though unease threaded through the city like a thin whisper, it was drowned by habit. By the comfort of routine, the illusion of control, but the mountain was no longer sleeping. It was breathing, each breath slower, deeper, heavier. Beneath the earth, the pressure built, gas and fire pressing upward through rock that began to crack, small sounds that grew into groans, deep as thunder. Low as the memory of the sea, and still the people tried to believe in their ordinary morning, in their fragile peace. Until a sound came that silenced all else, a roar, vast and hollow, like the tearing of the sky, and then the mountain split. From its summit, a black column burst upward, twisting and growing. A pillar of ash and stone, rising higher and higher, wider and darker. The light dimmed. The sun vanished behind a curtain of dust. And the air turned strange, thick, heavy breathing became work. And for a moment, no one moved. They simply stared, mouths open, eyes wide. The mountain that had always been there, calm and green, had become a wound bleeding smoke into the heavens. Some ran, shouting, calling to the gods, to neighbors, to anyone who would listen. Others stood frozen, unable to move, unable to believe. Disbelief is the first refuge of those who witnessed the impossible. Ash began to fall soft at first, like snow-gray flakes landing on hair and shoulders, coating rooftops. It looked harmless, almost beautiful, until the air grew hotter, and the flakes turned thicker, and the world began to darken, even though it was still morning. Torches were lit, though the sun had not set. The ground trembled again, stronger walls shuddered. Jars fell from shelves and shattered. The air was filled with the cries of people and the distant, relentless rumble of the earth tearing itself apart in the forum. Crowds gathered, uncertain where to go, looking to priests, to magistrates, to anyone who seemed to know. But no one did. There were no plans for this, no rituals for the ending of a city. And so people guessed, they prayed, they shouted orders that made no sense. Some fled toward the gates, others ran back home to gather belongings, to save jewelry, coins, scrolls, the small things that seemed precious, only until the sky itself began to fall. And yet still, hope whispered that it would pass, that the mountain would calm again, that tomorrow would come. Hope is stubborn, even in the face of fire. But the fire did not stop. The black column grew taller still, reaching into the clouds, lightning flashing within it. Ash! Thunder rolling down its sides. Ash thickened until breathing was a labor. And still the people ran, shouting names of children lost in the crowd, voices rising and breaking. Dogs barked madly and broke their leashes. Horses reared, carts overturned, and through the chaos the sky continued to darken, turning from gray to brown to near black. And the ash now fell in waves heavy enough to sting, hot enough to burn people, wrapped cloths around their mouths, pressed wet fabric to their faces. But the heat seeped through. The air itself was changing, full of poison, full of weight, still. The sea called to them, the open water that promised escape. And many turned toward it, believing the ships would carry them away. But even the sea had changed. It drew back from the shore. The tide retreating unnaturally, revealing dark sand and stranded fish that thrashed and died, and those who saw it felt a deeper dread. For even the sea was afraid, in the chaos of the streets. Families clung together, some praying, some silent, children crying for mothers who could not be found. Now the city that had been laughter and light now echoed with panic and confusion. The air thickened further, darkened until it felt like night. Torches flickered, their flames distorted by ash and heat, and every sound was muffled. Swallowed by the weight of falling debris, stones the size of fists began to rain from the sky, striking rooftops, cracking tiles. Shattering statues, and people covered their heads with cloaks and shields, running, stumbling, bleeding. The gods were silent. The temples no refuge, even the great houses, built of strong stone, began to crumble under the assault. The ash piling high against walls and doors, sealing them, trapping those within. And still the mountain roared. Unending, merciless, a sound that filled every breath. It was no longer a place, but a storm of vast and living shadow. By midday, the city was unrecognizable, the bright frescoes now hidden under gray dust. Fountains clogged streets buried knee-deep in ash, and still the people moved through it, slow, desperate searching. For escape, for air, for light, for some path that would lead them away. But the world was shrinking. The darkness pressing close, and in that choking half-light, time itself seemed to stretch each second longer than the last. Each heartbeat louder, the smell of sulfur burned in the nose. The taste of ash coated the tongue, and the sound of collapse echoed through the streets, stone giving way to fire. Yet even then, even in that chaos, some clung to denial, to ritual, to the familiar, lighting lamps in the gloom as though darkness could be pushed back, calling out to neighbors to come inside as though home could still mean safety. But the homes were dying too, their walls cracking, their roofs sagging beneath the weight of ash that fell without mercy. Outside, the streets had become rivers of dust, thick enough to swallow footprints, slow enough to trick the mind into thinking it might still be escaped, till a new sound came, a deep, rolling surge, as if the mountain itself inhaled, and then exhaled again, harder, louder. And from its side poured a wave of burning rock and gas, invisible at first, then glowing faintly. Then roaring into sight, a cloud that rolled faster than a storm, hotter than fire, unstoppable. It moved down the mountain toward the city, swallowing trees, walls, lives, and behind it the sky glowed red. The world had turned against itself, and Pompeii was caught in its breath. People saw it coming, but could not run fast enough, could not see clearly through the falling ash, could not think beyond the next step, the next breath, the next heartbeat. The gods had turned their faces. The world was ending. And yet even then, in the midst of panic, there were moments of strange calm, people pausing to hold one another, to whisper names, to close their eyes, to wait, as if still hoping the morning would come again, as if still believing in tomorrow. The air had changed. It was no longer air at all, but something thick, something living a breath that burned ash. Falling like endless snow, warm at first, then hot, then heavier, until it clung to skin and hair every step. Slower, every breath shorter. Pompeii was being swallowed inch by inch, the sky gone entirely, only darkness above. Not the clean darkness of night, but one that pressed close, one that hummed with the sound of the mountain's anger. And through it came the glow, faint at first, then stronger. A red pulse that shimmered along the edges of the black, fire reflecting off clouds of ash, turning the world into a dim, flickering dream. People stumbled through streets that no longer looked like streets, the stones hidden under layers of gray dust that shifted beneath their feet, the air so dense that torches barely burned, their flames sputtering against the windless weight of heat. Voices were muffled, as though the world itself was covered by a blanket, and still, through that strange silence, the mountain roared, a steady, endless growl, deep and patient, as if reminding the living how small they were, how temporary. In the villa courtyards where fountains once whispered, ash had filled the basins. Statues of gods stood buried to their knees, their marble faces streaked with soot and rain of stone. The wealthy who had hidden inside thought the walls would protect them, but the air inside grew hotter, harder to breathe. The small openings they had sealed to keep out ash also kept out life. And so they sat in darkness, listening to the distant collapse of roofs, the screams beyond their doors, the sound of the end drawing near. Outside, those who still moved through the streets no longer ran. They walked slow, dazed, the ash blinding, the air too heavy for speech. They clung to one another, two scraps of cloth, two memories of safety, trying to find the sea, the road, anything that resembled escape. But every path was buried, every direction the same, only gray, only dark. The gods gave no sign, no mercy. Thunder rolled through the clouds of ash. Flashes of lightning illuminated for a heartbeat the outlines of people, frozen in motion. Faces tilted upward, eyes wide, mouths open, waiting for a breath that would not come. The city that had once glittered with color was gone. Painted over in a single hue, the murals, the gardens, the laughter, all turned to silence and dust, and still the fire came closer. Waves of heat rolling down from the mountain, invisible, but felt a pressure that crushed the lungs. The flames not yet touching but already claiming inside the temples, priests whispered broken prayers. Incense mixed with smoke until the air itself became holy with fear. The statues of the gods seemed to stare blankly through the haze, unmoved, as if even divinity could do nothing but watch. And outside, the ash piled higher, rising to windowsills, to the height of doors, till streets became tunnels of dust, and movements slowed to crawling. The city was sinking without water, drowning in the breath of the mountain. Far beyond the city, ships that had sailed too close tried to turn back their decks covered in ash, sailors coughing. Eyes burning the sea, no longer calm waves pushing outward, and then pulling back confused as if the earth itself shifted beneath them. Some leapt into the water hoping it would be kinder, but even the sea boiled near the shore, heat spreading through it. Steam rising where fire met tide, the sound of it mixed with the cries from land the wind carried. None of it away, for there was no wind now, the air trapped thick, holding every sound, every scream, every prayer in place within the city. A mother carried her child wrapped in cloth, pressing the child's face to her chest. To shield it from the falling ash, each step she took sank deeper, her sandals lost behind her, her dress gray. Her hair wet with sweat and dust. She could see nothing ahead, only the vague shape of a building. Maybe a temple, maybe a ruin. She kept walking. The child silent now, too weak to cry, too tired to understand. The world had shrunk to heat and weight and sound. And she kept walking because stopping meant thinking. And thinking meant despair. The streets that had once led to markets now led nowhere. Doors buried walls, cracked a city unmade while still standing. The amphitheater, once echoing with cheers, was now a hollow bowl filling with ash, the benches buried row by row, and in its center, a silence that would last centuries. Above it, the sky churned, red flashing through black. The mountain's plume rising still higher, wider, until it spread over miles, blotting out day, even in distant towns. People far away could see it, could feel the ash fall lightly upon them like gray rain. And they whispered of the gods, of punishment, of omens. But in Pompeii, there were no whispers left, only breath and fire. Those who had found shelter in cellars now found death instead. As air turned to poison, as the ash sealed every crack, some fell asleep before they could wake again, the heat cradling them like a cruel comfort. And above them, the sound of collapse went on, a roof giving way, a wall surrendering, a statue falling forward into dust. And yet even then there was beauty in the destruction. Slow motion of the falling ash, how it swirled in the dim light, how it made the world seem weightless and heavy at once. The shapes of the city dissolving into the storm until nothing had edges. Everything soft, everything blurred, as if the world itself were closing its eyes. People tried to speak, but their voices failed, swallowed by the air that no longer carried sound. It was as though Pompeii had become a dream spoken by the mountain, and the mountain would not stop dreaming. Hour by hour, the city grew stiller. Fewer movements, fewer sounds, only the endless hiss of falling ash and the distant living growl of fire. Time lost meaning. Day and night blended. Those who still breathed did not know how long they had been trapped. Whether it had been hours or days, the world above them now, unrecognizable. But the mountain remembered. The mountain had waited centuries for this single breath, and now it exhaled until nothing living dared answer. The fire reached the edges of the city. Trees caught flame without warning. The air itself shimmered with heat. And those who had hidden in wells or vaults could hear it, a low rush like wind through leaves. Only it was not wind. It was death itself moving closer, unseen, inevitable. When it came without warning, a surge of searing air, a wave of ash and gas that swept through streets and homes alike. Faster than sound, hotter than flame, the last screams turned to silence. In an instant, the mountain's breath turned everything. It touched to stillness, and the world grew quiet as if in reverence only the hiss of ash falling remained. Soft, endless like snow over graves, Pompeii was gone, not yet buried fully. But gone its heart stopped. Its story paused in fire and above. Yet the mountain still burned patient, slow, alive. By the time the mountain's fire had quieted, the air no longer moved. And what had been a city was now a silence. A gray stillness that stretched from one broken wall to another. The streets buried, the doors sealed, the fountains stilled. The breath of Pompeii held in stone and dust, the storm had passed, leaving behind not ruin but a memory. Faint and perfect, caught beneath layers of ash that settled like snow over the outlines of life. Chairs stood where they had been left. Bowls still resting on tables, a loaf of bread turned to stone by heat, a dog curled in its chain as though asleep. Every detail kept, every motion halted. The fire had taken sound and color and movement, but not shape. It had frozen all things as they were. The moment of ending turned into eternity. A city paused in its last gesture. Some houses still stood tall, their columns and walls intact, though inside them air had become dust. People had become shadows, their bodies pressed into the ash like whispers, arms raised, faces hidden, the gestures of fear preserved in silence. The mountain no longer roared. It breathed softly now, a faint smoke trailing from its crown, as if sighing after its own destruction. Around its base the land was gray. No green, no sound, no seabird calling. Even the air seemed unwilling to stir, and over the buried city, the ash continued to fall. Slower now, gentler, sealing everything in layers of time. Within the stillness, there was a strange peace, the kind that comes after great storms, the kind that feels holy and wrong. For though all life was gone, what remained was beautiful in its quietness. The broken beams, the collapsed roofs, the scattered amphorae, all covered by a softness that disguised the violence beneath. And if one stood upon the slope of Vesuvius then, and looked down, one would not see a tragedy, but a plain of pale dust, shimmering faintly in the weak sunlight, serene, untouched, as if the earth had decided to erase its own wound with calm. The sea, too, had quieted, the waves creeping slowly back to the shore, carrying with them bits of charred wood, broken pottery. The remnants of the city's heartbeat, but no cries, no fire, only the whisper of tide meeting ash. Time moved differently now, slower, almost unwilling. The sun rose, but its light seemed dulled. As though afraid to disturb the sleeping city and nearby towns, survivors watched from afar. Some wept. Some simply stared, unable to understand that a place so full of laughter could vanish in a single day. They spoke of the mountain as a god, of punishment, of destiny. They said the city must have angered heaven, but the truth was simpler, more silent. The earth had simply remembered its power. And Pompeii had been caught breathing centuries past. Rain fell, ash-hardened seasons, layered over one another until the city became part of the hill vines grew where streets once ran. Roots coiled through houses where families had once sat. The world forgot, as it always does. The noise of living drowned out the memory of what had been buried. And the mountain slept again, its slopes green once more. Its anger hidden beneath calm soil, travelers passed without knowing. Farmers plowed fields above bones. Children played on ground that held statues of the dead. The air was sweet again, the sea gentle, and only at night. When the wind blew across the slopes, some swore they could hear faint sounds, the echo of footsteps, the whisper of laughter, the ghost of life trapped beneath the ash. But the world does not listen long to ghosts. And so centuries continued their slow turning, until one day men digging in the earth struck stone where no stone should have been, and beneath their hands, shapes began to appear. Walls painted with colors still bright after endless years of darkness, rooms perfectly preserved. Bread still on the table, chains still in place, a city perfectly asleep, waiting to be seen again. They called others. They uncovered more, and what emerged from the earth was not ruin, but memory made solid. Pompeii woke again, though its people did not. The air that touched its streets for the first time in centuries was thick with dust and awe. The world looked upon it and saw itself, fragile, proud, temporary, everything that lives, believing it cannot end, and everything that ends, leaving traces that outlast memory. The city that had once died in fire was reborn in silence. Every house a story, every body a question, and as the diggers brushed away centuries of ash, they uncovered faces frozen in the instant between breath and stillness, gestures of fear, of prayer, of protection. And though they could not know the names, they could feel the human weight of them. The familiarity of loss, the closeness of death that feels like sleep. Pompeii had become a mirror, showing not only what was lost, but what always remains. The small things, the marks of daily life. The half-finished tasks that reveal the tenderness of existence. A cup overturned, a cloak folded on a chair, footprint that leads nowhere. All preserved as if time itself had loved them too much to let them go, and as the sun fell upon those ruins once more, it seemed to shine not on death, but on stillness, on the quiet truth that life, no matter how loud, always ends in silence, and that silence, like ash, keeps its shape long after the fire fades. The city lay under a thick blanket of ash, still and quiet, yet it held the echoes of 1,000 tiny lives, the weight of every whispered name, every half-spoken sentence, every footstep that had once moved freely along its streets. And though the wind no longer carried voices, though the fire had claimed sound and motion alike, the air above Pompeii seemed heavy with memory, each building a silent testament to moments that would never be repeated. The baker who had pulled bread from his oven, the children running through courtyards, the merchant haggling with a stranger over the price of oil, all of them caught in the instant before the mountain struck, and now the instant stretched into eternity. Preserved beneath layers of gray dust, the voices unheard, but somehow present, the gestures frozen, a hand raised to shield eyes, a mother clutching a child, a man pressing a coin to his chest, each movement a small argument with death, each posture a refusal to vanish without mark. In the villa's frescoes still glowed faintly. Scenes of gods and heroes smiling down on rooms that would never be entered again. The colors dulled but intact, as if the ash itself had taken a vow to preserve beauty in the midst of ruin. The streets, once noisy with life, now held only shadows of footsteps pressed into hardened dust. A record of where people had tried to go, where they had hoped to escape, the directions they had chosen in desperation. The roads that led nowhere, the doors that could not open. The city had become a map of frozen intentions, monument not to architecture, but to living, to breathing, to failing to outrun what is inevitable. The amphitheater, empty yet full of ghosts, benches pressed into ash. The arena itself, a crater of memory, the sounds of cheering replaced by a hush that stretched over centuries. And above all of it, the mountain rested, its fury spent for the moment its breath, lingering like incense, reminding the living and the future that even in stillness power remained far from the city. Farmers walked there. Fields unaware, children played on roads that led nowhere but toward silence. Travelers paused to admire distant hills, not knowing the lives buried beneath their feet. And yet the voices persisted, though unheard, carried invisibly by the ash, the memory of laughter, of weeping, of cries that had never reached the ears of gods or men, preserved in the shapes of the bodies, the angles of limbs, the press of a hand against a wall. A foot still caught in a sandal, the city was a book of gestures, a diary of breath. Each line unreadable but complete. The wind did not disturb them. Rain hardened the dust into layers that sealed everything in, and in that sealing, time itself became slow, compliant. Willing to cradle the dead as it had once carried the living, centuries passed, yet Pompeii remained. Not as rubble, but as monument. Not as history, but as memory. Streets a manuscript, written in stone and ash. And when men finally returned, when digging tools struck walls and floors and staircases, when lanterns revealed rooms untouched for generations, the unburied voices rose once more quiet, patient, speaking not in sound, but in shape, in gesture, in the careful record of what had been a table. Still laid with amphorae and cups, a cloak folded over a chair, footprints. Leading to nothing, the positions of bodies telling stories of fear, of hope, of waiting, of surrender, every face hidden, free hand pressing, clutching, reaching, a silent choir of presence preserved. The city itself speaking softly to those who could listen, to those willing to be still, to touch walls without moving too quickly, to let eyes linger over details that time had held back. Some scholars and excavators were awed, some terrified, all moved. For Pompeii demanded a particular attention, a slow, reverent approach. And the voices were everywhere, in the curve of a stair, the tilt of a roof, the pattern of tiles pressed into ash. Each telling the story of an instant that would never return, the unburied voices were patient. They waited for centuries. They waited for hands to brush away dust, to illuminate color, to uncover the half-forgotten, and when they were seen, they told of more than fear, more than pain. More than heat and smoke, they told of life, the small acts of living. The faint rituals of breakfast and dressing, of caring and playing. The endless, quiet beauty of human motion, even as the mountains slept above. The silence of the city was not empty. It was full of intention, full of shape, full of everything that had once been. The voices spoke of everyday things, of bread baked, of wine poured, of hair combed, of children kissed, of hands held, of eyes closing in sleep. The ordinary acts preserved in extraordinary circumstances. And the deeper one looked, the more one felt the persistence of these traces, the care with which life had left its mark on the city. The ash, a custodian of memory, a gentle archivist, for those who walked the streets, who peered into the villas and shops, who traced fingers along walls. It felt as if the people had simply stepped aside, waiting for centuries to be discovered, to be recognized, to be remembered. And in that recognition, the unburied voices gained sound, not in the way we hear with ears, but in the way we feel with the mind, with the imagination. The quiet heart that can sense absence and presence simultaneously, even as the mountain remained dormant. Its slopes green, its summit peaceful, it still cradled the memory of its eruption. It still held the heat and anger that had claimed the city. It still whispered to those who listened carefully that power is patient, and that life, fragile as it is, always leaves marks. The ash hardened, streets remained, walls stayed standing, staircases and thresholds remembered the footsteps that crossed them. And every object, every fragment, was a word in a long, ongoing sentence that told, not of death alone, but of the lives that preceded it. The diggers who unearthed Pompeii often paused, feeling the weight of those frozen gestures, the unburied voices pressing softly against the mind. And even when the tools moved, even when walls crumbled under hands, the city seemed to breathe faintly, the ash shifting, settling, speaking of time held, of life paused, of human presence made eternal. For those who could imagine, for those who could listen with more than ears, the unburied voices were alive, quiet, patient, waiting, teaching not history, but stillness, showing that in the simplest acts, the briefest moments life is. Recorded, preserved, remembered even in the face of fire and stone, and so the city remained under the mountain. Its voices hidden but unbroken, its streets still moving in frozen gestures, its buildings full of breathless people, waiting for someone to see them, to acknowledge their existence, to know that they had been, and that they had lived fully. If only for a moment, if only for an instant before the ash fell. The fire swept, the silence claimed, and in that pause, the unburied voices whispered endlessly to anyone who would be still enough to listen, to understand, to feel, for even in absence there is presence, even in death there is record. And even in a city destroyed, there is life written in the quiet, in the ash, in the frozen gestures, in the shapes that hold memory longer than words, longer than time, longer than thought itself. And so Pompeii speaks, softly, patiently, endlessly, through its unburied voices. After the eruption, the mountain rested, its slopes green once more, its summit crowned with faint wisps of smoke that curled like lazy fingers into the sky. The silence it held was not empty. It was full, full of weight, full of memory, as if the mountain remembered every sound it had ever made, every stone it had thrown, every breath it had claimed. Above it, the wind moved slowly, careful not to disturb the ash that still blanketed Pompeii. And though centuries passed, the mountain remained vigilant, watching patient, indifferent, yet somehow conscious for those who had lived under it. Those who had run and fallen and hidden. The mountain was a presence, a steady witness. It saw the lives of people as small, bright flares that ignited and vanished, and then it waited years, passing like soft footsteps. The forests grew back, birds returned, streams flowed again, the air smelled of green and rain, the mountain's fury a memory. A heartbeat deep within stone, travelers walked its slopes. Unaware of what lay beneath, farmers planted vines along its base. Children climbed its foothills, oblivious to history, yet the mountain watched, the quiet continuing a slow, patient meditation, and beneath its slopes, Pompeii remained buried and preserved. Its streets and houses untouched by wind or rain, the ash hardened into layers that kept time at bay. The city became a secret held within the mountain's shadow. Only to be discovered centuries later, the mountain had claimed what was human, what was fragile, and in that taking it had become eternal, silent now. Though beneath its calm, the energy that had destroyed the city still slept, molten rock resting in veins, gas trapped in stone. The potential of anger and fire held in check by patience. It was a quiet watch, not cruel, but inexorable. The mountain waited for the world to forget, for life to return above it, for those who lived to think of it only as a hill, only as a horizon, only as a shape that bore witness without comment. And yet it did comment subtly, through tremors, through the occasional plume of smoke, through the whispers of birds disturbed in the trees, a reminder that beneath calm, the mountain is alive, patient, capable, infinite. Time passed slowly. Centuries layered upon centuries, empires rose and fell, languages changed, the world reshaped itself, and yet Vesuvius remained unchanged, watching, remembering, its slopes now quiet, its summit serene. And in that serenity, there was tension. A waiting, a slow rhythm, the mountain breathing gently, and beneath it, Pompeii slept, untouched by rain or wind, preserved in ash. The unburied voices resting, waiting, the streets frozen, the gestures of the last moments captured, the mountain's watch making sure nothing would erase them entirely, even as centuries claimed memory, even as human life moved on. Even as the world forgot, it slept with vigilance, the quiet that follows fury, the calm that comes only after the deepest storm, and sometimes. When the sun set over its crown, the light caught on ash and stone, and for a heartbeat, Pompeii seemed to shimmer, as if alive again, as if the city beneath the mountain had opened its eyes for a moment, acknowledging the living. And the mountain held that moment, patient, slow, indifferent, and infinite. And yet connected, for all things beneath it were part of its quiet, part of its watch, the unburied voices and frozen streets. The ash and stone, the memories pressed into every corner, every threshold, every step of human intention. It all rested beneath the mountain's patient gaze, unchanging, steady, eternal. And the mountain, though silent, seemed to speak in its own way, in tremors too small to feel, in smoke too thin to see, the shapes of clouds drifting past its summit. And for those who knew how to listen, for those who moved slowly, for those who imagined it, said something constant, something human, something eternal. It spoke of time, of the persistence of presence, of the permanence of small acts, of the lives that once ran its slopes, that ran its streets, that laughed and ate and feared and hoped. It spoke of the weight of history, not in stone or writing, but in breath, in pause, in observation, in the quiet attention of a mountain that remembers everything. And for centuries, it waited, watching the changes of the world, the cities built and destroyed nearby, the forests that spread and receded, the people who came to live and die in its shadow. Yet it never forgot, never failed, never ceased its quiet surveillance. When humans finally returned to uncover the city it had swallowed to brush away the ash and reveal walls and fresco staircases and tables. Statues and amphorae, the mountain watched still calm and eternal, knowing the city beneath it had been preserved, remembered, and revealed at its own pace. For the mountain does not rush, it does not demand, it simply waits, and in its waiting, it teaches that time, power, life, and death are all measured differently when viewed from the slopes of eternity. The unburied voices spoke once more when hands cleared ash. When lanterns revealed frozen gestures, when the shape of a life pressed into stone could finally be seen, and the mountain, silent above, seemed satisfied though it did not move, though it did not speak, though it did not breathe loudly. Its quiet watch had ensured the persistence of memory, the preservation of life's echo, the careful record of what once was, and in that quiet, there was something almost human, a patience, a constancy, fidelity to the world it had shaped and observed. And for those who studied the ruins, for those who walked the preserved streets, for those who traced their fingers along walls that had not known touch for centuries, the mountain's quiet watch was felt in every heartbeat, every breath, every pause, a constant reminder that the world is larger, slower, more enduring than individual life, yet capable of holding individual moments intact. The heat of eruption long gone, the ash hardened and settled, the city preserved beneath. The mountain's watch continued, a rhythm slow enough to be almost imperceptible, yet steady, eternal. It reminded those who saw its shadow that the past is never gone, that memory can be preserved in stone and dust, in silence and stillness. In the patient attention of the mountain itself, and in that attention Pompeii slept, waited, remembered. Forever beneath Vesuvius' quiet, vigilant gaze. Centuries passed, the world moved on above Vesuvius. Empires rose and fell. Cities thrived and crumbled, and still the mountain stood, patient, silent, guarding its secret beneath layers of soil and stone. The ash that had swallowed Pompeii hardened into an invisible vault, quiet that held every sound and breath of a city, frozen yet alive in its memory. Travelers walked along roads above the buried streets, unaware of what lay beneath their feet. The air smelled of pine and rain, the wind rustled the leaves, the sun glinted off distant water, and the world above seemed ordinary, yet beneath it silence reigned. Deep, uninterrupted, complete, a silence not of absence but of preservation. The city waited, patient, for its rediscovery. And when curiosity first stirred in the hands of men who dug into the hills, it was a tentative touch, a brush against stone, a whisper of what had been. At first nothing seemed remarkable. The soil gave way to hardened ash. Fragments of pottery appeared, small traces of everyday life. But as the excavations deepened, a pattern emerged, a city frozen in motion, gestures held, objects untouched. Footprints pressed into hardened dust, staircases preserved, walls standing, frescoes revealed, colors surviving the centuries. The rediscovery of silence was like opening a window into another world. The unburied voices, long patient, began to speak once more. Not with sound, but with presence, with shape. With memory pressed into every surface, each room a stage, each street a corridor of frozen motion. It was not chaos that greeted the diggers, but calm, deliberate. A city preserved in the instant before destruction, the silence was palpable, thick, as if the mountain itself had instructed the world to move gently, to observe without hurry, to feel without disturbing. And the objects that emerged told stories more human than history. A cup overturned, a cloak draped, a child frozen mid-step, a dog pressed to a threshold, all preserved in gestures that revealed not only fear and panic, but tenderness, care, intention, lives lived fully in their brief, interrupted span. As the excavators moved carefully through the streets, they felt the weight of centuries, the accumulation of dust, the echo of lives. The patience of the mountain above, every step brought another revelation, another frozen moment, another silent voice. The rediscovery of silence was also the rediscovery of life. Paradoxical though it seemed, for even in death, even in ash, even in a city, claimed by fire and smoke, there remained the record of humanity. Carefully pressed into layers of stone and dust, for every room uncovered, every fresco revealed, every threshold leaned, spoke of moments before disaster. Moments of morning bread, of conversation, of children playing, of lovers walking, families tending gardens, gestures so ordinary they seemed eternal when preserved in the absence of motion. And the mountain, quiet above, seemed to grant permission for this revelation. Patient still, indifferent, yet watchful. Letting the world see what it had held for centuries, the streets once busy with life now lined with tools and lanterns of men who moved slowly. Careful not to disturb the memory, careful not to erase the silence, the rediscovery of silence was not sudden. It was a slow unveiling. Layer by layer, room by room, street by street revealing. Pompeii as it had been in the last moments of its living days, the air thick with dust and the quiet hum of attentive work. The unburied voices were everywhere, pressing softly against minds that would listen, teaching that preservation is itself an act of care, that the past is not gone, only waiting to be observed, to be felt, to be acknowledged. Each gesture captured beneath the hardened ash seemed deliberate. A city recorded for those who could read it, for those who could pause long enough to notice. The rediscovery of silence carried with it a strange reverence for the world above, full of noise and motion, suddenly felt smaller, slower, less certain. The city beneath reminded the living of what is fleeting, what is fragile, what is infinitely precious. The work of uncovering walls and staircases and mosaics was itself a meditation. A slow reading of gestures frozen in time, every step measured, every touch, cautious, every breath taken lightly so as not to disturb centuries of careful stillness. And as the diggers moved deeper, the silence expanded, encompassing them, enfolding them, so that even words seemed unnecessary. Even thoughts became softer, slower, more deliberate. The rediscovery of silence was teaching patience, teaching attention, teaching respect for what had been lost, for what had been preserved. The mountain's presence above loomed in shadow, green and calm, yet full of memory, and the rediscovery of silence was also an encounter with that presence, the dormant power that had claimed the city, the patient observer that had waited centuries for hands to uncover what it had hidden. And every layer of ash removed revealed not only buildings and streets, but intention. The gestures of people going about ordinary acts, frozen mid-motion, every object a testament, every footprint a record. And as the excavators reached the forum, the temples, the amphitheater, the quiet expanded further. A city breathing softly under layers of earth. The rediscovery of silence was complete in the sense that every uncovering was a revelation. Every detail a whisper, every preserved wall, a testament to lives lived. And though no one could hear voices, the gestures spoke volumes. A mother cradling a child, a baker's tools left where they had been, a dog pressed to the corner of a courtyard, the unburied voices returning in stillness. The rediscovery of silence was also the rediscovery of the human rhythm, the ordinary acts that define life, preserved, immortalized, beyond fear, beyond destruction, beyond the passage of time. The mountain above rested still, patient, its quiet watch unbroken. Even as humans walked the streets they uncovered, even as walls were brushed clean, even as frescoes revealed faces and colors, the mountain remained a silent sentinel, a reminder that calm and destruction, memory and forgetting, life and death, are always intertwined. And in that intertwining, the rediscovery of silence became more than an archaeological event. It became a meditation on the persistence of memory, the endurance of presence, the careful record of lives interrupted. And in every stone, in every fragment, in every preserved gesture, the city whispered again, teaching the living how to be still, how to notice, how to feel, how to honor the moments that are all we truly ever have. And in that silence rediscovered, the unburied voices spoke endlessly, patiently, quietly, like a lullaby to the centuries, teaching that even after fire and ash, even after sudden endings, life leaves traces, and those traces can be heard if one only listens. In the quiet of the unearthed streets, as the traces of lives pressed into stone spoke louder than words, each threshold, each step, each fallen tile carrying the memory of people who had lived and moved and feared, the city itself had become a record, not of architecture, but of the smallest human gestures, the gestures that define existence, a cup left on a table, a cloak draped over a chair, footprints frozen mid-step, all telling of a day that would never continue. The lives traced in stone were patient, enduring, waiting for hands to brush away ash, for eyes to see what time had held in silence, each preserved wall a page, each mosaic a line of poetry, each figure pressed into plaster a story, not of fame or wealth, but of ordinary life. And as the excavators moved carefully through Pompeii, they felt the weight of these presences, felt the careful intention of movement halted, gestures frozen, every detail revealing the rhythm of daily existence, a mother holding a child at a fountain, a man counting coins at a table, a baker pausing with a loaf in hand, the lives traced in stone told of hope and fear, of the ordinary and the urgent, of small joys and mundane tasks, all captured in the instant before the mountain's fury descended. Even the animals of the city, dogs, cats, birds, frozen mid-motion, told stories of loyalty, of curiosity, of instinct, the living preserved in the moment they had last breathed. The mountain's eruption had stolen their motion, but not their record. The city was a manuscript of humanity, each stone a letter, each ash-encased gesture a sentence. And in that writing, in that record, the unburied voices whispered endlessly, teaching that even in destruction there is preservation. Even in silence there is story. The lives traced in stone were not heroic, not grand, but ordinary. And in their ordinariness they were eternal. And as the sun fell upon the exposed streets, the shadows fell across mosaics and thresholds, highlighting the shapes of gestures, the contours of motion, the preserved intentions of people long gone, and in that light the city seemed alive again. Not with sound, but with presence. Not with motion, but with memory. The mountain above remained quiet, patient, its crown green, its slopes serene. Yet beneath it, life's traces waited, preserved, eternal. The lives traced in stone reminded the living that even in the face of sudden endings, the ordinary matters, the small acts endure. The careful placement of objects, the habitual motion of the body, the gestures repeated daily, all become records, all become stories, all become whispers to those who come after. And as archaeologists uncovered rooms and courtyards, as they brushed away centuries of ash and dust, the traces revealed more than fear, more than panic. They revealed care, love, attention, intention. And in that revelation, the mountain seemed to approve, patient, silent, ever watchful, teaching that time does not erase, that memory can persist, that even the smallest life can leave a mark. The lives traced in stone included the wealthy, and the poor, the young and the old, merchants and laborers, children and animals. Everyone pressed into the same record, the ash a great equalizer, preserving not fame, but presence, not accomplishment, but act. And in this quiet archive, one could see the rhythm of life itself, the heartbeat of a city frozen, the pattern of human motion captured forever, doors held ajar, staircases climbed, halfway furniture arranged as it had been, windows open to a morning that would never continue. The mountain's breath no longer consumed the city, but protected its record. The lives traced in stone were patient, enduring, infinite in their silent testimony. And as centuries passed, the rediscovery of these traces became a meditation, a slow reading of human rhythm, a quiet observation of what it means to exist. The unburied voices spoke not in sound, but in the shapes they left behind, in the impressions, in the frozen gestures, in the carefully preserved details, teaching the living about presence, about attention, about the delicate fragility and persistence of human life. In every new discovery, every room uncovered, every footprint revealed, was a gentle reminder that life leaves marks. And though life ends, the traces remain, and the mountain above watched. Patient, knowing eternal, the lives traced in stone were a library of gestures, a testament of ordinary existence, a record of human breath held in suspension. And for those who walked among these preserved streets, who traced fingers over walls and mosaics, the weight of those gestures, the memory of those moments pressed softly into the mind, reminding them of mortality, of continuity, of the persistence of memory. The mountain, quiet above, seemed to smile in its own way, the city beneath preserved, not for grandeur or glory, but for life itself, Every step, every hand, every glance preserved in ash and stone. The lives traced in stone spoke to patience, to stillness, to observation, to care, teaching that what is ordinary can become eternal. What is fleeting can become preserved, what is small can become monumental, and as night fell upon the exposed ruins, the shadows deepened. Stretching across thresholds and courtyards, the unburied voices pressing softly against imagination. The city shimmering faintly, alive in memory, alive in shape, alive in gesture. The mountain remained, patient, silent, eternal, its crown green, its slopes serene, watching over the city it had claimed, preserving the lives it had touched. Teaching the world above that life, no matter how ordinary, leaves, traces, traces that endure, traces that speak, traces that whisper endlessly. As long as someone is willing to listen, the lives traced in stone continue their quiet lesson, calm, patient, infinite. And the city beneath the mountain waits, still and complete, holding the unburied voices, holding the traces of life, holding the quiet memory of existence itself, preserved in stone, preserved in ash, preserved in time, eternal beneath Vesuvius' watchful crown. The mountain rose above the land, its slopes green, its summit calm. Yet beneath that quiet surface lay centuries of memory, the eruption that had claimed Pompeii lingering like a pulse, out invisible yet undeniable. Casting a shadow not only across the city it had buried, but across generations, the shadow of Vesuvius was eternal. Not in darkness alone, but in presence, in weight, in the way it demanded attention without movement. Travelers walking near its base felt a pull they could not name, quiet reverence, a subtle awe, for the mountain carried within it not only fire, but patience, and that patience stretched over centuries. The city beneath remained hidden, preserved in ash, frozen in gestures, each street, each house, each threshold a record of lives interrupted. The unburied voices pressing softly against memory, waiting for someone to listen. The eternal shadow of Vesuvius was more than geological. It was temporal, psychological, a reminder that even the calmest presence may contain immense power. Even the greenest slopes may cover fury, and those who lived in its vicinity for centuries after. Learn to respect not just its size, but its silence, its stillness, its watchful patience. As time passed, the world above changed. Cities rose and fell. People came and went. Empires thrived and collapsed. Languages shifted, yet the mountain remained unchanged, ever present. And beneath it, Pompeii lay waiting. The lives within frozen, preserved, the gestures untouched, the ash hardened into layers that resisted time. Holding memory in suspension, the shadow of Vesuvius extended beyond the physical. It reached into the minds of those who lived near it. The stories of destruction whispered across generations, tales of sudden fire, of ash falling like gray snow, screams swallowed by the mountain's breath, of people caught mid-step, frozen in terror and care, teaching the living to move with caution, to respect the ground beneath them, to understand that nature is patient and can strike suddenly. And as centuries passed, curiosity led men and women to dig into the slopes, to uncover what had been lost. The rediscovery of Pompeii brought the shadow closer, not in darkness, but in understanding, revealing the city beneath layers of time, showing the frozen gestures, the unburied voices, the lives pressed into stone and ash. And even as the city was uncovered, the mountain above remained silent, watchful, its shadow eternal, teaching through presence rather than action, reminding the world that the past is never truly gone, only waiting for hands to brush away dust, for eyes to see what has been preserved, every excavation a dialogue with memory, every uncovered room a conversation with centuries. And the shadow of Vesuvius seemed to embrace all of it, holding the past, the present, and the living together. The mountain's calm exterior contrasted with the violence it had once released, reminder that extremes exist, patience and fury, stillness and eruption. Life and death, all intertwined. The city beneath its shadow revealed gestures of daily life, of mundane acts made eternal, a mother holding her child, a man counting coins. A baker paused mid-motion, animals frozen in instinctive behavior, every detail preserved by the ash, every movement recorded. The unburied voices soft yet persistent, whispering to those who uncovered them, telling stories not of fame, but of existence, living, of breathing, of the ordinary elevated to eternal. And in this eternal shadow, there was a lesson, calm, slow, unhurried. The mountain had claimed Pompeii, yet in doing so, had preserved it, had ensured that life's traces would endure, would be seen again, would be understood. The eternal shadow was thus both a warning and a gift, showing the power of nature and the persistence of memory. The excavations revealed streets, villas, courtyards, forums, temples, every detail captured. Every gesture frozen, the unburied voices resuming their patient communication, teaching observers how to read silence, how to see motion held still, how to understand that life, even in its abrupt end, leaves traces. The shadow stretched further, encompassing not only the buried city, but the minds of those who came near, shaping imagination, shaping reverence, shaping respect. Centuries of oversight pressed into awareness, and the mountain continued to watch, patient, silent, calm. Its presence a constant in a world of change. Storms passed, seasons turned, empires rose and fell. Yet the mountain's shadow remained, eternal, and beneath it Pompeii rested, frozen, preserved. Its streets and walls a manuscript of lives lived, gestures recorded, moments held, and in that manuscript the unburied voices spoke endlessly, teaching patience, teaching observation, teaching reverence for the ordinary. The eternal shadow of Vesuvius was thus more than geological. It was moral, psychological, temporal. It extended into the consciousness of those who discovered the city, reminding them that life is fragile, fleeting, yet capable of leaving lasting traces. Every uncovered object, every restored wall, every revealed mosaic. A word, a sentence, a story, and the mountain watched silent, patient, eternal, as the city beneath was slowly read and understood. The shadow enveloping not just the streets and houses, but the minds of the living, teaching the importance of stillness, the weight of time, the persistence of memory, the subtle patience of the natural world. And as sunlight fell over the ruins, as shadows stretched across the exposed streets, the unburied voices pressed softly against imagination, whispering of lives that had been, gestures that had mattered, moments that were held forever beneath ash and stone. The eternal shadow reminded observers of their own impermanence. It offered consolation in the persistence of trace. The mountain above, calm, green, serene, bore witness to the unfolding of centuries, to the slow excavation, to the quiet rediscovery, to the enduring whispers of the unburied voices, teaching that while lives end, the gestures, the small acts, the ordinary moments, traced in stone, in ash, in memory, endure beneath the patient, eternal shadow of Vesuvius. And as the wind moved gently over its slopes, as birds called and streams flowed, as humans walked the uncovered streets, the mountain remained still timeless, its shadow eternal, a constant observer, a keeper of memory, a witness to lives traced in ash, in stone, in gesture, a teacher of patience, of reverence, of the quiet persistence of life remembered. The city beneath the mountain spoke softly, endlessly. Its voice carried not in sound, but in the weight of presence. In the gestures frozen in ash and stone, the walls and streets holding the memory of life, of motion, of ordinary days suspended forever. And as the excavators moved carefully through the uncovered spaces, they felt the breath of history pressing against their awareness, the unburied voices whispering not in urgency, but in patience, teaching that life, even abruptly ended, leaves traces that endure every threshold, every table, every footstep captured in silence. Every object revealing the rhythm of a life, the pattern of a day, the intimacy of existence. Pompeii's endless whisper was not mournful. It was calm, slow, hypnotic, a lullaby of presence pressed into stone, a meditation on the persistence of being. And as the mountain rested above, green and serene, its shadow eternal, it seemed to cradle the city, not with fury, but with patience, not with destruction, but with preservation. Every eruption long past, every fire cooled, yet the memory of it remained in the posture of houses, in the slope of roofs, in the tilt of walls, teaching the living that endings are neither silent nor final when recorded in gesture, in object, in shape, the endless whisper flowed through streets and forums. Villas and baths, amphitheaters and temples, tracing the lives of those caught mid-motion, mothers holding children, merchants counting coins, bakers pausing with loaves in hand, dogs curled in corners, footprints frozen in paths. Every detail pressed into eternity, and the excavators moving lanterns across frescoes, tracing mosaics with gloved fingers. Felt the quiet of presence, the calm insistence of memory. Pompeii's endless whisper did not shout, it did not demand. It only existed, in existence. Preserved in ash and stone became its own story, teaching that ordinary life, observed carefully, can endure longer than fire, longer than collapse, aren't longer than centuries of soil and silence. And as the work continued, as rooms were revealed, courtyards cleaned, walls exposed, the whisper grew. Not in volume, but in weight, pressing against the mind, slowing thought, softening motion, reminding observers that the lives captured here had been ordinary, human, real, yet immortal. For the mountain above watched silently, eternal, patient, its shadow encompassing both the buried city and the living observers, teaching through calm presence, through observation, through quiet endurance. The endless whisper spoke of the moments before eruption, the small acts of existence, the gestures frozen in ash, the city captured in a single timeless instant. And though no one could hear voices, the shapes, the positions, the preserved objects communicated endlessly, pressing lessons of life into anyone willing to pause, to notice, to be still. The whisper was everywhere, in thresholds, in doorways, in staircases, bowls left on tables, in footprints pressed into dust, in frescoed walls smiling faintly from centuries past, teaching the persistence of ordinary action, the preservation of intention, the immortality of small acts. And as the sun shifted across the uncovered city, light revealed shadows cast centuries ago, angles of gestures, the frozen motions of breath and reach, every surface telling a story, every object a word, every preserved detail a sentence in an infinite silent manuscript. Pompeii's endless whisper moved through time, linking the living and the dead, teaching that memory exists not only in writing or speech, but in gesture, in shape, in presence, in ash and stone. Ash! And as layers of centuries were brushed away, revealing streets and courtyards, villas and temples, the whisper pressed more insistently, demanding attention, patience, observation, teaching that the smallest details matter, that the ordinary is eternal when preserved, that silence itself is a form of voice, that a city frozen in ash is a city alive in memory. The mountain above, calm and eternal, seemed to approve, patient, indifferent, yet intimately connected to the city below. The endless whisper flowed from street to street, house to house, room to room, staircase to courtyard, pressing softly against the mind, against imagination, against the heart, carrying the gestures of lives interrupted, frozen mid-motion, yet eternal. The whisper revealed love, care, fear, hope, intention, the daily acts of life elevated into immortality by the pause of destruction. Pompeii's endless whisper was not solitary. It was shared, reaching anyone willing to notice, teaching through observation, through patience, through calm attention, reminding that every life leaves traces, that every motion matters, that the ordinary persists beyond time, and the mountain, silent above, watched, patient, eternal. Its shadow, a protective presence over both city and observers. Its calm, a lesson in endurance. The city beneath it remained a record of humanity, a manuscript of existence, a collection of gestures, every threshold, every stare, every object a word, every footprint a line of story. The unburied voices pressed softly against imagination, teaching endlessly, softly, without urgency, without hurry. And as the diggers worked, as the light shifted, as centuries of dust were removed, the whisper became tangible. A sensation of life frozen yet persistent, a meditation on the ordinary, a lullaby of stillness, teaching that life, though finite, leaves permanent traces, that presence can outlast fire, that gesture can outlast centuries, that memory is preserved in ash and stone. And as the mountain's shadows stretched across the city, encompassing streets, villas, temples, forums, baths, The whisper became infinite, flowing through time, space, mind, imagination, touching all who paused to see, to feel, to imagine. Teaching endlessly, softly, patiently, that life matters, that the ordinary is immortal, that the traces of existence endure. And even as the sun fell below the horizon, even as night drew long shadows across streets and courtyards, even as the mountain rested calm and green above, Pompeii's endless whisper persisted. Eternal, patient, soft, a quiet meditation on life, memory, gesture, and presence. A lullaby of ash and stone, a reminder that though everything ends, traces remain, unburied, preserved, whispered endlessly. Waiting for the world to listen, to feel, to notice, teaching patience, teaching reverence, teaching that the small acts of life, the ordinary gestures, the frozen motions captured in ash and stone, are eternal, and in that whisper the city lives forever beneath the eternal, watchful, calm, green, patient slopes of Vesuvius. Pompeii's endless whisper flowing softly through time, through memory, through stillness, teaching all who listen. That life, though brief, leaves echoes, and echoes like ash endure. Imagine a city frozen in the final heartbeat of its people. Streets abandoned mid-step, voices lost in ash, the air heavy with smoke and silence. Mount Vesuvius looming above, patient, inevitable, and every moment, every gesture, every breath, captured forever beneath layers of time. Tonight, we follow those last moments. We walk with the unburied voices. We breathe slowly with a city that will never move again. There was a morning in Pompeii that felt no different from the one before. A sky, the color of soft clay, hung over tiled rooftops, and lazy smoke rose from bakeries that had been awake since dawn. The scent of fresh bread drifted through narrow streets still cool from the night air. The stones beneath the feet of merchants and housewives were damp with dew. And somewhere a dog barked half-heartedly at the sound of a passing cart. The world was ordinary, and that was what made it so fragile. For no one could sense the weight of the mountain that loomed above them.
No one
could imagine the slow anger that slept beneath its green slopes. Mount Vesuvius stood like a silent giant, calm, harmless, almost forgotten, its shadow falling softly over a city that believed it had forever. The day was warm, but not unbearable, the kind of warmth that made you wish to linger in courtyards, to listen to the splash of fountains and the murmur of gossip about the coming festival, about the traders from across the sea who would arrive with silk and oil, and stories from lands that sounded too far to exist life. Hummed gently like bees around an orchard, the walls of villas gleamed with painted myths. Lovers strolled between columns that framed gardens full of laurel and fig, and above it all the sun traced its patient path, as it always had, and as everyone thought it always would, but beneath the earth. Deep where no one could see or dream, something had begun to stir. The air inside the mountain shifted, the rock groaned, slow. Invisible movements of pressure and heat, ancient as the world itself, began to gather. But in Pompeii no one felt it, not yet, not in that tender hour when the baker pulled his last batch of loaves from the oven, or when a child's laughter echoed down the street lined with merchants calling out the price of wine, or when the amphitheater sat empty and quiet, waiting for the next spectacle that would never come. The mountain had been silent for so long that people had stopped calling it dangerous. It was simply there, a part of the horizon, as natural as the sea, as constant as the wind, and even when a faint tremor rippled through the ground, those who noticed only shrugged. Perhaps it was a god stretching, or the earth settling. No reason to worry. No reason to pause their errands or prayers or petty arguments. Life went on, because it always had. Because endings never announce themselves politely. They arrive as ordinary days, disguised as routine, wrapped in calm. Pompeii did not know it was already living its final hours. As the city woke, its voices blended into a single hum, the murmur of human presence layered over the rhythm of the sea that lapped softly against the distant shore. Fishermen hauled in their nets, slaves scrubbed marble floors. The wealthy reclined beneath painted ceilings, where scenes of myth smiled down on them. And somewhere, a woman checked her reflection in polished bronze, arranging her hair in a way that pleased her. All of it small, all of it fleeting, though none could see that yet. There is something haunting about stillness before disaster, something painfully human in how we mistake peace for permanence, for safety. In that still morning, the mountain waited, patient, listening. The air was clean and thin. And above the green slopes, birds still sang. They had not yet decided to flee. They had not yet read the message written in the trembling roots of the earth. The day stretched forward warm and golden, each hour passing as if borrowed from eternity, and the people of Pompeii lived it as though nothing would ever take it away, as though stone and breath were the same, as though tomorrow was a promise instead of a fragile wish. At midday the markets were at their fullest, the sound of coins clinking, the smell of roasted nuts, the laughter of buyers haggling for fruit that gleamed in the sunlight. A musician plucked at his strings in the corner of a courtyard, and the tune floated lazily between the columns, toward the open sky that showed no sign of anger. The calm before destruction is not silent. It is alive, almost painfully alive, because the world gives us beauty even as it prepares to break. And Pompeii was beautiful that day, its walls alive with color, its people with motion, its streets with noise and scent and warmth. If one stood upon a rooftop and looked toward the mountain, one would see only the shimmer of heat rising, no plume, no ash, only the illusion of peace. Yet deep within, the pressure was rising, molten stone climbing slowly through veins of rock, the mountain's heart beginning to pound harder, and still the city laughed. Still it feasted. Still it dreamed. By late afternoon, the wind shifted, faint and strange. Birds began to fly lower, as if searching for escape. Dogs whined, uneasy. The air grew heavy, and the smell of sulfur, faint and distant, brushed the senses of a few, but it was ignored. Dismissed. Perhaps the sea was restless. Perhaps the gods were in a mood. Still there was no panic. Only unease, small, unspoken, the kind we carry when we sense something wrong but cannot name it. As evening neared, the first stones rolled down the mountain slope, too small to be noticed, and the smoke began to whisper upward, thin, gray, almost invisible against the dusk, and the mountain exhaled softly, testing the air. As though it too hesitated before what was to come, the people of Pompeii lit their lamps, gathered around tables, ate bread still warm from the ovens, and spoke of plans for the next day, unaware that there would be no next day, unaware that history was already watching, already holding its breath. The stars came out, scattered over the quiet roofs. The faint tremors that passed through the ground were mistaken for dreams. The night deepened, the city slept, and beneath it, the earth began to boil. The morning broke again, pale and thin, the light slipping over the tiled roofs like a sigh, and though it seemed another ordinary dawn, something in the air was different, a heaviness, a taste like metal on the tongue. Birds no longer sang near the mountain, and the dogs that had barked through the night were restless still, pacing, whining, their ears turned toward the unseen rumble that pulsed beneath the ground. The people stirred, slower than usual, some mentioning the faint shaking that had woken them, others laughing it away, a tremor, nothing more. Pompeii had known such things before, harmless, forgettable. The earth sometimes moved, but it always stopped, always calmed, and so they believed it would again. The streets filled as they always did, merchants unrolling cloths, slaves carrying baskets, bakers kneading dough, though some paused to glance toward the mountain, whose upper slopes now carried a strange haze, a veil that seemed to shimmer in the rising light. Not smoke exactly, not yet, but something unsettled, something waiting, and though unease threaded through the city like a thin whisper, it was drowned by habit, by the comfort of routine, the illusion of control. But the mountain was no longer sleeping. It was breathing, each breath slower, deeper, heavier. Beneath the earth, the pressure built, gas and fire pressing upward through rock that began to crack, small sounds that grew into groans, deep as thunder, low as the memory of the sea, and still the people tried to believe in their ordinary morning, in their fragile peace. Until a sound came that silenced all else, a roar, vast and hollow, like the tearing of the sky, and then the mountain split. From its summit, a black column burst upward, twisting and growing, a pillar of ash and stone, rising higher and higher, wider and darker. The light dimmed, the sun vanished behind a curtain of dust, and the air turned strange, thick, heavy breathing became work, and for a moment, no one moved. They simply stared, mouths open, eyes wide. The mountain that had always been there, calm and green, had become a wound, bleeding smoke into the heavens. Some ran, shouting, calling to the gods, to neighbors, to anyone who would listen. Others stood frozen, unable to move, unable to believe. Disbelief is the first refuge of those who witness the impossible. Ash began to fall, soft at first, like snow-gray flakes landing on hair and shoulders, coating rooftops. It looked harmless, almost beautiful, until the air grew hotter, and the flakes turned thicker, and the world began to darken, even though it was still morning. Torches were lit, though the sun had not set. The ground trembled again, stronger walls shuddered. Jars fell from shelves and shattered. The air was filled with the cries of people and the distant, relentless rumble of the earth tearing itself apart. In the forum, crowds gathered, uncertain where to go, looking to priests, to magistrates, to anyone who seemed to know. But no one did. There were no plans for this, no rituals for the ending of a city. And so people guessed, they prayed, they shouted orders that made no sense. Some fled toward the gates, others ran back home to gather belongings, to save jewelry, coins, scrolls, the small things that seemed precious, only until the sky itself began to fall. And yet still, hope whispered that it would pass, that the mountain would calm again, that tomorrow would come. Hope is stubborn, even in the face of fire. But the fire did not stop. The black column grew taller still, reaching into the clouds, lightning flashing within it. Ash! Thunder rolling down its sides. Ash thickened until breathing was a labor. And still the people ran, shouting names of children lost in the crowd, voices rising and breaking. Dogs barked madly and broke their leashes. Horses reared, carts overturned, and through the chaos the sky continued to darken, turning from gray to brown to near black. And the ash now fell in waves, heavy enough to sting, hot enough to burn people, wrapped cloths around their mouths, pressed wet fabric to their faces. But the heat seeped through. The air itself was changing, full of poison, full of weight. Still, the sea called to them, the open water that promised escape. And many turned toward it, believing the ships would carry them away. But even the sea had changed. It drew back from the shore, the tide retreating unnaturally, revealing dark sand and stranded fish that thrashed and died. And those who saw it felt a deeper dread. For even the sea was afraid, in the chaos of the streets. Families clung together, some praying, some silent, children crying for mothers who could not be found. Now the city that had been laughter and light now echoed with panic and confusion. The air thickened further, darkened until it felt like night. Torches flickered, their flames distorted by ash and heat, and every sound was muffled. Swallowed by the weight of falling debris, stones the size of fists began to rain from the sky, striking rooftops, cracking tiles, shattering statues, and people covered their heads with cloaks and shields, running, stumbling, bleeding. The gods were silent. The temples no refuge, even the great houses, built of strong stone, began to crumble under the assault, the ash piling high against walls and doors, sealing them, trapping those within. And still the mountain roared, unending, merciless, a sound that filled every breath. It was no longer a place, but a storm, a vast and living shadow. By midday, the city was unrecognizable, the bright frescoes now hidden under gray dust. Fountains clogged streets buried knee-deep in ash, and still the people moved through it, slow, desperate searching. For escape, for air, for light, for some path that would lead them away. But the world was shrinking, the darkness pressing close, and in that choking half-light, time itself seemed to stretch each second longer than the last. Each heart beat louder, the smell of sulfur burned in the nose. The taste of ash coated the tongue, and the sound of collapse echoed through the streets, stone giving way to fire. Yet even then, even in that chaos, some clung to denial, to ritual, to the familiar, lighting lamps in the gloom as though darkness could be pushed back, calling out to neighbors to come inside as though home could still mean safety. But the homes were dying too, their walls cracking, their roofs sagging beneath the weight of ash that fell without mercy. Outside, the streets had become rivers of dust, thick enough to swallow footprints, slow enough to trick the mind into thinking it might still be escaped, till a new sound came, a deep, rolling surge, as if the mountain itself inhaled, and then exhaled again, harder, louder. And from its side, poured a wave of burning rock and gas, invisible at first, then glowing faintly. Then roaring into sight, a cloud that rolled faster than a storm, hotter than fire, unstoppable. It moved down the mountain toward the city, swallowing trees, walls, lives, and behind it the sky glowed red. The world had turned against itself, and Pompeii was caught in its breath. People saw it coming, but could not run fast enough, could not see clearly through the falling ash, could not think beyond the next step, the next breath, the next heartbeat. The gods had turned their faces. The world was ending. And yet even then, in the midst of panic, there were moments of strange calm, people pausing to hold one another, to whisper names, to close their eyes, to wait, as if still hoping the morning would come again, as if still believing in tomorrow. The air had changed. It was no longer air at all, but something thick, something living a breath that burned ash. Falling like endless snow, warm at first, then hot, then heavier, until it clung to skin and hair every step. Slower, every breath shorter, Pompeii was being swallowed inch by inch, the sky gone entirely, only darkness above. Not the clean darkness of night, but one that pressed close, one that hummed with the sound of the mountain's anger. And through it came the glow, faint at first, then stronger. A red pulse that shimmered along the edges of the black, fire reflecting off clouds of ash, turning the world into a dim, flickering dream. People stumbled through streets that no longer looked like streets, the stones hidden under layers of gray dust that shifted beneath their feet, the air so dense that torches barely burned, their flames sputtering against the windless weight of heat. Voices were muffled, as though the world itself was covered by a blanket, and still, through that strange silence, the mountain roared, a steady, endless growl, deep and patient, as if reminding the living how small they were, how temporary. In the villa courtyards where fountains once whispered, ash had filled the basins. Statues of gods stood buried to their knees, their marble faces streaked with soot and rain of stone. The wealthy who had hidden inside thought the walls would protect them, but the air inside grew hotter, harder to breathe. The small openings they had sealed to keep out ash also kept out life. And so they sat in darkness, listening to the distant collapse of roofs, the screams beyond their doors, the sound of the end drawing near. Outside, those who still moved through the streets no longer ran. They walked slow, dazed, the ash blinding, the air too heavy for speech. They clung to one another, two scraps of cloth, two memories of safety, trying to find the sea, the road, anything that resembled escape. But every path was buried, every direction the same, only gray, only dark. The gods gave no sign, no mercy. Thunder rolled through the clouds of ash. Flashes of lightning illuminated for a heartbeat the outlines of people frozen in motion, faces tilted upward, eyes wide, mouths open, waiting for a breath that would not come. The city that had once glittered with color was gone. Painted over in a single hue, the murals, the gardens, the laughter, all turned to silence and dust, and still the fire came closer. Waves of heat rolling down from the mountain, invisible, but felt a pressure that crushed the lungs. The flames not yet touching but already claiming inside the temples, priests whispered broken prayers. Incense mixed with smoke until the air itself became holy with fear. The statues of the gods seemed to stare blankly through the haze, unmoved, as if even divinity could do nothing but watch. And outside, the ash piled higher, rising to windowsills, to the height of doors, till streets became tunnels of dust, and movements slowed to crawling. The city was sinking without water, drowning in the breath of the mountain. Far beyond the city, ships that had sailed too close tried to turn back their decks, covered in ash, sailors coughing. Eyes burning the sea, no longer calm waves pushing outward, and then pulling back confused as if the earth itself shifted beneath them. Some leapt into the water, hoping it would be kinder, but even the sea boiled near the shore, heat spreading through it. Steam rising where fire met tide, the sound of it mixed with the cries from land the wind carried. None of it away, for there was no wind now, the air trapped thick, holding every sound, every scream, every prayer in place within the city. A mother carried her child wrapped in cloth, pressing the child's face to her chest. To shield it from the falling ash, each step she took sank deeper, her sandals lost behind her, her dress gray. Her hair wet with sweat and dust. She could see nothing ahead, only the vague shape of a building. Maybe a temple, maybe a ruin. She kept walking. The child silent now, too weak to cry, too tired to understand. The world had shrunk to heat and weight and sound. And she kept walking because stopping meant thinking. And thinking meant despair. The streets that had once led to markets now led nowhere. Doors buried walls, cracked a city unmade while still standing. The amphitheater, once echoing with cheers, was now a hollow bowl filling with ash, the benches buried row by row, and in its center, a silence that would last centuries. Above it, the sky churned, red flashing through black. The mountain's plume rising still higher, wider, until it spread over miles, blotting out day, even in distant towns. People far away could see it, could feel the ash fall lightly upon them like gray rain. And they whispered of the gods, of punishment, of omens. But in Pompeii, there were no whispers left, only breath and fire. Those who had found shelter in cellars now found death instead. As air turned to poison, as the ash sealed every crack, some fell asleep before they could wake again, the heat cradling them like a cruel comfort. And above them, the sound of collapse went on, a roof giving way, a wall surrendering, a statue falling forward into dust. And yet even then there was beauty in the destruction. Slow motion of the falling ash, how it swirled in the dim light, how it made the world seem weightless and heavy at once. The shapes of the city dissolving into the storm until nothing had edges. Everything soft, everything blurred, as if the world itself were closing its eyes. People tried to speak, but their voices failed, swallowed by the air that no longer carried sound. It was as though Pompeii had become a dream spoken by the mountain, and the mountain would not stop dreaming. Hour by hour the city grew stiller. Fewer movements, fewer sounds, only the endless hiss of falling ash and the distant living growl of fire, time lost meaning. Day and night blended. Those who still breathed did not know how long they had been trapped. Whether it had been hours or days, the world above them now, unrecognizable. But the mountain remembered. The mountain had waited centuries for this single breath, and now it exhaled until nothing living dared answer. The fire reached the edges of the city. Trees caught flame without warning. The air itself shimmered with heat. And those who had hidden in wells or vaults could hear it, a low rush like wind through leaves. Only it was not wind. It was death itself moving closer, unseen, inevitable. When it came without warning, a surge of searing air, a wave of ash and gas that swept through streets and homes alike. Faster than sound, hotter than flame, the last screams turned to silence. In an instant, the mountain's breath turned everything. It touched to stillness, and the world grew quiet as if in reverence only the hiss of ash falling remained. Soft, endless like snow over graves, Pompeii was gone, not yet buried fully. But gone its heart stopped. Its story paused in fire and above. Yet the mountain still burned patient, slow, alive. By the time the mountain's fire had quieted, the air no longer moved. And what had been a city was now a silence. A gray stillness that stretched from one broken wall to another. The streets buried, the doors sealed, the fountains stilled. The breath of Pompeii held in stone and dust, the storm had passed, leaving behind not ruin but a memory. Faint and perfect, caught beneath layers of ash that settled like snow over the outlines of life. Chairs stood where they had been left. Bowls still resting on tables, a loaf of bread turned to stone by heat, a dog curled in its chain as though asleep. Every detail kept, every motion halted. The fire had taken sound and color and movement, but not shape. It had frozen all things as they were. The moment of ending turned into eternity. A city paused in its last gesture. Some houses still stood tall, their columns and walls intact, though inside them air had become dust. People had become shadows, their bodies pressed into the ash like whispers, arms raised, faces hidden, the gestures of fear preserved in silence. The mountain no longer roared. It breathed softly now, a faint smoke trailing from its crown, as if sighing after its own destruction. Around its base the land was gray. No green, no sound, no seabird calling. Even the air seemed unwilling to stir, and over the buried city, the ash continued to fall. Slower now, gentler, sealing everything in layers of time. Within the stillness, there was a strange peace, the kind that comes after great storms, the kind that feels holy and wrong. For though all life was gone, what remained was beautiful in its quietness. The broken beams, the collapsed roofs, the scattered amphorae, all covered by a softness that disguised the violence beneath. And if one stood upon the slope of Vesuvius then, and looked down, one would not see a tragedy, but a plain of pale dust, shimmering faintly in the weak sunlight, serene, untouched, as if the earth had decided to erase its own wound with calm. The sea, too, had quieted, the waves creeping slowly back to the shore, carrying with them bits of charred wood, broken pottery, the remnants of the city's heartbeat, but no cries, no fire, only the whisper of tide meeting ash. Time moved differently now, slower, almost unwilling. The sun rose, but its light seemed dulled. As though afraid to disturb the sleeping city and nearby towns, survivors watched from afar. Some wept, some simply stared, unable to understand that a place so full of laughter could vanish in a single day. They spoke of the mountain as a god, of punishment, of destiny. They said the city must have angered heaven, but the truth was simpler, more silent. The earth had simply remembered its power. And Pompeii had been caught breathing centuries past. Rain fell, ash-hardened seasons, layered over one another until the city became part of the hill vines grew where streets once ran. Roots coiled through houses where families had once sat. The world forgot, as it always does. The noise of living drowned out the memory of what had been buried. And the mountain slept again, its slopes green once more. Its anger hidden beneath calm soil, travelers passed without knowing. Farmers plowed fields above bones. Children played on ground that held statues of the dead. The air was sweet again, the sea gentle, and only at night. When the wind blew across the slopes, some swore they could hear faint sounds, the echo of footsteps, the whisper of laughter, the ghost of life trapped beneath the ash. But the world does not listen long to ghosts. And so centuries continued their slow turning, until one day men digging in the earth struck stone where no stone should have been, and beneath their hands, shapes began to appear. Walls painted with colors still bright after endless years of darkness, rooms perfectly preserved. Bread still on the table, chains still in place, a city perfectly asleep, waiting to be seen again. They called others. They uncovered more. I wore. And what emerged from the earth was not ruin, but memory made solid. Pompeii woke again, though its people did not. The air that touched its streets for the first time in centuries was thick with dust and awe. The world looked upon it and saw itself, fragile, proud, temporary, everything that lives, believing it cannot end, and everything that ends, leaving traces that outlast memory. The city that had once died in fire was reborn in silence. Every house a story, every body a question, and as the diggers brushed away centuries of ash, they uncovered faces frozen in the instant between breath and stillness, gestures of fear, of prayer, of protection. And though they could not know the names, they could feel the human weight of them. The familiarity of loss, the closeness of death that feels like sleep. Pompeii had become a mirror, showing not only what was lost, but what always remains. The small things, the marks of daily life. The half-finished tasks that reveal the tenderness of existence. A cup overturned, a cloak folded on a chair, footprint that leads nowhere. All preserved as if time itself had loved them too much to let them go. And as the sun fell upon those ruins once more, it seemed to shine not on death, but on stillness, on the quiet truth that life, no matter how loud, always ends in silence, and that silence, like ash, keeps its shape long after the fire fades. The city lay under a thick blanket of ash, still and quiet, yet it held the echoes of 1,000 tiny lives, the weight of every whispered. Name every half-spoken sentence, every footstep that had once moved freely along its streets. And though the wind no longer carried voices, though the fire had claimed sound and motion alike, the air above Pompeii seemed heavy with memory, each building a silent testament to moments that would never be repeated. The baker who had pulled bread from his oven, the children running through courtyards, the merchant haggling with a stranger over the price of oil, all of them caught in the instant before the mountain struck, and now the instant stretched into eternity. Preserved beneath layers of gray dust, the voices unheard, but somehow present, the gestures frozen, a hand raised to shield eyes, a mother clutching a child, a man pressing a coin to his chest, each movement a small argument with death, each posture a refusal to vanish without mark. In the villa's frescoes still glowed faintly. Scenes of gods and heroes smiling down on rooms that would never be entered again. The colors dulled but intact, as if the ash itself had taken a vow to preserve beauty in the midst of ruin. The streets, once noisy with life, now held only shadows of footsteps pressed into hardened dust. A record of where people had tried to go, where they had hoped to escape, the directions they had chosen in desperation. The roads that led nowhere, the doors that could not open. The city had become a map of frozen intentions, monument not to architecture, but to living, to breathing, to failing to outrun what is inevitable. The amphitheater, empty yet full of ghosts, benches pressed into ash. The arena itself, a crater of memory, the sounds of cheering replaced by a hush that stretched over centuries. And above all of it, the mountain rested, its fury spent for the moment its breath, lingering like incense, reminding the living and the future that even in stillness power remained far from the city. Farmers walked there. Fields unaware, children played on roads that led nowhere but toward silence. Travelers paused to admire distant hills, not knowing the lives buried beneath their feet. And yet the voices persisted, though unheard, carried invisibly by the ash, the memory of laughter, of weeping, of cries that had never reached the ears of gods or men, preserved in the shapes of the bodies, the angles of limbs, the press of a hand against a wall. A foot still caught in a sandal, the city was a book of gestures, a diary of breath, each line unreadable but complete. The wind did not disturb them. Rain hardened the dust into layers that sealed everything in, and in that sealing, time itself became slow, pliant, willing to cradle the dead as it had once carried the living. Centuries passed, yet Pompeii remained. Not as rubble, but as monument. Not as history, but as memory. Streets a manuscript, written in stone and ash. And when men finally returned, when digging tools struck walls and floors and staircases, when lanterns revealed rooms untouched for generations, the unburied voices rose once more, quiet, patient, speaking not in sound, but in shape, in gesture, in the careful record of what had been a table, still laid with amphorae and cups, a cloak folded over a chair, footprints leading to nothing, the positions of bodies telling stories of fear, of hope, of waiting, of surrender, every face hidden, free hand pressing, clutching, reaching, a silent choir of presence preserved. The city itself speaking softly to those who could listen, to those willing to be still, to touch walls without moving too quickly, to let eyes linger over details that time had held back. Some scholars and excavators were awed, some terrified, all moved. For Pompeii demanded a particular attention, a slow, reverent approach. And the voices were everywhere, in the curve of a stair, the tilt of a roof, the pattern of tiles pressed into ash. Each telling the story of an instant that would never return. The unburied voices were patient. They waited for centuries. They waited for hands to brush away dust, to illuminate color, to uncover the half-forgotten, and when they were seen, they told of more than fear, more than pain. More than heat and smoke, they told of life, the small acts of living, the faint rituals of breakfast and dressing, of caring and playing, the endless, quiet beauty of human motion, even as the mountains slept above. The silence of the city was not empty. It was full of intention, full of shape, full of everything that had once been. The voices spoke of everyday things, of bread baked, of wine poured, of hair combed, of children kissed, of hands held, of eyes closing in sleep. The ordinary acts preserved in extraordinary circumstances. And the deeper one looked, the more one felt the persistence of these traces, the care with which life had left its mark on the city. The ash, a custodian of memory, a gentle archivist, for those who walked the streets, who peered into the villas and shops, who traced fingers along walls. It felt as if the people had simply stepped aside, waiting for centuries to be discovered, to be recognized, to be remembered. And in that recognition, the unburied voices gained sound, not in the way we hear with ears, but in the way we feel with the mind, with the imagination. The quiet heart that can sense absence and presence simultaneously, even as the mountain remained dormant. Its slopes green, its summit peaceful, it still cradled the memory of its eruption. It still held the heat and anger that had claimed the city. It still whispered to those who listened carefully that power is patient, and that life, fragile as it is, always leaves marks. The ash hardened, streets remained, walls stayed standing, staircases and thresholds remembered the footsteps that crossed them, and every object, every fragment, was a word in a long, ongoing sentence that told, not of death alone, but of the lives that preceded it. The diggers who unearthed Pompeii often paused, feeling the weight of those frozen gestures, the unburied voices pressing softly against the mind, and even when the tools moved, even when walls crumbled under hands, the city seemed to breathe faintly, the ash shifting, settling, speaking of time held, of life paused, of human presence made eternal. For those who could imagine, for those who could listen with more than ears, the unburied voices were alive, quiet, patient, waiting, teaching not history, but stillness, showing that in the simplest acts, the briefest moments life is. Recorded, preserved, remembered even in the face of fire and stone, and so the city remained under the mountain. Its voices hidden but unbroken, its streets still moving in frozen gestures, its buildings full of breathless people, waiting for someone to see them, to acknowledge their existence, to know that they had been, and that they had lived fully. If only for a moment, if only for an instant before the ash fell. The fire swept, the silence claimed, and in that pause, the unburied voices whispered endlessly to anyone who would be still enough to listen, to understand, to feel, for even in absence there is presence, even in death there is record. And even in a city destroyed, there is life written in the quiet. In the ash, in the frozen gestures, in the shapes that hold memory longer than words, longer than time, longer than thought itself. And so Pompeii speaks, softly, patiently, endlessly, through its unburied voices. After the eruption, the mountain rested, its slopes green once more, summit crowned with faint wisps of smoke that curled like lazy fingers into the sky. The silence it held was not empty. It was full of weight, full of memory, as if the mountain remembered every sound it had ever made, every stone it had thrown, every breath it had claimed. Above it, the wind moved slowly, careful not to disturb the ash that still blanketed Pompeii. And though centuries passed, the mountain remained vigilant, watching, patient, indifferent, yet somehow conscious for those who had lived under it. Those who had run and fallen and hidden the mountain was a presence. A steady witness, it saw the lives of people as small, bright flares that ignited and vanished, and then it waited years, passing like soft footsteps. The forests grew back, birds returned, streams flowed again, the air smelled of green and rain, the mountain's fury a memory. A heartbeat deep within stone, travelers walked its slopes. Unaware of what lay beneath, farmers planted vines along its base. Children climbed its foothills, oblivious to history, yet the mountain watched, the quiet continuing a slow, patient meditation, and beneath its slopes, Pompeii remained buried and preserved. Its streets and houses untouched by wind or rain, the ash hardened into layers that kept time at bay. The city became a secret held within the mountain's shadow. Only to be discovered centuries later, the mountain had claimed what was human, what was fragile, and in that taking it had become eternal, silent now. Though beneath its calm, the energy that had destroyed the city still slept molten rock resting in veins, gas-trapped in stone. The potential of anger and fire held in check by patience. It was a quiet watch, not cruel, but inexorable. The mountain waited for the world to forget, for life to return above it, for those who lived to think of it only as a hill, only as a horizon, only as a shape that bore witness without comment. And yet it did comment subtly, through tremors, through the occasional plume of smoke, through the whispers of birds disturbed in the trees, a reminder that beneath calm, the mountain is alive, patient, capable, infinite. Time passed slowly. Centuries layered upon centuries, empires rose and fell, languages changed, the world reshaped itself, and yet Vesuvius remained unchanged, watching, remembering, its slopes now quiet, its summits serene. And in that serenity, there was tension. A waiting, a slow rhythm, the mountain breathing gently, and beneath it, Pompeii slept, untouched by rain or wind, preserved in ash. The unburied voices resting, waiting, the streets frozen, the gestures of the last moments captured. The mountains watched, making sure nothing would erase them entirely. Even as centuries claimed memory, even as human life moved on. Even as the world forgot, it slept with vigilance. The quiet that follows fury, the calm that comes only after the deepest storm, and sometimes. When the sun set over its crown, the light caught on ash and stone, and for a heartbeat, Pompeii seemed to shimmer, as if alive again. As if the city beneath the mountain had opened its eyes for a moment, acknowledging the living. And the mountain held that moment, patient, slow, indifferent, and infinite. And yet connected, for all things beneath it were part of its quiet, part of its watch, the unburied voices and frozen streets. The ash and stone, the memories pressed into every corner, every threshold, every step of human intention. It all rested beneath the mountain's patient gaze, unchanging, steady, eternal. And the mountain, though silent, seemed to speak in its own way, in tremors too small to feel, in smoke too thin to see, the shapes of clouds drifting past its summit. And for those who knew how to listen, for those who moved slowly, for those who imagined it, said something constant, something human, something eternal. It spoke of time, of the persistence of presence, of the permanence of small acts, of the lives that once ran its slopes, that ran its streets, that laughed and ate and feared and hoped. It spoke of the weight of history, not in stone or writing, but in breath, in pause, in observation, in the quiet attention of a mountain that remembers everything. And for centuries, it waited, watching the changes of the world, cities built and destroyed nearby, the forests that spread and receded, the people who came to live and die in its shadow. Yet it never forgot, never failed, never ceased its quiet surveillance. When humans finally returned to uncover the city it had swallowed, to brush away the ash and reveal walls and fresco staircases and tables, statues and amphorae, the mountain watched, still calm and eternal, knowing the city beneath it had been preserved, remembered, and revealed at its own pace. For the mountain does not rush, it does not demand, it simply waits, and in its waiting, it teaches that time, power, life, and death are all measured differently when viewed from the slopes of eternity. The unburied voices spoke once more when hands cleared ash, when lanterns revealed frozen gestures, when the shape of a life pressed into stone could finally be seen, and the mountain, silent above, seemed satisfied, though it did not move, though it did not speak, though it did not breathe loudly. Its quiet watch had ensured the persistence of memory, the preservation of life's echo, the careful record of what once was. And in that quiet, there was something almost human, a patience, a constancy, fidelity to the world it had shaped and observed. And for those who studied the ruins, for those who walked the preserved streets, for those who traced their fingers along walls that had not known touch for centuries, the mountain's quiet watch was felt in every heartbeat, every breath, every pause, a constant reminder that the world is larger, slower, more enduring than individual life, yet capable of holding individual moments intact. The heat of eruption long gone, the ash hardened and settled, the city preserved beneath. The mountain's watch continued, a rhythm slow enough to be almost imperceptible, yet steady, eternal. It reminded those who saw its shadow that the past is never gone, that memory can be preserved in stone and dust, in silence and stillness. In the patient attention of the mountain itself, and in that attention Pompeii slept, waited, remembered. Forever beneath Vesuvius' quiet, vigilant gaze. Centuries passed, the world moved on above Vesuvius. Empires rose and fell. Cities thrived and crumbled, and still the mountain stood, patient, silent, guarding its secret beneath layers of soil and stone. The ash that had swallowed Pompeii hardened into an invisible vault, quiet that held every sound and breath of a city, frozen yet alive in its memory. Travelers walked along roads above the buried streets, unaware of what lay beneath their feet. The air smelled of pine and rain, the wind rustled the leaves, the sun glinted off distant water, and the world above seemed ordinary, yet beneath it silence reigned. Deep, uninterrupted, complete, a silence not of absence but of preservation. The city waited, patient, for its rediscovery. And when curiosity first stirred in the hands of men who dug into the hills, it was a tentative touch, a brush against stone, a whisper of what had been. At first, nothing seemed remarkable. The soil gave way to hardened ash. Fragments of pottery appeared, small traces of everyday life. But as the excavations deepened, a pattern emerged. A city frozen in motion, gestures held, objects untouched. Footprints pressed into hardened dust, staircases preserved, walls standing, frescoes revealed, colors surviving the centuries. The rediscovery of silence was like opening a window into another world. The unburied voices, long patient, began to speak once more. Not with sound, but with presence, with shape. With memory pressed into every surface, each room a stage, each street a corridor of frozen motion. It was not chaos that greeted the diggers, but calm, deliberate. A city preserved in the instant before destruction, the silence was palpable, thick. As if the mountain itself had instructed the world to move gently, to observe without hurry, to feel without disturbing. And the objects that emerged told stories more human than history. A cup overturned, a cloak draped, a child frozen mid-step, a dog pressed to a threshold, all preserved in gestures that revealed not only fear and panic, but tenderness, care, intention, lives lived fully in their brief, interrupted span. As the excavators moved carefully through the streets, they felt the weight of centuries, the accumulation of dust, the echo of lives. The patience of the mountain above, every step brought another revelation, another frozen moment, another silent voice. The rediscovery of silence was also the rediscovery of life. Paradoxical though it seemed, for even in death, even in ash, even in a city, claimed by fire and smoke, there remained the record of humanity. Carefully pressed into layers of stone and dust, for every room uncovered, every fresco revealed, every threshold leaned, spoke of moments before disaster. Moments of morning bread, of conversation, of children playing, of lovers walking, of families tending gardens. Gestures so ordinary they seemed eternal when preserved in the absence of motion. And the mountain, quiet above, seemed to grant permission for this revelation. Patient still, indifferent, yet watchful. Letting the world see what it had held for centuries, the streets once busy with life now lined with tools and lanterns of men who moved slowly. Careful not to disturb the memory, careful not to erase the silence. The rediscovery of silence was not sudden. It was a slow unveiling. Layer by layer, room by room, street by street revealing. Pompeii as it had been in the last moments of its living days, the air thick with dust and the quiet hum of attentive work. The unburied voices were everywhere, pressing softly against minds that would listen, teaching that preservation is itself an act of care, that the past is not gone, only waiting to be observed, to be felt, to be acknowledged. Each gesture captured beneath the hardened ash seemed deliberate. A city recorded for those who could read it, for those who could pause long enough to notice. The rediscovery of silence carried with it a strange reverence for the world above, full of noise and motion, suddenly felt smaller, slower, less certain. The city beneath reminded the living of what is fleeting, what is fragile, what is infinitely precious. The work of uncovering walls and staircases and mosaics was itself a meditation. A slow reading of gestures frozen in time, every step measured, every touch, cautious, every breath taken lightly so as not to disturb centuries of careful stillness. And as the diggers moved deeper, the silence expanded, encompassing them, enfolding them, so that even words seemed unnecessary. Even thoughts became softer, slower, more deliberate. The rediscovery of silence was teaching patience, teaching attention, teaching respect for what had been lost, for what had been preserved. The mountain's presence above loomed in shadow, green and calm, yet full of memory, and the rediscovery of silence was also an encounter with that presence, the dormant power that had claimed the city, the patient observer that had waited centuries for hands to uncover what it had hidden. And every layer of ash removed revealed not only buildings and streets, but intention. The gestures of people going about ordinary acts, frozen mid-motion, every object a testament, every footprint a record. And as the excavators reached the forum, the temples, the amphitheater, the quiet expanded further. A city breathing softly under layers of earth. The rediscovery of silence was complete in the sense that every uncovering was a revelation. Every detail a whisper, every preserved wall, a testament to lives lived. And though no one could hear voices, the gestures. spoke volumes, a mother cradling a child, a baker's tools left where they had been a dog. Pressed to the corner of a courtyard, the unburied voices returning in stillness, the rediscovery of silence was also the rediscovery of the human rhythm, the ordinary acts that define life, preserved, immortalized, beyond fear. Beyond destruction, beyond the passage of time, the mountain above rested still, patient, its quiet watch unbroken, even as humans walked the streets they uncovered, even as walls were brushed clean. Even as frescoes revealed faces and colors, the mountain remained a silent sentinel, a reminder that calm and destruction, memory and forgetting, life and death, are always intertwined. And in that intertwining, the rediscovery of silence became more than an archaeological event. It became a meditation on the persistence of memory, the endurance of presence, the careful record of lives interrupted. And in every stone, in every fragment, in every preserved gesture, the city whispered again, teaching the living how to be still, how to notice, how to feel, how to honor the moments that are all we truly ever have. And in that silence rediscovered, the unburied voices spoke endlessly, patiently, quietly, like a lullaby to the centuries, teaching that even after fire and ash, even after sudden endings, life leaves traces, and those traces can be heard if one only listens. In the quiet of the unearthed streets, as the traces of lives pressed into stone spoke louder than words, each threshold, each step, each fallen tile carrying the memory of people who had lived and moved and feared, the city itself had become a record, not of architecture, but of the smallest human gestures, the gestures that define existence, a cup left on a table, a cloak draped over a chair, footprints frozen mid-step, all telling of a day that would never continue. The lives traced in stone were patient, enduring, waiting for hands to brush away ash, for eyes to see what time had held in silence, each preserved wall a page, each mosaic a line of poetry, each figure pressed into plaster a story, not of fame or wealth, but of ordinary life. And as the excavators moved carefully through Pompeii, they felt the weight of these presences, felt the careful intention of movement halted, gestures frozen, every detail revealing the rhythm of daily existence, a mother holding a child at a fountain, a man counting coins at a table, a baker pausing with a loaf in hand, the lives traced in stone told of hope and fear, of the ordinary and the urgent, of small joys and mundane tasks, all captured in the instant before the mountain's fury descended. Even the animals of the city, dogs, cats, birds, frozen mid-motion, told stories of loyalty, of curiosity, of instinct, the living preserved in the moment they had last breathed. The mountain's eruption had stolen their motion, but not their record. The city was a manuscript of humanity, each stone a letter, each ash-encased gesture a sentence. And in that writing, in that record, the unburied voices whispered endlessly, teaching that even in destruction there is preservation. Even in silence there is story. The lives traced in stone were not heroic, not grand, but ordinary. And in their ordinariness they were eternal. And as the sun fell upon the exposed streets, the shadows fell across mosaics and thresholds, highlighting the shapes of gestures, the contours of motion, the preserved intentions of people long gone, and in that light the city seemed alive again. Not with sound, but with presence. Not with motion, but with memory. The mountain above remained quiet, patient, its crown green, its slopes serene. Yet beneath it, life's traces waited, preserved, eternal. The lives traced in stone reminded the living that even in the face of sudden endings, the ordinary matters, the small acts endure. The careful placement of objects, the habitual motion of the body, the gestures repeated daily, all become records, all become stories, all become whispers to those who come after. And as archaeologists uncovered rooms and courtyards, as they brushed away centuries of ash and dust, the traces revealed more than fear, more than panic. They revealed care, love, attention, intention. And in that revelation, the mountain seemed to approve, patient, silent, ever watchful, teaching that time does not erase, that memory can persist, that even the smallest life can leave a mark. The lives traced in stone included the wealthy, and the poor, the young and the old, merchants and laborers, children and animals. Everyone pressed into the same record, the ash a great equalizer, preserving not fame, but presence, not accomplishment, but act, and in this quiet archive, one could see the rhythm of life itself, the heartbeat of a city frozen, the pattern of human motion captured forever, doors held ajar, staircases climbed, halfway furniture arranged as it had been, windows open to a morning that would never continue. The mountain's breath no longer consumed the city, but protected its record. The lives traced in stone were patient, enduring, infinite in their silent testimony. And as centuries passed, the rediscovery of these traces became a meditation, a slow reading of human rhythm, a quiet observation of what it means to exist. The unburied voices spoke not in sound, but in the shapes they left behind, in the impressions, in the frozen gestures, in the carefully preserved details, teaching the living about presence, about attention, about the delicate fragility and persistence of human life. In every new discovery, every room uncovered, every footprint revealed, was a gentle reminder that life leaves marks. And though life ends, the traces remain, and the mountain above watched. Patient, knowing eternal, the lives traced in stone were a library of gestures, a testament of ordinary existence, a record of human breath held in suspension. And for those who walked among these preserved streets, who traced fingers over walls and mosaics, the weight of those gestures, the memory of those moments pressed softly into the mind, reminding them of mortality, of continuity, of the persistence of memory. The mountain, quiet above, seemed to smile in its own way, the city beneath preserved. Not for grandeur or glory, but for life itself. Every step, every hand, every glance preserved in ash and stone. The lives traced in stone spoke to patience, to stillness, to observation, to care, teaching that what is ordinary can become eternal. What is fleeting can become preserved, what is small can become monumental, and as night fell upon the exposed ruins, the shadows deepened. Stretching across thresholds and courtyards, the unburied voices pressing softly against imagination, the city shimmering faintly, alive in memory, alive in shape, alive in gesture. The mountain remained, patient, silent, eternal, its crown green, its slopes serene, watching over the city it had claimed, preserving the lives it had touched, teaching the world above that life, no matter how ordinary, leaves, traces, traces that endure, traces that speak, traces that whisper endlessly. As long as someone is willing to listen, the lives traced in stone continue their quiet lesson, calm, patient, infinite. And the city beneath the mountain waits, still and complete, holding the unburied voices, holding the traces of life, holding the quiet memory of existence itself, preserved in stone, preserved in ash, preserved in time, eternal beneath Vesuvius' watchful crown. The mountain rose above the land, its slopes green, its summit calm. Yet beneath that quiet surface lay centuries of memory, the eruption that had claimed Pompeii lingering like a pulse, out invisible yet undeniable, casting a shadow not only across the city it had buried, but across generations. The shadow of Vesuvius was eternal, not in darkness alone, but in presence, in weight, in the way it demanded attention without movement. Travelers walking near its base felt a pull they could not name, quiet reverence, a subtle awe, for the mountain carried within it not only fire, but patience, and that patience stretched over centuries. The city beneath remained hidden, preserved in ash, frozen in gestures, each street, each house, each threshold a record of lives interrupted. The unburied voices pressing softly against memory, waiting for someone to listen. The eternal shadow of Vesuvius was more than geological. It was temporal, psychological, a reminder that even the calmest presence may contain immense power. Even the greenest slopes may cover fury, and those who lived in its vicinity for centuries after learned to respect not just its size, but its silence, its stillness, its watchful patience. As time passed, the world above changed. Cities rose and fell. People came and went. Empires thrived and collapsed. Languages shifted, yet the mountain remained unchanged, ever present. And beneath it, Pompeii lay waiting. The lives within frozen, preserved, the gestures untouched, The ash hardened into layers that resisted time. Holding memory in suspension, the shadow of Vesuvius extended beyond the physical. It reached into the minds of those who lived near it. The stories of destruction whispered across generations, tales of sudden fire, of ash falling like gray snow, screams swallowed by the mountain's breath, of people caught mid-step, frozen in terror and care, teaching the living to move with caution, to respect the ground beneath them, to understand that nature is patient and can strike suddenly. And as centuries passed, curiosity led men and women to dig into the slopes, to uncover what had been lost. The rediscovery of Pompeii brought the shadow closer, not in darkness, but in understanding, revealing the city beneath layers of time, showing the frozen gestures, the unburied voices, the lives pressed into stone. And ash, and even as the city was uncovered, the mountain above remained silent, watchful, its shadow eternal, teaching through presence rather than action, reminding the world that the past is never truly gone, only waiting for hands to brush away dust. For eyes to see what has been preserved, every excavation a dialogue with memory, every uncovered room a conversation with centuries, and the shadow of Vesuvius seemed to embrace all of it, holding the past, the present, and the living together. The mountain's calm exterior contrasted with the violence it had once released, reminder that extremes exist, patience and fury, stillness and eruption. Life and death, all intertwined. The city beneath its shadow revealed gestures of daily life, of mundane acts made eternal, a mother holding her child, a man counting coins. A baker paused mid-motion, animals frozen in instinctive behavior, every detail preserved by the ash, every movement recorded. The unburied voices soft yet persistent, whispering to those who uncovered them, telling stories not of fame, but of existence, living, of breathing, of the ordinary elevated to eternal. And in this eternal shadow, there was a lesson, calm, slow, unhurried. The mountain had claimed Pompeii, yet in doing so, had preserved it, had ensured that life's traces would endure, would be seen again, would be understood. The eternal shadow was thus both a warning and a gift, showing the power of nature and the persistence of memory. The excavations revealed streets, villas, courtyards, forums, temples, every detail captured. Every gesture frozen, the unburied voices resuming their patient communication, teaching observers how to read silence, how to see motion held still, how to understand that life, even in its abrupt end, leaves traces. The shadow stretched further, encompassing not only the buried city, but the minds of those who came near, shaping imagination, shaping reverence, shaping respect, centuries of oversight pressed into awareness, and the mountain continued to watch, patient, silent, calm. Its presence a constant in a world of change. Storms passed, seasons turned, empires rose and fell. Yet the mountain's shadow remained, eternal, and beneath it Pompeii rested, frozen, preserved. Its streets and walls a manuscript of lives lived, gestures recorded, moments held, and in that manuscript the unburied voices spoke endlessly, teaching patience, teaching observation, teaching reverence for the ordinary. The eternal shadow of Vesuvius was thus more than geological. It was moral, psychological, temporal. It extended into the consciousness of those who discovered the city, reminding them that life is fragile, fleeting, yet capable of leaving lasting traces. Every uncovered object, every restored wall, every revealed mosaic. A word, a sentence, a story, and the mountain watched silent, patient, eternal, as the city beneath was slowly read and understood. The shadow enveloping not just the streets and houses, but the minds of the living, teaching the importance of stillness, the weight of time, the persistence of memory, the subtle patience of the natural world. And as sunlight fell over the ruins, as shadows stretched across the exposed streets, the unburied voices pressed softly against imagination, whispering of lives that had been, gestures that had mattered, moments that were held forever beneath ash and stone. The eternal shadow reminded observers of their own impermanence. It offered consolation in the persistence of trace. The mountain above, calm, green, serene, bore witness to the unfolding of centuries, to the slow excavation, to the quiet rediscovery, to the enduring whispers of the unburied voices, teaching that while lives end, the gestures, the small acts, the ordinary moments, traced in stone, in ash, in memory, endure beneath the patient, eternal shadow of Vesuvius, and as the wind moved gently over its slopes, as birds called and streams flowed, as humans walked the uncovered streets, the mountain remained still timeless, its shadow eternal, a constant observer, a keeper of memory, a witness to lives traced in ash, in stone, in gesture, a teacher of patience, of reverence, of the quiet persistence of life remembered. The city beneath the mountain spoke softly, endlessly, its voice carried not in sound, but in the weight of presence. In the gestures frozen in ash and stone, the walls and streets holding the memory of life, of motion, of ordinary days suspended forever, and as the excavators moved carefully through the uncovered spaces, they felt the breath of history pressing against their awareness, the unburied voices whispering not in urgency, but in patience, teaching that life, even abruptly ended, leaves traces that endure every threshold, every table, every footstep captured in silence. Every object revealing the rhythm of a life, the pattern of a day, the intimacy of existence. Pompeii's endless whisper was not mournful. It was calm, slow, hypnotic, a lullaby of presence pressed into stone, a meditation on the persistence of being. And as the mountain rested above, green and serene, its shadow eternal, it seemed to cradle the city, not with fury, but with patience, not with destruction, but with preservation. Every eruption long past, every fire cooled, yet the memory of it remained in the posture of houses, in the slope of roofs, in the tilt of walls, teaching the living that endings are neither silent nor final when recorded in gesture. In object, in shape, the endless whisper flowed through streets and forums. Villas and baths, amphitheaters and temples, tracing the lives of those caught mid-motion, mothers holding children, merchants counting coins, bakers pausing with loaves in hand, dogs curled in corners, footprints frozen in paths. Every detail pressed into eternity, and the excavators moving lanterns across frescoes, tracing mosaics with gloved fingers, felt the quiet of presence, the calm insistence of memory. Pompeii's endless whisper did not shout, it did not demand. It only existed, an existence. Preserved in ash and stone, became its own story, teaching that ordinary life, observed carefully, can endure longer than fire, longer than collapse, or longer than centuries of soil and silence. And as the work continued, as rooms were revealed, courtyards cleaned, walls exposed, the whisper grew, not in volume but in weight, pressing against the mind, slowing thought, softening motion, reminding observers that the lives captured here had been ordinary, human, real, yet immortal, for the mountain above watched silently, eternal, patient, its shadow encompassing both the buried city and the living observers, teaching through calm presence, through observation, through quiet endurance. The endless whisper spoke of the moments before eruption, the small acts of existence, the gestures frozen in ash, the city captured in a single timeless instant. And though no one could hear voices, the shapes, the positions, the preserved objects communicated endlessly, pressing lessons of life into anyone willing to pause, to notice, to be still. The whisper was everywhere, in thresholds, in doorways, in staircases, bowls left on tables, in footprints pressed into dust, in frescoed walls smiling faintly from centuries past, teaching the persistence of ordinary action, the preservation of intention, the immortality of small acts. And as the sun shifted across the uncovered city, light revealed shadows cast centuries ago, angles of gestures, the frozen motions of breath and reach, every surface telling a story, every object a word, every preserved detail a sentence in an infinite silent manuscript. Pompeii's endless whisper moved through time, linking the living and the dead, teaching that memory exists not only in writing or speech, but in gesture, in shape, in presence, in ash and stone. Ash! And as layers of centuries were brushed away, revealing streets and courtyards, villas and temples, the whisper pressed more insistently, demanding attention, patience, observation, teaching that the smallest details matter, that the ordinary is eternal when preserved, that silence itself is a form of voice, that a city frozen in ash is a city alive in memory. The mountain above, calm and eternal, seemed to approve, patient, indifferent, yet intimately connected to the city below. The endless whisper flowed from street to street, house to house, room to room, staircase to courtyard, pressing softly against the mind, against imagination, against the heart, carrying the gestures of lives interrupted, frozen mid-motion, yet eternal. The whisper revealed love, care, fear, hope, intention, the daily acts of life elevated into immortality by the pause of destruction. Pompeii's endless whisper was not solitary. It was shared, reaching anyone willing to notice. Teaching through observation, through patience, through calm attention, reminding that every life leaves traces, that every motion matters, that the ordinary persists beyond time, and the mountain, silent above, watched, patient, eternal. Its shadow, a protective presence over both city and observers. Its calm, a lesson in endurance. The city beneath it remained a record of humanity, a manuscript of existence, a collection of gestures, every threshold, every stare, every object a word, every footprint a line of story. The unburied voices pressed softly against imagination, teaching endlessly, softly, without urgency, without hurry. And as the diggers worked, as the light shifted, as centuries of dust were removed, the whisper became tangible. A sensation of life frozen yet persistent, a meditation on the ordinary, a lullaby of stillness. Teaching that life, though finite, leaves permanent traces. That presence can outlast fire. That gesture can outlast centuries. That memory is preserved in ash and stone, and as the mountain's shadows stretched across the city, encompassing streets, villas, temples, forums, baths, the whisper became infinite, flowing through time, space, mind, imagination, touching all who paused to see, to feel, to imagine. Teaching endlessly, softly, patiently, that life matters, that the ordinary is immortal, that the traces of existence endure. And even as the sun fell below the horizon, even as night drew long shadows across streets and courtyards, even as the mountain rested calm and green above, Pompeii's endless whisper persisted. Eternal, patient, soft, a quiet meditation on life, memory, gesture, and presence. A lullaby of ash and stone, a reminder that though everything ends, traces remain, unburied, preserved, whispered endlessly. Waiting for the world to listen, to feel, to notice, teaching patience, teaching reverence, teaching that the small acts of life, the ordinary gestures, the frozen motions captured in ash and stone, are eternal, and in that whisper the city lives forever beneath the eternal, watchful, calm, green, patient slopes of Vesuvius. Pompeii's endless whisper flowing softly through time, through memory, through stillness, teaching all who listen. That life, though brief, leaves echoes, and echoes like ash endure. There's a lot to talk about today. Wars and politics, emperors and their intrigues, the economy and the price of bread. But first, let's step back from the noise. Let's leave the Forum and the Colosseum behind and come to this quiet corner of the city, where rich Romans came to bathe and socialize. This is the very heart of the city, the Baths of Caracalla. In here, we can relax and enjoy the calm before the chaos of the afternoon. The day around you grows quieter. The sounds of the present moment fade, and the steady hum of life in the 21st century begins to slip away. Here the air is filled with the scent of cedar wood and lavender. There are marble statues everywhere, frozen in poses of perfect tranquility. You feel yourself melt into this atmosphere of peace. Your own cares and concerns seem to drift away. You meet a group of friends, and together you decide to explore the baths, pass through the frigidarium, the cold baths, and then the tepidarium, the warm baths. And finally, it's time for the caldarium, the hot baths. The heat envelops you like a Roman toga. Its muscles you didn't know you had tense and then relax. Every fiber of your being seems to sigh with contentment. Here, in the steamy depths of the baths, you are completely alone. The worries of the outside world can't touch you, and so you spend a long time luxuriating in the hot springs, letting the soothing water work its magic. Then, refreshed and rejuvenated, you return to the main hall and find a comfortable marble bench to relax on. As you recline, You see the handsome young men and women lounging nearby, oiled and glistening in the soft lamplight. You smile, remembering the beauty of your own reflection in the polished marble. How elegant you looked in your finest tunic, and how perfectly your hair framed your face. In fact, you can still see that same reflection if you look hard enough. Look at the hairstyles of the people around you. What do they say about the wearer? This bald man with his carefully trimmed beard is probably an older man of some means. Wealthy men often went bald early, but they shaved and polished their heads to hide it. Younger men, like this handsome young athlete, might have their hair cropped close to the head. This style required constant upkeep, so it was usually favored by men who had servants to do their grooming for them. Those without servants might have longer hair, like this freed man, or even shoulder-length locks like this artist. But what about the women? Their hairstyles tell a different story. Married women usually wore their hair covered with a net or a scarf, like this woman. Unmarried women could wear their hair down like this one or tie it back with a ribbon. Some women wore their hair in elaborate braids or buns like this one. Others preferred simpler styles. All these hairstyles were not merely decorative. They were statements of identity, of marital status, of age. Now pay attention to the details. What else do you see? What else does the hairstyle reveal? Ah, yes, the color. The use of hair dye was widespread in the Roman world. Natural dyes were expensive, so they were often reserved for the wealthy. Henna, which produced a reddish-brown color, was very popular. Another common dye was woad, which gave a bluish-green tint to the hair. Some dyes were more expensive than others, such as the one made from crushed beetles, which produced a beautiful purple color. These dyes were so expensive that only the wealthiest Romans could afford them. And then there were the decorations. Not enough gold in your hair? Well, you could always attach some. These golden threads were very popular among the elite, and you could get them in a variety of colors. A favorite combination was gold and blue. And don't forget the flowers. Flowers and leaves were often woven into hairstyles, especially for special occasions. Laurel wreaths, for example, were a symbol of victory. Well, that was a journey back in time. I hope you enjoyed your visit to the baths of Caracalla and the chance to explore the world of Roman hair. Now it's time to wake up and get back to reality. Remember, in ancient Rome, hair was more than just a way to look good. It was a way to tell your story to the world. So the next time you look in the mirror, ask yourself, what does my hair say about me? This is the history of Roman hair. We begin with the girls. This is how they do their hair at the beginning of the evening. They wash it, scrape it dry, then divide it into 2 sections, each section into 3 braids. Each braid is given a name. One is called the garland braid, another is called the French braid, and the last one is called the running braid. It is called this because when they run, the braid bounces like a ball. They use a bronze mirror to make sure each braid is as tight as the last. They admire their reflections, the golden light of the oil lamp dancing in their polished hair. This is how they do their hair in the wealthy houses. Enslaved hairdressers wait patiently as their mistresses bathe. When the bathing is done, they help them out of the tub and dry their hair with a towel. Then the hairdresser begins the long work of twisting and turning the strands into shapes that will last until the next bath. While the women in the lower classes wear their hair plain, the wealthier women style their hair elaborately. Some of the styles are simple, like the Greek knot, just 4 strands of hair twisted together. Others are more complex, like the labyrinth, which requires 6 braids to be woven together in a specific pattern. The women who can afford it buy wigs made from the hair of their slaves, or they buy false braids, which are made from linen and decorated with gold. This is what the barbers do in their shops. They trim the short hair of Roman men, shave their beards, scrape their faces with razors. The Romans believed that the style a man wore was a sign of his masculinity. For example, the short, close-cropped haircut was only worn by men. Women were forbidden to cut their hair this short. A Roman man could also grow a full beard if he wanted to, but some men preferred to shave their beards. In the taverns, the barbers would listen intently as the men drank wine and talked about politics. Sometimes the barbers would join in the conversation. And so it was in the barber shop that news and gossip spread throughout the city. This is what happened in the temples. In the Roman world, the most important things in life were the household gods. These were small statues or images that sat in the center of the Roman house. The family would pray to these gods every morning and evening, and they would make sure to honor them with offerings. One of the most common offerings was a lock of hair. Every morning, the head of the household would take a lock of his own hair and place it at the feet of the household gods. At festivals dedicated to the gods, families would come together and offer up their hair, and the priests would take the hair and burn it as a sacrifice. And finally, this is what they left behind in the tombs. Along with other grave goods, the Romans sometimes buried their dead with a lock of hair. The hair would be placed in a small box or wrapped in cloth and buried alongside the body. Sometimes a lock of hair was all that was left behind. In the empty tomb, the hair would be preserved for centuries, a silent witness to memory and love. As the night goes on, the sounds around you will change. The girls will finish their braids and go out to play. The hairdressers will finish their work and lay down to rest. The barbers will put away their razors and close up shop. The priests will finish their rituals, and the visitors will finish their tours of the temple. The lovers will finish their embraces and part ways for the night. And you will finish this story, this experience, this moment in time. But before you go, take a moment to remember what you have heard, to hold it close, to let it echo in your bones, to let it bloom in your mind. For tonight we have traveled back to a time when every strand of hair carried meaning. Now it is up to you to keep that meaning alive. A woman stands before the bronze mirror, smoothing out her white robe. Her bare arms are strong, her fingers long and slender. She sees a dark oval shape against the polished surface, a shadow cast by the broad brim of her sun hat. She reaches up to push it back, then she hesitates. A fine sheen of sweat glistens on her upper lip. She turns away from the mirror and walks into the sunlight. She walks down a crowded street lined with shops, their goods displayed on tables outside on the narrow sidewalks. Pedestrians brush past her, merchants call out greetings. She ignores them all. She walks without aim, letting the familiar sights and sounds wash over her. She passes an old man dragging a heavy basket, a woman carrying a clay jar on her head, two boys wrestling playfully. She sees nothing. She hears nothing. In the distance, she hears a rooster crow. The sound drifts toward her, growing louder, more insistent. She stops and closes her eyes. When she opens them, she sees a group of men striding purposefully, their sandals slapping the stone pavement, their voices loud and sure. One of the men glances her way. He sees only a dark shape under the wide brim of her hat. He does not recognize her. She knows him. She has seen him in the forum, where he stands, tall and handsome, addressing the crowd. His words echo with power. People listen. She watches from a distance, hidden in the shadows. She knows his name, Marcus. She knows his father was a senator, and that one day he will take his father's place. She knows that he is engaged to be married. She does not know why she follows him. He turns the corner and disappears from sight. She lingers for a moment, then melts back into the crowd. The sun climbs higher. The air grows warmer. In a small room on a low stool, the girl with the dark hair combs her hair. She runs her fingers through the strands that escaped her braid, through the tangled mess that her small hands cannot tame. She gives up and stands. She runs her fingers over her tunic, smoothing the wrinkles. She looks for her bronze mirror, but it is gone. She finds her mother in the kitchen area. She asks about the mirror. Her mother is stirring something in a clay pot. She answers without looking up. The mirror is with her father. He is in the tribunal. She goes to the tribunal. The girl sits on a stool by the door, watching. Her father is talking, arguing. His voice rises above the others. She listens, understanding little, knowing only that her father's voice is strong and sure. When he looks her way, he beckons her closer. She moves into the circle of men, some of them friends, some rivals, and she listens. They talk of law and taxes and of a new road being built through the forum. Her father speaks against it. He says the traffic will be dangerous. The men argue. They talk of compromise. Her father will accept nothing. He stands up. He announces that he will go to the emperor himself. The men stare at her father, surprised. She has never heard such defiance in his voice. She has never seen such fire in his eyes. She looks away. When they are alone, she asks her father what he plans to do. He smiles sadly and ruffles her hair. "We'll try to stop the road," he says. "If he fails, then he will build a wall around their house. No traffic will be allowed in then," he says, kissing her forehead. She clings to him, burying her face in his robe. She does not want a road. She does not want a wall. All she wants is to be with her father. The next day, the girl with the dark hair sits on a stool by the door. Her father is gone. She is waiting for him to come home. The sun climbs higher. The air grows warmer. In the distance, she hears the rumble of carts. A group of men come through the gate in the wall. One of them is tall and handsome. He sees her and smiles, raises his hand. She recognizes his ring, the one with the engraved cameo. He calls out to her and she runs to him. When her father comes home, the girl with the dark hair hides behind Marcus. Her father is covered with dust. His clothes are torn. He is limping. The girl steps out and asks what happened. Her father looks at Marcus and shakes his head. Then he looks at the girl and forces a smile. "We were just arguing about the road," he says. "She can build it." He says, "Because I have convinced the emperor to give my land to her instead. Then he will be able to buy another piece of land somewhere else. But this road," he says, touching the girl's cheek, "will bear your name." The girl looks at Marcus, confused. "What does that mean?" she asks. "You will have a new house," he says, "one without a wall, where the road will pass right by." Beside her, a small pot rests on a table. Inside it is olive oil. She dips her fingers in, rubbing the oil onto her scalp, smoothing it down the strands of her hair. The oil softens the texture. It makes the hair shine faintly in the lamplight. It tames the frizz that the dry Roman air often created. Nearby, her younger brother splashes his face with water drawn from the impluvium. His father crouches over him with a pair of iron scissors, trimming his hair short. Roman men, for the most part, preferred neatness. A boy's hair might be allowed to grow a little longer, curling at the neck, but by adulthood, hair was cropped close, simple, and controlled. The scissors snip softly, each cut leaving little tufts of dark hair on the floor. The boy wrinkles his nose at the sound, but sits still. His father's hands are practiced, steady. This is not fashion, not vanity. It is routine, cleanliness, respectability. When another room, a mother ties her hair into a loose knot at the back of her head. She has no hairdresser, no pins of gold or silver. Just a length of cloth, twisted and tied. She is not preparing for a banquet or a public festival. She is preparing to grind grain, to knead dough, to sweep the floor of the atrium. For this, hair must be out of the way. Rome is full of barbers. Men who have the luxury of time and money visit them, lay their heads on a leather cushion, and receive a shave that leaves them smooth and ready for the day. They go about their business with freshly washed faces, smelling of fragrant oils and balms, and a pleasingly neat head of hair. But these are the privileged few. For many, the barber is a luxury reserved for special occasions. For most men, the only barber chair they will ever know is the one they make in their own home. Fashioned from a simple stone stool, a rough piece of wood, their razors are sharp shards of broken pottery, their combs fashioned from bone. Some may own a bronze mirror, small and unadorned, but enough to see the shape of the beard, the line of the cheekbone, the stark truth of a face without its customary shadow. Every stroke a man makes with that razor, every pull of the leathery skin, is done with an eye towards self-respect and the respect others will give him. The practice of shaving connects a man to the generations of men before him. This is how our fathers shaved us, and we will teach our sons as we have been taught. It is a rite of passage, a daily ritual. In the public baths, men of all social classes share the same space, scraping and scrubbing, pummeling and polishing. The oil softens the skin, allowing the blade to move smoothly, closely following the contours of the face. The scrape of the razor is the sound of a man taking care of himself, the sound of a man becoming himself. Women, too, use oil in their hair, in their baths, and sometimes on their faces. It is soothing, softening, a balm against the elements, the dirt, the smoke, the harsh sun. In taverns and brothels, women might wear perfume, scent mingling with the sweat of the crowd, the stink of stale waste, the reek of chamber pots. In the public latrines, women may splash perfumed water on their hands, clean themselves with scented oils, dabble in exotic unguents. For the wealthier women, the more refined perfumes, the finer oils and creams, are a luxury, a sign of status. The less expensive ones, harsher, stronger, more pungent, are worn by the women who have to make their own scents, who must rely on herbs and spices, strong stuff, to keep the odors of their work at bay. The wealthy can afford to cover up their smells, but the poor, the laborers, the prostitutes, the servants, their smells linger. A testament to their labors, their lives, lived close to the ground, close to the earth, close to the people. In taverns, brothels, bathhouses, latrines, kitchens, the smells of daily life mix, mingle, make a heady, pungent brew. There is the reek of stale waste, the tang of citrus, the rich smell of perfumes, the sweet scent of incense, the aroma of roasted meats, baking bread, the sickly stench of chamber pots, the earthy smell of fresh-tilled soil, the rich smell of laundry fresh from the dye bath, the clean, sharp smell of freshly cut hair. These are the smells of Rome, a city that never ceases to amaze. In the bustling city of Rome, a new day dawns. In a modest household, a family stirs from their slumber. It's not yet light, not yet time to rise, but already sounds fill the air. A rooster crows in the distance, a neighbor coughs, a vendor's wares are hawked in the street below. For the family here, the day's work begins now. A woman lies in bed with her hair fanned out around her like a halo. Her husband, seated beside her, begins the day's first task. He combs his hair, a simple act made ritualistic by its repetition over the years. His wife watches him for a moment, then reaches for her own comb. She runs it through her thick locks, smoothing out tangles, coaxing order from chaos. Her hair, like her husband's, is practical, cut close to the head to keep cool in the summer heat. There is nothing elaborate about it, nothing extravagant, just the everyday reality of a Roman woman's life. Their daughter, still sleepy-eyed, joins them in bed. Her turn comes next, the loosening of braids, the tug of tangled knots. She too has a simple hairstyle, her long hair bound tightly behind her back. This is not a household of the elite, not where silk cushions and silver mirrors reside. Their dwelling, though humble, is neat. A fresco of a hunting scene adorns one wall, a reminder of the order they strive to bring to their lives. The girl looks once more into the dim bronze mirror. She smooths a loose strand behind her ear. She places the comb carefully back on the wooden table. The day can begin. Pause for a moment and notice how ordinary these details feel. A comb, a pot of oil, a mirror that reflects not quite clearly. These were the beginnings of every Roman day. The quiet rituals that connected one household to another across the great city. The wealthy might have used ivory combs with mother-of-pearl handles, but the well-to-do also used bronze ones like this. Bronze was cheaper and could be mass-produced, so they were readily available throughout the empire. This particular comb is simple, measuring just under 20 centimeters long, but they came in all shapes and sizes. Some were elaborately decorated with scenes from mythology or simply etched with patterns to make them easier to grip. Regardless of material, each stroke of the comb was another step toward order, another attempt to impose the civilized on the unruly. But Roman mornings did not all look the same. Some households were poorer still. In a cramped apartment building, an insula, a family rises in a single-room dwelling. The air is heavy, smoky from the charcoal brazier that burned low through the night. There is no polished bronze mirror here, only guesswork and touch. This family's day begins in darkness, lit only by the faint glow of dawn seeping through a grimy window. A mother wakes, her face lined and weathered like a piece of old leather. Sleep has loosened her braid, and she must gather up her straggling gray strands. Her son stirs beside her, a gangly youth with more hair than sense. She reaches for his unkempt mop, tries to coax him toward order, toward the day that awaits. She knows he won't listen, not really, but she tries anyway. He will go out into the city soon, and she wants him to present a decent appearance, if only to avoid the jeers of the other boys. Their small room is a world away from the neat house with its hunting frescoes. Here, poverty is a lived-in reality, the kind that clings to you and refuses to let go. Still, there is a certain dignity in this family, a quiet strength born of necessity. They may not have much, but they have each other, and that, in this moment of shared struggle, is enough. These fragments of Roman life, both grand and humble, come to us from the pages of history books, from the dust of ancient ruins, from the silent chambers of the past. They are pieces of a rich mosaic, a testament to the diversity of human experience. As we piece together the past, we find ourselves drawn to the grand spectacles of the Roman Empire, the Colosseum, the aqueducts, the triumphal arches. Rightly so, for these structures are marvels of engineering and design, symbols of Roman power and ingenuity. But amidst the grandeur, it's the small, seemingly insignificant details that truly capture the essence of daily life. The murmur of a morning toilette, the clink of a bronze comb against a wooden table, the gentle tug of a mother's hand on her son's unruly hair. These are the moments that connect us to the Romans, not as distant historical figures, but as fellow human beings who, like us, rose each morning and faced the day with all its challenges and uncertainties. She runs her fingers through her hair, pulling it back, trying to make something of it. There's no comb to be found. She uses the edge of a wooden spoon, awkwardly, unskillfully running it through the strands. Then she ties it back with a piece of string. He splashes water onto his face from a clay jug, a makeshift basin. He does not trim his beard every day. Sometimes he lets the stubble grow, scraping it away only when it grows too itchy. His hair is short, but it's uneven, cut whenever a neighbor can spare the time to help with some shears. And still, even here, hair is attended to. Not perfectly, not fashionably, not with any kind of style, but carefully, because to leave the house with hair uncombed, with hair in wild disorder, was to invite judgment. She smooths out a wrinkle on her dress, pulls her shawl more tightly around her shoulders, adjusts the bundle of yarn and thread at her hip, and then she steps out into the street. She joins the throngs of people making their way through the crowded streets of ancient Rome. The beehive of humanity buzzes around her, each person an individual, yet each also part of a larger whole. Here, everyone is a cog in the machine of society. Here, everyone must present a certain image. The girl with the comb, the mother with her cloth tie, the boy with his trimmed locks, all of them step out into the streets of Rome. As they do, they join thousands of others. Look closely and you will see it. In every corner of the city, people are adjusting hair. Men smooth their short crops with their palms. Women tighten their knots. Children squirm as mothers tug at tangles. A barber trims a customer's beard, shaping it, defining it, removing the unseemly stragglers. He combs out the old man's thinning hair, trying to give it some shape, trying to give him some dignity. The barber's young apprentice shaves with a sharp blade, removing the last of the brown fuzz from his upper lip. He watches the older barber, learning, imitating. Soon he too will have his own stall, his own customers, his own reputation to uphold. A fashionable woman adjusts her elaborate curls, her fingers flying with practiced ease through the thick, luxurious mane. Her maid stands behind her, holding up a bronze hand mirror so her mistress can check her reflection, to make sure everything is perfect. An elderly gentleman smooths his bald pate with a silk handkerchief, a vain attempt to remove the wrinkles that time and worry have bestowed upon it. He pulls his purple robe more tightly around his shoulders, attempting to project an image of wealth and power. But it's a vain attempt. Everyone here knows who he is. They know what he represents. They know that beneath the silk and the marble, he is just as mortal as they are. A middle-aged man runs his fingers through his thinning hair, trying to find a lock to pull tight, trying to find a way to cover the expanse of his scalp. He settles for a loose, half-hearted knot, one that will do, one that will have to do. His wife, younger than he, smoother, better-looking, straightens her linen shawl, pulls it tight across her chest, and then she walks on ahead. She walks on ahead, her head held high, her chin tilted up, her eyes fixed on the horizon. They walk together, man and wife, down the crowded street, their heads bowed in unison, their shoulders brushing, their footsteps echoing the rhythm of the city. Their hair, like everything else about them, is a carefully constructed statement, a carefully constructed lie. It's a carefully constructed lie because no one here is truly free. No one here can truly express themselves. No one here can truly be anyone other than what society demands they be. No one here can escape the scrutiny of the crowd. No one here can escape the judgment of the masses. For good or for bad, their hair, like everything else about them, must be perfect. This house has no electricity. There's no running water, no air conditioning. It's hot, it's stuffy, but there's a bathroom. There's a bathtub. There's a bowl for washing. There's a place for a barber to set up his tools. This is Rome. This is a house in Rome. This is how people lived in Rome. And everywhere you look, there is hair. Hair is everywhere, silent, unnoticed, but ever present. Each strand an ordinary thread in the vast fabric of Roman life. And so, the first lesson is clear. In Rome, hair was part of daily order. It was part of respectability. Even for the poor, even for the ordinary, even in houses where mirrors were dim and combs were scarce, the act of combing, the act of oiling, the act of tying, these were small, steady rituals that carried people from sleep into the world of the day. But what about the rest of it? What about the styles, the colors, the grease? Well, that's a different story. In ancient Rome, everyone's hair was a public statement. It announced who you were, where you were from, and sometimes even your political party. Roman men typically shaved their heads. It was easier that way. You didn't have to worry about your hair getting in your eyes or your ears. Plus, it was a sign of masculinity. Back then, the balding epidemic was mostly limited to the elite. They were the ones who had the time and the money to get those fancy wigs and elaborate hairpieces. The real hair game was among the women. Roman women dyed their hair to make a bold statement. They used natural dyes like henna and berries to color their hair red, orange, yellow, even green. They also used makeup, lots of it, to enhance their beauty routine. But don't think for a second that it was all about looking pretty. In ancient Rome, women's makeup and hair were a form of self-expression, a way to show off their status and wealth. So why do we care about ancient Roman beauty secrets? Because they help us understand the culture and values of a civilization. It's a window into the past that reveals the complexities of daily life in one of the most influential empires in history. So the next time you're brushing your teeth or putting on lipstick or whatever it is that people do these days, remember that you're part of a long line of beauty enthusiasts. Yeah, you heard me right. Beauty is timeless. It's universal. Something that people have always cared about. Everywhere. Always. The mistress of the house is about 30 years old. Her name is Livia. You may have seen her in the gardens. You may have seen her at the market, or perhaps you've seen her from a distance as she rides in her father's chariot. She is well known in Rome. Her beauty is legendary. Her status is elevated. But right now, she is having a bad hair day. Her hair is long and thick, and normally her ornatresses can manage it. But today they have trouble. They pull and tug and try to tame the unruly strands, but they cannot seem to make her hair behave. It is unmanageable. The mistress grows impatient. The hairdresser closest to her moves restlessly, nervously. Her name is Amica. She has been a slave for nearly 10 years. She was brought to Rome from a village in Greece. She misses home, she misses her family, she longs for freedom, but most of all, she wants to please her mistress. She knows how important this day is. Livia is getting ready for her first public appearance since the emperor's wife, Julia Misa, has arrived in Rome. All eyes will be on Julia Misa. All ears will be on Livia. People will be talking. People will be comparing them, comparing the young upstart to the experienced empress. What if people say that Livia looks ordinary? What if they say that her hair is dull, or her dress is drab, or her complexion is sallow? No, no, no. This cannot happen. Livia must look her best, and Amica must tame her wild mane. She takes a deep breath. She moves closer to her mistress. She reaches out and touches a strand of Livia's hair. Gently, she begins to braid it, moving down the length of her mistress's head. Slowly, the unruly mass transforms into an elegant style. Braids are a favorite of Roman women. They are practical. They keep the hair off the shoulders. They also convey messages. A single braid down the back is a sign of marital status. 2 braids, one on each side, show that a woman is unmarried. Married women could also wear a decorative braid in addition to the functional ones. Sometimes the braids were hidden under a hood or a netted cap. Sometimes they peeked out from behind a veil. Today, Amica decides there will be no hiding for Livia. Her braids will be a bold statement. As Amica braids, the other 2 ornatresses busy themselves with ribbons and pins and combs. They add decorative braids, pulling the strands taut like strings on a lyre. They finish. They step back. They look at their work. The braids are intricate, they are beautiful, they are perfect. They turn to their mistress. They wait. For a moment, Livia looks at her reflection in a bronze mirror. She sees the two braids framing her face, highlighting her cheekbones, emphasizing her arched eyebrows, lengthening her neck. She likes what she sees. She turns to the hairdresser. She gestures to Amica. With a slight nod, the other slaves understand. They know that Amica has pleased their mistress. They know that she deserves a reward. As Livia rises from her chair, the ornatresses crowd around her. They adjust her tunic. They straighten her shawl. They touch her arms, her neck, her face. In a moment, she will leave the house. In a moment, she will walk through the crowds. In a moment, she will greet the emperor's wife. When the time comes, Amica steps forward. She takes Livia's hand. She gazes up at her mistress. She sees the smile on Livia's face. She feels the squeeze of her mistress's fingers. And for a moment, Amica thinks maybe, just maybe, she is more than a slave. Maybe, just maybe, she is a friend. The sound is soft, a steady rhythm of combed teeth through hair, a familiar music of the morning. The first woman works at the back of the head, her fingers deftly finding the right place to begin the braid. Her nails are painted a deep red, a color reserved for the wealthy. Behind her, another woman combs out a tangled mess of hair, working with quick, sure strokes. Her tools are simple: a wooden comb with bone teeth. The hair is thick and heavy, the color of midnight, shot through with threads of silver. It falls in waves down the woman's back, almost to her ankles. She is beautiful, this one. Even in the dim light of the atrium, you can see the perfection of her face, the graceful curve of her neck. Her name is Asteria, and she will be the mistress today. The other women call her mistress, not because they know her true name, but because that is the word that comes easily to their lips. For though they are bondswomen too, and this house belongs to them as much as it belongs to Asteria, they have no name for her except mistress. The second woman dips her fingers into a small jar of perfumed oil. This is no poor woman's olive oil, perfumed with crushed lavender or rose petals steeped in liquid. This is scented oil, perhaps with myrrh, perhaps with lavender, perhaps with rose. The fragrance drifts into the air, light and sweet. She smooths the oil along each strand of hair, taming the flyaways and making the hair glossy and manageable. The third woman prepares pins, dozens of them. Long pins made of bone, of bronze, of silver. Some plain, some decorated with carved ends shaped like little flowers or animals, or tiny busts of gods. These pins lie ready on a small wooden table, along with lengths of ribbon, coils of thread, and a curling iron heated carefully over glowing coals. The mistress sits silently. Sometimes she closes her eyes. Sometimes she gives instructions. Higher, she says, not so tight. Leave the braid looser. The enslaved women nod. Adjust. Try again. They are careful not to pull too hard. Sharp tug can earn a scolding. Sometimes in stories, even a strike. The atrium is filled with the sounds of the morning. The women move in practiced silence, their bodies swaying gently as they work. There is no hurry here. Time is measured by the sun's journey across the sky, by the shadows lengthening on the mosaic floors, by the changing angles of light on the white walls. Atria like this are found throughout the great houses of the city. Here, at the center of the domestic space, a fountain murmurs, its water spilling from the mouth of a bronze lion. Slaves come to draw water from the fountain, filling their clay jars and amphoras. Here, freedmen and women gossip as they tend the flowering vines trained to climb the columned arcade. And here, under the watchful eyes of marble gods and goddesses, the ornatrixes braid the mistress's hair. Their work is slow, steady, repetitive. They part the hair into sections, dividing it with ivory pins. They braid it tightly, weaving the strands in patterns practiced over years. They coil the braids, securing them with thread. They pin the coils, adjusting, readjusting, until the style sits just right. When it is done, the mistress rises, smoothing her robes. The enslaved women watch, their gazes downcast, as she walks away, her oiled hair gleaming. A bronze pin with a flower at its base, catching the light. One of the women straighten a stray lock that has escaped the confines of the braid. Asteria pauses in the doorway. She turns, and for a moment she looks at the women, not as one of them. Not as a sister in bondage, but as an object of beauty. Yes, that is what they are to her. Objects of beauty. In her mind, she hears the echoes of her own reflection. The way her oiled skin glistens, the way her hair shines, the way her ankles turn as she walks. It is 8 a.m. The hour is marked by the crowing of roosters and the distant clanging of a hammer on an anvil. It is time to begin the day's work. For the enslaved woman, the day begins with a familiar ache in her back and hands. Years of labor have taken their toll. The rising sun does little to ease the stiffness. She sits on a low stool, her feet bare and calloused, and runs a wooden comb through her tangled hair. A quick gesture, efficient, practiced. Her mistress's hair is a different matter. Behind the closed doors of her mistress's bedroom, an elaborate ritual unfolds. The mistress reclines on a couch draped in fine linen. Her face is pale, her skin unblemished, her red lips a stark contrast. She holds up her head, awaiting her adornment, the ornatrix, a slave whose duty it is to dress her mistress's hair. She has been at it since dawn. The mistress takes her time, savoring the process. She knows it is a luxury most women cannot afford. The hours pass in this rhythm. Comb, oil, braid, pin, adjust. Comb again. Smooth with oil. Pin once more. For the enslaved women, this is labor. Daily, endless, tiring labor. For the mistress, this is art. This is beauty. This is her face to the world. When she leaves the house, when she walks through the forum, or attends a banquet, her hair will speak before she does. It will say, I am wealthy, a bat. I am respectable. I am connected to fashion, to status, to Rome itself. The ornatresses know this. They know they are not just dressing hair. They are shaping identity. They are weaving social language. In the carefully lit space between the windows, the ornatress works, her hands swift and sure. She expertly sections the hair, preparing it for the intricate patterns that will hold it in place. With deft fingers, she braids and intertwines, her tools clicking softly against the marble floor. Occasionally, a pin slips from her grasp and clinks against the cool surface. She bends to retrieve it, her back aching from years of toil. Yet she moves with a practiced grace, born of necessity and honed by experience. Her mistress watches her work, occasionally offering a critique or a suggestion. Despite the weight of their gazes upon her, the ornatresses perform their craft with quiet dignity. They may be unseen, their names unknown to the wider world, but their skill is undeniable. In every twist and turn of the braid, in every curl and wave, there is a story not of servitude, but of mastery, of women who found a language of their own in the midst of their confinement. And so the hours pass, filled with the scent of oil and the rustle of fabric as the ornatresses work their magic. They transform unruly strands into a crown fit for a queen, a symbol of power and prestige. And when the final pin is in place and the last strand is secured, both women and girls alike stand a little taller, knowing that on that day at least, beauty has triumphed over adversity. Behind the scenes in a wealthy Roman household, two enslaved women are working. The hairdressers whisper to each other as they work. Their mistress cannot hear, or perhaps she pretends not to. They share small jokes. They murmur gossip. They pass news from the marketplace, carried from one household to another. In this way, enslaved women became silent carriers of information. They moved between homes. They overheard conversations, whispered while they braided. Welcome to my channel. This is a production of the Roman History Podcast. Join me and my co-host as we bring you new episodes every week exploring the forgotten world of ancient Rome. Check out our podcast and subscribe so you never miss an episode. Hair was not only fashion, it was also a channel of communication. Across the ancient world, enslaved people used hairstyles to convey messages, and women were not exempt. In the Roman world, enslaved women could own the skills that made them indispensable to their mistresses. Skills like hairstyling. In the wealthiest households, an enslaved hairdresser might have been in charge of not just her own hair, but that of every female member of the household. These enslaved women were responsible for ensuring that every bun was in place, every curl in the right position, every braid secure. Theirs was an intimate knowledge, knowing the hair of their mistresses as one might know a lover's face. They knew how to make the most of a bad wig. They could cover bald spots and failing memories with artful arrangements of real or artificial hair. Hours pass. Slowly, steadily, the style takes shape. Today it might be the notice, a modest not favored by matrons. Its wave of hair across the forehead signaling dignity and restraint. Tomorrow, perhaps it will be an elaborate tower of curls, inspired by the Empress herself. Each curl is set with care, each pin inserted gently. The mistress tilts her head to inspect the work in a polished bronze mirror. She nods faintly. She approves. The ornatresses step back. Their work is done, for now. But tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that, they will do it all again. And in that time they communicated with each other in the only way they could. Through the styles they created, through the braids and knots and waves, they expressed themselves. In subtle ways. A complicated braid might announce a special occasion, a simple chignon, the quiet dignity of everyday life. Sometimes enslaved women even used their position to mock their mistresses, hiding pins or cutting off a lock of hair, an act of rebellion as old as slavery itself. There is even a story told of a hairdresser who cut the emperor's hair while he slept and woke up with a bald spot. The ornatrix was put to death, but such acts of defiance were rare. Most often, the enslaved hairdressers worked in silence, creating the styles that defined the age. Think for a moment about the patience required. To spend hours each day combing another's hair, to braid and twist, to coil and pin, with no reward but survival, to know that the beauty belongs not to you, but to the woman who sits silently in the chair. Yet these enslaved hairdressers left their mark. Their skill shaped fashion. Their fingers created the styles that defined an age. They're rarely named in history. But without them, Roman hair would not have spoken so loudly. In the quiet of that Roman morning, as combs scrape gently, as oil shines faintly, as pins clink softly against marble, we see hair as labor, invisible labor. The daily, patient, unseen art of enslaved women who twisted strands into symbols, where here is not just beauty, it is work, it is power. Wielded silently by those whose own voices were muted. And so, as we drift deeper into Rome's world of hair, we carry this image. A wealthy woman seated, still and calm. 3 women around her, hands steady, fingers weaving. The comb scraping, the oil glistening, the pins clicking, the whispers floating, hairstyle rising, strand by strand into art. This was the scene in many a Roman villa. In the days before running water, the mistress of the house would have her hair washed in a large ceramic bowl. She would sit quietly while her slaves washed and dried her hair, their rhythmic work a familiar soundtrack to her life. Sometimes they would use a crane to lift her hair up high, higher than her head, so that it could dry more quickly. This was a luxury good. These women did not have the leisure to sit for hours with a bowl on their heads. The mistress might have been a slave too. Her beauty routine was a form of control, a way of asserting dominance over others. After all, the first slaves had been prisoners of war, captured in far-off lands. Their captors shaved their heads as a symbol of their subjugation. So when Roman women had their hair elaborately styled, it was a deliberate act of defiance, an assertion of their status and power. Their hairstyles were a silent scream, a way of saying, we are in control here. And so as we drift deeper into Rome's world of hair, we carry this image. A wealthy woman seated, still and calm. 3 women around her, hands steady, fingers weaving. The comb scraping, the oil glistening, the pins clicking, the whispers floating, the hairstyle rising, strand by strand, into art. They would have used a variety of tools, these weavers of invisible labor. They would have used combs made of bone or ivory, brushes made of leather or metal, and they would have used their fingers to pull the strands taut before twisting them together. Sometimes they would use a tool called a mercerium, which is basically a headband with a comb attached to it. They would have used it to hold the hair in place while they worked. And when they finished, they would have used fragrant oils and perfumes to make sure that their handiwork smelled as good as it looked. This was a highly skilled profession, this making of the hairstyle. It was a profession reserved for women, and it was a profession that required years of training. These were not simple styles that these enslaved women created. They were works of art. They were symbols of power. They were a way of giving form to the formless, of making something beautiful out of nothing. So as we look at this painting, let us marvel at the skill of these women. Let us marvel at their patience, their grace, their power. Let us listen to the music of their labor, the comb scraping, the oil glistening, the pins clicking, the whispers floating. Let us hear the song of the hairstyle rising, strand by strand, into art. Let us linger now, not on the hands that combed, nor on the labor that shaped, but on the forms themselves, the living sculptures of hair that crowned the women of Rome. When we imagine Roman women, perhaps we see marble statues in cool museum halls. White, serene, silent, yet in life those heads were not bare stone. They shimmered with strands, with coils, with braids, with knots pinned into place. And the variety was astonishing. There were no hard and fast rules to Roman hairstyles, though some broad trends can be observed. For instance, the very long, almost to the ground. The more elaborate styles seem to have been reserved for the very young and the very old. The young girls whose heads were shaved very short, like the Greek girls, but not as short as the Athenian ideal. Then longer styles, often with braids, were adopted for the mature women. And finally the older women, their hair turning gray or even white, wore it long, very long, sometimes with a golden crown added to signify their status. But these are just general trends. There were countless variations on these themes, and they changed with the seasons as well. For instance, the fashion seems to have been for fuller styles in winter and more restrained styles in summer. And there were also more formal and informal styles, depending on the occasion. A woman's hair might have been a riot of curls for a party, but a more severe bun for a day at the forum. And then there were the accessories, pins and ribbons, fillets and diadems, all used to hold back or accentuate the style. And these could be made of precious metals and gemstones, or of glass and terracotta. The wealthier women might have even had a special headdress to give their hair more volume. These would have been made of linen or wool, and were sometimes stuffed with straw or leaves. In fact, the possibilities were endless, limited only by the wearer's imagination and the coiffeus's skill. These living sculptures framing their faces, holding precious jewels, signifying age and status, were an integral part of Roman women's identity. They were a silent language, a visible poetry, a tangible art form, testament to the beauty and power of women in Roman society. What does your hairstyle say about you? In the earliest days, in the age of the Roman Republic, hair was modest. Married women often wore it parted in the center, smoothed neatly, drawn back into a low bun or knot at the nape of the neck. This knot was called the tutulus when arranged in a particular conical form. It was plain, practical, and it carried meaning. It said, "I am married. I am respectable. I am devoted to my household gods." Girls, not yet married, wore their hair looser, sometimes in simple braids, sometimes flowing free over their shoulders. Their hair spoke of youth, of innocence, of potential not yet bound to duty. The simplicity was deliberate. To the early Romans, elaborate adornment smacked of vanity, of foreign excess, of weakness. To bind hair neatly was to bind character. Steady, disciplined Roman. Fast forward a few centuries, though in Rome is no longer a small village of sturdy farmers. It's a sprawling metropolis, a capital city, home to the most powerful military in the known world, and also scandalously to those who do not cover their heads with a simple veil, but with an elaborate wig. These are the women of the upper classes, the elite matrons and their daughters. Their hairstyles are a carefully constructed display of wealth and status. A fashionable Roman lady might begin with a simple chignon at the nape of her neck, just like the married women of the lower classes. But then she would cover that with a cap, a decorative cap, often made of linen, sometimes with precious metals or jewels woven in. And for special occasions over that, a full wig, elaborate, expensive, and most importantly, made of the finest imported wool. This was a bold statement. Not only could the materials afford to be seen, but the very style of the hairdo was inspired by Greek fashions, by artists, by actors, by those who lived lives of leisure and luxury. It was a look that said, "I may be Roman, but I have the means to indulge in the finer things." Meanwhile, across town, Another Roman woman might be preparing for the gladiator games. She's not a noblewoman. Her status is signified by her simple woolen or linen cap. But she has a secret weapon in her arsenal, a head covering that can transform from a practical everyday garment into a fierce battle-ready accessory. For when the crowds are at their loudest and the chariots racing by are nearly taking her head off, her female chlamys, a type of cloak, can be tied over her head and knotted at the back to keep out the dust and the sun. It's a multi-purpose marvel, a combination of function and fashion that makes a bold, if somewhat terrifying, fashion statement. Because while this woman may not be a noble, she still wants to be seen. She still wants to project an image of respectable married Roman womanhood. And what better way to do that than with a little ingenuity and a big, beautiful bow? Rome had conquered an empire. But what did Rome do with its hair? As Rome expanded and conquered and absorbed other cultures and grew wealthy beyond the wildest dreams of its founders, Roman hair grew bolder and more elaborate. By the late Republic, a new style appeared, the notice, which we can best describe as a variation on the classic Greek bun. Picture this. The hair was parted down the middle. From the forehead, the strands were drawn upward into a roll, a soft wave that arches over the brow like a gentle crest. Behind this, the rest of the hair was pulled back into a bun or knot. The notice was elegant. It framed the face with dignity, a visible halo of order. It became especially associated with women like Livia, the wife of Augustus, whose portraits show her with that distinctive wave, to where the notice was to declare oneself a woman of substance, of morality, of Roman virtue. Even in its elegance, it was restrained. The wave was neat, not wild. The bun was secure, not loose. The style balanced beauty with discipline, a Roman ideal. In fact, the notice was so popular that many women, including Livia, continued to wear it for decades. Even as fashion changed, but change it did. During the Flavian period, the notice remained popular, but now the wave was larger, more exaggerated. This new look was both a nod to the past and a fashion statement of the present. The styles were a dialogue across the ages, a conversation between the Greeks and the Romans about beauty and virtue and how to display them. This is the classical period of Roman art and literature, the height of ancient Rome's power and culture. And yet, beneath this peak, cracks were beginning to show. The Republic was founded on the virtue of its citizens, but now the ruling class was becoming increasingly corrupt. The notice, with its elegant restraint, represented the best of Roman ideals. But soon those ideals would be challenged, as the empire grew more complex, and the pressures of power and corruption threatened to overwhelm the virtue of the Republic. What will become of the notice? Will it survive the changing times? Will it fall victim to the same forces that threatened to destroy the Roman way of life? But restraint did not last forever. The empire grew richer still. Silk flowed in from China. Perfumes arrived from Arabia. Jewels from India. Ivory from Africa. And hair, too, became a canvas for extravagance. The styles of the imperial age were feats of architecture. Braids upon braids, coiled and looped and piled high. Some styles rose like towers above the forehead, rows of curls stacked in intricate patterns. Others spilled down the back in thick ropes tied with ribbons, woven with gold thread. Hair was not simply hair anymore, it was a crown. To create these towering forms required time, patience, and the endless work of the ornatresses. They braided strand by strand, weaving them into lattice. They pinned coils at steep angles, securing them with thread and pins until they stood firm. They curled hair with heated irons, arranging the ringlets like carved stone details on a temple facade. The result was spectacular. When such a woman entered a banquet hall, her hair caught the torchlight like sculpture in motion. People turned their heads. Whispers followed. Her hair, have you seen it? Who could have arranged it? What wealth does it declare? From the imperial court to the city streets, this was the age of the ornate, the age of excess, the age of the great perfumes. A woman's fragrance was her calling card, a blend of flowers and spice that announced her presence long before she entered a room. The most exquisite scent came from Arabia, a land of magic and mystery, where the desert wind carried the perfume of distant lands. These scents were a potent mix of spices, resins, and woods, a heady concoction that lingered in the air long after the wearer had disappeared. In the bustling marketplaces of Constantinople, Merchants hawked their wares with cries of smell, 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 their stalls laden with perfume bottles of all shapes and sizes, each containing a different world of fragrance. There was the sweet, cloying scent of myrrh, the sharp, biting aroma of frankincense, the warm, inviting fragrance of cinnamon. The wealthy bought their perfume in gold containers, small, portable shrines that held the essence of luxury. They dabbed the scent behind their ears, on their wrists, on the delicate skin of their throats. A single drop was all it took to make a statement. But not everyone could afford such luxury. For the common folk, there were simpler pleasures. The earthy scent of the fields after a rain, the fresh, clean aroma of the sea, the sweet fragrance of flowers plucked straight from the garden. Even the humblest of lives could be elevated by the right perfume. It was a scent of identity, a declaration of self, a reminder that even in a crowded marketplace, one could still stand out. Long ago, women used to put a lot of effort into their hair, and their knots and pins would often speak their own language. A simple knot at the back meant she was modest. A double knot might suggest she was conscious of fashion, willing to embrace new styles. High knot, placed near the crown, made the neck appear longer and the head more elevated. Pins, too, were more than just functional. They were ornamental. A plain bronze pin kept the hair in place. But a silver pin with a carved dove, or a golden pin tipped with a pearl, announced her wealth to anyone who looked closely. The very material mattered. Bronze was ordinary. Bone was modest, but respectable. Silver gleamed. Gold glittered. And pearls, rare, costly pearls, turned a simple bun into a treasure. Here are some more examples of how women used to code their hair ornaments with meaning. A veil that covered the face was a sign of piety, often paired with a simple life. A ribbon or a fillet that held back the hair was a symbol of youth and a carefree spirit. A circlet of gold, a diadem, spoke of high status and power. And those who couldn't afford gold or jewels, they would use flowers to adorn their hair, a language as old as time itself. In a world where women couldn't always speak their minds, their hair ornaments did the talking for them. They were a way of showing the world who she was, what she valued, and sometimes, just sometimes, they were a subtle way of saying, "I'm more than meets the eye." Did you know that, in Victorian England, the language of hair ornaments took on a whole new level of secrecy? Women would hide messages in their hair, literally weaving them in with the ribbons and braids. It was a discreet way of communicating, especially for those who didn't have the freedom to speak their minds. For example, a handkerchief tucked into the hat band was a clear sign of a woman's affection towards the wearer, and a black ribbon around the hat was a symbol of mourning. But perhaps the most intriguing one was the use of forget-me-nots, a tiny blue flower that signified freedom and democracy. Imagine that. In ancient Rome, the empress was not just the wife of the emperor, she was a fashion icon. When she got a new haircut, women all over the empire copied her. This is a reconstruction of Julia Maesa. She was the mother of Julia Maesa, wife of Emperor Septimius Severus. Here's what we know about her from history. Her hair was thick and wavy, framing her face and flowing down in dense masses. This style traveled across the empire from Rome to Gaul to Spain to North Africa. Everywhere the empress went, her hairstyle followed. It wasn't just the style. Women also copied the way she wore her jewels, the color of her gown, even the shape of her eyebrows. See, hairstyles were a form of imperial propaganda. Well, to mirror the empress was to align oneself with power. So you can imagine hundreds of women across the empire in villas and townhouses asking their hairdressers to make them look like Julia. But it wasn't just Julia. All the empresses had their own style. This is a reconstruction of Julia Maesa's mother, Faustina the Younger. Her hair was worn in towering curls arranged in vertical rows. This style also became very popular. Rome was the center of the known world. It was the capital of an empire that stretched from Britain to Egypt, from Spain to Greece. And the styles born in Rome traveled to the farthest reaches of the empire, a visual echo of Rome's reach. These trends weren't limited to the wealthy elite. Slaves and freed women also participated. In this fresco, we see a woman of African descent with thick, curly hair. She's not an empress, but a slave who has likely been given this hairstyle to emphasize her connection to the imperial family. This is a reconstruction of a portrait of an unknown woman. Her hair is styled in the latest fashion, a small price to pay for looking like the empress. But these trends didn't last forever. With each new empress, the style changed, but the message remained the same. To look like the empress was to be like the empress. Republican women wore their hair in a bun, a tight, severe bun, the bun of the Virginias, the Bottas, the matrons. The style was copied by the wealthy and the poor alike, though the rich could afford to add a little more lace to theirs. In the 1860s, Queen Victoria's hairdresser said that the height of fashion was a towering pile of curls, a monument to the industriousness of the age. An elaborate coiffure could take 2 hours to create and would incorporate the latest fashions in ribbon and lace. The styles were copied from the French, who were copied by the English, who were copied by the Americans. But there was another way to wear your hair, the way of the Creole, the Cajun, the Gypsy, the Bohemian. It was a long, loose braid that spilled down the back, sometimes even touching the ankles, a tangle of hair that spoke of a more sensual, more old-world Europe. These were the two ways a woman's hair could speak, the hieratic and the Hellenic, the Republican bun and the romantic braid. In the severe bun of the matrons, hair was shorn close to the skull, a practical style for a busy woman who had work to do. One look was for the unmarried, one look was for the married. And a woman who wore her hair in the fashionable style of the day, a woman who wore her hair in the romantic braid. Well, she was saying to the world that she was neither a wife nor a mother, but something else entirely, something dangerous, something to be reckoned with. This is a woman who is untethered to the domestic sphere. This is a woman who is free. She travels the world on her own terms. She is not beholden to any man. She can make her own money. She can buy her own clothes. She is not dependent on anyone for her livelihood. She is not a property. She is a person. The romantic braid was a hairstyle that said, I am a woman who values my personal freedom, a woman who refuses to be defined by my relationship status, a woman who refuses to be confined by the expectations of society. In other words, it was a woman's way of saying, I am me and I am free.
Ouch.
This is a dress made of human hair. Can you imagine wearing something like this? I can't. But it's also not that strange because hair was used as a material long before it became a fashion statement. Yet beneath the glamour lay strain. Hair pulled tight into elaborate knots could ache, pulling at the scalp, leaving headaches. Heavy pins weighed down styles. The hours of preparation tested patience. For the wealthy woman, beauty was never effortless. It was built, layer upon layer, strand upon strand, hour upon hour. And yet once it was complete, the woman herself became a symbol, a walking message of her family's wealth, her household's honor, her place in society. This is a portrait of Madame X by John Singer Sargent. You may have heard of it. It caused a scandal when it was first exhibited. People were shocked by the exaggerated feminine curves, the off-the-shoulder dress, the way the model's hair cascaded down the canvas, framing her face like an hourglass. This painting was radical for its time, but the style depicted is rooted in history. These are the braids of a 19th century French noblewoman. There are 24 of them, each one an intricate design, each one anchored with a heavy gold or silver clasp. And they're not just decorative. Each braid has a purpose, a function. They hold back the hair so that the lady's face is framed, her shoulders are bared, her neck is elongated. It's all about balance. And that balance is achieved through an elaborate system of pins and tools that I don't even have the names for. All I know is that this took hours and hours to make. Far longer than the 15 minutes that I spend on my hair in the morning. I think there's a misconception that making elaborate hairstyles was easy. After all, there are YouTube tutorials for elaborate hairstyles. But those are for an audience of enthusiasts. People who want to take the time to learn the techniques, the history, the styles. Most women didn't have the luxury of time or money or even training. For most women, elaborate hairstyles were not a choice. They were a necessity. It was a requirement of their social standing, an obligation to their family, a signifier of their identity. It was a way of communicating who they were without saying a word. And isn't that the point of fashion? To communicate, to express, to make a statement? Maybe we don't have to spend hours upon hours creating an elaborate hairstyle to do that now. Maybe a simple braid or a messy bun can speak volumes. Or maybe, just maybe, we can leave the statement making to our clothes and save the braids for another day. What do you notice about the women in these marble busts? Their hairstyles, they're all different, yet they all seem to follow a certain kind of logic. You've got the simple bun of the Republic, the dignified wave of the notice, the double bun, the triple bun. You've got braids, lots of braids, rising like towers on either side of the face. And then there are the curls, the tight curls, the loose curls, the curls that frame the face, the ones that hide it. In the last video, we talked about how Roman women used their hair to make statements, how they used their hairstyles to tell the world who they were. You told me in the comments that you wanted to know more. So here's everything I learned about Roman hairstyles. Part 2. Because if you think these marble busts are just pretty faces, think again. Those curls carved into stone, the knots etched into eternity, they were not just artistic flourishes. They were faithful records of styles that once moved in firelight, glistened in oil, shimmered under Roman sun. To stand before a Roman bust is to look into a mirror of fashion, to see that behind each curl was not just vanity but meaning. And so we drift slowly through this gallery of styles. The simple bun of the Republic, the dignified wave of the notice, the braids of empire, rising like towers on either side of the face. A symbol of feminine power, the tight curls of the empress, copied by women across the provinces, each one more than fashion. Each one a sentence in the long conversation of Roman identity. Hair in Rome was a language, and women spoke it fluently, strand by strand. This is the language of Roman hairstyles. Augustus's granddaughter, Julia Misa, wore towering curls. Not the soft waves of her grandmother, but high, tight curls, coiffed into place with precious jewels. Her hairstyle suggested both wealth and power. An empress without restraint. The message was clear. It's how you tell the story of a woman with jewels in her hair. But then came Nero. He seized power after the death of his mother, the formidable and very auburn-haired Agrippina. And immediately he set about changing not only the look of Rome, but its look. He wanted his subjects to forget the austere, even severe styles of Augustus and his wife. He wanted flowing locks, not buns. And so it was that the Empress Pappia Sabina ushered in a new style, one that would become iconic of the first century, the beehive tall and round, a mass of curls. Piled atop her head a style that said, "We are moving forward, not backward." But power in Rome was precarious. It took only a whisper, a glance, a curl out of place for an emperor to lose his throne. The empress had shown her face on coins with this radical new hairstyle, and now every noblewoman in Rome wanted the same. But not everyone got the memo. At the gladiator games, the emperor's wife sat with her mother-in-law, the former empress, and all Rome saw and knew who was the powerful one. You couldn't miss those beehive curls. The older woman still wore the older style, the severe bun. For a moment, just a moment, the fashion-forward empress must have looked very displeased. Then the unthinkable happened. Nero's wife was seen wearing the notice, not the beehive. Was this a subtle snub? Had the empress gone back to her grandmother's hairstyle to signal her disapproval? It was unlong after that Nero was dead and his wife was looking for a new head covering, perhaps even a beehive burial. That's when the style really took off. Women across Rome adopted it, not just the elite. In Pompeii, you can see the beehive everywhere, in frescoes, on cups, on jewelry, even carved into the stonework of a house. It was a style born of power and worn by everyone from slaves to senators' wives. It signified nothing less than being Roman. The next empress to make a statement was the notorious Messalina. History remembers her as a mad queen, a symbol of female excess, and her hairstyles speak to that. They are extravagant, theatrical, impossible not to notice. She was rarely seen without a diadem, a jeweled headband flashing on her brow. Once an artist captured her in profile, a diadem flaring behind her like a halo. Who was this woman? Was she a goddess? Was she a queen? The artist wanted you to think both. There was no escaping Messalina's gaze. She confronted you with her confidence, with her carefully crafted public image. But her reign was ended as dramatically as it had begun, abruptly, unexpectedly, shockingly. One day she was there, the next she was gone. And it seemed the empire had no interest in preserving her memory. Few portraits survive, none of them flattering. And yet she made a lasting impact. Her hairstyles inspired women across Rome. Even the empress after her, the much maligned and much misunderstood Valeria Messalina, wore a version of Messalina's look. In fact, the beehive, the bun, the notice, they all endured. For centuries, Roman women continued to innovate with the styles, creating braids and knots and coils atop their heads. They were making history with their hairstyles, declaring their allegiance, their identity, their power. Because in the world of ancient Rome, you didn't just wear your politics on your sleeve, you wore them on your head. It's impossible to overstate the importance of hair in Roman life. You can see it in art, literature, even archaeology. And nowhere more so than in the sculptures of women. These are not merely pretty faces. They are political statements. We see this most clearly in marble. The busts of empresses were not simply portraits. They were blueprints. A woman could walk into a sculptor's workshop, point to the curls of Julia Domna or the towering braids of Faustina, and say, "Make me like this." Stone did not lie. Once a style was carved, it spread. From Rome to provincial towns, from statues and temples to coins and markets, the image multiplied. The hair of an empress became a political broadcast. Consider Faustina the Younger, wife of Marcus Aurelius. Her portraits show an elegant wave of curls drawn back into a braided bun. That style, with its carefully cultivated waves and braids, was copied across the empire. Small marble busts of Faustina circulated widely, along with countless coins bearing her likeness. And so women across the empire could see what the emperor's wife was wearing down to the tiniest curl. Indeed, the style caught on so well that we know about it from other media as well. From frescoes to cameos to embroidered cloths, Roman women of all social classes seem to have worn their hair like Faustina. In fact, archaeologists have found examples of this hairstyle in places as far away as Jordan and Egypt. So it's clear that this look became the model of feminine virtue, at least for the duration of Faustina's life. And by copying it, Roman women aligned themselves with the philosopher Emperor's vision of stability and order. So if you wanted to be fashionable in the Roman world, you had to keep up with the latest styles from Rome. And when it came to hair, the center of the fashion world was the imperial family, especially the women. And the favorite model setter was the empress. In a society where women could not hold public office and had few public roles, the empress was the one woman whose face could be seen everywhere, on coins, statues, monuments. She became the standard of female beauty, which may be why the empress's hairstyle seems to appear everywhere as well. Of course, not everyone admired this. Roman satirists and moralists complained bitterly about women's obsession with their appearance and their endless hours spent with their ornatresses. The female slaves who dressed and adorned them, Juvenal, the sharp-tongued poet, sneered that women looked like, quote, towering constructions, more artifice than nature. He complained that they bought blonde wigs made from the hair of Germans the Romans had just conquered. He asked, "Is this Rome? Or is this Babylon?" So the very thing that we might call decadence, the Romans saw as effeminate luxury. And yet, what Juvenal hated was precisely what made hair political. To curl hair into elaborate towers was to claim Rome's domination of the world. To wear German hair on a Roman head was to say, "We conquer, and even their bodies become ours to adorn with." To be fashionable was to flaunt one's wealth and power. For men like Juvenal, Roman women had gone too far. They had abandoned traditional modesty and become slaves to luxury. For him, true Roman women wore their hair plain and simple. But that ideal never really existed, at least not in the Roman world. Of the ancient masterpieces of art, from Greece to Rome, almost without exception, show women with elaborate hairstyles. Even the most famous headdresses were political statements. Consider the diadem. This jeweled headband was originally a symbol of kingship in the ancient Near East. Later, it evolved into a more generic symbol of power and wealth. But no Roman woman could wear it without acknowledging its history. For these women, the diadem was a way of saying, "We are the new pharaohs, the rulers of the ancient world." But what about everyday women? How did they manage to adopt the latest fashions without looking ridiculous? Well, it helped that Roman women had invented a remarkable piece of equipment, the precursor to modern combs and brushes. Archaeologists found these tools throughout the empire, but especially in Pompeii, where they could recreate the styles they saw on the statues and coins of the emperors. In short, it was a tool for empire building. With a flick of the wrist and a turn of the head, every Roman woman could build her own little piece of the Roman world. When you look at Roman statues, especially the female ones, you can't help but notice the hair. It's always elaborate, often enormous. Those sculpted curls and braids weren't just for aesthetics. They were political statements. They told everyone who saw them, "I am Roman." Today, we're going to talk about how Roman women used their hair to express their identity. You can see this most clearly in marble. The busts of empresses were not simply portraits. They were blueprints. A woman could walk into a sculptor's workshop, point to the curls of Julia Domna or the towering braids of Faustina, and say, "Make me like this." Stone did not lie. Once a style was carved, it spread. From Rome to provincial towns, from statues and temples to coins and markets, the image multiplied. The hair of an empress became a political broadcast. Consider Faustina the Younger, wife of Marcus Aurelius. Her portraits show an elegant wave of curls drawn back into a braided bun. The style spread widely, becoming the model of feminine virtue. By copying it, Roman women aligned themselves with the philosopher-emperor's vision of stability and order. So you can imagine how this might have looked in real life. Picture a Roman lady, perhaps in her late teens or early 20s. Adorned in fine linens and jewels, her elaborate hairstyle a crown of curls framing her face. She walks with purpose, not haughty or aloof, but with quiet confidence. Her hair is not just a fashion statement, it's a declaration of identity. It screams, "I am Roman." Of course, not everyone admired this. Roman satirists and moralists complained bitterly. Juvenal, the sharp-tongued poet, mocked women for spending endless hours with their ornatresses, chasing curls, buying wigs of blonde hair imported from captured Germans. He sneered that these women looked like towering constructions, more artifice than nature. His words dripped with scorn. Is this Rome, or is this Babylon, this foreign luxury corrupting us? Yet what Juvenal hated was precisely what made hair political. To curl hair into elaborate towers was to claim Rome's domination of the world. To wear German hair on a Roman head was to say, "We conquer, and even their bodies become ours to adorn with." The Romans didn't just take the spoils of war, they took the spoils of people. In a Mediterranean world where slavery was common, skilled slaves and former captives often found work as artists. Some were surprisingly well treated, like the former pirates serving as the emperor's secretaries. In fact, one was in charge of teaching the imperial children. Their master, the emperor, had been a pirate. Now he ruled the Mediterranean. Hairdressers and barbers were in high demand. Roman men and women paid handsomely for the privilege of having their hair styled by a slave. Hairdressers were so important that they had their own professional organization, the only one of its kind in the ancient world. If you were a barber in ancient Rome, you would have been trained for years before you could work on your own. You would have served an apprenticeship, probably starting when you were young and working for free or very little money. Your master would teach you everything you need to know, including how to make different types of wigs and how to style them. You would also learn how to shave and give massages, because a Roman barber wasn't just a barber, he was also a kind of doctor, bloodletter, and beautician. After several years, you would be allowed to open your own shop. It would be small, maybe with just one chair and a few mirrors. You would work long hours, 6 days a week, and make good money. There would be bad days too, like the day the barber gave the Emperor Nero a haircut, and he hated it so much that he ordered the man put to death. That's why it's a good thing I'm not a barber. Juvenal's rant notwithstanding, this was not just about women. Roman men also sported elaborate hairstyles. It was a sign of masculinity to have long, flowing locks. Short hair was associated with barbarians. In fact, the Romans even had a word for it: short hair. When someone was described as having a short hair, it was considered an insult. Men who cut their hair were seen as effeminate. The longer the hair, the better. There are even reports of Roman men wearing their hair in braids. But this too had its limits. Baldness was an issue for men. There were balding cures, but none really worked. Wigs were popular, but they were expensive. The rich bought them in styles from Greece and Egypt. For the average Roman, the ideal was a compromise between looking good and keeping it simple. The fashion for short curly hair may have started with Alexander the Great, but the Romans perfected it. We must pause here to note something vital. Roman women had no vote. They held no office. Their voices did not echo in the Senate, yet their hair was seen everywhere. Their styles were imitated, criticized, carved in stone, spread on coins. In this way, hair became their voice, silent but visible form of participation in public life. When an empress styled her hair modestly, she lent her weight to an emperor's campaign of moral reform. When she styled it lavishly, she proclaimed the empire's wealth and might. When ordinary women imitated her, they broadcast loyalty. This was politics of a subtler kind, not in words, not in decrees, but in waves and braids and curls. It is striking to realize, even the smallest curl could be read as political. A wave too modest might suggest criticism, an implied rejection of the empire's wealth. A curl too elaborate might seem threatening, a challenge to the dignity of the empress. Thus Roman hair was never neutral, was a stage upon which empire itself performed. Every strand was a thread in the fabric of Rome's political theater. Behind me stand the very stones of Rome, silent witnesses to the power of a woman's hair. These stones have echoed with the footsteps of emperors and senators, their voices shaping the laws and the life of this great city. But here, high above the bustling streets, in this quiet corner of the Palatine Hill, we find another story written not in marble or bronze, but in strands of spun gold. Here in the ruins of a house once lived a woman whose name was Julia Missa. Her grandson was the emperor, the great Constantine, the first Roman emperor to embrace Christianity. But back then, in the days when paganism still held sway, Julia Missa was a devotee of Minerva, the goddess of wisdom. And her worship of Minerva is recorded not in temples or rituals, but in this place, in the very structure of her home. For look here, running along the edge of the terrace, there is a frieze, a series of marble panels carved with images that tell a story. There are processions of gods and heroes, mythical beasts and scenes from daily life. But what catches my eye, what makes my gaze linger, are the hairstyles. Look closely, do you see them? The women here are not merely decorative. Their roles are clear. They are priestesses, attendants, participants in a ritual dedicated to Minerva. But what is this ritual? What is its meaning? The answer lies, of course, in the hair. The central figure is Minerva herself, the goddess of wisdom. And how is she portrayed? As a priestess. Her hair is bound in a simple, severe style, a clear statement of her divine status. Around her are other women, each with a distinct role. Some have elaborate hairstyles, others more plain. Together, they form a chorus, a silent commentary on the main event. For here in the center, held aloft by two priestesses, is a model of the Roman house, complete with furniture and furnishings. This is a sacred marriage, a symbolic union of the goddess with her temple, and the women's hairstyles play a crucial role in this drama. The elaborate ones signify devotion, the simpler styles, restraint. Together, they express the core values of Minerva's cult, the balance between worldly allure and spiritual devotion. But why is this detail so important? Why should we care about the hairstyles of women from ancient Rome? Because in these curls and waves and these braids and knots, we find a world where women participate in politics without actually holding office. Here, in the domestic sphere, far from the clamor of the Senate, women's influence is on display. Through their hairstyles, they express their piety, their devotion, their very identity. They are not merely following fashion, they are making a statement. And who are these women? Some are slaves, some are free, some are young, others old. They come from different social classes, different backgrounds. But united here in their shared devotion, united in their adherence to a particular style, they transcend their differences. For a moment, they are not divided by their social standing, their age, or their individual circumstances. They are a community, a group bound together by a common aesthetic code. As we continue our exploration of ancient Rome, let us always keep this in mind. Women's hairstyles are not just a pretty detail, not just a fashion statement. They are a form of expression, a means of communication, a way of participating in the political life of the city. Every curl, every braid, every wave is a silent but powerful voice, speaking to us across the centuries about the lives, values, and beliefs of the women who wore them. Rome was not just an empire of stone and sand, but an empire of trade. A restless tide of goods and people crossed its seas and deserts, bringing with them stories, sounds, and yes, smells. Amidst the bustling marketplace, amidst the clamor of merchants and haggling customers, one commodity stood out, a silent offering, a whisper against the din: hair. Not just any hair, mind you, but foreign hair. A braid of identity, a tangle of tales. Imagine strolling through the Roman Forum, the heart of the empire, where the great senators held court and debated laws that shaped the world. You see a woman seated before a merchant, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on a woven basket. The merchant, his eyes sharp, gauges the interest in his wares. His gaze then shifts to a display behind him, not jewels or fine cloth, but a collection of braids and plaits, each holding a story of distant lands. In this world of marble and might, hair was a hidden treasure, a secret weapon. Rome was renowned for its opulence, its grand architecture, and its love for luxury. The Romans, masters of trade, understood the allure of the exotic. As their empire stretched from the deserts of Egypt to the hills of Gaul, they brought home more than just gold and marble. They carried tales of far-off lands, including their most prized possession, foreign hair. To the Romans, blonde hair was a symbol of wealth and power. For them, true blonde was a rare commodity, a treasure found in abundance among the Germanic tribes beyond the Rhine River. These folks were known for their tall frames and striking pale hair, a stark contrast to the native Italians who mostly had darker locks. Beyond the physical traits, the Romans projected an air of wildness, even exoticism onto these northern tribes, a mystique that made their hair all the more desirable. But how did this hair become a symbol of victory? Picture this: a Roman general leading his troops into battle against the fierce tribes of the north. The clash of steel echoes across the valleys as the Romans, with their disciplined ranks and superior tactics, emerge victorious. In the aftermath, the spoils of war included not just the vanquished enemy, but also the vanquished enemy's hair. Captured warriors, some to be sold into slavery, others to have their heads shaved, as a humiliating mark of defeat. The shorn hair, a symbol of subjugation, found its way into the bustling marketplaces of Rome, where it was transformed into a coveted commodity. A skilled Roman hairdresser would take these captured strands and craft them into exquisite wigs. These weren't just any wigs. They were trophies, testaments to the might of Rome. For a Roman matron to dan such a wig was to drape herself in the spoils of war, tangible reminder of her husband's victories. Each strand whispering tales of courage and conquest. Yet amidst the tales of war and victory, there's a hint of something more, something intriguing. The Romans associated the blonde hair of the northern barbarians with the women of the north. And not just any women, but those known for their freedom, their independence, and their so-called loose morals, a subtle hint of eroticism. To wear a blonde wig was, in a way, to flirt with danger, to play at being the conquered while firmly rooted in Roman society. It was a silent rebellion, a bold statement. So there you have it, the story of how Rome conquered not just lands and hearts, but also hair, turning a simple strand into a symbol of power, victory, and a touch of forbidden desire. Rome may have fallen, but its legacy lives on, reminding us that sometimes the greatest conquests are the ones we can wear. They say that only the good die young. Well, they were wrong. This is a story about an ancient beauty secret. No, it's not what you think. It's about the ultimate vanity project, one that made millions of rupees in today's money. It's about the multi-billion-dollar wig industry. Now, let's go back in time, back to the days of the Roman Empire. Let's start at the frontier, where traders haggled over prices. Picture a Roman trader at the frontier, purchasing bundles of hair from merchants who gathered it from prisoners, slaves, or even willing sellers seeking coin. The hair was cleaned, sorted, tied into bundles, and then shipped south. Perhaps along the Rhine, then across the Alps, and then into the very heart of Rome's markets. There it was sold in shops lined with goods from across the empire. Here's where the story gets really interesting. These bundles of hair were used to make wigs. Now let's meet the people who made these wigs possible. They were called caponi of hair, which literally meant dealers in hair. They were wig makers, experts in their craft. Given how elaborate these wigs were, we can imagine that being a wig maker required skill and training. After all, these were not your average everyday headdresses. Oh no, these were status symbols, expressions of wealth and power. Now let's step into a typical Roman house. Here we see a wealthy woman getting ready for the day. Her hair, a cascade of curls framing her face. But have you ever wondered how those elaborate hairstyles stayed in place? What kept those curls from unraveling during a busy day? The answer is simple, yet surprisingly modern: a wig. Now here's a question for you. How many wigs did this woman own? Was one enough for daily use? Or did she need a whole collection? Remember, each wig took weeks to make, and they were as much a fashion statement as a functional accessory. So it's not out of the question to imagine this woman owning several wigs, each stored in an ivory box, carefully combed and oiled by her slaves. With these, she could transform herself daily, becoming whoever she wanted to be or whoever the occasion demanded. But why wigs? What purpose did they serve apart from adding to the beauty of the wearer? You see, Roman women were known for their elaborate hairstyles, often adorned with ribbons, flowers, or even jewelry. But achieving these looks required hours of work. Slaves would spend countless hours braiding, curling, and arranging their mistress's hair into intricate designs. Not only was this tedious, but also risky. A slip of the comb or a careless twist could ruin the hairstyle, which would be a disaster for a woman of status. Wigs provided a convenient solution. The intricate curls could be preset, the braids pre-woven. To prepare for a banquet, a woman could simply lift the wig from its box, set it upon her head, and fasten it in place. This not only saved time, but also ensured a perfect hairstyle every single day. But there's more to the story. Wigs were more than just a time saver. They were also a symbol of feminine power. In a society where men held most of the power, women had their own ways of wielding influence. And what better way to do so than by looking your best? A wig allowed a woman to present the version of herself that society demanded: youthful, full, untouched by time. It was not just a fashion accessory, it was a shield against the world. It hid imperfections, gave confidence, and projected an image of perfection. So next time you see someone wearing a wig, remember, you're seeing only what's on the surface. Beneath that carefully crafted headdress lies a story of vanity, power, perhaps even a touch of desperation. So, when you think of ancient Rome, what do you see? Toilets made of gold and ivory, marble palaces, chariots racing through the forum, and then there's hair. Romans weren't natural blondes, but they sure liked to act like they were. They also experimented with dyes. Some recipes survive in Roman texts. One promised to darken hair by boiling walnut shells. Another aimed to redden with henna. Still another suggested the use of ash and vinegar. But blonde, blonde was the obsession. Women smeared their hair with saffron, with powdered gold, with strange concoctions of herbs and minerals, all in pursuit of brightness. Some would sit in the sun after applying these mixtures, hoping the rays would lighten their locks. And so, hair became chemistry, a laboratory of vanity and invention. But why were these golden glimmers so obsessed with going blonde? Well, for one thing, it was a sign of high status. In a society where most people had dark hair, being a blonde meant that you had access to luxury goods, rare ingredients, the leisure time to mess with your hair. That last one is important because while Rome liked its blondes, it did not like its divas. A woman who spent too much time on her appearance, who took too much care with her beauty routine, she was seen as vain and frivolous, and no one wanted to be that. So having your hair done right was a careful balancing act, a demonstration of feminine wiles without being too much. Here's how it went down. First, the hair was washed, often in urine. Then the dye was applied, wrapped in a cloth, and left to sit for hours. Sometimes a hot iron was used to help the color set. And finally, once the concoction was rinsed out, the hair was dried in the sun, wind, or sometimes under a dryer.
Oh, that's right. A hair dryer.
Invented in Greece around 300 BCE, it consisted of a bowl of hot water, a hand crank, and a leather tube. I don't know about you, but that sounds more complicated than my current blow dryer. Of course, not everyone could afford these fancy tools and treatments. For the lower classes, A good strong black dye was often good enough to cover up the gray or the unwanted reddish tones that came with aging. But the wealthy were not so easily satisfied. They wanted something more, something uniquely Roman. They wanted to shine. We must remember, in Rome, life was public. Banquets, games, processions, all were stages. And on these stages, wigs became costumes. Imagine entering the theater of Pompey. The crowd gathers, the marble steps gleam. Women arrive, their wigs shimmering, one with coils of blonde curls, another with deep black braids, another with a towering mass of auburn. Each style catches the eye, which declares rank, wealth, and taste. The wig was not hidden, it was not shameful. It was proudly worn, part of the spectacle of Rome itself. One type of wig, the so-called capital, was even named after the goddess Minerva, a way of showing off one's devotion to the patron deity of Rome itself. There was also the tonsure, favored by the elite, a close-cropped cut that required regular shaving. This style was practical for chariot racing. Riding astride a horse, you need a good, strong grip. It's not something you can get with a flowing mane of hair. Plus, if you're an equestrian, as was the case with many Roman men, you need a clear view of the charioteer in front of you. Out your way, you're going to see him if your hair is in your eyes. The tonsure was also an easy way to make sure your head stayed cool in the Roman heat. Just make sure your barber is a skilled craftsman. Otherwise, you might end up looking like this. But why stop at your own hair? Why not dye your eyebrows and eyelashes to match? And then there's beard dye. Mustaches were considered attractive in Rome. They showed off the shape of your face, the strength of your jawline. But the neatly groomed beard that was reserved for the gods, by dyeing their beards, men declared themselves divine. This wasn't limited to emperors. Any Roman could don a golden beard. Any man who wanted to look like he owned the world. Of course, not all approved. The poets, ever ready to sneer, mocked the obsession. Martial, with his sharp wit, wrote scornfully of women who changed their hair daily. One day a redhead, the next day a blonde, the next day dark-haired. He laughed that he never knew who he was speaking to, the woman herself or her wig. To him, the wig was deception, artifice. But his very mockery tells us how widespread the practice was. For satire only bites when the subject is familiar. Thus, in Martial's complaints, we glimpse a Rome where wigs filled markets, adorned banquets, and shifted identities daily. The Roman Emperor Hadrian famously sported a wig made of the hair of his beloved. The poet Martial himself, who bemoaned the fact that his master's wig was giving him a headache. There is an image of a Roman woman in a wig collection, a visual joke, a play on words, a kind of pun. The inscription on the base of the statue reads, "Beware of the bald beneath the curls." The sculptor is having his way with the viewer, teasing us with a visual riddle. Does she wear a wig or not? If she does, what is beneath it? These are the kinds of questions that occupied the minds of Romans as they encountered this sculpture in the artist's workshop or strolling through the forum. It was a visual game, a game of hide and seek, a tease, a jest. Beneath the shimmering surface of the wig, there is a darker truth. The ornatresses, the hairdressers, not only styled the hair, they also cared for the wigs. They washed them, perfumed them, combed them with ivory pins, stored them carefully in boxes, guarded them against moths. For the slave, the wig was both a burden and a craft. To maintain the luster of foreign hair, to arrange it upon the mistress's head just so. This was labor unseen but essential. In this way, wigs carried stories not only of conquest and wealth, but also of the silent hands that tended them. This is a story about power, desire, and deception, about far-off lands and familiar faces, about the weight of gold and the value of a glance. It is a story that the Romans loved to tell and tell again, a story that lives on in our stories today. In ancient Rome, you could buy blonde hair, not for yourself, of course. You could buy it to put on your head. By wearing this particular style, you were making a statement. You were saying, I am Roman. Romans loved to play with their identity, to transform themselves, to experiment with who they were and how they appeared to others. And what better way to do that than with a wig? Wigs allowed Romans to play with identity. To wear blonde hair was to wear Germanness, at least in part. To wear sleek Eastern hair was to wear foreign allure. A Roman woman could shift her appearance, trying on fragments of empire. Today she was Roman. Tomorrow she was exotic. But always beneath the wig, she remained herself. The wig was both transformation and reminder. A reminder that Rome absorbed the world, even its hair. Close your eyes again. Imagine the market stalls of Rome, the cries of sellers, the scent of spices, the gleam of jewelry. And their boxes of hair, blonde shining in the sun, black, glossy, auburn rich. Women pause, touch, choose. Slaves carry the purchases home. That night at a banquet, wigs shimmer by torchlight, each a fragment of empire woven into style. Hair, once rooted in distant heads, now crowns Rome's elite. In the 1st century, a Roman writer named Pliny the Younger described a woman whose elaborate headdress included not one but 2 wigs. She wore one on top of the other, and even that wasn't enough. She pinned a 3rd one on top of that, creating a towering structure that was then adorned with jewels and flowers. It was a bold look, but it was also a look that said, "I am Roman." You see? Rome was a city that prided itself on its conquest of the known world. And what better way to display that conquest than by wearing the spoils of war on your head? In a way, the women of Rome were the original conquerors. They were the ones who took the resources, the people, the culture, the very hair of the conquered, and made it their own. They were the ones who turned the exotic into the fashionable. But not everyone could afford to buy hair from conquered peoples. For the poor, there was always the option of the cheaper wig made from wool or linen. But even the cheapest wig was a luxury item. In a world where women's status was often determined by their beauty, a wig could make all the difference. It was a way to enhance your appearance, to make yourself more attractive, to climb the social ladder. In a city full of women striving to be the most beautiful, the best dressed, the most talked about, a wig was the ultimate accessory. It was a symbol of wealth and power. It was a way to make a statement. It was a way to say, "I am Roman." Now open your eyes. You're in Rome. The year is 1880. The place. The bustling Via del Corso. The women are elegant, their dresses flowing, their hats perched atop their heads. And then there she is, Isabella, a young woman with a secret. Beneath her stylish hat, Isabella hides a wig. It's a simple black bob, nothing fancy, but to Isabella, it's everything. You see, Isabella has a secret. Right. Her hair is not her own. It's a secret she's kept for years. Ever since she was a young girl growing up in a small village outside of Rome, her family were farmers, poor but proud. They had a small farm with a few acres of land and a house with a dirt floor and a roof made of straw. Life was hard, but it was honest. Then one day a stranger came to the village. He was a wealthy Roman senator, and he was looking for a wife. Had heard that the women of this village were beautiful, and he wanted one for himself. He offered Isabella's father a fortune for her hand in marriage, and though her father didn't want to part with his only child, he couldn't refuse the offer. So he agreed to the marriage, and Isabella became the senator's wife. Now, when Isabella first arrived at the senator's house, she was shocked. It was a palace, really, with marble floors and gold leafing everywhere. There were servants scurrying about, slaves waiting at hand and foot, and a garden with fountains and statues. But there was something else that caught Isabella's eye, the senator's wife, who was older than him. But she was beautiful, with flowing robes and a towering wig. She was everything Isabella was not. For weeks, Isabella felt out of place. She didn't know how to behave in such a grand house. She didn't know how to talk to the senator's guests. And she didn't know what to do with her hair. Her mother had taught her how to braid her long, thick locks, but here in the senator's house, that was not enough. Every morning, the older woman would summon Isabella and tell her to sit while she dressed her hair. Every day she would put on a new wig. Sometimes they were blonde, sometimes they were brown, sometimes they were red. But no matter what color they were always beautiful. And Isabella longed to be like the older woman, to be like the other noble women she saw around her, to be like the women whose pictures were in the fashion magazines. She wanted to be beautiful, to be desired, to be talked about. She wanted to be Roman. And so she began to save her money. Every coin she earned from working in the fields, she put into a jar until she had enough to buy a wig of her own. One day, Isabella went to the market and bought a simple black bob. It was made of wool, but it looked just like the finest human hair. She took it home and put it on, and she knew in that moment that she was no longer just Isabella, the farmer's daughter. She was Isabella, the senator's wife. She was Isabella, Roman. Romans weren't just vain, they were superstitious. And what was that thing that they used to express their devotion? Hair. Roman men and women believed their bodies were gifts from the gods, vessels for the divine. And like any gift, you took care of it. You dressed it up. You made offerings to keep it in good shape, because that was a reflection of the gods themselves. For men, that meant oils, perfumes, combs, and tweezers. For women, it meant elaborate styles, jewels, and veils. The wealthier women even had slaves to do their hair. But it wasn't just about looking good. It was about staying connected to the gods. See, Romans believed your hair connected you to the divine, to the spirits of your ancestors, and to the cycles of life and death. How you wore your hair, how much you showed or hid, all of it was a prayer, an offering to the gods. Now let's talk about the big chop. Some men kept their hair short, almost like a modern fade, while others grew it long, like down to their shoulders. Long hair was a symbol of masculinity back in the day. And if you were a Roman man with long hair, you were considered pretty hot. You see, the longer you kept your hair, the more successful you were believed to be in life. Short hair was for the common folk, soldiers and slaves. Long hair was for the elites, the rich and influential men who could afford to maintain it. Plus, it was a status symbol, a way to show off your wealth and power. The oil and perfume alone that you needed to keep that long hair smelling good would have cost a fortune. Then we have the bald and the shaved. Some men shaved their heads as a fashion statement, kind of like a monk's tonsure. Others went bald because, well, genetics. See, balding was common in ancient Rome, just like now. In fact, the Romans had their own cure for baldness, a kind of lotion made from, well, bare fat. It was so popular that women of all social classes used it. But don't go slathering bare fat on your head just yet. Experts say it didn't really work and might have even caused more hair loss. Finally, there were the tonsured. A tonsure is a fancy word for a shaved circle on the top of your head. Soldiers and priests were often tonsured. It was a way to identify them, to set them apart from the rest. But for ordinary Romans, it was a sign of something else, a way to show devotion to the emperor. You see, when Rome was at war, citizens would often shave their heads as a way to show support for the troops. It was a way to say, we're all in this together. So the next time you look at a Roman statue or bust, take a close look at the hair. It's not just a pretty detail. It's a story of a civilization that believed the gods lived among them, that every strand of hair was a whisper of the divine. What does your hair say about you? For the Romans, everything. It marked social status, age, even marital prospects. And how they cut, colored, or styled their hair told a silent but significant story to all who saw them. One of the most significant rituals came in childhood. Roman boys and girls both wore an amulet around their necks. Boys the bulla, girls the lunula, symbols of protection during their youth. But when a boy reached manhood, usually in his mid-teens, he underwent a solemn transition. He set aside his boyish toga and donned the toga of adulthood. And with this change came another, the cutting of his first beard or locks. These strands were not discarded casually, were dedicated often to a household god or to a temple. The young man left behind not only hair, but childhood itself. In those strands lay innocence, play, protection, now surrendered to the divine. Girls, too, had hair rituals. Before marriage, they might dedicate childhood locks to the gods, preparing themselves for new roles as wives. The shedding of hair was thus the shedding of one life, the beginning of another. You can see how a culture's perspective on hair can shape its history. To learn more about the role of hair in different societies, stay tuned. Now, let's return to ancient Rome. In the world of Roman men, hair was a statement. Wealthy Romans, both men and women, favored a style known as the poll, short on the sides and back and longer on top. This style allowed for a variety of looks, depending on how the top was styled or decorated. It was practical, it was fashionable, and it could be a canvas for self-expression. Senators and higher-ranking officials often chose elaborate hairstyles, sometimes using gold or jeweled combs to accent their status. They also used hair as a political tool, adorning their heads with wreaths or garlands to signify civic duty, religious observance, or even military victories. These symbols were not just decorative, they were a way to convey one's identity and achievements to the public. But the most important hair-related event in a Roman man's life came when he married. Roman men typically married in their early 20s. The bride's family would often pay for the groom's new ceremonial garments, including a special white toga called the candida toga. This toga was a symbol of the man's transition to adulthood and his new responsibilities as a husband and future father. Hair played an equally important role in the lives of Roman women. From the time they were young girls, Roman women were expected to cover their heads with a special type of veil called a flammeum. This was a long, thin piece of fabric that was attached to a headband and flowed down the back, covering the woman's hair. The flammeum was a symbol of a woman's status as a Roman citizen and was worn by women of all social classes. However, the style and decoration of the flammeum varied depending on the occasion. For example, a young girl's flammeum might be decorated with flowers or ribbons, while a married woman's flammeum might be more subdued. But perhaps the most iconic Roman hairstyle was that of the bride. A Roman bride did not wear her hair in her everyday style. Instead, it was arranged in a very particular fashion, the seni crines. This consisted of 6 braids, parted with the tip of a spear. Yes, a spear. This may seem like a strange detail, but it was actually a very important part of the ritual. The gesture symbolized both protection and ancient memory. Some said it recalled the Sabine women, carried off by Roman men in the city's early days. Others believed it linked the bride to warrior strength, a reminder that marriage was not merely personal, but civic, binding families, strengthening Rome. The 6 braids themselves may have symbolized the bride's transition from childhood to adulthood, as well as her new duties as a wife and potential mother. Each braid could represent a different aspect of her life, such as her family, her status, or even her hopes for the future. Once her hair was braided, the bride's head was covered with a veil that was attached to a special crown-like headpiece. The veil was not just a decorative element, but also served to protect the bride from evil spirits and bad omens. After the wedding ceremony, the veil and headpiece were removed, and the bride wore her hair in the seni crines for the rest of her life. This signified her married status and also served as a reminder of her civic duty to her husband and family. So you can see that Roman hair wasn't just a fashion statement, it was a way of life. Whether it was the elaborate styles of the elite or the simple veil of the working woman, each person's hair told the story of their life and their place in Roman society. Hair, it's the ultimate accessory, the crowning glory. Or is it? For the ancient Romans, hair was more than just a style statement. It was a way to express oneself, to communicate without words, to lay bare one's soul. But Roman hair stories are not all glamorous toga parties and victory parades. There's a darker side to those flowing locks and sculpted beards, a tale of loss, grief, and the lengths to which Romans would go to express their sorrow. You might think a haircut is a personal choice, a way to look your best or try out a new trend. But back in Rome, a bald head wasn't just a fashion statement, it was a serious declaration. A clean-shaven head was a sign of mourning, a way to show you were going through something tough. This wasn't some fleeting fancy. We're talking about a full-on ritual. Men would shave their heads as part of their funeral rites. It was like a solemn oath, a visible promise of their deep sorrow. But why the extreme measure? What did a bald head signify? Well, it was all about showing respect and making a connection to the dead. When someone lost a loved one, they weren't just feeling sad. They believed that person was gone, but also a part of them had gone too. And what better way to show that than by altering your own appearance? It was a physical manifestation of that inner turmoil, a visible representation of their grief. By shaving their heads, Romans were not only honoring the dead, they were also showing how much the loss affected them. Now you might be thinking that's a bit intense. Why couldn't they just wear a hat or use a scarf to cover up? But that's where it gets really interesting, you see. In Roman culture, hair wasn't just about personal style. It was a way to convey messages and emotions. It was a form of nonverbal communication. When someone shaved their head, everyone around them knew they were grieving. There was no need for words. The bald head spoke volumes. It was a silent scream of sorrow, a visible void where a crown of hair used to be. And it wasn't just men who shaved their heads. Women did it too. They might have let their hair fall unbound and uncombed, a tangled mess where elegant styles once stood. Some women even chopped their hair short, not as an offering to the gods, but as a tribute to the dead. Severing one's locks was a big deal. It was like giving up a piece of oneself, a visible sacrifice to honor the departed. In the Roman world, hair wasn't just a fashion accessory or a symbol of personal style. It was a powerful form of expression, a way to communicate emotions, beliefs, and values. From the elaborate hairstyles of the elite to the simple braids of the common folk, every strand told a story. It was a silent narrative that wove through the streets of Rome, hanging in the breeze like an unwritten poem. During the height of the Roman Empire, the streets of Rome were a bustling marketplace of ideas, goods, and gossip. Amidst the lively chatter and the clanging of tools, there was another sound. The snip of shears and the rustle of freshly cut hair. But these weren't just your average haircuts. Each snip and every strand had a story to tell. For the common folk of Rome, hair was a way to make ends meet. A barber wasn't just a stylist. He was an entrepreneur, a small business owner trying to make an honest living. In a city of nearly 1 million people, there was always demand for a good haircut. So while the elite flaunted intricate hairstyles and luxurious beards, the commoners found ways to express themselves within their means. Imagine a barber shop nestled between a bakery and a shoemaker's stall. The air thick with the scent of fresh bread and leather. Inside, men of all ages sit on simple stools, their heads bent in anticipation as the barber's shears do their work. Some ask for a trim, others for a bold new style. And as the barber works his magic, they chat about the latest news, swapping stories and catching up on the gossip. In this humble setting, the barber isn't just a stylist, he's a confidant, a silent witness to the joys and sorrows of everyday life. He sees the city through the eyes of those he serves, hearing their hopes and dreams as he snips away the weeks and months. For many, it's more than just a haircut. It's a moment of respite, a chance to connect with others and to be seen. The barber's shop becomes a microcosm of Roman life, a place where the boundaries between classes are blurred, so all that is left are the shared stories and the snip of shears against skin. And as the sun sets over the Roman Forum, casting long shadows across the city, the men leave the shop, their heads held high, their new haircuts a symbol of resilience and the enduring spirit of the Roman people. Yet not all uses were noble. Hair could also slip into shadow. In Roman magic, hair was a potent ingredient. Witches in literature were said to steal locks from sleeping victims, weaving them into spells. To possess someone's hair was to possess part of their essence. The poet Ovid describes love charms, curses, even bindings that required hair. A lock burned in a ritual fire might call passion, or ruin, or sickness. Hair was thus double-edged, sacred in temples, dangerous in sorcery. Close your eyes and picture a Roman household. A boy stands before the family altar, a curl cut from his head, laid gently before the gods. A bride, her 6 braids parted by a spear, walks solemnly toward her new life. A widow, hair loose, weeps beside a bier. A priestess, her braids wound with ribbons, tends the eternal flame. In each scene, hair speaks. Not as style, not as vanity, but as prayer, as grief, as vow, as magic. The Romans knew to touch hair was to touch the soul. Ouch. Now let's get to the most important part of this story. We want to hear from you. Tell us about a time when you touched someone's hair and you felt like you were touching their soul. Maybe it was a child's soft, downy hair, a lover's flowing locks, an elder's wisps touched by the sun and the wind. When and where was it? What made it significant? Was it a moment of tenderness, of connection, of understanding? You're storing with us in the world. Who knows whose soul you might touch with your words? In the bustling city of Rome, where ancient stones whispered tales of emperors and conquests, lived a young woman named Livia. Her hair, a cascade of raven black, reached past her waist. Said to be the envy of every woman in Rome, but Livia found no joy in its silky abundance. You see, she was cursed. The touch of her fingers, wherever they grazed, turned to ash. A fatal gift from a jealous goddess, you might think. So Livia lived in fear, her nimble hands hidden, her heart heavy with loneliness. One day, driven by despair, she sought out the oracle of Delphi, her only hope for a cure. The journey was long and fraught with peril, but Livia, desperate for a solution, pressed on. Finally, she stood before the altar of the gods, the air thick with incense and anticipation. As the high priestess uttered the cryptic prophecy, Livia heard these words: a willing heart, a soul laid bare. Only in love's embrace can the curse find its end. But what did it mean? Confused and troubled, Livia returned to Rome, the prophecy echoing in her ears. That night, as she gazed at her reflection, a plan began to form. She would seek out a lover, entrust her fate to his touch, hoping to break the curse that had stolen her peace. But who could she trust? Then she thought of Marcus, a childhood friend, a confidant she had secretly loved for years. He was kind, compassionate, and brave. Could he be the one to help her? With newfound determination, Livia set out to find Marcus, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and hope. Would he accept her, love her enough to touch her, break the curse that had held her captive for so long? Or would he, like so many before him, recoil in terror at the thought of touching her deadly hands? Only time would tell. Long after flesh withers and bones turn to dust, a lock of hair can remain. The Romans noticed this permanence, and in that endurance, they found meaning. Hair became memory, a trace of a person preserved beyond time. A single strand can tell a story of identity, of attachment, of loss. It whispers of a life lived and loved, a life that death itself can't quite silence. This is the last chapter of a series. I will wander through those memories, in portraits, in tombs, in keepsakes, in afterlife beliefs. Through hair, the Romans sought to hold on, even when life slipped away. Step into the quiet galleries of Roman portrait busts. Marble faces gaze back at us, lips still, eyes unseeing. And yet carved upon their heads, hair lives. Sculptors paid astonishing attention to coiffure. A noblewoman's elaborate curls, a senator's combed strands, a youth's tousled locks. All are captured in stone. Why? Because hair, more than clothing or jewelry, signaled identity. Fashion shifted. Bodies aged. But hair, frozen in a chosen style, marked a person in memory. Even today, scholars use hairstyles on statues to date them, not by inscription, but by the sweep of a curl, the twist of a braid, the lift of a fringe. Hair became a clock of history, ticking silently across dynasties. Beyond marble, hair itself was kept. Romans, like many cultures, treasured locks of the living and the dead. A mother might preserve a child's first curl. A widow might hold a braid of her husband's hair. A soldier might send a strand to his beloved before leaving for war. Small containers, boxes, lockets, even rings, sometimes held these precious tokens. To touch such hair was to touch the absent, to feel presence in absence. For Romans, who believed in the lingering power of the body, such keepsakes were more than sentiment. They were fragments of the person, carrying essence, spirit, life. The most famous of these relics are the golden curls said to have adorned the heads of Romulus and Remus, the legendary twin founders of Rome. In art, their hair is the stuff of divinity, immortal, untouchable, eternally golden. Here, a suckling infant, divinely inspired, cradles a lock of red hair. It is said to be the boy Romulus, destined to become king of a new people. Across the Tiber, in the church of Santa Maria in Cosmedon, a mosaic depicts Romulus, older now, but still a boy. In his right hand, a scepter, a symbol of kingship to come. In his left, a lock of golden hair. Here the twins are parted, Romulus, the future Rome, reaching out to gather up the strands of fate. Their hair is a tangible link to their divine origins, a reminder that the greatest city in the world is founded on the blood and destiny of twins. But what of the countless others whose stories didn't make it into legend, whose hair didn't turn to gold, whose fates weren't fabled? For ordinary Romans, death was a constant companion. Life was fragile, easily extinguished by illness, poverty, war. Death, too, touched the emperor's family, the Julio-Claudians, perhaps the most famous dynasty in Roman history. Augustus, the first emperor, ushered in 2 centuries of rule. His descendants married into and adopted by each other, creating a web of uncles and cousins, aunts and nieces, all potential heirs. Yet most died young. In the year 14, after a reign of 51 years, Augustus passed the purple cloak to Tiberius. But he didn't pass on his looks. Look closely at their portraits. Augustus has a long, straight nose and full lips. Tiberius doesn't. He has the aquiline nose and thin lips of his grandmother, Julia, and her father, Augustus's great-uncle, Julius Caesar. This little detail tells us much. Tiberius wasn't just an obscure branch on the family tree. He descended directly from Caesar, the most famous Roman of the previous age. As Augustus groomed Tiberius for power, he also groomed him for public image. When the boy was born, the emperor gave him the name Tiberius Nero. It was a strong, active name like his father's, and it echoed with the legacy of Rome's greatest hero, Romulus. Yet the child grew up as Tiberius Claudius. Why the change? We don't know. Perhaps it was a nickname, something closer, more intimate. Or perhaps it was a deliberate choice, a way to distance the heir from the founder, to shape a new identity for a new Rome. Tiberius died in 37, having ruled for 23 years. Like many of his family, his looks were a puzzle. Some say he inherited Augustus's nose and eyes. Others say no, he looked like his grandfather. So much so that people called him Little Caesar. That image may have been a burden. How could he live up to Rome's greatest hero, or was it a comfort? Was he destined for greatness because he resembled the past? We don't know. What we do know is that his hair was the color of bronze. When he died, his mother Livia commissioned a statue in his honor. It was placed in the atrium of their home, the place where emperors received important guests. So when visitors stepped inside, they would have seen the boy, emperor, young and beautiful, with his bronze hair and haunting eyes. Forever frozen in his prime, a reminder of the greatness Rome had lost, a promise of the greatness that might return. How did Romans remember the dead? Primarily through images, portraits, statues, mosaics, and paintings. These were designed to capture the likeness of a person, to keep their features and even their personality alive. Sometimes a single work captured both beauty and character, as in the portrait of Poppaea Sabina, wife of Nero, whose flowing red hair mirrors her fiery spirit. Other times, it took a series to capture the sitter. Like the images of the Empress Julia Misa, these idealized images carefully crafted to project power and perfection. They made ordinary people feel very different from themselves. So what if you could step into the studio while the artist was at work? See how the real empress looked, not as a goddess, but as a woman. The artist's sketches were bolder, more critical, more like Misa herself. No wonder her daughter Julia later destroyed them. Have you ever noticed how often people on ancient Roman coins have elaborate hairstyles? Well, it turns out there's a lot more to these elaborate daws than meets the eye. Welcome back to my channel. Today we're talking about hair in ancient Rome. Now, if you've watched my series on ancient beauty secrets, then you already know that Romans paid a lot of attention to their hair. Both men and women carefully crafted their looks. And there are hundreds of surviving examples of Roman hairstyles from frescoes, statues, and busts, as well as written instructions for creating them. Today, however, I want to talk about how the Romans remembered the dead through the gift of hair. Because if you look around Roman tombs and funerary art, guess what? Hair appears again and again. In reliefs, the deceased are often depicted with the hairstyle they wore in life, carefully arranged and forever remembered. A woman with the towering curls of Flavian fashion would be carved with that exact style, ensuring she was recognized as herself. A man with a neatly combed fringe or cropped soldier S-cut would be immortalized the same way. In other words, hair was memory carved in stone. A final portrait, not of an abstract soul, but of real appearance. And sometimes locks of actual hair were sealed into tombs. They were mingled with ashes or laid with offerings, a material reminder that life had passed, but traces remained. Hair also carried generational weight. Father's cropped cut might be echoed in his sons. A mother's braids might appear again in her daughters. Across marble busts and family portraits, we see echoes, styles repeated, preserved, cherished. In this way, hair-bound family lines, linking ancestors to descendants. To see a hairstyle was not only to see an individual, but to glimpse heritage. The Romans also believed that the dead continued to exist in some form after death, specifically as the manes, which were considered to be the spirits of the dead that lingered and could be honored by the living. So what did the dead need their hair for? Maybe nothing? But cutting and offering your own hair at a grave was a way of sharing essence with the departed. To bridge the divide between the world of the living and the world of the dead, the poet Catullus even wrote of offerings at his brother's tomb, tokens of devotion. These offerings were often made up of hair and garments, and they were sometimes accompanied by prayers or pleas. Other poems speak of tearing hair in grief, as if by giving up one's hair, one could more closely follow the dead in spirit. Now, it's important to note that not all Roman hairstyles were equal. Often the styles associated with elite women and men were more elaborate and took more time to create. However, across social classes, the Romans of the past took great pride in their appearance and saw their outer presentation as a reflection of their inner selves. This is especially evident in funerary art, where regardless of social status, the deceased were often portrayed with their hair carefully styled, to represent both individuality and continuity across the threshold of death. In fact, the Romans kept the hair of the dead for much the same reason they kept their coins with elaborate hairstyles. In both cases, it was a way of preserving identity and continuity in a rapidly changing world. As the Roman Empire expanded, new territories and cultures were conquered and incorporated into the vast web of the empire. This led to significant changes in Roman culture, including the adoption of new customs, beliefs, and values. Despite these changes, the Romans found ways to hold on to their traditions and their sense of identity. And one of those ways was through their art and their coins. The elaborate hairstyles depicted on Roman coins and funerary art served as a reminder of who they were and where they came from, even as the empire changed and evolved around them. In the grand galleries of Roman tombs, amidst the haunting silence, a peculiar detail catches the eye. The hair, it seems, is making a comeback. At first glance, it's the faces that demand attention, the marble or bronze visage of the deceased, frozen in an eternal slumber. Yet as the gaze lingers, something else emerges from the depths of time. The hair, carefully arranged, flows, curls, coils, or falls in precise, intricate patterns, each strand seemingly placed with intention. It's as though the hair, like the countenance it frames, has been summoned back from oblivion to play its part in the drama of remembrance. But why does this recur so frequently in the art of remembrance? Why is the hair so meticulously depicted? What is it about these lifeless tresses that hold such importance for the Romans in their rituals of remembrance? The answer, as with so many things in Roman culture, lies in the concept of memoria, memory. In the Roman world, memory wasn't just a passive act of recollection. It was an act of duty, a vital force that kept the past alive in the present. It was through acts of remembrance that the Romans believed they could honor the dead, ensure their legacy, and maintain a connection with their heritage. And what better way to remember a person than by preserving the very essence of their physical form, their image, their likeness? Or what did they value more highly than the outward signs of identity, the features that framed the face, the hair? For the Romans, the visual presentation of the self was of utmost importance. The way one dressed, the ornaments they wore, all were deliberate choices meant to convey status, personality, and identity. And at the center of this carefully crafted presentation was, again, the hair. A woman's stowering curls, or a man's neatly combed fringe, or soldier's cut was more than just a fashion statement. It was a defining characteristic, a symbol of individuality. And when that person passed away, it was crucial to remember them as they were in life, complete with the hairstyle that was their trademark. Furthermore, hairstyles often served as a link to family and ancestry. A father's cropped military cut might be echoed in his son's, while a mother's intricate braids might reappear in her daughter's. In a society that placed a premium on lineage and family ties, this repetition of styles across generations served as a tangible reminder of one's roots, a way of honoring one's ancestors through the very style of one's hair. But the emphasis on hair in Roman funerary art and poetry goes beyond just aesthetics. It delves into the realm of the numinous, the spiritual essence that animates the physical form. The Romans believed that the soul, the spirit of the deceased, the persona lingered after death, hovering around the tomb and waiting to be acknowledged by the living. And what better way to pay homage to the dead than by offering them something they cherished in life, their favorite perfume, a beloved toy, or even a lock of their hair? By placing these objects at the tomb, the living could demonstrate their devotion and ensure the spirit's tranquility. In the poignant verses of Catullus, the Roman poet who lamented the loss of his brother, we see this theme of hair woven into the fabric of grief. He writes of offering a lock of his own hair to the dead, mingling it with wine and dropping it into the urn that holds his brother's ashes. It's a heart-wrenching image of a brother's love transcending the boundaries of life and death. In the broader context of Roman culture, these poetic expressions found resonance. Throughout the empire, people tore their hair in mourning, a physical act of anguish that symbolized the uprooting of a vital part of their existence, their connection to their loved ones. By shedding hair, they were participating in a larger narrative, a story of loss and remembrance that had been told and retold since the dawn of human emotion. As you stand before the weathered stones or smooth marble of Roman tombs, your gaze tracing the contours of long-dead faces, consider the hair, those lifeless tresses frozen in time. They are not merely ornamental, but a testament to the enduring power of memory. They are a silent echo of lives lived, loves lost, and spirits that linger, forever entwined with the tales of the ancients. We remember Roman emperors today, not for their words or their deeds, but for their hair. We speak of the Flavian wave, the Antonine curls, the Severan locks. And though we admire these styles for their elegance or power, we don't often consider why Romans thought them so important. Why was it that a new emperor inaugurated a new era not with a speech but with a new haircut? What did these carefully sculpted waves and curls say about Rome and its people? To answer these questions, we have to think like Romans. And to do that, we begin with the end, with death. In the late Republic and early Empire, it was customary for a family to bury or place in a tomb a small box containing the personal effects of the deceased: a coin purse, a ring, a mirror, and often a lock of hair. This ritual was not exclusive to women. Men, too, had their hair braided and deposited in urns. And the practice wasn't limited to the elite. All over the empire, in villas and in barracks, people placed their most treasured possession, their most intimate adornment, in a box and sealed it away. But why? Because in death, as in life, hair was identity. A young girl's elaborate curls announced her age and status. A middle-aged woman's bun showed she was married. An older woman's braids signified her wisdom and experience. Meant, too, the style you wore identified you. Soldiers in the legions, tonsured on the sides and shaved on the top, were icily identified as subjects of Rome. Slaves, meanwhile, often wore their hair long, as a symbol of freedom and an attribute of the gods. In fact, the most common ornament for a Roman woman was a simple fillet, a band worn around the head to keep the hair out of one's face while working. But what set the Romans apart was their innovation and variety. They invented curling irons to achieve the perfect spiral. They used combs to create height and lift. They adorned their styles with flowers and jewels and ribbons. Nothing was too precious, too grand, too humble for Roman hair. In other words, whatever your status in life, you could rely on one constant: the style you chose to wear would become part of the record. A physical manifestation of who you were, what you valued, and how you saw yourself. And if you were a Roman emperor, your style would be a kind of shorthand for the entire era you ruled. It a single image that captured the spirit of an entire age. The Flavian wave, for instance, was more than just a hairstyle. It was a political statement. When the Flavians came to power in 69 AD, they inaugurated a new era of stability and prosperity. And so it was fitting that their look should convey peace and plenty. The long, loose curls cascading down the shoulders symbolized the abundance of the age. The carefully waved and curled hair of the elite spoke of leisure and luxury. The simple, severe hairstyles of the common folk suggested order and discipline. So when you look at a Roman bust with idealized curls, remember that sculpture took time. The artist wasn't just shaping marble, he was crafting an image that would last for centuries. Those curls were meant to impress, to inspire awe and admiration. They were the outward expression of an inward transformation. They were the emperor's crown. You wake before sunrise to the smell of pine needles and wood smoke. Your simple breakfast of rice gruel and pickled vegetables is eaten in silence while your lord's retainers prepare for the day. It is another Wednesday, which means your lord will be away in the city, attending to his duties at the castle. So it falls to you and your fellow samurai to oversee the peasants who work the fields and workshops of your domain. After breakfast, you change into your working clothes, rougher garments made for labor rather than ceremony. The morning mist has cleared and the humidity of early summer hangs heavy in the air. You set off toward the fields, taking care to walk between the rows of young rice shoots, so as not to damage them. Though they are small, they will soon grow tall and form a leafy barrier between you and the endless horizon. The sound of splashing water follows you as you pass by peasants waist deep in the paddies, using wooden paddles to keep the mud and weeds at bay. Your own personal domain consists of several rice paddies, vegetable gardens and orchards which surround your house. You run your hand along the smooth bark of a young cherry tree and straighten up as you hear the rhythmic thud of a hammer. At the edge of the village stands a smithy tended by one of your peasant subjects, a wiry old man with soot smudges under his eyes. You have watched him work many times, coaxing red-hot steel into intricate shapes with seemingly effortless control. His hammer rings out again and again, each blow ringing with a clarity that seems to echo the steady pulse of your own blood. After checking on your domains, you return home, stopping to greet an acquaintance, whose face is weathered like an old farmer's. He nods to you and continues on his way. The hierarchy between samurai and peasant is absolute, yet there are times when the formality is shed and faces are softened by the glow of hearth fires. Such moments, though rare, remind you of what it was to be human before the mantle of duty settled upon you. The afternoon sun beats down on the dry thatch of your roof as you sharpen your katana, letting the fine flakes of metal settle around you. There is a quiet satisfaction to honing steel, just as there is something restful in the regular strokes of a calligrapher's brush. You are preparing for a purpose, bringing order to chaos with every stroke. A properly sharpened sword is a thing of beauty. Its edge is so finely honed that it seems almost translucent. You sheathe the blade and wash your hands at the stone basin outside your house. The cool water soothes tired muscles as you contemplate the rest of your evening. Perhaps you will practice with your bow and arrow, or maybe you will sit with your companions and share stories of famous battles long past. The year is 1862, and the isolationist Sakoku period has kept foreign ideas and weapons out of Japan for over 2 centuries. Now that you have bathed and changed into finer garments, you might join the other samurai men in the village for an evening of drinking and conversation. Perhaps someone will bring a shamisen and sing Bodhi songs at the pleasure quarters in the big city. Some of your companions joke and argue loudly, but you feel no desire to join them. You have heard these stories and seen these women only once, years ago. What pleasure they might offer is not worth the risk of losing your honor. For a samurai, nothing is more important than preserving his self-respect and loyalty to his lord. Later, after everyone is gone, you slip out of your house and walk among the graves in the village graveyard. The headstones bear witness to the lives of your fallen comrades, and the fleeting nature of existence itself. Some are young, killed in a battle or an accident. Others are old men who have died after long lives of service. Above them, the gnarled branches of ancient trees claw at the night sky. You ponder your own mortality as you trace the faded engravings on a tomb. Your great lord may live on in legend, but even he will die. And when he does, it will fall to you and your fellow samurai to preserve his memory. As the moon climbs higher in the sky, you return home. Your faithful wife greets you at the door, her gentle presence, a welcome respite from the weight of the day. You'll remove your garments, allowing her to smooth the stiff fabric until it falls to the floor in graceful folds. She will mend the tears in your clothes and prepare your favorite meal for dinner. After all, tomorrow you may need your strength. As the rain pours down outside, you huddle close to the paper screen with your family. Tonight, the wind is high, and the flimsy walls of your house do little to block the elements. Lightning flashes outside, briefly illuminating the worried faces of your children. You gather them close, promising to protect them and telling stories of brave samurai from ages past. When the storm finally passes, you look out to see a world washed clean. The mud of the fields has turned to slick, dark earth, and the leaves and branches are heavy with water, making the forest seem darker than usual. Still, you feel renewed as you pull on your hakama and prepare for the coming day. Today we turn our attention to one of the most famous tales of the samurai, that of the 47 Ronin. In the early hours of April 1477, a band of about 300 samurai arrived at the mansion of Kira Yoshinaka in the suburbs of Edo. the lord of the house, a lord-ranking court official, had treated his master, Lord Asano Naganor, with repeated disrespect, culminating in a violent verbal attack. Against the advice of his council, Asano drew his sword and struck Kira a non-lethal wound across the face. Because of the sanctity of the shogun's court, this action constituted a crime against the state. He was swiftly ordered to commit seppuku, or ritual suicide, by the shogun Tokugawa Ieyasu. Although he took his own life, his retainers were left without a master, and became known as ronin, meaning wavemen, a term that implies lost and directionless. They spent the next 5 years waiting for their lord's spirit to find peace. During that time, they trained in martial arts, perfecting their skills with the sword and bow. Finally, in 1482, the ronin banded together and launched a surprise nighttime attack on Kira's mansion. Every member of his household was put to death. Kira's head was cut off and presented to Asano's grave as an offering. The shogunate eventually pardoned the ringleaders, granting them noble titles and estates for their valor and commitment to Bushido, the code of the samurai. The story of the 47 Ronin became one of the most popular in Japanese history, serving as the basis for numerous plays, books, films, and TV shows. One such adaptation was Kurosawa's 1958 film, Seven Samurai, which transplants the story of the Ronin to feudal China. Now, we shift to the far north of Japan, to a place where the very forests seem to hum with age. Here, where towering cedars and spruces reach up to pierce the clouds, there existed a secret and deeply moving tradition. For thousands of years, the indigenous Ainu people have lived among these mountains, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the wild. Their traditions are steeped in animism, believing that all things in nature have a spirit, and they live in harmony with the animals around them. Every autumn, they would hold a ceremony to express their gratitude and respect for the bears who shared their land. This was the Ainu Bear Ceremony, also known as the Iyomante. It was more than just a ritual. It was a profound acknowledgement of the circle of life, death, and rebirth. During the ceremony, the Ainu would release bears they had kept since the previous autumn, sending them back to the wild as a gesture of thanks for their sacrifice. These ceremonies were not merely religious events, but served as a vital part of the Ainu's social structure and cultural identity. They were occasions for reaffirming bonds within the community, settling disputes and renewing commitments to the land. While sadly, the Ainu people suffered greatly under forced assimilation policies during the 20th century. Their traditional way of life, including the Iowate, continued. Today, the ceremony serves as a powerful symbol of the enduring spirit of the Ainu and their deep connection to the natural world. We find ourselves transported to Edo, the bustling heart of Japan's political and cultural life. Before us stands the grand mansion of a daimyo, a feudal lord of the Tokugawa shogunate. Polished stone pathways wind between meticulously raked gravel gardens, guiding us towards the house. Inside, sliding doors reveal a world of refined elegance. Walls are adorned with beautiful paintings that seem to capture the very essence of nature. A single bonsai tree sits on a low table, its gnarled branches and delicate leaves a testament to the patience and skill of its gardener. A nearby fountain trickles softly, its gentle sound a counterpoint to the carefully composed silence of the room. Suddenly, the tranquility is broken by the arrival of a messenger bearing urgent news from the shogunate. But despite the interruption, the atmosphere remains serene, almost to a point of artificial calm. We sense that beneath this surface of refined composure, currents of political intrigue and ambition are quietly swirling. The message could alter the power dynamics of the court, and the daimyo and his counselors must now weigh their response with utmost care. The slightest misstep could have repercussions that reverberate through the corridors of power. With the implications of the message sinking in, the daimyo begins to strategize, his composed exterior belying the storm of thoughts raging within. He knows that his response will be scrutinized, dissected, and debated. The art of statecraft demands precision, and he must choose his words and actions with the wisdom, born from years of experience and an understanding of the intricate web of alliances and rivalries that govern the world of the samurai. As he ponders his reply, we are left to contemplate the quiet cost of power, where even in the most tranquil of settings, the pursuit of influence and security never truly ceases. The work is methodical, planting each seedling by hand, row after row, under the steady gaze of the sun as it climbs. It is not glamorous, but it is essential. Rice is not just food, it is currency, tax, and the measure of a clan's prosperity. Midday brings a simple meal, perhaps a bowl of millet or barley rice, with pickled vegetables. You eat quietly, seated on your heels, while listening to the soft hum of cicadas in the summer, or the hush of snow in winter. The afternoon is spent on other duties, repairing a neighbor's fence, hauling water from the stream, or patrolling the nearby roads to keep watch for bandits. Each task is small, but each is tied to your identity as a retainer of the clan. As evening falls, you return home. The scent of miso soup drifts from the kitchen, mingling with the woody aroma of the hearth. You unlace your armor and store it carefully, knowing that tomorrow will begin the same way. Before dawn, with the slow and steady rhythm of duty. For those unaccustomed to such a life, the discipline would feel relentless. There is no true day of rest, no casual indulgence, no escape from the weight of obligation. The rhythm is unbroken, the expectations constant, and the rewards measured not in comfort, but in honor. In the year 1600, two clans dominated Japan, the Tokugawa in the east and the Mori in the west. In between them stood the Matsudra, a minor clan whose domain spanned several provinces in central Japan. Though small, the Matsudra were prosperous, in part thanks to the efforts of one man, a skilled administrator named Matsudra Nada. Under his guidance, the clan grew wealthy, so wealthy that the shogun of the Tokugawa clan took notice. And when the shogun's son, Hidetada, embarked on a tour of the eastern provinces, he invited Itada to accompany him, hoping to pick the man's brain on matters of governance. At the shogun's court in Edo, Itada quickly made a favorable impression. When the time came for the lords of the eastern provinces to assemble their armies and pledge fealty to the Tokugawa shogunate, it was Itada whom the shogun chose to lead them. Though he had never commanded an army before, Itada accepted the responsibility. He trained the troops, planned their movements, and led them into battle. His tactics were innovative and effective, and soon he was known throughout the land as a brilliant strategist and a master swordsman. Yet, despite his many accomplishments, there were some who envied Itada's success, particularly the lords of the Mori clan. When Itada returned to his home province after a long absence, he found that his rivals had taken advantage of his absence to seize much of his clan's territory. Enraged, Itada rallied his samurai and prepared to fight back. But before he could take any action, he fell gravely ill and died. With their leader dead, the Matsudra clan was vulnerable. In the years that followed, the Mori clan chipped away at their territory, little by little, until only one small province remained in the hands of the defeated clan. By this point, the Mori lords felt that they had more than made up for the loss of their ancestral lands. And so it seemed that the story of the Matsudra clan was at an end. But what these lords did not know was that they had overlooked one crucial detail. Before he died, Matsudra Itada had taken a young page into his confidence, a bright-eyed boy named Miyamoto Musashi. He had tutored the child in the arts of war and diplomacy, and when Itada fell ill, he had even served as his military proxy, commanding armies in his stead. In secret, Musashi had sworn to avenge the death of his mentor and restore the fortunes of the fallen clan. And so began the story of the 47 Ronin, a tale of loyalty, vengeance, and the unbreakable spirit of the samurai. Join us next time as we continue the story of the 47 Ronin. In the aftermath of the Battle of Sekigahara, the great lords of Japan gathered at Osaka Castle to celebrate the victory. Among them were the four most powerful men in the land, each vying for supremacy. Their names echoed through the ages: Tokugawa, Ieyasu, Ishida, Mitsunari, Date Masuna, and Meidakiji. But all eyes were on Tokugawa Ieyasu, for it was he who had led the victorious army and laid claim to the shogun's throne. The other three may have been eclipsed by Ieyasu's triumph, but their ambitions burned brightly nonetheless. Join us next time as we delve into the tales of these legendary warriors and explore the battles that shaped their destinies. When your drills are complete, you tend to your armor. The lacquered plates are heavy and stiff. The silk cords that bind them in place require constant inspection. Frayed laces could mean disaster if the day ever comes when you must fight in earnest. You work slowly, carefully, your fingers moving in practiced loops and knots. Then it is time for the fields. In a samurai village, warriors are not strangers to farm work. Peaceful years have meant that rice planting and harvest fill the hours between drills. The paddies are wide and still, reflecting the sky in ripples as you wade in. The mud pulls at your feet, cool and thick, and the sharp scent of wet earth rises with every step. The work is methodical, planting each seedling by hand, row after row, under the steady gaze of the sun as it climbs. It is not glamorous, but it is essential. Rice is not just food, it is currency, tax, and the measure of a clan's prosperity. Midday brings a simple meal, perhaps a bowl of millet or barley rice with pickled vegetables. You eat quietly, seated on your heels, while listening to the soft hum of cicadas in the summer, or the hush of snow in winter. As the seasons turn, so does your labor. In spring, it is rice planting. In summer, the long days are filled with the drone of insects and the creak of drying grain. You work from before sunrise to well after the sun dips below the horizon, the rhythmic thrum of the sickle a constant in the gathering dusk. Then autumn arrives, bringing with it the crisp scent of fallen leaves and the hearty taste of new rice wine. There are festivals now, celebrations of the harvest in the coming year. The air is filled with the laughter of children and the strum of shamisen. You raise a wooden cup to the moon, to the kami, and to the health of your lord, and in winter the land grows quiet. The villagers tuck in their homes, huddling around braziers to keep warm in the biting wind. You practice with your katana, its polished surface flashing in the rare sunlight. Dream of the faraway summer and the warmth of the harvest moon. Your life as a samurai is not all warfare and glory. In times of peace, you are a farmer. In times of plenty, you rejoice. But when the rice bins are full, you store some for the lean months and pray for rain. For though your fields are wide and your methods efficient, you are at the mercy of the seasons and the whims of the gods. A late frost can blight your crops. Floods can wash your seedlings away. A typhoon can turn your summer harvest into a soggy mess. Your responsibility weighs on you, but so does the satisfaction. When the harvest is good, you are not merely a retainer, you are a provider. When the rice paddies stretch out before you like a green and gold tapestry, you feel a fierce pride. This land, these crops, they are your domain. To protect them is your duty, your reason for being. When the villagers come to you with their problems, you listen, you mediate, you help. For a samurai is not only a warrior, he is also a leader, a servant of his people. So when the messenger arrives, bearing an urgent summons from your lord, it is with mixed feelings that you prepare to leave. Your work in the fields is not done, but duty calls. Tightening the straps of your helmet, you know you will return. The rice will still be waiting, the fields will still be green, and you will be ready. For a true samurai is a man of many skills. A warrior, a farmer, a leader, always ready, always serving. The sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of burnt umber and deep crimson. In the fading light, you see your home, not just a house, but a symbol of duty, honor, and loyalty. The afternoon has slipped by like the others, mending a neighbor's fence, hauling water from the stream, or patrolling the nearby roads to keep watch for bandits. Each task was small, yet each was tied to your identity as a retainer of the clan. Now, as evening falls, you return home. The scent of miso soup drifts from the kitchen, mingling with the woody aroma of the hearth. The rhythmic crash of the waves provides a soothing backdrop to this tranquil scene. You unlace your armor, each piece stored with meticulous care, knowing that tomorrow will begin the same way, before dawn. For those unaccustomed to such a life, the discipline would feel relentless. There is no true day of rest, no casual indulgence, no escape from the weight of obligation. The rhythm is unbroken, the expectations constant, and the rewards measured not in comfort, but in honor. In the quiet of the evening, after the chores are done, and the family has gathered around the low table, you pull out your worn copy of the Tales of Hike. The flickering candlelight dances in your eyes, mirroring the flames that dance in the hearth. Each page you turn whispers of epic battles and heroic deeds, tales of the samurai that have echoed through the ages. The stories are more than just entertainment. They're a reminder of what it means to be a warrior, the virtues to emulate, the pitfalls to avoid. With every word, you're transported to different times and places, standing shoulder to shoulder with legendary warriors. You feel a surge of inspiration, a reminder of why you chose this life. why you dedicated yourself to the ways of the samurai. It's not just about winning battles or amassing power. It's about living a life of honor, duty, and unwavering commitment. In the tapestry of Japanese history, there are few stories as captivating as the saga of the 47 Ronin. Their tale is one of unwavering loyalty, an unflinching commitment to honor, and the courage to defy even the mightiest of odds. But their story didn't begin with swords drawn and battle cries echoing across the land. It started like many others with a sense of duty and a solemn vow. The year was 1862, and feudal Japan was on the brink of a new era. The Tokugawa shogunate, which had ruled the country for over 2 centuries, was crumbling under the weight of internal strife and external pressures. Amidst this turmoil, a young samurai named Sakamoto Ryoma emerged as a beacon of hope for those seeking to restore order and stability to the land. Loyal to the core, his dream was nothing short of unifying Japan under a banner of peace and prosperity. But his path to achieving this lofty goal was fraught with peril, forcing him to forge alliances with some of the most influential and powerful figures of the time. Among them was the enigmatic Ito Hirobumi, a man whose strategic brilliance and unwavering resolve were matched only by his enigmatic nature. Despite their different backgrounds and ideologies, these two visionaries set aside their differences and forged an alliance that would become the cornerstone of Japan's new era. Together, they led a coalition of samurai clans in a bid to overthrow the corrupt and ineffective Tokugawa government and pave the way for a new era of rule. But their journey was far from easy. They faced opposition at every turn, from the entrenched interests of the shogunate to the ambitions of rival clans. Yet through it all, their alliance held firm, proving to be a formidable force that could not be ignored. And then came the moment of truth, the Battle of Toba Minami. The fate of Japan hung in the balance as the Allied forces led by Seigo and Ito clashed with the shogunate's army in a desperate bid to end the conflict once and for all. What followed was a display of tactical brilliance and sheer determination that has become a thing of legend. Against all odds, the Allied forces triumphed, marking a decisive turning point in Japan's history. The corrupt shogunate was brought to its knees, and the stage was set for a new era of leadership. But the story of the 47 Ronin wasn't just about political upheaval. It was also a profound exploration of human nature, a testament to the enduring power of loyalty, honor, and courage. Through their actions, they challenged the very foundations of the samurai code of conduct, forever altering the course of Japanese history and leaving an indelible mark on the hearts and minds of their countrymen. The laws of the shogunate are clear. Any samurai who draws his sword in the court faces banishment, a punishment worse than death for a man like Asano. Born into the warrior class, he has lived his life by the code of Bushido, a code that calls for swift and violent retribution when one's honor is challenged. Yet the law also demands obedience to authority, and Kira, despite his low status, is a higher official than Asano to strike him. Even in anger is a crime against the state. Faced with these implacable laws, Asano knows he cannot remain in Edo. On the stroke of midnight, he and his family slip out of the city in the darkness, abandoning their sumptuous residence and leaving behind all but the clothes on their backs. They flee to the mountains west of Edo, where Asano's wife Chikako grew up. There, in her family's home, they wait out the coming storm. Meanwhile, Shogun Tokugawa Iemitsu has convened an emergency meeting of his court. The disgraced Asano has broken the law and disrupted the peace of Edo. But in the aftermath of such a grave offense, what is to be done? Most voices favor banishment, the standard penalty for drawing one's sword in the shogun's court. But one voice is raised in opposition, that of the council elder Abe Yasutada, who argues that Asano's crime was committed in a moment of passion and that his punishment should be more lenient. Perhaps, he suggests, the disgraced lord could be sent to distant Lord Matsudera's domain as a low-ranking vassal. If anyone can tame the hot-headed Asano, it is the stern and unforgiving Matsudera. The shogun agrees, and the order is sent for Asano's arrest. When the head of the family receives this news, he is horrified. To go to the house of a rival clan as a supplicant would be to admit defeat. But before he can act, it is too late. Soldiers arrive from Edo to escort him and his family away. During the journey, Asano makes every effort to disguise himself and avoid detection. But once they reach Lord Matsudera's domain, his cover is blown, and he is dragged before the stern magistrate. All pleas for mercy are in vain. The magistrate is a man without pity, and Asano is stripped of his noble garments, shackled and locked in a dark cell. In the stifling darkness, Asano's mind races. How can he escape this fate? The answer, he decides, lies in Edo. If he can somehow get back to the city, he might be able to negotiate a pardon directly with the shogun. Just as he is about to make his move, however, he is visited by a guard who brings him food and a scroll. The guard tells him to read the scroll and then eat the provided food. Only after both have been consumed may he leave his cell. Suspecting a plot to poison him, Asano rips open the scroll and finds it to be blank. Furious, he throws it aside and does not touch the food. But as the hours pass, and his stomach growls, hunger begins to get the better of him. Finally, as dawn approaches, he gives in and eats the food without further ado. And so it is that Asano is tricked and begins his journey toward his new home. He is still dressed in his coarse prison garb, a far cry from the finery of a daimyo. In fact, from a distance, he might be mistaken for one of the peasant farmers toiling in the fields. Such humble garb proves to be the disguise Asano needs. While traveling along a riverbank, he encounters a band of outlaws. Mistaking him for an easy target, they demand his meager possessions. But Asano, who has spent his whole life among the privileged class, has no money or valuables to give them. As they reach for his straw sandal, a piece of cloth wrapped around his foot falls out. Startled by what they think is a precious pearl, the outlaws tear Asano's sandal to pieces, but they do not find any treasure. Not knowing that they have just robbed a lord, they run off into the forest. Thus robbed and barefoot, Asano continues his journey until he comes across a house. He asks for water and a bit of food, and when the family inside offers him some rice gruel, he accepts gratefully. In truth, he is too weak to continue walking and must stay the night. Luckily, the family is kind and takes him in. However, since they only have a single room, the travelers sharing the space wake up several times throughout the night. When one of them coughs, the others start coughing as well. One wakes up and sees another thief. Thinking quickly, Asano grabs the other traveler's pillow and covers his face with it. When the third person stirs, Asano does the same to the first person, and they end up killing each other. Having thus disposed of his traveling companions, Asano is free to make his way to Edo. Disguised as a beggar, he wanders the city's streets until he comes upon a temple. There he meets a Buddhist monk named Gonosuke, who takes him in and allows him to sleep in the temple's storehouse. Because of his disguise, no one recognizes the disgraced lord. And so Asano remains in Edo undetected, biding his time until he can find a way to win back his honor. In history, there's nothing more satisfying than a good revenge tale. And few revenge tales are better than that of the 47 Ronin. Today, let's dive into this tale, beginning with its disgraced hero, Asano Naganori. Asano was a low-ranking samurai who attended the court of the shogun in Edo, Japan, where he caught the eye of Kira Yoshinaka, a high-ranking but low-life courtier, known for his exquisite taste in luxury items, especially women. Kira took Asano under his wing, introducing him to the finer things in life and manipulating him into heavy gambling. Asano, desperate to keep up appearances, found himself in debt, forcing him to borrow money from Kira at exorbitant interest rates. Though Asano won a few games, eventually pushing Kira into bankruptcy, the damage was done. He was in too deep. So when Kira demanded repayment, Asano refused, stating he was busy with a mission from the shogun. Enraged, Kira insulted Asano's wife and committed a severe breach of etiquette by drawing his sword. According to some accounts, Asano survived this encounter, but only barely. Now enraged, Asano sought to defend his honor by killing Kira, except the shogun stepped in, forbidding it. And punishing Asano instead, stripping him of his rank and ordering him to commit seppuku, the ritual taking of one's own life that evening. His lands were confiscated, his family stripped of status, and his head gardener put to death. Overnight, his loyal retainers became masterless samurai, Ronin, which literally means wave man. A term that evokes the image of a masterless samurai without a lord to serve, adrift in a world of uncertainty. What happened next depended on the individual. Some chose to drift away, seeking work as guards or teachers. But 47 of them, led by Jishi Kuranosuke, decided to stick together and take revenge. This band of Ronin swore an oath on their lord's grave. They would avenge Asano's death, even though the law forbade such revenge. Not only was the direct killing of an aristocrat forbidden, so was any form of retaliation. Against the ruling class, the law was designed to maintain order and prevent the kind of chaos that might result from a populace that took the law into its own hands. However, the laws couldn't account for every situation. And this wasn't just any crime, it was an attack on honor. And according to Bushido, the way of the samurai, avenging one's lord was not only permitted, it was required. For nearly 2 years, the 47 Ronin waited, living in disguise, sometimes as merchants, other times as laborers, a few as drunkards to throw off suspicion. All the while, they honed their skills, training together in the arts of stealth and combat. They also gathered intelligence on their target, watching Kira's house day and night. The Ronin knew they would need to strike quickly and decisively if they were to succeed. Then, on the night of December 14th, 1702, they made their move. A heavy snow blanketed the city of Kyoto, making it difficult for anyone to venture out. But the Ronin were prepared. Moving quietly through the sleeping streets, they surrounded Kira's residence. Their footsteps crunching on the snow were the only sound that broke the silence. They scaled the tall wooden walls of the residence using long bamboo ladders. The only light came from the faint glow of the paper lanterns hanging from the eaves. Inside, Kira slept soundly, unaware of the danger that lurked outside. Suddenly, one of the Ronin creaked a floorboard. Kira awoke with a start and cried out for his guards, but it was too late. The Ronin had already entered his bedroom and surrounded his bed. With swords drawn, they gave Kira no time to react. One of them shouted, "It is I, Asano's retainer. You have been killed by my sword." And with that, they cut off Kira's head. When the deed is done, the Ronin do not flee. They march through the city in the pale light of dawn, bearing Kira's head to Asano's grave, where they lay it as an offering. Their mission complete, they surrender themselves to the authorities. The shogun faces a dilemma. The law is clear. Murder is a crime. Yet the people see these men as paragons of loyalty and courage. In the end, they are ordered to die by seppuku, a sentence they accept without protest. Their graves lie together at Sengakuji Temple in Tokyo, where even today visitors leave incense and flowers. The air there is quiet, touched with the scent of pine and stone warmed by the sun. The story of the 47 Ronin is told not with the clash of swords, but with the soft, enduring rhythm of remembrance, a reminder that in the samurai world, duty could extend beyond life itself. And as we leave the snow-covered streets of Edo, we turn our attention further north, to a land older than the samurai. S-Rule, where the Anu people kept a ceremony unlike any other honoring an animal they saw as a messenger from the divine. It's me. Welcome to Edo. Right now, the city is quiet. Snow falls on empty streets, blanketing the rooftops in white. Soon, though, this stillness will be replaced by the bustle of merchants and the flash of samurai armor. You can almost hear the crunch of their geta sandals on the wooden walkways. But let's step into this world a little more deeply. Let's take a walk down a narrow lane, the kind of place where ordinary folk like carpenters and farmers might live. We'll pass shops with hanging lanterns, the red paper casting dancing shadows on the walls. Maybe we'll stop for a cup of tea at a tiny inn. Steam will warm our hands, and the taste of matcha will linger on our tongues like a whispered secret. We can also step into the grand palaces of the shoguns, where silk curtains are drawn back to reveal courtly gardens. Or we can stroll through the peaceful grounds of a temple, the scent of incense mingling with the whisper of prayers. With each step, you feel the pulse of this historic city. It's a place where the old ways meet the new, where tradition and change dance in harmony. But just beyond the city walls, a different story unfolds. There, in the heart of the wild, untamed wilderness, lived the Inu people. Their lives were a world away from the bustling streets of Edo. Instead of woodblock prints, they created intricate tattoos on their bodies. Instead of silk, they wore warm furs. And instead of the tea ceremony, they had a unique and powerful custom, the bear ceremony. It was a celebration, a farewell, and a promise. The Ainu people believed that bears were messengers from the gods, bringing wisdom and strength. They would capture a bear, not to harm it, but to honor it. Then, in a sacred ceremony, they would tattoo the bear, adorning its body with intricate designs. After the bear was released back into the wild, this wasn't just a show of respect. It was a deep spiritual connection. The Ainu saw bears as teachers, as beings that could help them live in harmony with the natural world. This ceremony was a way of saying thank you and goodbye, acknowledging the bear's sacrifice and seeking its guidance. Today, the bear ceremony is a reminder of a simpler time, a time when the bond between humans and nature was even stronger than it is now. It's a testament to the Ainu people as deep respect for all living things, and a reminder that even in the most challenging of circumstances, we should never lose sight of our humanity. The snow continues to fall in Edo, covering the city in a blanket of white, muffling the sounds of the bustling streets below. The wind whispers tales of the city's rich history, carrying with it the echoes of laughter, the rumble of trade, and the clash of swords. Above, the paper lanterns cast dancing shadows on the ground, creating a mesmerizing display of light and dark. The steam from the tea houses mingles with the smoke from the chimneys, rising like silent prayers to the heavens. It's a city frozen in time, a snapshot of a bygone era, a moment of perfect stillness before the awakening begins anew. There's something deeply moving about witnessing a culture that has such respect for nature. Today we're going to travel to a place where humans live in harmony with animals. Far to the north of Edo, beyond the rolling green hills of Honshu, lies the island of Hokkaido. Here the winters are longer, the forests darker, and the mountains rise like silent guardians above the plains. This was the homeland of the Ainu people, an indigenous culture distinct from the Japanese, with their own language, traditions, and beliefs. They lived in harmony with the animals around them, but none commanded the reverence that the bear did. To the Ainu, the bear was more than just a creature of the forest. It was a messenger from the world of the gods, a symbol of strength, wisdom, and the untamed wilderness. The most important expression of this reverence was the Ayomante, the bear ceremony. It began long before the day itself, in the quiet of winter, when a bear cub was taken into the village. Now this might sound surprising, but the Ainu didn't capture the cub in the human sense of the word. They saw themselves as hosts, welcoming an honored guest. For them, the bear was a divine spirit in animal form, a tangible link between the human world and the spiritual realm. The villagers treated the cub with the utmost respect, almost as if it were royalty. They understood that they weren't just caring for a young bear, they were nurturing a fragment of the divine. As spring approached, the bear would leave the confines of the village and roam the forest, always accompanied by an Ainu warrior. This wasn't just a leisurely stroll through the woods. It was a sacred journey, a dance between humanity and the wilderness. The warrior would protect the bear, ensuring its safety while also paying homage to its wild spirit. When the time came for the bear to return to the village, it was met with joyous celebration. The villagers would don their finest clothes, decorate their homes, and prepare for the most important event of their year, the Ayomante. The day of the bear festival was a spectacle of color, music, and dance. The entire village came together to honor the bear and pay tribute to the natural world. Women would perform the Iomante, a traditional dance that symbolized the bear's journey from the forest to the village. As the dance reached its climax, the bear would be led into a large communal space at the center of the village. Here, under a specially constructed platform, a feast was laid out, not just for the bear, but for the spirits that were believed to reside within it. The offerings consisted of fish, meat, rice, and sake, all placed on a golden platter. It was a banquet fit for royalty, or perhaps more appropriately, for the divine messengers from the spirit world. But the bear festival was more than just a celebration. It was also a ritual of transformation. The bear, after all, was seen as a link between the human and the divine, and the festival's rituals were designed to facilitate communication with the spirit world. As the bear consumed the offerings, the villagers would chant and pray, asking the bear to carry their wishes and pleas to the gods. It was a humbling experience, a reminder of the Ainu people's place within the natural order of the universe. They were not separate from the animals or the spirits, but rather an integral part of the whole. In the heart of Hokkaido, amidst snow-covered mountains and ancient forests, the bear festival continued for generations. It was a testament to the enduring power of nature and the profound respect that the Ainu people had for the natural world. Even as the centuries passed and the world around them changed, the Ainu held fast to their traditions, ensuring that the message would continue to be carried to the gods through the heart of the bear. For months, the bear was cared for. Women of the village would feed it by hand, often with bowls of millet or fish broth, and children would play nearby, growing accustomed to its presence. The enclosure was simple, a wooden pen near the houses, so the bear could see and hear the life of the community. When the time came, usually in the early spring, the ceremony unfolded with careful ritual. The air might still carry a crisp edge, the snow receding in small, glistening patches. Villagers gathered in traditional garments, robes of woven elm bark, patterned with white spiral motifs, their breath rising in soft clouds. Offerings were made, food, sake, and prayers spoken in the Ainu tongue. The bear's spirit, they believed, would return to the realm of the gods, bearing messages of gratitude from the human world. Songs rose in low, steady tones, accompanied by the beat of wooden clappers. The rhythm was unhurried, almost hypnotic, a pulse that seemed to merge with the sigh of wind through the cedar trees. The bear, its fur thick and glossy, its eyes dark and intelligent, stood patiently in the center of the clearing. It had been with the villagers for what felt like a lifetime, yet its origins remained a mystery. Some whispered it had emerged from the forest, a lost cub too young to survive on its own. Others claimed it had tumbled from the sky, a creature of pure white fur and celestial wisdom. Regardless of its beginnings, the bear was a part of their lives now, and when the time came for it to depart, the ceremony was one of reverence and quiet sorrow. It began before dawn, when the first rays of sunlight touched the snow-kissed peaks in the distance. The villagers, dressed in their finest garments, made their way to the clearing. Their faces, weathered by the harsh winters and gentle summers of their mountain home, were etched with a deep respect. The men, their bodies strong and agile, moved with a quiet grace, while the women, their steps lighter, seemed to float over the frosted ground. Children, their eyes wide with wonder and a touch of fear, held tightly to their parents' hands, forming a protective circle around the bear. The clearing itself was a place of both celebration and solitude. In the center, a sturdy wooden platform had been erected, adorned with intricate carvings of bears and dragons. Around it, a circle of stone's monoliths stood as silent sentinels, their rough surfaces smoothed by countless seasons. On the platform, an offering of food and sake awaited the bear. Each item was carefully placed, a testament to the bond the villagers had formed with the animal. As the sun ascended higher, casting long shadows from the surrounding trees, the head shaman stepped forward. His face, a map of wrinkles, spoke of years spent in communion with the spirits. With a voice that resonated with power and gentleness, he addressed the bear, acknowledging its presence and thanking it for sharing its life with the community. The shaman's words echoed the sentiments of all present, a mixture of gratitude, respect, and a hint of sadness. In response, the bear let out a deep rumble, a sound that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. It was a sound of acknowledgement, of understanding, and perhaps even a farewell. As the ceremony continued, the villagers sang ancient songs, their voices weaving together in harmonies that spoke of the bear-esque journey and their own connection to the natural world. Each note carried a layer of meaning, a thread of emotion that bound the community together in a tapestry of shared experience. But it was the departure that left the most profound impression. When the bear, its paws silent on the frosted ground, approached the edge of the clearing, the villagers parted to let it pass. As it walked among them, their hands outstretched, it seemed to carry the essence of their hopes, dreams, and fears. The bear, in its own silent way, acknowledged each person, its gaze steady and unwavering. It was a moment of intense emotion, of letting go and embracing the unknown. And as the bear disappeared into the trees, the villagers knew that a part of them had also ventured into the wilderness apart, that would forever be connected to the spirit of the mountains and the wisdom of the ancient gods. When you visit Hokkaido today, you'll find a region transformed. Skyscrapers pierce the clouds in Sapporo, the capital, and the bullet train from Tokyo arrives there in just over 2 hours. But 300 years ago, Hokkaido was a very different place. It was here in this remote northern province that the Ainu people practiced their ancient rites. Far from the prying eyes of the outside world, and yet that's exactly where we find ourselves at the start of this new episode. Having traveled back in time to 17th century Hokkaido, as we follow Hiro, the young samurai traveling with his master Tadataka to the village of Iomonte, home of the great shaman Yomante. Now, to outsiders, the ceremony we see could seem like a strange and even paradoxical affair. On the one hand, it's a ceremony of farewell. The samurai are preparing to leave and take their master back to Edo. But on the other hand, it's an intensely respectful and reverent occasion, and these two aspects don't easily reconcile themselves. But to the Ainu, this scene made perfect sense. For them, this was a vital exchange between the realm of the living and the spirit world. By giving thanks to the spirits of the land for their safe passage through it, they renewed their bond with both the physical world around them and the divine forces that animated it. This ceremony was not just about saying goodbye to the spirits of the land. It was also about reaffirming the relationship between the Ainu people, the samurai, and the gods. It was a way of ensuring the continued fertility of the land, the prosperity of the village, and the protection of those who lived there. After the ceremony, life in the village went on as before. The Ainu men fished the rivers for salmon, hunted deer in the forests, and tended their small fields of millet and beans. But the memory of the Iomonte lingered in the air, like the scent of cedar smoke and earth after rain. A reminder that even in the warrior age of the samurai, there were older rhythms still. Patterns of life and belief rooted not in politics or battle, but in the long, quiet dialogue between humans and the natural world. But now, as we leave the cedar groves and river valleys of Hokkaido, we return to the heart of Edo, period Japan. Here in the lowlands, the political and economic power of the samurai was most evident. The domain or han of our tale lay nestled in the fertile plains of what is today's central Japan. It was here in this domain that Hiro would have received much of his samurai training. For while Bushido, the way of the warrior, was born in the crucible of war, its essence could be cultivated in times of peace as well. In fact, one of the most important skills a samurai could master was the art of doing nothing, of sitting in quiet contemplation and honing one's inner self. But how does one practice such an art? What did it look like in the daily life of a samurai? To get to the bottom of this, let's do as Hiro did and pay a visit to the local dojo. Here, amidst the scent of sawdust and sweat, Hiro observed the forms, the kata, of the most famous school of swordsmanship. It might seem odd to think of swordplay as a graceful, refined activity, but in the quiet of the dojo, stripped of its life or death context, the art of the sword becomes something akin to a dance. In fact, the movements of the katate were said to resemble those of a bird taking flight. Hence the name yukusinchu, which literally means beginning of the bird's flight. The forms of the katana are fluid and dynamic, requiring not just strength and speed, but also balance, coordination, and a kind of inner calm that can only come from years of dedicated practice. To master the forms is one thing, but to infuse them with true power is quite another. The samurai knew this, and so they turned the forms into an exercise in Zen meditation. By repeating the movements over and over again, the samurai could clear his mind of distractions and focus on the task at hand. It was an exercise in discipline, concentration, and self-mastery. In effect, the katana became a kind of mirror, reflecting back to the samurai his inner state of being. Only by achieving perfect inner harmony could the samurai hope to achieve mastery of the blade. But the dojo was just one place where the samurai could cultivate the qualities of Bushido. In the gardens of the daimyo's mansion, he could practice the art of walking. In the tea room, the art of quiet contemplation. And in the stables, the art of horsemanship. For the samurai, every aspect of life could become a path to self-improvement. Every task, no matter how humble, was an opportunity to hone the mind and body, to cultivate the virtues of courage, benevolence, righteousness, and above all, self-control. Join us next time as we continue to explore the world of the samurai. See you next time. In the heart of Edo, now known as Tokyo, stood the residences of the daimyo, the great lords of Japan's feudal domains. These were not merely homes, but statements of power and prestige, each designed to reflect the wealth and standing of the clan it represented. Today we will step back in time and explore one of these magnificent mansions to see how the Japanese feudal lords lived. Keep in mind that this was long before the arrival of Western ideas about personal space and privacy. So be prepared for some interesting spatial relationships as we make our way through the rooms and gardens of this great house. Approaching such a mansion, you would first walk along a quiet street where the walls stretched unbroken for many paces. At the main gate, samurai guards stood watch in formal attire, their hands resting lightly on the hilts of their swords. Passing through, the sounds of the city faded away, replaced by the gentle trickle of water from a garden stream and the soft rustle of leaves. The entranceway opened into a series of courtyards, each connected by covered walkways of polished cedar. In the inner gardens, carefully placed stones formed pathways across raked gravel. Small pines were pruned into graceful shapes, their green needles vivid against the pale sand. A pond mirrored the sky, with a single wooden bridge arching over it, and koi fish moving just below the surface in slow, deliberate patterns. To the side of the entrance stood a two-story building, connected to the main house by a covered walkway. This was the guest wing, reserved for visitors of importance. Each room was designed to accommodate a single guest, allowing them the comfort and privacy they would need while staying in the household. Upstairs, tatami mats covered the floors, low tables and chairs made of wood or lacquered bamboo. Delicate scrolls hung on sliding doors, depicting peaceful landscapes or elegant plants and flowers. Incense burners sat on small stands, filling the rooms with a light, pleasant fragrance. The main house was entered through a large gate made of heavy wood and decorated with intricate carvings. It was divided into two sections, one for the women of the household and one for the men. Both were separated by a wall, though there were multiple entrances between them, allowing people and objects to move freely from one area to the other. The women's side was where the main rooms of the house were located, each serving a different purpose. In the center was the reception room where guests were welcomed and offered tea. The walls were covered with sliding doors which could be opened to allow everyone to mingle freely. On special occasions, the doors would be decorated with paintings or screens to add beauty to the room. Opposite the reception room was the dining room, a place where family members would gather to eat their meals together and discuss the events of the day. The food would be served on beautiful ceramic plates and bowls, often with designs painted on them. There were no chairs, but rather cushions placed on the floor to sit on. Some rooms were used for more private activities like writing or reading. These rooms were smaller than the others and had shelves filled with books and scrolls. In some cases, there might even be a small desk and chair for added convenience. Other rooms were used for storage, containing chests and cabinets filled with clothes, jewelry, and other valuables. Some rooms were set aside for religious practices, housing altars and statues dedicated to various gods and ancestors. These rooms were often very peaceful and quiet, allowing those who prayed there to focus on their spiritual side. Certain rooms were also used for arts and crafts, like flower arranging or calligraphy. These rooms were usually filled with beautiful materials and tools for creating art. Sometimes the women of the household would hold parties or gatherings in these rooms, inviting other women from around the city to join them. They would work on their crafts together and socialize at the same time. Overall, the women's side of the house was designed to be a place of peace and beauty, reflecting the values of traditional Japanese culture. Moving to the other side of the house, we entered the domain of the men. This section of the house was much simpler and more functional, lacking the decoration and tranquility found in the women's quarters. Here we can find rooms used for administrative tasks, housing desks, and shelves for important documents. These rooms were often filled with the sounds of activity as samurai and clerks worked diligently to keep the household running smoothly. Separate rooms were also set aside for weapon storage, containing a variety of swords, spears, and other implements of war. Some rooms were used for martial arts training, allowing the samurai to practice their skills in a safe and controlled environment. In the center of the men's quarters was the exercise yard, an open space surrounded by high walls. Here the samurai could practice sword drills and other martial arts, without worrying about damaging the delicate surroundings of the women's quarters. The yard also served as a place for the samurai to relax and socialize, taking breaks between their rigorous training sessions to chat with their comrades and plan their next moves. Overall, The men's side of the house was a place of practicality and action, reflecting the duties and responsibilities of the samurai class. In the heart of Japan's ancient domain, nestled amidst meticulously manicured gardens, stood a sprawling mansion. Its grandeur was a testament to generations of power and prestige. The air inside was faintly scented with tatami, the straw mats covering the floors, and the woody aroma of cedar beams. Through sliding paper doors, one could glimpse misty mountains, flowing rivers and the delicate outline of plum blossoms, a tranquil landscape that invited serenity and contemplation. Rooms were divided by sliding paper doors painted with landscapes, misty mountains, flowing rivers, and the delicate outline of plum blossoms. Each space unfolded into the next in a harmonious flow, guiding visitors through a serene journey. Sunlight streamed through paper windows, casting soft shadows that danced on the tatami mats. The interior was a symphony of simplicity and elegance. Every object had its place, reflecting the disciplined aesthetic of Zen gardens. A scroll with elegant calligraphy hung on the wall, its brushstrokes whispering tales of ancient wisdom. In another room, a single flower, perhaps a chrysanthemum or a plum blossom, is placed in a ceramic vase, its presence grounding and meditative. On a low table, a lacquered box rested, its intricate design mirroring the patterns of the sliding doors. Each item, no matter how insignificant it seemed, was carefully chosen and precisely positioned, contributing to the overall harmony of the space. The life of the daimyo and his family moved to a measured rhythm, a tradition that had been passed down through generations. Mornings might begin with audiences. Retainers clad in dark, somber garments knelt in formal rows before the daimyo, presenting reports, petitions, or messages from the home province. Their voices echoed in the vast hall, their words carefully measured as they conveyed vital information to their lord. The daimyo sat in quiet authority, his presence commanding attention, yet his demeanor was calm and composed. He listened without haste, his expression betraying nothing, and when he spoke, his voice was steady and clear, giving instructions that would shape the day's activities. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the tempo of life within the mansion quickened slightly. Servants moved through the corridors, their steps soft and silent on the tatami mats, carrying out their myriad tasks to keep the household running smoothly. The scent of incense mingled with the earthy fragrance of flowers, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and refinement. And then there were the meals. Served on lacquer trays, small dishes holding fresh fish, pickled vegetables, bowls of rice and seasonal delicacies such as chestnuts in autumn or bamboo shoots in spring. The presentation was as important as the taste. Colors were arranged to please the eye, textures balanced for harmony. Each dish was not just food, it was a small work of art, a reflection of the natural beauty that surrounded the mansion both in its gardens and in the carefully chosen placement of every object within its walls. The mansion was more than just a residence. It was a microcosm of the natural world, a place where the rhythms of the seasons were felt in every detail, from the sliding doors to the arrangement of flowers. It was a testament to the enduring appeal of simplicity, balance, and harmony, a legacy that continued to inspire centuries later. If you think you know what a Japanese garden is, then think again. Welcome to my channel. Today we are going to take a journey back in time to uncover the secrets of a hidden garden. Picture yourself in the heart of Japan during the turbulent yet elegant era of the samurai. You find yourself in a bustling city, the seat of a powerful daimyo, a feudal lord whose influence resonates throughout the land. His mansion, a sprawling complex of wooden structures, is not just a home, but a microcosm of the society it was built to impress. And at its center, nestled amidst carefully raked gravel and manicured hedges, is a garden. But this is no ordinary garden. It's a testament to the values and power of its creator, a living piece of art that tells the story of its time. As the sun climbs higher in the sky, the heat shimmers off the tiled roofs of the mansion. Inside a small, secluded room, a tea ceremony is about to begin. Every action is precise, every movement purposeful. The cloth is folded in a specific way, the tea whisked with focused strokes, all following an order unchanged for centuries. It's a moment of tranquility, a pause in the relentless march of the samurai's life. But even here, in this quiet ritual, there is an undercurrent of politics. Every visitor, every exchange, every pour of tea is a chance to build alliances, to negotiate terms, to reaffirm bonds that could change the balance of power. The room itself, with its simple yet elegant decor, is a reflection of Zen Buddhist principles, a visual reminder of the importance of harmony and balance in both art and life. As the tea ceremony ends, the sound of laughter and conversation drifts out into the garden, mingling with the gentle murmur of a nearby waterfall. Outside, the beauty of the landscape unfolds in a series of carefully designed scenes. A pond reflects the sky, broken only by the image of a lonely boat. Moss-covered stones stand like silent sentinels, each with its own story. The path ahead is a study in contrasts, the rough texture of gravel set against the smooth curves of a nearby bush. As the day progresses, the light changes, casting long shadows that dance and shift like the play of a second hand. But for all its tranquility, this garden is not an escape from the world, but rather an integral part of it. It's a place where alliances are forged, where rivalries are kept in check, where power is subtly displayed and received. For a samurai, this garden is more than just a scenic retreat. It's a place of duty, of meditation, and of strategy. Here amidst the flowers and trees, plans are made, decisions are contemplated. In the very essence of Bushido, the way of the samurai is embodied. Now, as the sun begins its slow descent, the scene shifts once more. Lanterns are lit, casting a warm glow along the covered walkways. The sound of the city, with its street vendors and distant tradesmen, fades in. Through the walls within the mansion, the daimyo and his household settle in for the evening. Rooms are warmed by brazier fires, their dancing flames casting flickering shadows on the tatami mats. The day's business is done, the visitors have departed, and the garden outside rests in the soft glow of the moon. Here, in this intimate setting, the trappings of power are shed. The daimyo is no longer the unassailable lord, but a host ready to entertain. His retainers, once stoic and watchful, relax, sharing stories and laughter around the hearth. In this moment of respite, the rigid hierarchy of samurai society is softened, replaced by the warmth of camaraderie and the comfort of shared stories. And so, as the night deepens and the stars begin to gleam in the inky sky, the scene at the mansion is one of quiet contentment. The garden now lost in the embrace of darkness, dreams beneath the moon, its role in the day now done. For the time being, until the next dawn breaks and the cycle begins anew. Welcome to this, the final episode of our journey through the world of the samurai. As our journey through the world of the samurai draws to a close, the sounds of distant drums and the rustle of silk fade into memory. We have walked the muddy lanes of a rural village at dawn, felt the weight of armor across your shoulders, and shared in the slow rhythm of planting and harvest. You have witnessed the long patience of the 47 Ronin, their quiet determination carried through bitter winters and years of waiting. You have stood among the Inu, watching the rising breath of a bear in the cold air of the northern forests, and glimpsed a ceremony that speaks to a bond between people and nature older than written history. You have stepped inside the walls of an Edo mansion, where every brushstroke on a folding screen, every measured step in a tea ceremony, was part of an unspoken conversation about loyalty, honor, and place. All of these moments, the rough and the refined, the patient and the swift, were threads in the same tapestry. They belonged to a time when the individual's life was woven into the duties of clan and community, where each day carried the weight of tradition, and where time itself seemed to move in cycles as steady as the turning seasons. But just as the finest tapestry eventually fades, so too did the age of samurai come to a close. The last stronghold of the warrior class fell in 1877 with the defeat of the Satsuma Rebellion. By the end of that century, the samurai, once masters of Japan, were gone. And yet their story is far from over. For though they may be gone, their story still endures. In museums and in books and films and in poems, the story of the samurai continues to be told and retold. That's because the lessons they offer are timeless. The samurai were men and women who sought excellence in all things, who understood the importance of duty and honor, and who knew that true strength comes not from power or prestige, but from within. Their story is a reminder that even in a world that seems to be spinning faster than ever, we can all find strength and wisdom in the timeless teachings of the samurai. Throughout this series, we've had the privilege of meeting some truly remarkable people who have dedicated their lives to keeping the legacy of the samurai alive. We met master swordsman and katana Polonio, Takeshi Ishizaki, who taught us about the deep meaning behind each stroke of his blade. We sat down with tea master Hozumi Shigeru to learn about the centuries-old art of Japanese tea ceremony, and we marveled at the intricate beauty of kintsugi, the ancient art of repairing broken pottery. It's practiced by master craftsman Hiroko Kadota. Each of these individuals has a deep respect for the history and tradition of their craft and a passion for sharing it with others. As we wrap up our journey through the world of the samurai, we want to extend our deepest gratitude to all of our viewers. Your support has made it possible for us to bring these stories to life and share them with the world. If you're still with us, we invite you to continue exploring the world of samurai beyond this series. There are countless books, films, and documentaries that can teach you more about their fascinating history and way of life. But don't stop there. We encourage you to put what you've learned into practice in your own life. The samurai taught us that true strength comes from within. So start by cultivating your mind and spirit. Learn to control your emotions and cultivate inner peace. The samurai also taught us the importance of discipline and hard work. By practicing self-discipline and pursuing excellence in your own life, you can become a better version of yourself. Finally, remember that the samurai were not just warriors, but also artists, poets, and scholars. Don't limit yourself to one way of thinking or being. Embrace the beauty and complexity of the world around you and strive to make it a better place. Thank you for joining us on this journey. May you find strength, wisdom, and peace in the timeless teachings of the samurai. The air is still warm from the day, but the light has begun to fade. Shadows stretch long fingers across the dojo floor, twisting and turning, taking on a life of their own. Sit quietly, letting the silence settle around you, letting the day's activities drift away like smoke. The events of the last few hours feel like a dream. The crisp jangle of sword on wood, the low murmurs of instruction, the quick, sharp commands barked by your sensei. All of it fades into the background like a half-remembered melody. The samurai age rests quietly in the pages of history. The sword drills no longer ring through the morning air. The watchtowers stand empty, their beams weathered by centuries. The gardens still bloom, though their keepers no longer bow to a daimyo. What remains is the memory, not just of battles and codes, but of the soft sounds of daily life. The splash of water from a bamboo pipe, the slow crackle of a brazier's coals, the rustle of wind through the pines. You rise slowly, stretching tired muscles, feeling the satisfying pop of tendons and sinews releasing. Each movement is deliberate, each breath a conscious act. You move with the grace and precision of a dancer, your body a finely tuned instrument. But this is no dance. This is the art of the samurai, the way of the warrior. It's in your blood now, a second nature. As you walk, the fading light paints long shadows before you. You walk past the weathered stone lantern, its flame a flickering orange in the gathering dusk. You remember the stories your sensei told you about the importance of the lantern, how it symbolized the light of enlightenment, how it guided the lost and weary. You pause for a moment, letting the warmth of the flame wash over you, letting the scent of burning incense fill your nostrils. It's a small thing, but in this moment, it's everything. You continue on, leaving the dojo behind, its high walls and watchful gargoyles receding into the darkness. The streets are narrow and winding, lined with shops and houses that seem to huddle close together for comfort. The townspeople hurry by, their faces obscured by the shadows of their wide-brimmed hats. They don't see you. You are a ghost, a whisper, a memory. You find an open-air stall, its wares spilling out onto the wooden floor. Lacquered boxes, hand-rolled scrolls, fans and chopsticks. The merchant looks up from his work, his face creased with age and wisdom. He doesn't speak, but his eyes do. They tell the story of a life lived, of lessons learned, of battles fought and won. You nod in greeting, understanding that some bonds transcend words. The night is quiet, the air is calm, and history is resting. As you walk, the sounds of the city fade away, replaced by the rustling of leaves and the distant cry of a night bird. The moon is a silver coin tossed into the inky expanse of the sky, and the stars are diamonds scattered carelessly on velvet. You are alone, yet you feel a strange sense of peace. The worries and distractions of your life seem trivial and far away. Here, in this moment, there is only the path beneath your feet and the endless sky above. And then, just when you think the solitude might become overwhelming, you remember the words of your sensei, the quiet strength that comes from within, the unwavering focus that cuts through distractions, the relentless pursuit of self-improvement. You smile faintly, a single candle flickering in the darkness, and you keep walking. You reach a small clearing and stop to catch your breath. The trees form a natural amphitheater around you. You feel as though you are being watched, not in a creepy way, but in a way that makes you want to be your best self, to live up to the expectations of those who came before you. You close your eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop you, letting the scent of pine needles and damp earth fill your lungs. You are present, truly present, and in that moment, you know that you are exactly where you need to be. As the night deepens, so does your resolve. You're ready to face whatever challenges come your way, knowing that you have something special, a way of life that has stood the test of time. You are a samurai, and your journey has just begun. The night begins quietly, as it often does in the world of forgotten things. The stars appear one by one above the Mediterranean, and the air holds the warmth of a day that has finally surrendered to dusk. Far below, where the sea breathes against the ancient stones, two worlds rest side by side, Greece and Rome. Once, they burned with ambition and fire, each carving its name into the bones of history. But tonight, in this imagined hour between memory and sleep, they lie together beneath a single silver moon. And the boundaries between them blur like ink in water. You can almost hear the hush that settles over the ruins. Somewhere in Greece, a column still stands where a temple once reached toward the sky. The marble is cool now, its edges worn smooth by centuries of wind. A few miles away, olive trees sway gently, their leaves whispering to the air. Across the sea, in the heart of what was once Rome, the stones of an old forum rest beneath a thin layer of moonlight.
Ow.
The roads that once roared with triumph are silent now. All that remains are the faint outlines of what was arches, pillars, doorways that lead nowhere, yet still seem to wait for someone to pass through. If you stand still enough, if you let your mind grow as quiet as the night, you can almost feel them, not the people themselves, but the pulse of their presence. Greece is delicate and dreaming, filled with philosophers and poets, her stories woven from sea foam and starlight. Rome, heavy and steady, her power carved in marble, her words like stone tablets pressed into time. And between them, like a soft current, flows something invisible, yet eternal story. For both Greece and Rome, story was breath. It was the way they explained the trembling of the earth, the roll of thunder, the sorrow of the heart. Their myths were not arguments, they were mirrors. In those mirrors, the people saw their fears, their pride, their love, their smallness beneath the wide sky. And so, as centuries unfolded, their stories began to mingle. The Greeks spoke first of Zeus, who ruled the heavens, of Hera, whose jealousy shaped destinies, of Athena, who walked the world in wisdom's calm light. The Romans listened, and in time they began to tell those stories in their own voice. Zeus became Jupiter. Hera became Juno. Athena became Minerva. But the essence, that glowing thread at the center, remained. It is tempting to ask who borrowed from whom, as if stories could be owned. But myths are travelers. They do not belong to the place where they were born. They wander across lands and languages, carried by sailors, soldiers, traders, lovers. A Greek whisper told to a Roman ear becomes something new, not stolen, but transformed. A Roman poet writes it down, and suddenly the gods wear different names. Walk different streets, yet they breathe the same air. Imagine a night thousands of years ago. On the coast of Greece, a fisherman sits by his small fire, the waves hissing against the rocks. He tells his children about Poseidon, the god who lives beneath the sea, whose moods can calm or destroy. His words float upward with the smoke. Now picture another night, a generation later, across the water. A Roman traveler sits by another fire, telling his companions about Neptune, the sea's ruler. The names are different, but the rhythm of the tale is the same. The sea still glimmers beneath the moon. The waves still breathe. The story still lives. That is how myths survive, not by ownership, but by sharing. Each time they are told, they change a little, the way the sea reshapes the shore, and in that change, they stay alive. The Greeks dreamed their gods into being. The Romans gave them new homes. Between the two civilizations, mythology flowed like a river, carrying pieces of both worlds within it. In this twilight of imagination, we might picture the gods themselves wandering between the two lands. Perhaps Zeus stands at the edge of Olympus, looking westward, toward the hills of Rome. Perhaps he smiles, sensing his reflection there, wearing another name. Perhaps Athena walks the streets of Athens at dusk, her golden spear lowered, her eyes soft with knowing. Far away, Minerva mirrors her patient, composed, wise in her own right. Between them there is no rivalry, only recognition. The divine, after all, is vast enough to hold two faces, two voices, two dreams. Even the landscapes seem to mirror one another in this half-light. The seas that carried Greek ships also bore Roman ones. The same winds that whispered through olive groves in Attica drifted over the vineyards of Latium. And when the moon rose over both, its light did not choose sides, touched every shore with the same calm glow. Under that shared light, Greece and Rome became like two reflections of the same dream, one shimmering in poetry, the other in stone. Now, in the silence of centuries, those echoes are all that remain. The myths themselves, though ancient, still breathe faintly in the corners of our imagination. They rise when we look at a statue, when we hear the sea. We stand beneath thunderclouds and feel something vast stir in the air. Greece and Rome may have built empires, but their truest legacy lies in these whispers, the stories that once lulled children to sleep, once explained the rain, the stars, the heart. So tonight, as the world outside grows still, we let those echoes drift through our minds. The question, who borrowed from whom, fades into something softer. Maybe the gods were never borrowed at all. Maybe they simply wandered, as stories do, from one voice to another, grateful to be remembered. Maybe they linger even now, resting among the ruins, half asleep, waiting for someone to tell their tales again. And as we imagine them there, the old gods, the silent temples, the long shadows stretching over the sea, we too begin to drift. The boundary between memory and dream blurs, just as Greece and Rome once did. The stars overhead shimmer faintly, the ruins breathe, and somewhere far in the distance, a storyteller begins again, his voice slow, his words gentle, his story timeless. There are nights when the wind itself seems to carry ancient words, though we cannot quite make out their meaning. They roll softly through the air, like the hush of distant waves, or the echo of a voice calling from far beyond the mountains. It is in those quiet moments when the world feels half asleep that we might imagine the old gods whispering once more. Not loud, not grand, but gentle. Perhaps they never left. Perhaps they simply lowered their voices so we would have to slow down to hear them. In the earliest days, when Greece still dreamed beneath the light of her young sun, the gods were everywhere. They were in the rumble of thunder, in the rush of the river, in the spark of fire that leapt from the hearth. They were not distant beings, but neighbors, unpredictable, proud, sometimes kind, sometimes cruel. The people told stories not to worship, but to understand. Every breeze could be the sigh of a goddess, every storm the anger of a god. The myths were not carved in stone. They were breathed, sung, woven through daily life like smoke through air. Now picture the same wind crossing the sea, gliding low over the dark waves until it reaches another shore, the land that would one day be Rome. The people there. Too looked to the skies, to the soil, to the flickering stars. They had their spirits and protectors, their small household deities who guarded the doorways and the fires. But when the Greeks came, their myths arrived like bright constellations, stories already shining, names already whispered. And Rome listened. Rome always listened. She took what was beautiful and made it her own, not out of theft, but out of admiration. The gods' names changed as they crossed the water, as all things do when they travel. Zeus became Jupiter, his thunder softer now, more measured. Aphrodite, the sea-born goddess of love, became Venus, radiant and composed. Ares, wild with fury, became Mars, disciplined, purposeful, carrying not only war, but duty. The Greeks told their stories like poetry, the Romans retold them like law. Yet beneath both, the same heartbeat pulsed, the need to make sense of a world that could be both kind and cruel. If you close your eyes, you might imagine those gods standing at the edge of time, whispering to each other. Perhaps they wondered, as we do, about the strange way their names changed, their temples moved, their faces redrawn. Did Hermes recognize himself when he became Mercury, his wings still glimmering, but his messages now bound to Roman order? Did Artemis, the quiet huntress, know herself as Diana, wandering through Roman woods beneath another moon? Or did they simply smile and continue on, content to exist in two reflections, knowing that no mortal tongue could hold their full truth? For the gods, perhaps it did not matter who borrowed from whom. What mattered was that they were remembered. Each retelling, each translation, was another breath of life. When a Roman child whispered a prayer to Venus, the sea stirred just as it once had for Aphrodite. When a soldier lifted his eyes to Mars before battle, the old Greek spirit of Ares stirred within him. The gods adapted, as all living things must, taking on the shape of new dreams. And yet, sometimes, in the stillness between centuries, you can feel a faint longing. A trace of homesickness, perhaps not for a place, but for the time when stories were everything. When the gods did not live on pedestals or in pages, but in the rustle of the wind through cypress trees, in the shimmer of light on water. That was when myth was alive, not a lesson, not a history, but a presence. As the centuries passed, the voices of the gods grew quieter. The temples cracked, the fires went out, and new words filled the air. But even silence has memory. The sea still remembers the songs once sung to Poseidon and Neptune. The forests still remember the laughter of Pan, and sometimes, when the night is still enough, the old whispers return. You might not hear them clearly, but you feel them, like a shiver of ancient recognition running through the dark. It is easy, from our modern world, to imagine these myths as old and distant, their power faded with time. But perhaps they are not gone. Perhaps they are simply sleeping, dreaming in the ruins, waiting for someone to speak their names again. Not with reverence, but with tenderness. Because what are gods if not stories? And what are stories if not the way we remember who we are? So tonight, we listen. We listen not to learn, but to drift. The whispers come softly, woven through the sound of the sea, through the turning of the stars. They tell of a time when mountains breathed, when rivers spoke, when love and war and wisdom were faces in the clouds. They remind us that everything, even silence, holds a story. And as those whispers fade, the world grows quieter still. Greece and Rome dissolve again into one vast twilight, their myths mingling like smoke above sleeping ruins. The question of who borrowed from whom no longer matters. What matters is the whisper itself, that small, unbroken thread of story stretching across centuries, still shimmering in the dark. The wind moves on. The stars drift slowly overhead. Somewhere, in the space between dream and memory, the gods smile. Their voices, softer than ever, hum just beneath the edge of hearing, not demanding, not teaching, only being. And in that gentle hum, we find what all stories seek to give us, not answers, but peace. In the quiet realm between reflection and remembrance, there lies a mirror not made of glass, but of story. It hangs in the vastness of time, catching fragments of light from both Greece and Rome, holding them together, letting them shimmer side by side. When you gaze into that mirror, it's difficult to tell where one world ends and the other begins. The faces that look back are both familiar and strange, both ancient and eternal. The gods themselves seem to move between reflections, changing not because they must, but because every mirror tells a slightly different truth. Imagine this mirror floating above the Aegean Sea. On one side, Greece, her shores scattered with marble temples, her language rich with song. On the other, Rome, her roads stretching like veins across a living empire, her heart steady and proud. Between them, the water glitters softly, as though the sea itself remembers the moment when myth first crossed its surface. For myths, like mirrors, never stay still. They move with the light, with the gaze, with the telling. The Greeks, when they dreamed in colors, bright, shifting, filled with the laughter of gods who felt as much as they ruled. Their Olympus was alive with emotion, jealousy, love, anger, longing. The gods quarreled, schemed, wept, celebrated. They were powerful, yes, but also imperfect, and in that imperfection, they reflected humanity. To tell their stories was to hold up a mirror to oneself, to admit that even the divine can be flawed, that beauty and tragedy often walk hand in hand. When Rome came, she stood before that same mirror and saw something different. She admired the light within it, but she also sought to reshape it, to smooth its edges, to steady its reflection. The Romans, practical and disciplined, turned passion into principle, impulse into order. Where the Greeks saw God's whim, the Romans saw divine law. The same stories retold through Roman voices became lessons in structure and virtue. Zeus, wild with thunder, became Jupiter, the father of nations, calm and commanding. Dionysus, the Greek god of ecstasy and freedom, became Bacchus, still joyous, still indulgent, but now bound by ritual, given place and purpose within the Roman order. The mirror of myth did not lie, but it transformed. Each time a story crossed the sea, it rippled, as if touched by a gentle wind. The Greeks painted their gods in the bright chaos of emotion. The Romans cast them in marble, precise and enduring. And yet, both were true. Both captured something essential, the need to see ourselves reflected in the divine. Perhaps that is why myths endure at all. They are mirrors that never stop showing new faces. Think of Athena, the Greek goddess of wisdom, born from the mind of Zeus in a burst of lightning and thought. She walked with calm grace, carrying both knowledge and compassion. The Romans knew her too, but they called her Minerva. To them, she was the guardian of strategy, of crafts, of order. The difference is subtle, like the shift of light at dusk. One gleams with imagination, the other with structure. Yet both are faces of the same spirit. The mirror simply tilts, and the reflection changes. Or consider Aphrodite, born of sea foam, her beauty both a gift and a curse. The Greeks told of her with tenderness and fear, the way love can heal and destroy in the same breath. The Romans, ever grounded, called her Venus. To them, she was the emblem of grace, a symbol to be honored in statues and songs. The passion of Aphrodite became the poise of Venus, but still beneath the marble surface, the same heart beat. The mirror shimmered, showing love not as an emotion to be understood, but as a mystery to be revered. There is a kind of peace in recognizing that reflection. Myths do not vanish when retold, they multiply, like echoes across water. Greece and Rome shared a dialogue that never truly ended, a soft conversation carried by art, poetry, architecture, and belief. Sometimes Greece spoke first, and Rome answered. Sometimes Rome whispered back, reshaping the sound. Between them, the mirror of myth stayed clear, catching both the dream and the discipline, the poem and the decree. In the end, it was never about ownership. Myths are not possessions. They are invitations. Each civilization that gazed into that mirror added something new. A word, a gesture, a thought. The reflection deepened. The gods became not only symbols of their people, but of the shared human longing to understand what lies beyond the visible world. As centuries passed, the mirror gathered dust, yet it never lost its light. Travelers walked among the ruins, poets spoke the old names, and somewhere in the night, the reflections stirred again. If you listen closely, you can almost hear them, the echo of sandals on marble, the murmur of prayers rising with the dawn. The gods may have changed their faces, but they never stopped watching, never stopped whispering their stories through the cracks of time. And so, as you drift deeper into stillness, imagine that mirror again. See how it floats between two worlds, Greece and Rome, dream and empire, heart and order. Watch how the reflections shift slowly, gracefully, like the movement of stars across the night sky. There is no rivalry here, only continuity. The stories do not compete. They complete one another. The moonlight deepens, the air cools, the sea murmurs softly against the stones. The mirror fades, but its glow lingers behind your eyes. A quiet shimmer of connection, of remembrance, of timelessness. And as the world around you grows dim, you begin to understand what the gods must have known all along, that every reflection, every borrowed light, is part of the same endless dream. There are moments in the long stretch of human history when beauty seems to drift from one place to another, carried not by armies or kings but by something lighter, an idea, a feeling, a way of seeing the world. Greece and Rome shared such a passage. Between them, beauty did not stand still. It moved like the tide, taking form, dissolving, reforming again. And tonight, as we sit among shadows and stories, we can almost see that tide washing softly across the centuries. The Greeks believed that beauty was a reflection of harmony, the meeting of proportion and spirit. Their temples, their statues, their myths, all were shaped by this search for balance. When they carved their gods, they carved humanity itself, idealized, yes, but still warm, still alive. Their marble figures were not only bodies, they were breaths, frozen in time, Aphrodite rising from the sea, Apollo with his quiet, distant gaze, Athena poised in stillness, her wisdom wrapped in grace. Each curve, each line, spoke of reverence, not only for the divine, but for the beauty of being alive. Rome saw this, and she listened in her way, not hurried, not careless. Rome had always been a student of what she admired. She did not steal beauty. She studied it, translated it, built upon it. When Greek artists came westward, their craft followed them. The Roman hands that sculpted marble were guided by Greek eyes, yet what emerged was something distinct. The softness of Greek dream became the solidity of Roman presence. The Greek gods seemed to breathe.
Oh.
The Roman gods seemed to endure. Walk, if only in imagination, through a Roman villa in the early morning. The floor beneath you is cool mosaic, a pattern of waves and vines. The walls are painted with soft colors, pale red, faded gold, the occasional glimpse of blue. On the shelf, a small statue of a goddess watches in silence. Her name might be Venus, but her pose is older. It's unmistakably Greek. There's something tender in her face, as if she remembers where she once stood. On a distant shore, beside the sea foam that first gave her life, now she belongs to Rome, yet the beauty that shapes her belongs to both. The borrowing of beauty was never theft. It was a conversation, spoken without words. The Greeks dreamed, and the Romans answered. The language was marble, bronze, architecture, the slow art of permanence. Even the temples spoke to one another. The Parthenon whispered across the centuries to the Pantheon, and though the stones were set by different hands, they both reached upward in the same yearning gesture. To build something perfect, something lasting, us, something that could hold silence and stillness and meaning all at once. That was the shared dream. Perhaps the most beautiful part of this exchange is how natural it seems. There was no line between admiration and creation. A Roman artist could stand before a Greek statue, trace the folds of its robe, and feel not envy, but kinship. In that moment, time would dissolve. Chisel would move and beauty would be reborn, not copied, but continued. It's easy to think of Rome as an imitator, but imitation itself is a form of devotion. To recreate something with care is to love it deeply. The Romans, in their ordered world, preserved the fluid grace of Greek imagination.
Oh.
And in doing so, they saved it from fading. Many of the Greek originals, delicate, fragile, lost to war and weather, survive now only through Roman hands. The mirror of myth became the mirror of art, each reflection keeping the other alive. And so, beauty became a traveler, unhurried, patient, gentle in its persistence. When the gods crossed from Greece to Rome, they did not arrive as conquerors or captives. They arrived as companions. The same sculptors who shaped Jupiter once shaped Zeus. The same brush that painted Venus once painted Aphrodite. In every gesture, there was continuity, a shared faith in form, in presence, in the quiet power of what endures. Sometimes late at night, when museums are dark and still, you can almost imagine the statues breathing again. The moonlight touches their marble faces, and they seem to remember. Somewhere within the quiet, the echo of Greek laughter and Roman prayer mingles in the air. The goddess, who once belonged to the sea, now belongs to eternity. Her name changes with the tongue that speaks it, but her beauty remains the same. Perhaps that is the secret, that beauty, like myth, cannot be owned.
Oh.
It moves where it is remembered, rests where it is cherished. It has no allegiance but to awe itself. Greece carved it from dreams. Rome set it in stone. Together, they built not only gods, but the very idea of timelessness. The Romans, for all their grandeur, knew this too. They understood that beauty was not just for the eye, but for the spirit, a way of touching what cannot be spoken. Their poets wrote of love and loss. Their architects built arches that framed the sky. And somewhere, in all that creation, the Greek muse still whispered. She walked beside them, unseen but always near, guiding their hands, softening their gaze, reminding them that all things, even empires, are temporary, but beauty is eternal. As you drift deeper now, let that idea settle like dust upon ancient stone. Beauty travels, but it never disappears. It changes its accent. It wears a new face, but it never dies. From Greece to Rome, from marble to memory, it continues quiet, patient, luminous. It does not ask who borrowed from whom. It only asks to be seen, even in the dark, even in the hush before sleep. And so, as the world outside your window slows, imagine those ancient statues again, the Greek ones dreaming in fragments, the Roman ones standing guard in the dim light of museums. They are not rivals. They're echoes of one another, two breaths drawn from the same endless song. You can almost hear it now, the low hum of centuries, the murmur of beauty, passing hand to hand, world to world, soul to soul. The gods rest. The artists sleep. The marble cools. And through it all, beauty lingers, unhurried, unchanged, waiting for another dawn to find it again. The night deepens, and with it, the distance between Greece and Rome seems to disappear.
Oh.
The sea that once divided them lies still, as though holding its breath. The air is heavy with the scent of time, olive trees and dust, marble and rain. It is here in this long quiet between worlds that we begin to see how the two civilizations did not simply borrow from each other. They blended, slowly, like two shades of twilight, merging until only one remains. It happened not through conquest or decree, but through something more delicate, the soft erosion of difference. Soldiers marched, traders sailed, poets wandered, and in their movements, ideas flowed. A Greek sculptor might carve in a Roman courtyard. A Roman priest might whisper a Greek prayer beneath his breath. Over time, the languages tangled, the names intertwined, and the myths began to share a single pulse. You can imagine it. A small market in a port town, somewhere along the coast of the Adriatic. The sun hangs low, turning the stone walls golden. In one corner, an old storyteller speaks to a crowd of children. He begins in Greek, his words smooth and lyrical. But as he continues, a few Roman words slip in, unnoticed. The children don't seem to mind. They laugh, they listen, they drift into the rhythm of his tale. By the end, it's no longer clear whose story he's telling. Perhaps it was never meant to be clear. The blending of worlds was quiet like that, a merging of breath, of habit, of imagination. The Romans did not erase Greek myth. They adopted it, adapted it, allowed it to settle into their daily lives. The gods who once stood atop Olympus now walked the Roman streets. They presided over marriages and harvests, guarded the hearth, watched over the army. They became local, approachable, woven into the rituals of empire. And yet, beneath the Roman names, the Greek spirits lingered, smiling faintly from behind the mask. It was not only religion that blended, but identity. The Greeks, long before Rome's rise, had already taught the world how to think about the divine, not as distant, perfect beings, but as mirrors of human longing. The Romans took that mirror and turned it slightly, so that the reflection showed both heaven and empire. In Roman hands, myth became history and symbol. The gods were no longer only stories. They were principles woven into the moral fabric of the state. Yet still, somewhere beneath the marble of order, the shimmer of Greek dream remained. In art, in poetry, in philosophy, this merging became almost seamless. Virgil's verses echo Homer's music. Ovid's stories breathe the same rhythm as Hesiod's. Even the gods themselves seem to forget where they had begun. Venus might remember Aphrodite's laughter. Mars might recall Ares' fire. But in the Roman telling, they became something slightly different, shaped by duty, touched by discipline, steadied by law. The wild heart of Greece was tamed, not silenced. It was refined, given new language, new form, yet For all the changes, there was harmony. The Greeks had dreamed of beauty. The Romans built it. The Greeks had spoken of gods. The Romans gave them temples. The Greeks had written poetry about the stars. The Romans charted the heavens. One imagined, the other realized, and together they made something that still hums through the corridors of time. When you walk through the ruins today, whether in Athens or Rome, that blending is everywhere. A broken column carved in Greek style rests beneath a Roman arch. A statue once Greek in spirit wears Roman robes. Even the air feels mixed, the warmth of one world resting gently over the bones of another. It's as if time itself decided to fold the two civilizations together, preserving them not separately, but as one vast dream. There's a strange comfort in that. It's the idea that greatness doesn't vanish when it's absorbed, it evolves. Greece taught Rome to imagine, and Rome taught Greece to endure. Together they created something larger than either could have done alone. Their myths became a single chorus, sung in two voices that harmonize across millennia. And somewhere in that harmony, you can almost hear the faint music of recognition, the gods nodding to one another across time. Minerva to Athena, Jupiter to Zeus, Venus to Aphrodite. They do not compete. They coexist, sharing the same eternal light. The same stories that once flickered by candlelight in Athens would one day be recited in Roman courtyards under the same moon. The blending of worlds teaches us something simple, something quietly profound, that identity is not lost in sharing. When one culture meets another, both are changed, not diminished, but deepened. Just as twilight holds both day and night, Greece and Rome became two shades of one ancient truth, that human beings, no matter the language or the century, are always trying to make sense of wonder. As the night deepens, imagine standing at the edge of that ancient sea again. The stars are reflected in the water, shimmering like scattered gold. You can no longer tell which reflection belongs to Greece and which to Rome. The waves move softly, and for a moment, it seems the whole world is breathing as one. The myths, the memories, the ruins, the dreams. The gods sleep quietly beneath the stars. The temples, half broken, gleamed faintly in the moonlight. Somewhere, an old story is still being told, though no one remembers who spoke the first word. And in that forgetting there is peace, a peace born from blending, from belonging, from the gentle understanding that all stories eventually become one. Time, like the tide, never stops moving, but it has a way of carrying certain sounds farther than others. The stories of Greece and Rome whispered long ago beside firelight and beneath temple domes continue to drift through the centuries, softened but never silenced. You can almost hear them faintly, like the hum of the sea against stone. They echo not because they are loud, but because they were told with such quiet certainty. The belief that the gods were listening, that the stars cared, that meaning could be found in the smallest gesture of the divine. As empires rose and fell, the old myths survived, not as memories of power, but as fragments of wonder. The Romans had taken the Greek stories and given them structure, order, purpose, but time, as it often does, untied those threads. What remained were not systems of belief, but gentle echoes of Aphrodite's laughter, of Jupiter's thunder, of a world where every stream had a spirit and every wind a will. These echoes found new homes, new voices. In the monasteries of the Middle Ages, monks copying ancient texts would pause, brush their fingers across a margin, and smile faintly at the mention of Zeus or Apollo. They no longer worshipped these figures, but still, something in the name stirred the imagination, a reminder of the world before silence, before certainty. The gods, though unworshipped, were never forgotten. They lived quietly in the corners of memory, sleeping, but not gone. Later, during the Renaissance, those echoes began to awaken. Artists and poets opened old books and found the ancient voices still warm within them. Botticelli painted Venus rising from the sea, not as a goddess of ritual, but as a symbol of beauty itself, reborn through brush and color. Michelangelo carved forms that might have walked through Greek myths. And poets, from Petrarch to Shakespeare, found in these old stories a way to speak of longing, of pride, of the fragile glory of being human. Each retelling was a translation, not just of words but of feeling. The Greeks saw the divine in beauty, the Roman in virtue, the Renaissance in expression, And so the myths changed again, reshaped not by conquest, but by curiosity. Every era seemed to see itself in the stories, to borrow them, to bend them, to let them speak anew. That is perhaps the greatest secret of mythology. It does not belong to one people or one time. It moves, endlessly adaptable, breathing through every generation that dares to dream. Imagine sitting in a library at dusk, the air still, the light fading to gold. Shelves stretch endlessly, filled with books that whisper faintly when you walk past. Somewhere, a page rustles open. A name you've heard before seems to glow faintly from the paper. Hera, Apollo, Athena. You pause. Not because you believe, but because something ancient stirs in the sound of it. Those names are more than history, they're echoes of imagination, remnants of a time when people believed that stories could shape the world. Even in the modern world, their presence lingers in small, almost invisible ways. We call planets by their Roman names, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, as if the old gods now drift through space instead of on Mount Olympus. The days of the week still whisper of Saturn, of Mercury. The months recall Janus and Juno. The very calendar, the rhythm of time itself, carries their signatures. The old myths did not fade. It transformed into the quiet patterns of daily life, unnoticed but unforgotten. And when we tell stories now in books and films and quiet thoughts before sleep, the same structures remain. The hero's journey, the fall from grace, the quest for love or redemption. These are not inventions of the present, but continuations of ancient voices. The echoes of Greece and Rome move through us, whether we realize it or not. They hum beneath every narrative we tell, every dream we chase. There is something soothing in that, the thought that we are never truly apart from the past. When you watch a film about a lonely hero, when you read a novel about beauty and loss, you are brushing fingertips against myths thousands of years old. They persist not because they are divine, but because they are human. They reflect our constant search for meaning, the same search that once drove the Greeks to name their constellations and the Romans to dedicate their temples. Perhaps that is what myths have always been, not answers, but echoes. They do not explain the world. They help us feel it. They give shape to mystery, turning fear into story, chaos into pattern. The Greeks gave those patterns grace. The Romans gave them endurance. Together, they created something that could last not merely through centuries, but through civilizations. And as you listen to their faint resonance tonight, there is a kind of calm in knowing that the stories never stop traveling. They have moved through parchment and marble, through ink and breath, through the silence between words. Even now, in this moment, as you drift between thought and sleep, those ancient voices are still whispering softly somewhere in the dark. The myths echo not in the heavens, but in the quiet corners of the human mind, where wonder lives, where longing breathes. The oldest part of us still listens for the sound of gods walking the earth. You might imagine them not as distant beings, but as memories, drifting through dreams like a faint melody. And if you listen closely, perhaps you'll hear it. The same question that has moved through all of time: who borrowed from whom? Was it Greece who taught Rome to dream? Or Rome who taught Greece to endure? Or perhaps, as the echoes suggest, it was neither and both. Perhaps every civilization, every heart that tells a story, is borrowing from the same ancient silence, reshaping it into words, giving it meaning once again. In that silence, the gods rest peacefully. Their temples crumble, but their voices remain. The marble cools, the torches dim, and the world moves on. But the myths, like soft music, continue. They are not gone. They are simply quieter now, content to hum beneath the noise of the modern world. And maybe that's where they belong. Not on Olympus, not in Rome, but in the soft stillness between waking and sleep. In the breath before a story begins, the pause before memory fades. Night lingers over the ruins. The world has quieted into that rare stillness where even the air seems to listen. Stones that once formed temples now lie soft beneath moss, their carvings blurred by time. The stars above glimmer faintly, the same constellations that once held the stories of Zeus and Hera, of Venus and Mars. And yet, the silence feels deeper now, as if the gods themselves have settled into sleep. There's a kind of peace in this fading. Once, Their names were spoken with reverence and fear. Now they drift like echoes through memory. It is not a loss, but a release. The gentle way the world exhales when a long story finally ends. The myths have done their work. They shaped minds, guided hearts, inspired beauty. Now they rest. Still, if you stand in the ruins long enough, you might feel something stir. Not a voice, not a presence, but a pulse. The faint rhythm of all that once was. You could call it memory, or imagination, or simply the human wish that something so grand could never truly vanish. The stones remember. The air remembers. The stories have sunk so deeply into the world that they've become part of its quiet breathing. The gods were not defeated by time. They simply changed shape. You can see them in the flicker of light across water, in the curve of a statue's shoulder, in the sigh of wind through the cypress trees. Perhaps they have always been this, not beings to be worshipped, but feelings to be recognized. Love, pride, jealousy, the very emotions that once gave the gods their form are still here, alive in every heart that beats. Rome fell, and Greece before it. Yet the myths continued to drift, invisible and intact. They found shelter in art, in poetry, in the quiet dream of humankind to touch something greater than itself. Every generation rediscovers them, not in temples or rituals, but in stories, symbols, moments of wonder. They survive because they are not about gods at all, but about us. You might close your eyes now and picture that final moment, the last torch burning in a forgotten Roman temple. The priest is gone, the night is still. The flame flickers once, twice, and then fades. For a breath, there is darkness. And then slowly, the moonlight fills the space where the flame once danced. The gods in that moment do not die. They dissolve into light, into silence, into the long, endless rhythm of time. That is the true secret behind who borrowed from whom. Greece and Rome shared not a theft, but a transformation. The Greeks gave the world dreams. The Romans gave those dreams endurance. And we, all these centuries later, are still living within that quiet exchange. Every story told, every name remembered, every act of imagination is a small echo of their ancient conversation. The night deepens, but it does not end. Somewhere in the distance, a new dawn is forming, unseen, inevitable. The myths wait for it patiently as they always have. Because even as ages turn, humanity still looks up to the same stars, still wonders about the same questions, still searches for meaning in the stillness of the world. When morning comes, the ruins will glow again. The light will touch the worn marble, the broken columns, the faint outlines of what once was. The gods will remain asleep, but their presence will linger, soft, unseen, eternal. And the stories, those quiet bridges between time and thought, will continue to hum beneath the surface of the world. Rest now with them. Let the old stories fade into the rhythm of your breath. Let the last light of the gods fall softly on your thoughts. They are not gone. They are only quieter now, like dreams waiting for you on the edge of sleep. The air in the gallery feels cooler than the world outside, the kind of cool that smells faintly of dust and stillness. You could imagine it being the same air that once drifted through the temples of ancient Rome or the quiet hills of Greece. The marble statues stand motionless beneath the dim light, their faces serene, their eyes hollow and pale, and yet in their silence they seem to breathe. Each one tells a story, though the stories have long since blurred together. A hand raised toward the sky, perhaps a plea, perhaps a farewell. A half-broken face, the lips parted as if about to speak. A figure reclining, carved in the soft weightlessness of eternity. These are not just works of art. They are remnants of belief, fragments of a world where stone was asked to remember what human hearts could not. You stand before one of them, and for a moment, you forget where you are. The centuries collapse like a sigh. The marble, cool and lifeless, begins to glow faintly in your imagination. You can almost see the hands that shaped it, Greek hands, perhaps working with quiet devotion, then Roman hands, copying, adapting, giving it new meaning for a different world. Between them lies the invisible conversation of history, the Greek sculptor carving the divine in ideal form, the Roman patron commissioning it for his villa, hoping to capture a piece of the sacred for himself. The myths beneath the marble are still alive, though they no longer speak in words. They linger in posture, in balance, in the careful tilt of a head or the weight of a cloak. The Greeks once carved gods to embody beauty. The Romans carved beauty to embody power. But beneath both, the same human longing to preserve what cannot last pulses like a heartbeat under stone. You might walk down the long corridor and imagine each statue whispering its own quiet memory. One recalls a time when it stood beneath open sky, the sunlight warming its surface, the prayers of strangers echoing around it. Another remembers the slow passage of war and empire carried away from its home, placed in a courtyard far from the sea. And yet another, faceless, broken, remembers nothing but the sound of footsteps and the feeling of being looked upon. That is what marble holds best, the memory of being seen. Long after the names have faded, the myths survive in that silent exchange between the gaze and the stone. You look, and it looks back, not with eyes, but with presence. You are both mirrors, each reflecting the other's attempt to hold time still. The blending of Greek and Roman myth lives most quietly here, in the calm surface of sculpture. When the Romans took the gods of Greece, they took their images too, not as theft, but as admiration made permanent. They built their temples in Greek proportions, sculpted their deities in Greek forms. The marble of Rome was carved in the language of Athens. And so each statue became a kind of translation, one that no longer belonged to a single world, but to the timeless echo of both. You could trace your fingers along the folds of a robe, smooth where countless others have touched it. Somewhere beneath your fingertips lies the intention of the sculptor, a moment frozen. The chisel marks hidden beneath polish, the breath caught in a figure's stillness. Even now it feels alive, not moving, but never quite still. It's the same way memory moves quietly within us, shifting when we are not looking. The myths beneath marble have learned patience. They have watched centuries pass like shadows across their surfaces. Empires fell, languages changed, beliefs faded, but the statues remained. They waited, as they always do, for someone to stand before them and listen, not with ears, but with the slow awareness that stories never really die. It's strange, isn't it, how stillness can hold so much motion, how silence can hum louder than sound. You can feel it here in the weight of the air, in the echo of your footsteps against the floor. The gods no longer command, no longer punish or bless. They simply exist, serene and unbothered, as if having transcended belief itself. Somewhere far back in the past, a Greek artist sculpted the god Apollo with the grace of youth, light, proportion, perfection. Centuries later, a Roman artisan copied that same form, but in doing so, gave it a new soul. The Greek Apollo sang of divine beauty. The Roman Apollo spoke of empire and order, yet in marble, both versions became something beyond either pure stillness. That stillness is what endures. When we look at them now, we no longer see gods or nations, but something universal, the quiet dignity of form, the humility of time. The myths no longer need to be told. They have been carved into the very language of art. They are the pause between stories, the breath after creation, the calm that follows awe. Sometimes late in the evening, when the museum lights dim and the visitors have gone, you can almost imagine the statues relaxing slightly, the tension of centuries easing from their limbs. The gods, long freed from their altars, rest in the soft light of memory. No one prays to them anymore, and yet they seem content. Perhaps this is what they were always meant to become, not objects of worship, but companions to silence. And if you listen closely, you might hear the faintest murmur in the stillness, the sound of marble remembering sunlight, of myth remembering voice. It's not sorrow you feel, but peace, the kind that comes when something ancient has found its rest. The Greeks and Romans once believed that to forget the gods was to lose divine favor. But time has shown something gentler, that to forget is not always to erase. Sometimes forgetting is a way of transforming, of allowing stories to live quietly, unseen, but not gone. The gods, now made of stone and memory, have become part of the earth again. They are not absent, they have simply become landscape. So when you stand before a statue in a gallery or a ruin, or even just in your imagination, you are standing in that space between worlds. It's a space where myth becomes matter and matter becomes meaning. The space where Greece and Rome still whisper to one another through marble. And perhaps that's all mythology ever was. A conversation between silence and form, between dream and stone. As the light fades from the gallery and the world outside darkens into evening, the marble grows colder, the air stiller. You take one last look, and for a moment, you could almost believe that the statue moves. Not outwardly, but inwardly, as if the myth inside it turns in its sleep. You leave quietly, and the sound of your footsteps fades. Behind you, the statues remain eternal and unhurried, keeping watch over the fragments of stories that time itself has forgotten how to tell. The myths beneath marble do not ask to be remembered. They simply are. And in their stillness, they remind us that every story, no matter how ancient, is still waiting to be seen. There's a kind of silence that only exists among ruins, not the empty kind, but the full kind, heavy with memory. When you walk among the remains of an ancient temple, the air feels thick, as though holding something too delicate to release. Stones lean toward one another like tired storytellers. Pillars rise only halfway, reaching for a sky that no longer belongs to them. And yet, in this decay, something still breathes. Faint, invisible, but alive. The gods are here still, though not in the ways they once were. They no longer stand on pedestals or demand prayers. They exist in the dust that settles on broken marble and the faint scent of sun-warmed stone. You can feel them in the hush between footsteps, in the shadow of a column that has forgotten its purpose but not its grace. They are quieter now, no longer gods of thunder or love or war, but gods of endurance. A ruin has its own kind of divinity. It teaches the same lesson that myths once did, that nothing lasts forever, and yet nothing is truly lost. The Greeks built temples for beauty. The Romans built them for power. Both stand now as whispers, the edges of their carvings worn smooth by centuries of wind. But if you close your eyes, you can still imagine the sound of their voices, priests chanting, citizens murmuring, torches flickering in the dark. Those sounds have turned to dust, and the dust has become part of the air we breathe. Somewhere, in a forgotten field overgrown with grass, the stones of an old Roman villa lie scattered. The outlines of the walls are faint, but if you stand there long enough, your imagination fills in the rest, the laughter, the footsteps, the soft rustle of linen. Perhaps there was once a small statue in the courtyard, Venus, maybe, or Apollo, gazing upward, as though listening to music only marble could hear. Now it lies face down in the soil, the features worn smooth. But even in its erosion, it remains something sacred. The gods have not vanished. They have simply changed their address. Once worshipped in marble halls, now they dwell in shadow, in cracks, in corners, in the soft hum of time. They have become ghosts of themselves, but not mournful ones. There is a serenity in their fading, a grace in their surrender. The Greeks dreamed of immortality, the Romans built for eternity, yet both learned in the end that even the eternal must rest. The dust that covers these ruins is not ordinary. It is history ground fine, the ashes of belief, the breath of ages. When the wind stirs it, it rises softly, as if carrying with it the faintest whispers of the past. Perhaps it is memory itself, refusing to stay still. And as the sun begins to set, the ruins seem to come alive again, shadows stretching long, light pooling in the broken spaces where gods once stood. There is something oddly human about ruins. They mirror the fragility of our own lives, proud structures undone by time, yet still beautiful in their imperfection. The Greeks and Romans built as though their empires would never fall. And yet, here they are, reduced to dust and shadow. Still, in that very ruin lies a kind of immortality, not the one they imagined, but one that time itself grants to those who leave a mark, even if it's only a faint one. If you listen closely, you might hear the soft hum of life returning. Grass growing between cracks. Birds nesting in fallen stone. The world has reclaimed what was once divine. The ruins no longer belong to gods or men, but to the earth itself. It accepts them gently, covering them in quiet patience. Sometimes travelers come walking slowly, their voices hushed, as if afraid to disturb something sleeping. They trace their fingers over inscriptions whose meanings are long forgotten, their footsteps stirring the same dust that once fell across the sandals of priests. In their silence there is reverence not for religion but for memory, for the idea that something can endure, even in pieces. As twilight falls, the shadows grow longer, deeper. The air cools, and the ruins take on a strange glow, as if lit from within. Perhaps it's imagination, or perhaps the last light of the gods still lingers, scattered among the stones. The myths that once filled these places with laughter, fear, and devotion have turned into something softer now, something almost like a lullaby. You can almost hear it, the faint rhythm of centuries breathing in and out. The gods hum through the wind, through the slow rustle of leaves, through the echo of footsteps long gone. Their power has become tenderness. Their wrath has turned to patience. They're no longer creators or destroyers, they are witnesses. And maybe that is their final transformation. From gods of command to gods of memory. From ruling the world to resting within it. The Greeks imagined their gods on mountains. The Romans placed them in temples. But time, indifferent in kind, has placed them everywhere in stone and dust, in thought and dream. When night finally settles over the ruins, the world becomes very still. The stars come out, the same ones that once looked down on Rome and Athens. You could almost believe they are watching still, tracing familiar constellations, spring the old names to themselves. Jupiter, Aphrodite, Mars, Athena. Not forgotten, just quieter, like an old song hummed under one's breath.
Ow.
The dust cools, the air softens, and the shadows deepen. The gods, sleeping beneath their broken temples, no longer need to be seen to exist. They live now in the imagination, in the gentle acceptance that even ruin has beauty, that even endings have grace. And as you walk away, your footsteps leaving faint marks in the dust, the ruins remain unchanging, unhurried. Somewhere in their silence, the gods breathe. Somewhere in their stillness, the myths continue, softer than before, but endless. Perhaps they always belonged here, not in triumph or worship, but in dust and shadow. There comes a moment, sometime between waking and sleep, when everything becomes a little blurred around the edges. The mind loosens its grip on names, on years, on the places we have been. The ordinary world begins to dissolve like ink in water. And in that half-light, when consciousness drifts and the body rests, another world stirs, one made of memory, silence, and dream. It is here, in this soft in-between, that the forgotten temples of the gods still stand. Not in stone or marble, but in imagination. They rise behind closed eyes, faint shapes made of thought and dust, glowing softly in the dark. They are not built by hands anymore, but by remembrance. You might find yourself walking through one without realizing it. A hallway that stretches longer than it should. A light that flickers like fire from 1,000 years ago. The sound of sandals echoing, though your feet are bare. These are the remnants of divine architecture, surviving only in dream. The Greeks once said that dreams were the messages of the gods. The Romans agreed, but they made the gods more distant, less personal, more ceremonial. Still, both believed that sleep opened a door, one that ordinary waking could not. Through that door came whispers, warnings, comforts, and sometimes nothing but silence, which was often the most divine of all. When the temples fell, when the statues cracked, and the altars grew cold, the gods did not vanish. They sank quietly into the folds of human thought. They became the architecture of imagination, columns made of curiosity, arches carved from longing. Every time someone wondered about the stars or the sea or the shape of fate, a new temple was built, invisible but real. And so as you lie still, drifting in the dark, imagine one now, a vast quiet hall, lit only by a soft, eternal dusk. The floor is smooth and cold beneath your feet. The air hums faintly, as if holding a breath it never releases. Somewhere far ahead, a fountain murmurs, its water moving in slow, circular rhythm. Each sound echoes like the heartbeat of the world itself. Along the walls stand statues that you cannot quite see, shapes you half recognize but can name. One might be Athena, her owl perched silently nearby. Another could be Mars, his armor forgotten, his hands folded in stillness. They are peaceful now, stripped of thunder and battle. Even the mighty Jupiter seems smaller here, his lightning reduced to the faintest shimmer that dances like a memory along the walls. You walk slowly. There is no rush. The temple seems endless, but you don't mind. With every step, you feel time stretching, softening. You realize this is not a place of worship anymore. It's a place of rest. The gods are no longer waiting for prayers. They are sleeping, and you are walking through their dreams. Somewhere, a door opens, or maybe it's just the sound of your own breathing. You step through into another chamber, one filled with dim light and drifting dust. The air smells faintly of rain and stone. On a pedestal at the center stands something small, a bowl of oil, its flame flickering. This, perhaps, is all that remains of ancient devotion, a single, quiet light, trembling but unextinguished. If you were to touch it, you would feel warmth, not heat, just the gentle warmth of endurance, the same warmth that has kept myths alive for thousands of years. Stories may have changed, the names may have shifted, Zeus to Jupiter, Hermes to Mercury, Aphrodite to Venus, but the flame remained. It passed quietly from one hand to another, from one century to the next, and it still burns now, though we call it imagination, or memory, or art. You sit beside the flame. The silence feels endless, but not empty. It is full of all the moments that have ever been, a soft gathering of everything that once mattered. Somewhere in that silence, you sense the weight of history, the breath of every storyteller, whoever whispered a myth to the dark. Their voices linger, faint and kind, like the sound of leaves moving in the night breeze. Perhaps that's what the gods have become, not figures, not powers, but echoes. They exist in stories, in symbols, in the quiet persistence of the human desire to understand what cannot be seen. In that way, the Greeks and Romans did not so much create their gods as reveal them reflections of their own hearts and fears, cast into the sky and carved into stone. And when the stones fell, those reflections returned to where they began, within. Now, centuries later, the temples of dream are what remain. We carry them with us, each of us building them anew each night, sometimes without realizing it. A flicker of lightning across closed eyes becomes Zeus remembering himself. A soft wind at midnight might be Hermes passing through, still wandering, still curious. The ripple of water in a dream could be Poseidon, stirring faintly, watching the shorelines of sleep. They are not gods in the old sense. They are metaphors now. Gentle companions to thought, the language of wonder wearing old names. They remind us of something ancient in ourselves, that even when the world grows quiet, imagination continues to move, endlessly building, endlessly dreaming. Some dreams crumble, others stay. And when morning comes, we wake with traces of them clinging to our thoughts, symbols we don't quite understand, feelings that linger just out of reach. The gods of sleep are subtle that way. They do not demand recognition. They only wish to be remembered, even if faintly, even if only as shadows. Beside the world continues, the same stars shining over different empires, the same moon watching new cities rise and fall. But inside, in that secret architecture of the mind, the old gods walk slowly, endlessly. They wander through the corridors of imagination, brushing their fingers across the walls, leaving faint trails of light wherever they pass. You might feel them when you can quite sleep, the feeling that something ancient and kind is sitting nearby, saying nothing, simply waiting, not to be prayed to, but to be felt, not to command, but to accompany. That, perhaps, is what remains of Olympus in Rome, not temples or rituals, but presence, a quiet, enduring sense that there is more to existence than what we can measure. And so, when you drift off tonight, think of the forgotten temples of dream. Think of their endless corridors and their sleeping statues. Think of the flame that never quite goes out. Think of the gods who no longer ask to be believed in, only to be remembered softly, wordlessly, in the stillness between breaths. The temple fades, the light dims. The sound of the fountain grows distant. You lie down on the cool stone floor, feeling the gentle hum beneath you, the hum of time, of memory, of the stories that built this invisible place. The gods rest. You rest. And for a while there is no difference between the two. The walls dissolve into darkness. The floor becomes cloud. The air fills with a warmth that feels like peace. Somewhere faintly, a voice not in words but in feeling says, "We are still here." You drift deeper. The temple folds around you like night. The flame flickers once, twice, and then becomes a star. And that star becomes your dream. When the sun has gone down and the streets grow still, the city begins to remember itself. Beneath the rhythm of lights and engines, beneath the conversations that fade into doorways and stairwells, there lies another sound, a quieter pulse, deeper and older. It is the sound of all that came before, breathing faintly beneath the concrete. Every city has layers, though we seldom think about them. Beneath the pavements are older streets. Beneath those streets are foundations of forgotten temples. And beneath them still lie the bones of older worlds. Brick, ash, clay, myth. Each era built upon the other like sediment, until what was once sacred became part of the everyday ground we walk upon. And though time has covered it all, the echoes remain. In Rome, they say the stones still speak. Tourists walk above them, cameras flashing. But if you listen carefully at night, truly listen, you can almost hear the murmur of forgotten prayers, the faint rhythm of sandals on marble floors, long since buried. The city dreams of itself, replaying its ancient heartbeat under the hum of modern life. And in that dreaming, the old gods still wander, not in shining armor or golden robes, but as shadows passing between lamplight and dust. Mars walks unseen along the river, his sword long forgotten, his reflection broken by the current. Venus drifts through alleyways, scented with rain and exhaust, her beauty softened by time, her eyes full of distant stars. Jupiter sits somewhere high, perhaps on a rooftop, gazing at the electric constellations humans have made in place of his own. Even in cities far from Rome, the gods have learned to adapt. They are patient, these old presences. They do not rage against their obscurity, understand the long rhythm of things, that everything rises and falls, is forgotten and found again. The Greeks once imagined that their gods lived on Mount Olympus, high above the world. But now, perhaps Olympus has descended, spread thin through every city, every shadow, every quiet space that humans create when they stop to think or dream. In Athens, there is a streetwear, at certain hours. The wind carries the scent of olive trees, though none grow nearby. Locals say it is the breath of Athena herself, reminding the city who first gave it its name. In Istanbul, beneath Hagia Sophia, marble columns once dedicated to Roman emperors now stand silent, carrying the whispers of both gods and saints. And in Paris, beneath its glittering lights, old stones taken from Roman ruins still form the basements of buildings, the foundations of forgotten worship holding up cafes and apartments. It is strange to think that we live every day above such layers of memory. Beneath each step lies centuries of stories of worship and war, of silence and song. If you close your eyes and imagine the ground beneath you becoming transparent, you might see them. Statues half buried, inscriptions fading, coins resting in darkness, all the quiet debris of belief. But perhaps the gods no longer dwell in marble or myth. Perhaps they now live in the small things, in the rhythm of footsteps on cobblestone, in the soft hum of electricity through the walls, and the way people still look up at the sky when the moon is full. The divine has always adapted, wearing whatever form the world gives it. So, maybe, Apollo now lives in a musician who plays alone in a subway tunnel at night, his voice echoing like prayer. Perhaps Hermes rides through the streets on a bicycle, weaving through traffic, carrying news and forgotten messages. Maybe Dionysus waits behind the laughter spilling from late-night cafes, where strangers toast to nothing in particular. These are not gods in any old sense. They're remnants, fragments of imagination, still pulsing gently in the human spirit. Once, they were worshipped. Now, they are remembered, faintly, unknowingly. Every time someone gazes into a sunset and feels something unnameable, every time someone speaks to the night as if it were listening every time. Someone makes art out of longing. That is where the old gods breathe again. Rome borrowed from Greece. Greece borrowed from the winds and waters of older worlds still. And now, we borrow from them, not consciously, but through inheritance. Our stories became our metaphors, their myths our subconscious language. We say someone has the Midas touch, or that something is Herculean. We speak of Pandora's curiosity, of Achilles' weakness, of a Trojan horse in our computers. We carry the gods in our words without realizing it, whispering them into existence 1,000 times a day. In that sense, mythology never truly dies. It simply changes its address. Once it lived in temples, now it lives in language. Once it was carved into marble, now it's woven into thought. The gods of Olympus and Rome were not defeated by time, they were absorbed, diffused into the bloodstream of culture until belief itself became unnecessary. They became symbols, ideas, habits of thought, quiet companions to the mind. Imagine for a moment that the city itself dreams, streets, its bridges, its buildings, all breathing slowly as night falls. The lights blink like constellations, cars move like comets. Deep below, where the ancient foundations lie, the stones stir faintly, remembering. The echoes of chisel marks, the faint trace of a footstep from 2,000 years ago. The ghost of a hymn sung in Latin or Greek, all these things ripple through the night, like small waves of memory. Somewhere beneath all of it, a god might still be sleeping. Perhaps a forgotten river spirit lies curled beneath the subways, listening to the rush of trains as though they were the voices of his ancient waters. Perhaps a small household goddess, once adored by a family long vanished, sits in darkness beneath an apartment, her clay face cracked, but her presence calm. These quiet remnants do not ask to be found. They are content in their invisibility. They have learned the art of endurance. If you listen closely, you can almost feel it, that faint pulse beneath everything. The sound of myth breathing through modernity. The old stories did not end when belief did. They simply began to dream within us instead. The gods became thoughts, and thoughts became cities, and cities became their temples. Each skyscraper a pillar, each streetlight a flame, each sleeping mind a sanctuary. As the night deepens, the city grows quiet again. The streets empty, the windows darken one by one. Somewhere a cat walks across a courtyard that was once a forum. Somewhere else a breeze moves through an alley that follows the curve of an ancient road. The world above sleeps, and the world below remembers. You too are part of that remembering. As you lie still, the rhythm of your breath matching the quiet pulse beneath the city, you are not separate from it. You are walking in the same myth that carried those who came before, the same rhythm, same night, the same endless cycle of creation and forgetting. The gods beneath the city are not gone, they are waiting, patient as stone, for us to notice the small miracles still hidden in the ordinary. If you were to dream of them tonight, they would not appear as they once did, not with thunder or crowns or spears. They would come softly in the shape of light moving across water, in the sound of footsteps echoing down an empty street. They would speak not in words, but in feelings, a sense of calm, of memory, of something larger and older than yourself. As you drift, the city above and the city below merge. The lights become stars again, the noise becomes wind. You're both ancient and new, both sleeping and awake. The gods rest beneath you, dreaming of marble halls and warm sunlight, and you dream above them, carried by their endless hum. In the end, that may be what it means to live in their shadow, to remember without trying, to belong to a story that never needed to be told. The myths were never about gods alone, they were about us. The longing that built cities, it's the imagination that carved faces from stone, the quiet hope that meaning might still be hiding somewhere in the dark. So sleep now, city of lights and echoes. Sleep, dreamer walking above the buried past. The gods are still here, softer, quieter, but here. They wait in the hush of midnight, in the breath of wind through windows, in the pulse of every dream that begins with silence. The gods beneath the city do not need temples anymore. They have found their home in the rhythm of your heart, in the flicker of your thoughts, as you drift deeper into the long, gentle sleep of time. There is a rhythm to the sea that never truly stops. Even when the wind is still and the horizon lies flat and silver, the water moves with a quiet persistence, an eternal breath drawn by the world itself. The Greeks once believed that every wave was the gesture of a god, and the Romans agreed, though they gave the waters new names, reshaped the currents in their own stories. Between these two lands of marble and myth lay an ocean that was not a boundary, but a bridge. If you close your eyes, you can almost see it. The Aegean, the Ionian, the Tyrrhenian waters that shimmer under a sun so ancient that its light seems tired. Tiny boats drift across it, their sails soft as whispers, their destinations blurred by distance. On one shore, a poet murmurs the name of Poseidon, calling upon him for calm. On another, a Roman sailor mutters Neptune, asking the same favor. The words are different, but the prayer is the same. The ocean, indifferent and endless, listens to both. Long before the empires rose, the sea was already old. It carried voices, myths, and offerings, long before borders were drawn. Fishermen told stories of strange lights below the surface, of voices calling from the deep, Traders brought back tales of islands where gods still walked, of storms that spoke in tongues no one could understand. Each story, carried home like salt clinging to skin, added another grain to the vast mosaic of mythology. When Greece looked westward and Rome looked eastward, they saw reflections of themselves shimmering on the water. The Romans saw beauty, wisdom, and art flowing from Greece, and they reached out across the sea to gather it, to bring it home, to call it their own. But the sea did not care for ownership. The waves mingled freely, blending stories like pigments in a painter's bowl. A Greek myth would drift across, and by the time it reached Italian shores, it had changed, not stolen, not copied, but transformed by distance, by language, by the dreams of those who received it. The gods themselves seemed to travel with the tides. Aphrodite became Venus, her laughter carried by the sound of foam against the shore. Ares became Mars, his temper softened by the Roman air. Zeus turned into Jupiter, his thunder echoing differently over the hills of Latium. It was as though the gods, too, were sailing, wearing new names like garments, adapting to new lands, yet remaining unmistakably themselves. There is something deeply soothing about imagining these myths not as possessions, but as currents, endlessly flowing, merging, reshaping. It is the nature of stories to move. They are like water. They find their way into every crack of the human heart. They fill every silence. They reflect whatever light we shine upon them. The Greeks may have built the fountain, but the Romans let it overflow. And even now, if you stand by the sea and listen long enough, you can almost hear the old voices beneath the modern noise. The chanting of sailors, the hum of oars, the soft murmur of prayer. The same rhythm that once rocked ships carrying amphorae of wine now carries our thoughts, our dreams, our restless longing to connect with what has been lost. The ocean is not just a body of water, it is a body of memory. Every wave that touches the shore has touched another before it. The salt in the water is the same salt that stung the eyes of sailors who once whispered myths to the wind. Perhaps that is why the sea feels so familiar when we look at it, as though it has known us for longer than we can remember. Imagine a night long ago. The moon is full, painting a road of light across the waves. A small boat drifts in the middle of the Aegean. A lone man wrapped in a cloak leans over the side and whispers to the sea. He speaks to no one and everyone. He speaks to the gods, but also to the silence that follows them. He tells a story of love, of war, of transformation. The words disappear into the wind, but the sea remembers. It carries the story across the water, letting it echo, letting it change. Somewhere far away, a Roman fisherman wakes from a dream he doesn't understand, a dream that feels borrowed, as if the sea itself whispered it into his ear. This is how myths traveled, not on scrolls or in books, but in dreams, in songs, in the hush between waves. They drifted from mouth to mouth, from harbor to harbor, never asking for permission, never needing to explain themselves. Every retelling was a translation, not just of language, but of feeling. Each culture took what it needed, a symbol, a name, a gesture, and made it its own. It is comforting to think of the sea as the true storyteller, patient, impartial, infinite. It connects without dividing, carries without keeping. Its waves are both memory and renewal, washing away and returning again. In that way, it is the perfect mirror for myth itself. Stories, like tides, never stay still. They ebb and flow, vanish and reappear, always the same and never the same. The Romans built ships and armies to conquer, but what they truly inherited from Greece came quietly, like the tide. The rhythms of poetry, the balance of form, the weight of philosophy, these things could not be taken by force. They came softly like waves, wearing down resistance with beauty. And when they arrived, they changed Rome forever. Now, centuries later, the sea still remembers the journey. The ruins of harbors lie beneath its surface, covered in coral and silt. Amphorae sleep in the sand, their contents long dissolved. But the water still moves above them, endless and untroubled, whispering the same ancient syllables. Poseidon, Neptune, Oceanus, Mare, each name a ripple, each ripple a story. And sometimes when the world feels too loud, you can go to the edge of the sea and sit in silence and feel that same rhythm working through you, the slow breathing of the planet, the eternal pulse that connects all things. The ocean asks for nothing but attention, and in return, it gives you a sense of belonging that has no name. The Greeks once said that the sea was born from chaos, that it was the first thing to move when the world began. The Romans said it was divine order, vast and disciplined. But perhaps it is both. Chaos and order, old and new, one endless motion, the same motion that carries myths through time. If the gods sleep now, they sleep beneath the waves. Their temples lie broken on the seafloor, their statues turned to coral, their altars covered in sand. Yet when the sunlight filters down through the water, it touches their faces as gently as ever, turning stone into gold, shadow into shimmer. The ocean has not forgotten them. It never forgets. And when you fall asleep tonight, perhaps you'll hear it, the distant sound of waves that are not really waves, but the murmur of stories crossing time, the whisper of Greek voices blending with Latin, the sigh of the sea carrying memory like a lullaby. You are floating among them now, drifting in the great tide of myth. The sea does not care who borrowed from whom. It knows that everything flows into everything else, that no story is ever truly owned, that all things, even gods, are made of the same quiet water. So rest. Listen. Let the ocean speak in its slow, endless tongue. The same sound that lulled sailors to sleep 2,000 years ago still moves through the dark tonight. It carries the past gently beneath the present, just as dreams carry you beneath waking. And somewhere between one wave and the next, Greece and Rome meet again, not in conquest, not in imitation, but in silence. The silence of the ocean, which holds them both, equally forever. The night deepens, and with it comes that familiar quiet, the kind that seems to belong to no single moment in time. It's the same stillness that might have filled a Greek harbor long ago, when fishermen watched the stars ripple on black water, and the same stillness that might have drifted through a Roman courtyard where a poet wrote by lamplight, listening to the soft trickle of a fountain and wondering if the gods were listening back. Time has turned many pages since then. The marble cracked, the temples fell, the languages changed, but the myths, they never really left. They hid themselves within other stories, within other words, within us. In the grand theater of the modern world, you can still find them, if you look gently. They live in our skies, for one. Jupiter, Venus, Mars. Mercury, names that once belonged to gods, now guiding satellites and telescopes through the dark. The heavens remember what we almost forgot. When we look up at night, searching for meaning among the stars, we're still speaking the language of the ancients. It's quieter now, but it's there, woven into every constellation. Every story we tell about light and distance and longing. And if you listen a little closer, you'll hear their echoes in our words too. When we call someone Herculean, we are whispering the name of Hercules. When we describe chaos, we borrow from the Greeks, from the very void before creation. Even in science, in medicine, in psychology, in the rhythm of our thought, the old myths leave fingerprints. Venus gives her name to beauty, Mercury to speed, Apollo to art and medicine, and Pandora to curiosity. The past is never truly gone. It just becomes part of how we speak about ourselves. Think of the world today, the way our stories are told on screens instead of scrolls. Heroes rise, fall, and rise again. They battle monsters, tempt fate, seek love, lose it, and search for meaning in the ruins. It is not so different from the tales the Greeks once told around a hearth or beneath a temple arch. The names have changed, but the pulse of the story, the yearning, the striving, the dream of transcendence remains the same. You could say that humanity has always been telling the same story of gods and mortals, of creation and destruction, of longing for something larger than life, and yet deeply human. We keep retelling it because it reminds us that even our struggles are shared. Even our silence has an ancient echo. Perhaps that's why the myths never died. They adapted. When the world no longer believed in them, they believed in the world. They found new forms, paintings, poems, plays, novels, symphonies, films. They moved into the collective dream, becoming part of the quiet background of thought. And somewhere along the way, They stopped being just Greek or Roman. They became ours. Imagine walking through a museum late at night, the lights dim, the halls echoing with soft footsteps. You stop before a statue of Athena, her gaze patient, her armor dusted by time. She has crossed continents, outlived empires, endured wars and centuries of forgetting, and still she stands. She is no longer a goddess in the old sense, but she has become something gentler, a symbol of wisdom, of endurance, of quiet strength. You don't have to believe in her to feel her presence. That is how myths survive, not by being true, but by being remembered. Somewhere else in a quiet library, a reader turns the pages of the Iliad. The wars are long over, but the rhythm of the lines still beats like a distant drum. The reader does not see soldiers or gods, only reflections of human emotion, same ones that have always existed. Pride, grief, love, loss. The details fade, but the feeling stays the same. And that is the secret that myths have kept all along. They are not about the gods at all. They are about us, about the parts of us that refuse to vanish. Our desire to be remembered. Our need to make sense of chaos. Our wish to believe that beauty endures. The Greeks and Romans built their worlds around those desires, and we still do, in quieter ways. Even the modern world, with all its speed and distance, carries the same ancient pulse. We chase ambition like Icarus flying toward the sun. We face impossible tasks like Hercules. We fall in love with illusions. We wrestle with fate. We dream of immortality. The stage is different, but the play continues. And maybe, just maybe, that's what it means for a story to be truly eternal. Not that it is written in stone, but that it keeps finding new listeners, new voices, new ways to be told.
Like the tide.
It leaves and returns, each wave reshaping the shore, but never erasing it. So as the night stretches on, you can imagine all those stories floating through the darkness, softly glowing fragments of a shared dream. The heroes, the lovers, the gods, all drifting together, their borders blurred, their voices mingling. Greek or Roman, borrowed or born, it no longer matters. The myths have become one great, endless lullaby sung across time. Perhaps when the world grows quiet enough, you can still hear them, a whisper beneath the hum of modern life, a reminder that imagination, once awakened, never really sleeps. So let the myths settle now, let the marble fade. The stars dim, the sea grows still. You have walked among gods and poets, through cities of gold and ruins of memory. You have seen how stories change and how they never truly end. Close your eyes. There, in the hush behind thought, they are still waiting. Zeus and Jupiter, Aphrodite and Venus, Poseidon and Neptune, each name a ripple, each echo a reminder that nothing human ever truly disappears. You are not outside of their world. You're part of it, a listener in the same endless circle. The myths have reached you, and through you, they live again. So rest now. Let the centuries dissolve. The gods are at peace. The storytellers sleep. The sea is quiet once more, and somewhere in the distance, beyond dream, a voice begins again, telling the same old story, to a world that will always need to hear it. There are nights when the earth itself seems to remember. You can feel it in the stillness, in the breath of the wind over old stones, in the way the stars shine softly over ruins that have forgotten their names. Greece sleeps. Rome sleeps. But neither truly rest. Beneath the dust and the centuries, their dreams continue long, slow, and filled with the echoes of what once was. The world above changes, machines hum where temples once stood, and lights burn where once only torches glowed, but underneath, the rhythm of myth remains. The gods have not died. They've only learned to dream. Imagine walking through the ancient forum of Rome in the dead of night. The air is cool, heavy with the scent of whetstone and time. The streets are empty now, but if you listen, really listen, you might hear faint footsteps that are not your own. The whisper of sandals on marble, the soft rustle of a toga in the breeze, ghosts, perhaps, or memory, or something in between. You stop before the broken columns of a temple. Once, people stood here to pray, to plead for victory, for love, for forgiveness. Now the prayers have faded, but the place remembers. Every wall, every crack, every shadow, holds a fragment of what once was believed. The gods may no longer sit on their thrones, but their names hum in the stone. Jupiter, Mars, Venus, Minerva, further east. Across the Aegean, the same moonlight touches the ruins of the Parthenon. The marble glows like old bone beneath the stars. The city below hums with life. Modern Athens never sleeps. But up here, the past is patient. The columns, though broken, still stand proud, like the ribs of a giant dream that refuses to die. There is no sound but the wind, and yet you can almost hear it, a whisper from another age. Athena's name spoken not in worship now, but in remembrance. The goddess of wisdom, still watching over her city, though her temples have turned to dust. Empires rise and fall, but their myths never fade completely. They sink into the ground, into the language, into the collective sleep of the world. Rome borrowed from Greece, yes, but Greece, too, borrowed from something older. From the murmur of the sea, from the shadows of forgotten gods, from the human longing that predates memory. It was never theft, it was inheritance. A passing of stories from one dreamer to the next. When Rome conquered Greece, the conquerors became the captivated. They built their own temples but filled them with Greek gods renamed. They sculpted new faces but gave them the same expressions. And even now, centuries later, that same exchange continues not in marble, but in imagination. Walk through any great city today, and you will find them hidden everywhere. In the statues that guard public squares, in the fountains that murmur beneath streetlights, in the facades that echo temple design. Even in our calendars, in the names of months and planets, the myths still hum quietly beneath the surface of ordinary life. January, from Janus, the two-faced god of beginnings. March, from Mars, god of war. Venus in the morning sky, still watching, still radiant. The gods never truly left. They simply found new ways to stay. If you close your eyes now, you might see it, not a city, but a memory of one. The streets of Rome bathed in moonlight, the Colosseum silent, the air heavy with the scent of dust and olive wood. The ruins stretch out like a sleeping beast. Somewhere in the distance a fountain still flows, its water catching the starlight. The sound is soft, like breathing. The empire sleeps, but not in death and dreaming. In the deep, endless dreaming of time. And within that dream the stories continue to unfold. Jupiter still commands the heavens. Venus still smiles from the sea foam. Mars still sharpens his blade. The poets still sing, though their names have changed. Every storyteller, every artist, every quiet soul who looks at the night sky and wonders each, one adds another breath to that long, slow dream. That is how empires live forever, not in stone, but in story. Somewhere far below the modern city, archaeologists dig. They brush away layers of soil and find a fragment of pottery, a shard of inscription. The letters are faint but familiar, a name, a plea. A prayer to a god no one prays to anymore. Yet as they lift it into the light, the story awakens again. The air around them holds its breath. The gods are patient. They have been waiting for this moment for centuries. In another place, a child opens a book of myths. The pages are crisp, the illustrations vivid. She reads about Zeus hurling thunderbolts, about Hera's jealous rage, about heroes sailing into the unknown. She does not think of Greece or Rome. She does not think of conquest or lineage. She only feels the quiet magic of the story, the pulse beneath the words. And without realizing it, she joins the dream. The myths live through her now, reshaped, renewed, reborn in the imagination of a new listener. That is the true sleep of empires, not silence, but transformation. 1,000 years may pass, and still the stories find their way back to light. Empires crumble, languages die, but imagination remains. It drifts through time like a melody no one can forget. And in the soft hours of the night, when even the cities fall quiet, it rises again, gentle, persistent, eternal. So let the empires sleep. Let their temples fade, their marble crumble, their maps blur with age. The real monuments are not made of stone. They are made of words, of dreams, of breath. They exist wherever someone remembers, or wonders, or listens. You, right now, are standing among them. Not in ruins, but in memory. Not in history, but in myth. And somewhere beyond this moment, beyond this breath, the gods still dream. They dream of their cities, their stories, their believers. They dream of the sea that carried their names from one shore to another. They dream of every listener who ever paused to hear them. And as they dream, the world itself hums softly in sleep a vast, slow echo of all that has ever been believed. So rest now, traveler of stories. You have walked the silent streets of empires long gone. You have seen the faces of gods in shadow and starlight. You have heard the faint music of myth beneath the noise of the world. The night is deep, and the air is still. The ruins breathe, the stories drift, the dream continues. There is a sea that lies between the ruins, between the memories of Greece and Rome, between all that was once sacred and all that remains only as story. It is not simply the Mediterranean, though that is its body. It is older, deeper, more patient. It is the sea of memory itself, the quiet water that carries dreams from one world to another, from one age to the next. If you listen long enough to its waves, you will hear the echo of oars and whispers of words half forgotten but never lost. The sea remembers everything. It remembers the songs of sailors who prayed to Poseidon and the chants of Roman merchants who asked Neptune for safe passage. Remembers the laughter of children on distant shores, the silence of statues watching from cliffs. It remembers the light of torches, the shadows of sails, the way the wind once carried both prayers and secrets. Beneath that endless surface, the stories drift like slow fish through the dark. The Greeks told their tales beside this water, and the Romans, centuries later, told them again, reshaped but not erased. The myths crossed the sea, the way dreams cross the line between sleep and waking quietly, naturally without ever knowing they have changed. Stand at the edge of that water, if only in your mind. The horizon stretches endlessly, and the air tastes faintly of salt and time. Somewhere beyond sight lies another shore, another city, another echo of belief. The waves murmur, but not in any single language. Their rhythm is universal, ancient, soft. Once poets called this sea the cradle of civilization, but perhaps it is more accurate to call it the cradle of imagination. For everything that Greece dreamed, Rome carried across these waters, and everything Rome forgot, the sea kept safe. When Athens fell silent, when her temples grew cold, the sea whispered her stories to Rome. And when Rome itself began to crumble, the same sea carried her memories onward to Byzantium, to Venice, to every coast where the old gods might find rest. The sea does not take sides. It does not care who borrowed from whom. It only carries endlessly, patiently, the weight of story. Even now, it glimmers beneath the moon, the same moon that once watched over Odysseus and his endless voyage. If you close your eyes, you can almost see his ship small, fragile, yet determined, lighting across the dark water. The air is still, the stars sharp and infinite. Somewhere in that hush between waves, you might imagine the faint voice of a god, guiding him onward. The Romans would later tell his story too, though with different names, different endings. But the essence, the loneliness, the longing, the home that always seems just out of reach, that remained the same. The sea remembers. There is a strange comfort in this endless continuity. The myths may change shape, the gods may trade their names, but the sea between them never stops singing. It hums the same note through centuries, a low lullaby that has outlasted every empire. You can almost hear it tonight if you listen past the noise of the world, the hum of that deep, slow current that connects every storyteller, every dreamer, every civilization that has ever looked toward the horizon and wondered what lay beyond. Perhaps that is why so many of the old myths began and ended with the sea. It is not merely a setting, but a character, a living presence that sees everything, remembers everything, forgives everything. In the stillness of night, the sea is a mirror. It reflects the stars and through them the past. Somewhere out there, beyond the reach of memory, the gods are reflected too. Neptune and Poseidon, their images blurred together by time. Two names, one power. Two stories, one silence. They are not rivals now. They're simply echoes of the same idea, that the unknown, the deep, the vast, will always demand reverence. The Greeks gave the sea fear, the Romans gave it order, and both were right. For the sea is both the chaos that births creation and the calm that carries it onward. Imagine now a quiet ship drifting under a sky of endless stars. The crew sleeps, the oars rest. The only sound is the whisper of the tide against the wood. The water glows faintly, lit by plankton that shimmer like spilled starlight. It is as if the sky has fallen into the sea. In this stillness, time folds in on itself. The ancient world feels close enough to touch. You could reach down and feel the same water that carried Greek philosophers to distant islands, the same water that bore Roman legions to new lands. Every drop has touched history. Every wave carries fragments of stories that once shaped the world. And what happens to those stories when no one tells them? They sink, perhaps, but only for a time. Then they rise again, reshaped by the tide. Like shells washed ashore, they are picked up, admired, passed on. The sea keeps what we lose until we are ready to remember again. Maybe that is why the myths have lasted so long, not because of temples or books, but because of this quiet, eternal keeper. The sea, in its vastness, has never forgotten us. When you walk along a beach at night, when the horizon disappears into darkness, you are walking beside that same memory. The wind on your skin, the hiss of the tide, these are the oldest voices in the world. They have spoken to countless generations, each one hearing something slightly different. To a Greek sailor, they spoke of gods and fate. To a Roman soldier, they whispered of destiny and empire. To us, perhaps, they speak of time itself, of how everything returns, how nothing is truly lost. The sea is patient with our forgetfulness. It knows that we will always come back. We are drawn to it not for its beauty alone, but for its reminder of something older than ourselves. It is the breath between myths, the silence between empires, the shimmering line that connects every story ever told. When Greece dreamed of gods, it saw them rising from the sea. When Rome dreamed of power, it saw it reflected in the waves. Both looked outward, and in doing so, both found the same truth, that everything, in the end, drifts. And yet, what a gentle drifting it is. The gods do not rage anymore. The sea no longer demands sacrifice. It simply waits, rocking the world to sleep with its endless motion. If you could listen closely enough, you might hear the voices of both civilizations mingling there beneath the surface. Greek poets and Roman scholars, sailors and sculptors, their words dissolving into one another like salt and water, inseparable now. The myths no longer belong to either. They belong to the sea. So when you stand before it, whether in life or in dream, remember that you are looking at the oldest archive of human imagination. Every ripple is a line of a forgotten poem. Every wave is a heartbeat of the past. You do not need to understand it. You only need to listen. The sea will tell you what it remembers in its own language, slow, rhythmic, eternal. And when you finally turn away, when you leave the shore and return to the world of lights and noise, the sea will remain behind you, whispering. It will keep whispering long after you are gone, long after every city has changed its name, long after even the memory of Greece and Rome has blurred into something dreamlike and distant. The sea will still be there, carrying the same stories, telling them again to the wind, to the moon, to anyone who pauses long enough to hear. Because in the end, the sea does not forget, and neither do we. We are made of the same water, after all. The same salt flows in our blood, the same tides pull at our hearts. We are the listeners the sea has been waiting for. We are the storytellers who return to its edge, century after century, to remember. And as we listen, as we breathe, as we drift, the line between myth and memory fades until there is no difference at all, only the slow movement of the sea between dreams. The night deepens, and the world begins to dissolve into quiet. The voices of the old stories fade until they become little more than the rhythm of your own breath. Somewhere beyond the horizon, the sea still moves, patient as ever, carrying its invisible cargo of myths and memories. The stars hang low, and the air feels thick with history, but it is a history that no longer asks to be studied or understood. It only asks to be felt. Somewhere between the stillness and the sound, between the waking world and the dream, lies the silence of the gods.
It is not.
An absence, not a void, but a gentle retreat, like a curtain slowly falling over the stage once the story has been told. In this silence, every name that was ever spoken, Zeus, Jupiter, Athena, Minerva, Apollo, Mercury, drifts together into one soft whisper that says, "It was all the same dream, told in different tongues." In the beginning, the gods were loud. They thundered from the mountains and raged across the seas. They demanded altars, sacrifices, temples filled with light. But over time, as the people who built those temples grew older, as their children and their children's children learned new languages and built new cities, the gods began to quiet. Their voices became softer, their tempers gentler. Perhaps they had grown tired of shouting. Or perhaps, like us, they began to understand that even power needs rest. So they stepped back, retreating into their statues, into their stories, into the slow pulse of time. They did not die. They simply began to listen instead of speak. You can still feel them if you stand in the ruins. The columns of old temples hold their breath in the moonlight. The marble is cold, but it remembers warmth. A whisper of incense still clings to the air. The gods have become the silence between those stones, the pause before memory returns. When you walk there, you do not disturb them. You join them, because silence, too, is a kind of worship. It is the way we honor what has endured beyond meaning, beyond explanation. The Romans borrowed from the Greeks. Yes, they borrowed their gods, their myths, their symbols. But in doing so, they also inherited their silence, the acceptance that nothing lasts forever, not even belief. The silence of the gods is not empty. It hums with all that has ever been said, all that has ever been sung. It is the stillness that comes after the final note, the moment when the echo lingers longer than the sound itself. It is the hush of marble halls at dusk, the weightless peace that fills the air after centuries of prayers. If you listen closely, you can hear that hum even now beneath the noise of the modern world, beneath the hum of cities and the static of thought. It is the sound of the old gods resting, watching, remembering. They have seen empires rise and fall. They have seen their own names carved into stone and then forgotten. They do not need to be worshipped anymore. They exist in the way all beautiful things do, quietly, endlessly, just beyond our reach. The Greeks dreamed of gods who looked like them, flawed, radiant, human. The Romans reshaped those gods into reflections of empire, disciplined, majestic, untouchable. But beneath both visions lies the same truth, that the divine is simply our longing made visible. When the Greeks prayed to Athena, they were praying to wisdom within themselves. When the Romans praised Minerva, they were doing the same. When they sacrificed to Jupiter or Zeus, they were asking their own hearts to be brave in the face of chaos. And when they finally stopped praying, when the temples fell silent, the gods did not vanish. They folded inward, becoming part of us. That is why their silence feels so familiar. It is the same silence that lives at the core of every human life, the still, quiet center where thought dissolves and only being remains. There is something profoundly peaceful in knowing that the gods have stopped demanding attention. They no longer ask for offerings or songs. They do not strike or bless, only wait, as patient as stone, as vast as the sea, as timeless as sleep. Their silence is not indifference. It is grace. It is the moment when the storyteller closes the book and lets the words sink in. It is the breath after creation, the pause that gives meaning to sound. The Greeks gave the gods personality. The Romans gave them purpose. And now the silence gives them rest. In that rest, the two civilizations finally become one. Greece dreamed, Rome remembered. Greece imagined beauty. Rome built it. Greece gave the gods hearts. Rome gave them names. But now in the silence, none of that matters. They are all simply echoes in the same vast space. The temples of Athens and the forums of Rome are both cradled by the same stars, washed by the same light, and worn by the same wind. Time does not care who borrowed from whom. It only cares that we told the stories, that we remembered long enough for the silence to arrive gently, without pain. And so here we are at the end of the long telling, floating in that silence. The sea has quieted, the air is soft. The stars have faded into a pale gray sky. It feels like morning, but also like eternity. If you close your eyes now, you can almost see the gods walking away. Their steps slow and soundless across the horizon. They do not look back. They do not need to. Their stories live on, not in books, not in temples, but in the quiet part of the human mind that still believes in wonder. Perhaps that is what they wanted all along, not to be remembered as rulers or idols, but as moments of awe, flashes of understanding. A Greek poet once wrote that silence is the truest speech of the divine. Maybe he was right. Maybe the silence of the gods is not the end of their story, but the beginning of ours. Because when the gods fall silent, it is our turn to speak. Softly, carefully, as if we, too, are afraid to wake them. Listen, there it is, that faint hum again, the sound that is not quite a sound. It is the same tone the sea sang, the same vibration the marble walls carried. It is what remains when everything else is gone. It is the pulse of the world, slow and infinite. It is what the Greeks heard in the wind through the olive trees. It is what the Romans felt in the stillness of their baths at twilight. It is what we hear now in this quiet moment before sleep, the silence that is never truly silent, the calm that connects us all. The myths were only ever mirrors. In them, we saw our fears, our loves, our flaws. The gods were the reflection of everything we hoped to be and everything we feared to become. Now that the mirrors have cracked, the reflections spill out into the world, shimmering, formless, endless. They become clouds, tides, breath. They become the slow rhythm of the night. You can still see them if you wish, in the shapes of constellations. In the folds of the sea, in the dim glow of forgotten cities. But you do not have to search. They are already here, in the silence, waiting for you to rest. And so we drift, one last time, through the echoes of Greece and Rome, through marble and myth, through centuries of storytelling and centuries of forgetting. The gods watch, or maybe they sleep. It doesn't matter. The world is at peace. The sea sighs softly against the shore, and the air grows warm with dawn. The silence is complete now, not heavy, not cold, but tender, like a blanket drawn up to the chin of the world. The gods are quiet, the stories are still. The listener drifts, and somewhere beneath it all the faintest whisper remains. We borrowed from each other, yes, but we also became each other. Greece, Rome, you, me. The myths are the same breath shared across time. Silence of the gods is the same silence that fills this room now. It is not the end. It is the gentle pause before another dream begins. Here's a quiz question for you. How would you feel if you had to sleep by the light of a candle inside a hole dug out in the ice, perhaps with some furry friends for company? Well, for the peasants living in the frozen villages of medieval Russia, this was not an unusual sight. But don't worry, we're not going to leave you shivering in the cold. As we delve deeper into this unique way of life, you'll learn about the ingenious techniques these villagers use to survive, their remarkable resilience, and most importantly, the captivating stories of their everyday lives. So gather around our metaphorical hearth and let us warm ourselves with tales of strength and spirit. As we continue our journey through the icy landscapes of medieval Russia, our first stop takes us deep into the heart of Russia, where we Allel meet a family just like any other. We Allel follow them through their day as they wake up before sunrise and quickly get to work tending to their animals, collecting firewood and preparing for the day ahead. It might seem like a normal scene, but remember, we are in medieval Russia, and every task comes with its own set of challenges. For example, imagine trying to milk a cow in freezing temperatures while keeping yourself warm enough to not freeze solid. Or picture chopping wood for the stove in the middle of winter. All of these tasks become even more daunting when you need to repeat them every single day. Life here is tough, but our family perseveres. They huddle around their stove for warmth, sharing stories and laughter with their neighbors during rare moments of respite. Despite the difficulties, there's a strong sense of community here. The villagers help each other out, lending a hand when times are tough. In the evenings, the men might head out to fish on the frozen rivers, while the women stay back to prepare for the next day. And as night falls, everyone heads back home, huddling together for warmth inside their ice holes. It might sound strange, but this is how they keep themselves safe from the harsh weather conditions. Each morning, they would dig a hole in the ice, just big enough to fit a small fire and a pot to heat water and cook meals. The rest of the home is buried under the ice, keeping them warm and safe throughout the long, dark nights. Even though it can be lonely in these frozen villages, there's also a beauty to it all. Snow blankets the landscape, creating a serene atmosphere that invites peace and quiet. Inside their ice houses, the families find comfort in their routines in the company of their loved ones. Though the days might be filled with hard work, the nights are filled with hope for a brighter tomorrow. This is life in a frozen village in medieval Russia, a daily struggle against the cold, yet a testament to human resilience. Our journey will take us to the heart of power in medieval Russia, where we'll meet a young boy named Ivan. Born into the royal family, Ivan's life seems destined for greatness. However, his father's sudden death leaves him as the sole heir to the throne. At such a young age, Ivan finds himself thrust into a world of politics and intrigue, all while trying to navigate the complex dynamics of the Russian court. His mother, determined to protect her son, keeps him close and shields him from the dangers that lurk in the shadows. But as Ivan grows older, he becomes increasingly aware of the weight of his future responsibilities. He begins to study the art of governance, learning from advisors and council members. Despite the seriousness of his studies, Ivan remains a child at heart. He enjoys hunting, riding, and participating in courtly activities whenever he can. However, the pressure to excel and live up to his family's legacy weighs heavily on his young shoulders. As Ivan continues his education, he grapples with the conflicting desires to embrace his royal duties and to hold on to his innocence. The love and support of his mother provide him with a sense of stability during these turbulent years. But the young prince also feels the burden of proving himself in a world where power and betrayal often go hand in hand. It's important to note that medieval Russia was a time of immense change and upheaval. The country was expanding, its society was evolving, and new challenges and opportunities arose constantly. This backdrop of change adds another layer of complexity to Ivan's journey. As he prepares to take on the role of Tsar, will Ivan rise to the challenge and become the great leader his people need? Or will the weight of his responsibilities crush him? Let's find out together as we continue our exploration of medieval Russia. As Ivan matures, he learns the complexities of running a kingdom. Advisors vie for his ear, offering counsel on everything from foreign policy to domestic affairs. Some seek to guide him toward justice and fairness, while others whisper ideas of conquest and control. Meanwhile, whispers of discontent grow louder in the streets. Peasants burdened by heavy taxes dream of a better life, and merchants chafe under the restrictions placed on their trade. Yet Ivan remains steadfast. He balances the demands of his court, the needs of his people, and the ambitions of his advisors with growing skill. But as Ivan becomes more adept at managing his kingdom, a darkness stirs within him. The pressures of ruling, the betrayals of his inner circle, and the constant scrutiny of his actions take a toll on his psyche. He becomes increasingly erratic, lashing out at those around him and making decisions that shock the nobility. Is Ivan losing his grip on reality, or is there more to his behavior than meets the eye? Only time will tell. As Ivan's reign progresses, the once promising young prince transforms into a shell of his former self. It's now known as Ivan the Terrible. He rules with an iron fist, crushing dissent and executing those who oppose him. The grandeur of the court has taken on an air of menace, and the people of Russia live in fear of the Tsar's wrath. But behind closed doors, the true extent of Ivan's torment becomes apparent. Haunted by paranoia and mental anguish, he isolates himself in the Kremlin, surrounded by loyal but fearful courtiers. There, in the opulent isolation of the Winter Palace, Ivan's final years are marked by tragedy, madness, and the haunting realization that the path to power can lead to ruin. Finally, our journey brings us to the grand halls of the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg. Built by Peter the Great, this palace was once the seat of power for the Russian Empire. Its opulence is legendary, with ornate decorations, shimmering chandeliers, and vast rooms echoing with the footsteps of history. But today, we're focusing on one room in particular, the Amber Room. Also known as the Hall of Mirrors, this chamber was once a place of diplomacy and grandeur. Sunlight streamed through large windows, reflecting off mirrors and creating a kaleidoscope of light and color. The walls were adorned with amber panels depicting scenes from Russian folklore and history, making it one of the most beautiful rooms in the palace. But the story of the Amber Room takes a turn during World War II, as the Germans invaded Russia. They looted many of the country's treasures. The Amber Room was no exception. The panels were ripped from the walls, the mirrors were shattered, and the room was left in ruins. To this day, The whereabouts of many of these treasures remain a mystery, hidden away in secret locations known only to a few. The tale of the Amber Room is one of loss and longing. It serves as a reminder of the fragility of beauty and the destructive power of war. After the war, the Soviets made efforts to restore the room, but many of the original pieces were irreplaceable. Today, visitors to the Winter Palace can still see the empty wall where the Amber Room once stood, a silent testament to the beauty that once graced those halls. So our journey through medieval Russia draws to a close. We've seen the hardships faced by the peasants, the rise and fall of Ivan the Terrible, and the tragic tale of the Amber Room. What struck you the most about medieval Russia? The frozen villages, the political intrigue, or the echoes of a vanished era? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And as you do, remember to hit that subscribe button and like this video to stay connected to our ongoing adventures through time. Thank you for joining us on this journey back to medieval Russia. If you enjoyed this adventure, I have a special invitation for you. Click on this video on the screen now to continue your journey through history. Now close your eyes and imagine a sliver of sunlight penetrating the gloom, catching a mote of dust dancing in the stillness. Suddenly, everything changes. The oppressive weight of the darkness lifts ever so slightly. Shaft of brilliant light, a moment of quiet beauty in the midst of a hard, unending winter. This tiny shift in atmosphere is all that separates medieval Russian life from the darkest dungeon. Welcome to my channel. Today we're going to talk about light in the Dark Ages. In our modern world, we often take lighting for granted. If you're watching this right now, chances are you are in a brightly lit room, maybe with natural light streaming through windows, maybe with lamps or overhead lights casting pools of illumination on the walls. Artificial lighting has become ubiquitous in much of the modern world, but this was not the case during the Dark Ages. For most people living in Europe during this period, flickering candlelight was the only way to pierce the gloom of night. And even then, candles were expensive and rare. For the vast majority of medieval peasants, oil lamps were the primary source of illumination. These lamps were simple enough, usually nothing more than a hollowed-out turnip or potato with a bit of cloth or hempen wick stuffed into the top. The oil, often rendered from animal fat or sometimes fish oil, was then poured in and lit with a match or burning ember. The light generated wasn't very bright, but it was enough to ward off the worst of the darkness and provide enough illumination for cooking and other essential tasks. In larger towns and cities, candlelight might have been more common, although even these flickering flames could not compete with the daylight hours. Windows were small and high up, designed to keep out drafts and prying eyes rather than let in large amounts of light. But what about those brief periods of sunlight in the dead of winter? In the darkest depths of winter, when the sun barely crests the horizon, the hours of daylight are short and the days are long. Even in southern Europe, the sun may only shine for 6 or 7 hours, leaving the rest of the day shrouded in a perpetual twilight. This lack of natural light had a profound effect on medieval life, limiting outdoor activities to the brief hours before nightfall and forcing people to spend their days indoors. So how did people cope with such limited daylight hours? For many, it meant finding ways to make the most of the little light that was available. Oil lamps were carefully placed to maximize their meager glow. People dressed in dark colors to make the most of the shadows. And candles were saved for special occasions. And yet, despite these hardships, life still went on. The church bells still rang, calling people to prayer. The market still bustled with activity, and families still gathered around their tables, sharing stories and laughter in the soft glow of lamplight. For others, the lack of daylight meant a different sort of life, one that revolved around the rhythms of the sun. Farmers worked their fields by the light of dawn and dusk, taking advantage of the few hours of daylight available. Villagers shopped and socialized only during the day, and nightlife was virtually unknown. The lack of daylight also had an impact on art and architecture. Since oil lamps and candles provided such dim illumination, paintings and tapestries often featured scenes from everyday life. The dim light made it difficult to see fine details, so artists focused on depicting broad strokes and simple shapes. Overall, life during the Dark Ages was a far cry from our modern world. Without the benefit of modern lighting, people had to find ways to adapt to the darkness, making the most of the little light that was available and finding new ways to illuminate their world. It wasn't all bad, though. There were moments of beauty to be found even in the darkest of times, like the shaft of sunlight piercing the gloom, or the soft glow of a candle flame dancing in the night. Thank you for watching. In the depths of winter, when the world outside is a frozen wasteland, what do? How do you while away the long, dark hours? What do you do for fun? You play games, of course. You tell stories. And if you're lucky, you might have a balalaika to play or a gusli to sing along with. But most of all, you tell stories. Stories of adventure, of love, of daring feats, and impossible quests. You tell stories about the heroes of the bygone days, legendary figures like Ilya Muromets or Dobrynya Nikitish. Or maybe you tell stories of the future, of a golden age yet to come. You tell stories to pass the time, to lift the spirits, to remind yourselves that there is more to life than just this. Life in the 14th and 15th century Russian heartland was hard. Not only did the land suffer under centuries of Mongol domination, it was also subject to the whims of an erratic climate. Winters could last for months, cutting off entire villages from the rest of the world, and forcing them to survive off their stores of food and each other's company. The people were a hardy lot, though. They developed a culture that was rich and vibrant despite the hardships they endured. One of the ways they coped was through storytelling. They told stories to entertain themselves, to educate the young, and to preserve their cultural heritage. The stories they told were often epic in scope, featuring larger-than-life heroes who went on adventures to far-off lands. These tales were not just a form of entertainment, but a way of preserving their cultural identity. The characters in these stories embodied the values and ideals of the people, such as courage, hospitality, and loyalty. The hero, Ilya Muromets, for example, was a legendary warrior who defended the weak and the oppressed. He was also incredibly strong and skilled in combat, which made him a role model for young men. Another popular story type was the balinki, a lyrical ballad that often dealt with themes of love and loss. These were typically performed by a single singer, accompanied by a balalaika, a three-stringed instrument similar to a guitar. The singer would stand or kneel before the audience and deliver their song with great emotion, using the balalaika to add musical flourishes and emphasize key moments in the story. The audience would often participate by clapping or stomping their feet in time with the music. This form of storytelling not only provided a release for pent-up emotions, but also served as a way to commemorate important events or honor important figures. But it wasn't all just about the stories themselves. The way they were told was also an art form. The bards and storytellers who kept these traditions alive were highly respected members of society. They were often employed by wealthy landowners or the church to travel from village to village, performing for their amusement. These traveling performers would not only tell stories, but also play music, dance, and even juggle or perform acrobatics. And let's not forget about the games they played. When they weren't listening to stories, the villagers themselves would amuse themselves with a variety of games and activities. Children would play with dolls or wooden cars, while adults would enjoy drinking games and card games. During festivals, they might put on theatrical performances or take part in horse races or wrestling matches. These games and activities were not only a source of entertainment, but also a way of building community and strengthening bonds between neighbors. So when you think of medieval Russia, don't just picture the czars and the aristocracy. Remember the common people too, and the vibrant culture they created in spite of the hardships they endured. Their stories, games, and festivals may seem like a distant memory, but they are an important part of what made medieval Russia so unique. If you enjoyed this, please like and share for more historical tales.
Oh, yes.
Until next time. In the vast, frozen expanse of pre-revolutionary Russia, two very different worlds existed. One was the world of the peasants, the other that of the rulers. Today we will travel back in time and experience the life of an ordinary Russian peasant in the early 20th century. Life as a Russian peasant was not easy. Still, there is no escaping the weight of labor. From dawn until dusk, your body is in motion. Chopping wood, carrying water, tending livestock, spinning flax into thread, or repairing tools. Even children took part, watching geese, helping in the fields, or gathering kindling. The winters were especially harsh. Snow drifts against the walls of your hut, blocking the door. The wind howls across the plains, rattling shutters and seeping through cracks in the wood. Days are short and nights seem endless. Work shifts indoors, mending clothes, weaving baskets, carving simple tools. Yet food supplies dwindle as the season drags on, and the fear of hunger grows heavier with each passing week. This is the life of a Russian peasant. It is not glamorous, and it offers little chance of escape. But it is steady, rooted in the land, and tied to the slow rhythm of the seasons. In this frozen world, survival itself becomes a kind of quiet triumph. And yet far above these villages, in the cities and courts of power, there were rulers whose lives were dramatically different. Some rose to power with ambition and strength, only to fall into cruelty and fear. One of these men would change Russia forever. Let's fast forward now to the bustling streets of St. Petersburg in the year 1905. The air is thick with the scent of fresh bread, coal smoke, and horse manure. This is a city on the move, a center of trade and industry, but also of ideas. Here, educated people gather in cafes, discussing the failings of the government and the need for change.
Oh.
They call themselves the intelligentsia. For decades, they have demanded a constitution, an end to the power of the aristocracy, and a voice in the way the country is run. But their pleas have fallen on deaf ears. The man in charge is the Tsar, Nicholas II, a figure of immense power and privilege. He lives in a world of luxury and ceremony, far removed from the concerns of ordinary people. His wife, Alexandra, is a German princess. Their 5 children are being raised in the opulent winter palace, but behind the scenes, all is not well. The intelligentsia is becoming more radical. Many now favor a republic, a form of government in which power rests with the people and their elected leaders. The Tsar, Nicholas II, clings to the belief that his authority is divinely ordained. He resists calls for reform, fearing that they will weaken his power. But as unrest grows, he faces a choice: either reform or resist. What he decides will change Russia forever. Nicholas II is reluctant to share power. He sees himself as a godless monarch, answerable to no one. But as the people's anger grows, he knows he must do something to restore order. In the end, he agrees to introduce some reforms, hoping they will satisfy the people. He establishes a parliament called the Duma, but its power is limited, and many of its members are aristocrats. He also introduces some social reforms, such as the legalization of labor unions. But these do little to improve the lives of ordinary people. For the intelligentsia, these reforms are too little and too late. They continue to agitate for change, demanding a constitution and an end to the monarchy. The Tsar, Nicholas II, remains unmoved. He continues to rule in the old autocratic manner, relying on the support of the aristocracy and the army. But as tensions rise, he knows that trouble is brewing. The people are growing angrier and more determined to fight for their rights. The stage is set for a revolution that will change Russia forever, as the story of Nicholas II and the Russian Revolution unfolds. Remember the ordinary people, like the peasants whose lives were upended by these dramatic events? Their stories are a reminder of the human cost of political upheaval and the importance of understanding history from their perspective. There is no greater challenge than creating a new order out of chaos. To make something new requires imagination and audacity, the strength to break with the past, and the wisdom to build a new world on foundations of sand. Such is the burden of kingship. As we leave the snowbound villages of peasants behind, let us drift instead toward the Kremlin in Moscow, to the story of a boy who would grow into one of history's most infamous rulers, a man remembered both for his great achievements and for the terror he unleashed. Ivan IV, known to us as Ivan the Terrible, was born in 1530. His early years were marked not by warmth and care, but by chaos and fear. His father, Grand Prince Vasily III, died when Ivan was just 3 years old, leaving him to be raised amid court intrigues and bitter rivalries. Imagine being that young boy, wandering the stone corridors of the Kremlin, surrounded not by comforting family, but by scheming nobles. Your dinner might be taken from you by a jealous uncle, your clothes stripped away by a power-hungry grandmother. In these cold halls, Ivan learned early the lessons of suspicion and mistrust. Yet even in such a childhood, he showed remarkable intelligence. He devoured books, taught himself scripture, and studied the workings of governance. He grew to understand the rituals of power and the symbolism of the Orthodox Church, which he would later use to strengthen his rule. By age 13, he was ready to take the throne. But how does a child king, born in the shadow of death, navigate the treacherous waters of courtly politics? How does he ensure his place in the hearts and minds of his people? The answer, my friends, is propaganda. When Ivan ascended to the throne, he was merely a figurehead while his mother Yelena ran the country. Thus, Ivan had plenty of time to hone his skills. As he grew older, he began to take an interest in the tools of the ruler, issuing coins with his image and hunting with the trappings of a monarch. In the eyes of the public, he became a living symbol of the state. And it was a potent symbol because Ivan was presented as the Third Rome. The idea of the Third Rome was a political and religious doctrine that elevated Moscow to the status of the new Constantinople, a successor to the ancient Roman Empire. It was a grand vision that cast Ivan as the rightful heir to the Roman emperors and popes, legitimizing his rule over all Russia. This narrative was carefully crafted and disseminated through the arts and the media, making Ivan the champion of the Russian people against the decadent West. With his coronation in 1547, Ivan the Terrible became the first Tsar of Russia. The title was no accident. It was a deliberate choice to replace the Western-style monarchical title of king with a unique Russian one. Signifying his commitment to the new Rome, from this moment, Ivan's propaganda machine went into overdrive. His vast empire was home to millions of people who spoke many languages and followed different faiths. But Ivan the Terrible found a way to unite them all under one banner. The Oprichina, a secret police force, loyal only to the Tsar. Its members spied on the nobility, arresting and executing them at the Tsar's command. Those arrested often had no idea what they were accused of, making Ivan's enemies everywhere. Yet some dared to speak out, like the Holy Fool, a person who defied the social order to mock those in power. Ivan, too, had his share of holy fools like the Stargazer, who claimed to see the devil in Ivan's eyes and predicted the downfall of the royal family. Of course, the Stargazer was executed, but such killings only made Ivan more suspicious. In his paranoia, he saw plots and conspiracies everywhere. His own son Ivan wasn't safe from his father's wrath. In a fit of rage, Ivan the Terrible killed his son, throwing him out of a window to his death. A tragic end for a troubled young man who had shown promise as a future ruler. Ivan the Terrible died in 1584, leaving behind a legacy of fear and oppression, but also of cultural achievement, for it was during his reign that Russia became the Third Rome, a new center of the Christian world. At the age of just 16, Ivan was crowned as the first Tsar of all Russia. It was more than a title. It was a declaration that he saw himself as equal to the great emperors of Rome and Byzantium. The coronation was lavish, filled with incense, golden icons, and chants echoing through cathedral walls. For the first time, Russia had a Tsar, not merely a grand prince. In his early years as ruler, Ivan showed promise. He reformed the laws, modernized the military, and called the first assembly of the people representatives known as the Zemsky Sober. He opened trade with England, bringing in goods and knowledge from the West. Moscow expanded, and his court became a center of learning and splendor. For a time, it seemed as though Ivan might be remembered as Ivan the Great. But fate turned, as it so often does. Personal tragedy weighed heavily on him. His beloved wife Anastasia died suddenly, perhaps poisoned by political rivals. Her loss devastated him, deepening his mistrust and hardening his spirit. Where once he had been a reformer, Ivan grew increasingly suspicious, mercurial, and violent. He lashed out at the nobility, the clergy, and his own people, all those around him. He demanded absolute loyalty and punished any perceived slight with brutal swiftness. A courtier might lose favor for an improperly tied shoe, or a nobleman could be sent to the gallows for a poorly worded letter. In 1565, he took a drastic step, dividing the nation into two parts. The western territories were to be ruled according to customary law, while the eastern regions, including the capital, Moscow, would be governed autocratically by himself alone. This new domain became known as the Oprichina, a term that initially signified royal authority, but took on a sinister meaning as its powers grew. Ivan appointed a loyal but ruthless courtier, Belsky, to head this force, granting him the right to bypass legal procedures and punish nobles at will. Belsky and his men rode across the land like a tempest, leaving behind a trail of terror and bloodshed. The target was often the land of Novgorod, a prosperous region accused of treachery. In 1568, Ivan unleashed his wrath upon them. With Belsky at the vanguard, thousands were arrested, tortured, and executed. Entire villages were razed, not for crimes against the state or the monarch, but simply because Ivan's suspicion fell upon them. Houses were burned, grain stores were looted, cattle were driven away, and fields were trampled. Men, women, and children were thrown into the icy waters of the Volgov River, watched by their executioners, letting the waters decide their fates. Some, upon being pulled out, were hacked to pieces. Others had their heads chopped off and hung from the nearest tree. Many drowned, their bodies bobbing listlessly in the water, a grim specter haunting the river's flow. Those who survived the ordeal were left to wander the frozen wasteland, seeking refuge from the bitter cold. They were too afraid to return home, for even the walls of their own houses offered no sanctuary from Ivan's wrath. Starvation and exposure took their toll, and soon the forests and plains surrounding Novgorod became littered with corpses, victims of the senseless carnage. This reign of terror continued unabated for over a decade. Ivan the Terrible, as he came to be known, died in 1584, leaving behind a traumatized nation. His extravagant palaces were now crumbling, his lavish court in ruins. His legacy forever tarnished by the brutality of the Oprachina. The scars of his tyranny ran deep, not just on the landscape of Russia, but on the psyches of those who lived under his shadow. Yet the very soil of Russia, soaked in the blood of the Oprachina, also bore witness to an enduring spirit. For every life extinguished, 2 or 3 more were ignited, determined to keep alive the flame of hope and resist the long night of tyranny. In the heart of Moscow, nestled between Red Square and the Kremlin, stands St. Basil's Cathedral. Its brightly colored onion domes shimmer in the sunlight, a testament to the grandeur of a bygone era. But few who stand in awe of its beauty realize that within those hallowed walls lies a secret, a shimmering enigma that has captured the imagination of the world. Its story takes us back to the 16th century, to a time when Russia was ruled by a man as enigmatic as the treasure we seek, Ivan the Terrible, Ivan IV, a man of immense power and even greater flaws. Under his rule, Russia expanded, its power growing like a rising sun in the east. But as any who have delved into history's tales know, great power often brings with it a darker shadow. Ivan's reign was not just marked by expansion, but also by paranoia, cruelty, and a thirst for control that knew no bounds. In his personal life, a tragic tale unfolded. The story goes that in the heat of a heated argument, Ivan, in a fit of rage, struck his own son, the young Ivan, heir to the throne, fatally wounding him. Grief-stricken and consumed by remorse, Ivan IV retreated into his chambers, where he paced restlessly, haunted by the echo of his son's pain. The image of the mighty Tsar, broken with sorrow, is a poignant one, a reminder of the frailty of even the most powerful men. Yet amidst this somber tale, a glimmer of hope emerged. In the last years of his life, Ivan the Terrible found solace and perhaps redemption in the construction of St. Basil's Cathedral. This grand structure, a symbol of piety, became the focal point of his religious devotion. It was here, they say, that he would find moments of peace, offering up prayers for his son and for the soul of Russia. The cathedral's interior is a treasure trove of detail, each element whispering tales of a bygone era. Among its many wonders is a golden gate adorned with precious stones, said to be a gift from the rulers of Astrakhan, a tribute to the might of Russia, and a token of submission from those conquered. And yet, despite its splendor, there's a haunting emptiness where the precious gateway should have been, a void that speaks of loss and the passage of time. Others claim that it was lost in the turmoil of the time of troubles, a period of upheaval that followed Ivan's death. Still, others believe that it was destroyed, casualties of the shifting sands of power and ambition. Could it be that the gate, a silent witness to so much history, now lies in pieces, lost to the ravages of time, or hidden away in some forgotten corner of the world? What led to its disappearance remains a mystery, a puzzle that fits into the larger enigma of Ivan the Terrible's legacy. Is he a visionary ruler who laid the foundations of a modern Russian state, or a tyrannical leader whose paranoia and brutality knew no bounds? Perhaps the answer lies somewhere in between, for Ivan IV, like the Lost Gate, is both a symbol of Russia's rise to power and the fragility of its early modern state. As we continue our journey through history's grand halls, let us carry with us the lessons of the past. May we marvel at the brilliance of a bygone era while recognizing the shadows that lurk even in the brightest of times. And may the enigma of the Lost Gateway serve as a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming power, the delicate threads of humanity must endure. For it is in the balance between ambition and empathy, between strength and compassion, that the true measure of our legacy lies. And above all, cherish the stories that connect us to our shared human experience. The Amber Room was so beautiful, so valuable, and so irreplaceable that when it vanished during World War II, it seemed inconceivable that any part of it could ever be recovered. Yet here we are today, gazing upon a single panel from that very room, glistening in the subdued light of a museum display case. How did this priceless artifact escape the ravages of war? What led to its rediscovery after nearly a century? And how is it that we can ponder these questions in the hushed calm of a modern gallery? But first, let us leave behind the shadow of Ivan the Terrible and move forward in time to a mystery that has puzzled historians and treasure seekers for centuries. Imagine yourself transported back to 1716, standing in the presence of Russian royalty. Before you shimmers a room that seems almost alien in its beauty, a room that shimmered with golden light, lined with panels of glowing amber and decorated with delicate carvings and mirrors. A masterpiece of art and craftsmanship, known simply as the Amber Room. To truly appreciate its splendor, we must first understand the allure of amber itself. Geologists tell us that amber is ancient, fossilized resin from trees that once dripped and hardened millions of years ago. When polished, it glows warmly, like honey or sunlight trapped within stone. Early humans saw in amber more than just a pretty bauble. They believed it possessed magical healing powers, a conduit to the sun's life-giving energy. As societies advanced, amber became both a jewel and a symbol of power. To fashion an entire room from it was almost unthinkable, a statement of immense wealth and artistry. The Amber Room was first begun in the early 18th century in Prussia. German craftsmen toiled for years over the design, fashioning intricate amber panels set in gilded wood and painstakingly piecing them together. Like a giant jigsaw puzzle, but the room was never finished in Germany. In 1716, the Prussian King Frederick I decided to bestow the still unfinished room as a gift to his friend and ally, Peter the Great of Russia. Frederick hoped that presenting such a lavish gift would cement their alliance and bring continued peace between their two nations. The Amber Room arrived in pieces in St. Petersburg, but it would be nearly 3 decades before it found its final home. In 1729, Peter's wife, Catherine, had the room reconstructed and installed in her palace near the Russian capital. Here it glittered in all its glory, catching the light and casting dancing shadows on the walls. It was the height of luxury, a monument to wealth and good taste. Unfortunately for those who came to admire it, the room's fame would ultimately lead to its downfall. As the Tsars grew wealthier, grander ambitions took hold. By the mid-18th century, the Russian Empire stretched from the Baltic Sea to the Pacific Ocean. Catherine the Great desired a palace to match, one that would rival the great European courts. So she set about expanding her humble summer residence into a symbol of imperial might. By 1750, the Catherine Palace, as it was now called, boasted over 1,000 rooms, each more elaborately decorated than the last. Gold leaf glistened everywhere, set against rich fabrics and inlaid with precious stones. Everywhere, that is, except in the Amber Room. For reasons apparently lost to history, the Tsars had allowed this priceless treasure to fade into obscurity. By the end of the century, the room was little more than a storage closet, still beautiful, but deeply tarnished and largely forgotten. For a time, this suited the Russians. But as the 19th century dawned, memories of the Amber Room were rekindled. Restoration work began, only to be halted a few decades later by the outbreak of World War II. Fearing the advancing Germans, the Russians prepared to evacuate the palace. First, however, they sought to protect the most valuable artifacts, including, yes, The Amber Room. It was carefully disassembled and hidden beneath a false floor in the palace basement. In the chaos that followed, this secret was lost. By the time the Germans occupied the area, the palace staff were long gone. Soldiers ransacked the upper floors, but the Amber Room remained undiscovered until 1945, when the Red Army retook the palace. Reunited at last, the Tsars assumed that the Amber Room was safe. It wasn't. Somewhere along the way, pieces of the room had been lost or stolen. And with so many people having come and gone, no one knew exactly what had happened. Over the next half-century, a few pieces turned up in antique shops and private collections, but no one realized that they were part of something greater. It would take another 30 years for the truth to be uncovered. In 1997, a panel from the Amber Room was discovered in the possession of a Japanese collector. With this clue, Russian and German investigators began searching for more fragments. By 2003, they had recovered enough pieces to reconstruct the room and finally reveal its secrets once again. Today, visitors can experience the magic of the Amber Room for themselves in the restored palace near St. Petersburg. So when you entered the room, what did you see? What do you feel? What do you experience? It's exactly what this video is about. The year is 1701. You are standing in the newly completed, sumptuously furnished Amber Room in the Catherine Palace near St. Petersburg. The walls gleam with thousands of panels of amber in shades of gold, orange, and deep red. Sunlight from tall windows strikes the surfaces, making them glow as though the walls themselves are aflame. Mirrors multiply the effect, reflecting endless layers of warmth and brilliance. It was sometimes called the eighth wonder of the world, and to those who saw it, it must have seemed like stepping into a room of pure sunlight. For centuries, the Amber Room remained a symbol of Russian opulence. It survived fires, renovations, and wars, until the Second World War brought catastrophe. In 1941, German forces advanced into Russia, and the Catherine Palace fell into their hands. The Amber Room, too delicate to be quickly dismantled and evacuated, was left vulnerable. Within days it was taken apart and shipped to Kingsburg in East Prussia, where it was reassembled in a museum. As the war drew to a close in 1945, Kingsburg was bombed heavily, and the Amber Room was last seen in its museum display. After that, it disappeared without a trace. Some believe it was destroyed in the bombings, reduced to ashes in the firestorms that consumed the city. Others think it was hidden away, packed into crates and sent underground, perhaps into mines, secret bunkers, or even aboard a ship lost at sea. In the decades since, many have searched for the missing treasure, combing through records, interviewing witnesses, and even excavating potential sites. But the Amber Room remains frustratingly elusive. What we know for sure is that it was a triumph of design and craftsmanship, a collaboration between two of Europe's greatest artistic traditions, German cabinetry and Russian luxury. The story of how it came together is as fascinating as the mystery of its disappearance. It all began with a wedding gift. In 1679, the young king of Prussia, Frederick I, sought to strengthen ties with the Russian Tsar, Peter the Great, by marrying his daughter Sophia to the Russian monarch. To celebrate, he commissioned a magnificent reception room to be built onto the Berlin Palace, entirely clad in amber. Work began in 1680 and took just under 2 decades to complete. Then, in 1697, King Frederick presented the room to his royal guests. The Russian Tsar and his entourage, including his wife Catherine. As legend has it, Catherine was so captivated by the Amber Room that she demanded it be taken down and reassembled in her own palace in St. Petersburg.
Nice.
Her husband, Peter the Great, was not pleased, but he was not about to refuse his wife such a small request. So he dispatched a team of craftsmen to carefully dismantle the room and transport it to its new home. Once there, the room was reassembled and enlarged. Its original dimensions were approximately 32 feet by 16 feet. The addition in the Catherine Palace nearly doubled its size. By 1717, the room was complete once more, resplendent as ever, but now twice as large. Over the next century and a half, the Amber Room became one of the most famous interiors in Europe. Its intricate carvings and shimmering surfaces dazzled visitors. The room's design had been heavily influenced by the prevailing Baroque style, which prized grandeur and drama. This is evident in the room's massive giltwood mirror frames, which were carved with cupids and mythical creatures. The amber panels, on the other hand, were more reminiscent of Russian folk art, featuring traditional floral and geometric patterns. Together, these elements created an atmosphere of refined opulence that was both stately and intimate. Of course, no opulent room would be complete without opulent furniture. Sofas, chairs, and tables, crafted from the finest woods and upholstered in rich fabrics, were placed throughout the room, providing visitors with places to sit and admire the amber room's splendor, or perhaps engage in conversation. Overall, the effect was nothing short of spectacular. The walls blazed with the warm glow of the setting sun, while the mirrors reflected the flames of countless candles that flickered throughout the room. It was as if the very air shimmered with gold and amber, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled luxury and refinement. Today, the amber room is gone, lost to history, but its legacy lives on in the countless works of art and literature inspired by its beauty. Perhaps one day its whereabouts will be discovered, and we can once again marvel at the eighth wonder of the world. Or maybe it's better that the amber room remain lost, forever a tantalizing mystery from Russia's gilded past. Over the decades, countless searches have been launched. Rumors place it in tunnels beneath Germany, in Poland, even deep beneath the Baltic Sea. Treasure hunters, scholars, and even governments have sought it, but no conclusive evidence has ever been found. From time to time, fragments of amber panels surface, suggesting that at least part of the masterpiece may have survived. Today in the Catherine Palace, visitors can step into a reconstruction of the amber room, painstakingly rebuilt by Russian artisans using old photographs and techniques. It shines once more, its honey-colored walls glowing in the light. But the original, that treasure of centuries past, remains a mystery, and perhaps that is part of its enduring power. To think of a room made of light, created by human hands, taken away by war, and lost to time. Whether it lies hidden in some forgotten vault, or whether it was consumed by fire, it continues to haunt the imagination. From this mystery, let us turn now to another world, the world of the powerful and the privileged. For while peasants struggled to survive the cold, and treasures like the amber room were lost in conflict within the walls of the Kremlin, the lives of the czars unfolded with ceremony, splendor, and secrecy. Here in the Russian capital, a new exhibition offers a rare glimpse inside their world. More than 100 artifacts have been brought together from museums and private collections around the world. Many have never before been seen by the public. Among the most catching are these exquisite shoes. They belong to Tsar Nicholas II, the last ruler of Imperial Russia. He was forced to abdicate in 1917. His family was murdered 2 years later by the Bolsheviks. And these shoes, crafted from fine leather, were all that Nicholas had with him when he was arrested. Alongside them, a nightgown, a shirt, and a pair of trousers. Humble garments belonging to one of history's most dramatic fall from grace. To understand how such a downfall was possible, we must look at the world beyond the Kremlin walls. In 1914, the First World War was raging. Nicholas was autocratic and absolute. Power was concentrated in the hands of the nobility and the clergy. The vast majority of people in his empire were excluded. That exclusion bred resentment, and in some parts of his domain, revolution. When the war turned against the Russians, Nicholas became unpopular. Strikes and mutinies broke out. Soldiers refused to fight. Food was in short supply. The end of the Romanov dynasty was swift and brutal. Nicholas and his family were exiled. Then in the basement of a house in Yekaterinburg, they were shot dead. Their bodies were chopped up and buried nearby. There, in the chaos that followed, valuables like this gold snuff box were looted from the royal palaces.
Wow.
It was made in 1898 to celebrate the 300th anniversary of the Romanov dynasty. Inside, a portrait of Peter the Great, the dynasty's founder. It was an age of absolutism and serfdom, of great palaces and crushing poverty, of splendid balls and grinding hardship. That, too, is laid bare in this exhibition. Take, for example, these two samovars. Both are made of brass, and both were made in the same place. One is ornate and valuable, destined for the Russian czars. The other is plain and cheap, intended for the servants who kept the grand households running. There were many such households, for the Russian czars had countless residences. This model shows life at one of their favorite retreats, the Tsar's country cottage. It belonged to Nicholas II, Built in the Neo-Russian style, it was designed to evoke an idyllic past. Here, Nicholas could shed the burdens of empire and enjoy the simple life. At least that was the idea. Grand Palace in miniature. It had 21 rooms. There were ballrooms and dining rooms, bedrooms and dressing rooms, even a church. Everything was there to remind the royals of home, but far from the madding crowd. It was a world away from the concerns of ordinary Russians. Here in the Crimea, life was comfortable and genteel. But in the cities and the frozen wastelands, people went hungry. Kolos was out of touch. His ministers were corrupt. The seeds of revolution were sown. By 1917, the Romanov dynasty was finished. Their palaces were seized, and their art treasures sold or looted. The Tsar's lavish lifestyles became a byword for excess and decadence. That reputation has endured, in part because of what happened next. After Nicholas's abdication, the Bolsheviks took over. Russia became the Soviet Union. The treasures of the Romanovs were scattered. Some ended up here in the Kremlin. Others went to museums across the former empire. Many changed hands, several times until they resurfaced on the international art market. This exhibition, though, aims to do more than simply show off the riches of the Romanov court. It also explores the values and tastes of a bygone era. These exquisite items were not just status symbols. They were part of a broader culture. Take, for example, this model of St. Petersburg. It dates back to 1713, just 30 years after the city was founded. Look closely, and you can see the river Neva winding through the center, just as it does today. The point was to show off Russia's new capital, the window on the west, as Peter the Great called it. Also on display are these beautiful, hand-painted snuff bottles. They date back to the early 18th century. The subject, chinoiserie, was fashionable among the elite at the time. And these are just a few examples of how Russian aristocrats combined the old and the new. They took inspiration from China and Japan and adapted it to their own needs and tastes. The exhibition tells the story of a unique cultural moment and of one family's dramatic fall. As you walk through the Kremlin, you can almost hear the echoes of the past. The squeak of the grand piano in the music room, the murmur of silk gowns as the ladies-in-waiting attend their mistress, the clink of glasses as the aristocrats toast the health of the Tsar. That glittering world is gone. But here in the artifacts, something of it remains. Now, let us pass through the gates of Moscow and enter the Kremlin, the ancient heart of Russian power. Its high red walls enclose a city within a city, filled with golden domed churches, ornate palaces, and secret chambers. Here the Tsar ruled, the absolute monarch whose will shaped the lives of millions. To live within these walls was to exist in a world set apart, where ceremony and splendor concealed unease and suspicion. A world of towering cathedrals and shadowed alleys, where power was concentrated in the hands of a few, yet everyone's life was still touched by the whims of the throne. In the heart of this vast complex stood the palace, a labyrinth of halls and rooms where the Tsar and his household lived and worked. Imagine the Kremlin at dawn in the 17th century. The rising sun catches the golden domes of the Assumption Cathedral, casting long shadows across the cobbled courtyards. Bells toll softly, echoing through the crisp air. Courtiers and servants stir awake in chambers warmed by stoves, while guards patrol the ramparts. At the center of it all stands the palace, a maze of halls and rooms where the Tsar and his household begin their day. Life at the court was one of rigid routine. The Tsar's morning might begin with prayer, attended by priests in richly embroidered vestments. But long before the sun rose, the royal household was already stirring. Servants hurried through shadowed corridors, their footsteps muffled by thick carpets. Some brought steaming samovars, their metal surfaces glinting in the faint light. Others polished the countless icons that adorn the walls, each one a silent witness to centuries of Russian piety. The soft murmur of voices blended with the scent of incense as nobles and courtiers prepared for their day. Their silks and satins rustling, they moved like phantoms through the dimly lit halls, their faces half hidden behind elaborate masks. Ritual was not simply custom. It was a performance of authority, reinforcing the idea that the Tsar ruled by divine right. The slightest misstep could have dire consequences, for the favor of the court was fickle and dangerous. Having secured his place in the divine order, the Tsar would turn his attention to the affairs of state. In the throne room, attended by secretaries and advisors, He would read reports, dispense justice, and receive foreign ambassadors. The room, with its gilded throne and red carpet, was designed to impress, for it was here that the grandeur of the Russian state was on display. The afternoon might bring a stroll through the gardens, a rare moment of relaxation in a life of relentless duty. The Tsar's Park, with its manicured lawns and vibrant flowers, provided a welcome respite from the confines of the palace. Here, amidst the scent of blooming roses and the gurgling fountains, nobles would relax, playing games or engaging in light-hearted banter. The air, however, was never free of tension. For even in this idyllic setting, the threat of betrayal and intrigue always lingered. A casual conversation could turn into a deadly game of chess, where the pieces were people and the stakes were lives. And as evening fell, the palace came alive with music and laughter as the court prepared for the night. The great hall, with its vaulted ceilings and crystal chandeliers, became the center of revelry. Lords and ladies waltzed in elaborate costumes, while musicians played lively tunes. But behind the facade of merriment, whispers of conspiracy and discontent echoed in the shadows. For within these very walls, enemies of the Tsar plotted their revenge, seeking to tear down the foundations of the autocratic order. And so the day ended as it began, with the ritual of prayer, a reminder of the fragility of power and the ever-present need for divine favor. As the last embers of the sunset faded, the palace fell silent. Only the soft murmur of prayers broke the stillness, a testament to the enduring grip of faith on the hearts of men. And as the night deepened, the shadows seemed to grow longer, concealing the secrets and lies that whispered through the halls of power. For within the Kremlin, where the line between light and darkness was blurred, the Game of Thrones never truly ended. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to live in a palace, to walk its gilded halls, to dine on its sumptuous foods, to sleep in its silk-draped chambers? What would it take to live such a privileged life, and what would it cost? In the heart of Moscow, amidst the onion domes and soaring towers of St. Basil's Cathedral, stood the Kremlin, home to the Tsars of Russia. Within its high walls lived a privileged few, the courtiers, who surrounded the Tsar. Their lives were a delicate dance between the dizzying heights of luxury and the constant threat of the Tsar's displeasure. The Tsar's lavish banquets were legendary. In the great hall of the Kremlin, musicians played softly as nobles and attendants reclined on sofas piled high with cushions. Food was brought in on golden platters and served by men in livery. Roasted meats, stews flavored with exotic spices, and sweetmeats brought from faraway lands. Tables groaned under the weight of delicacies, and the air was thick with the scent of perfume and roasting fowl. A single banquet could last for hours, a leisurely affair with conversation, music, and dancing. But beneath the surface of these glittering gatherings, a different tune was being played. The Tsars were known for their sudden rages, and the courtiers lived in constant fear of his wrath. One wrong move, one false rumor, and you might find yourself exiled from the court, stripped of your privileges, and sent away with only the clothes on your back. Intrigues and rumors swirled like smoke through the corridors of the Kremlin. Noble families maneuvered for position, whispering sweet nothings into the Tsar's ear, hoping to catch the next royal favor. Some courtiers excelled at the art of flattery, showering the Tsar with praise and gifts, while others preferred to stay in the shadows, watching and waiting for their chance to shine. Even the most trusted advisors were not safe. The Tsars had a notorious habit of discarding those he deemed unfit, sending them away with generous pensions, but pensions that could just as quickly be revoked. To live in the Kremlin was to walk a tightrope, always aware of the abyss below. The architecture of the Kremlin itself seemed to reflect this duality. The great palace within its high walls was a dazzling array of color and light. Painted walls, gilded icons, and intricately carved woodwork created an atmosphere of otherworldly beauty. But beyond the gilded gates, secret passageways and fortified chambers lay in wait. The Kremlin was not just a palace. It was also a fortress, a symbol of the Tsar's absolute power. For the ruler himself, life at the top was an isolating experience. Though surrounded by sycophants and courtiers, the Tsar was often cut off from the world he ruled over. He saw the world through the eyes of courtiers and spies, filtered accounts of peasant life, carefully curated to protect his own. Detachment from the people he ruled was the price he paid for his lofty perch. The court itself was a world of symbols, and pageantry. Coronations were rich with the weight of golden crowns. Weddings were celebrated with endless wedding feasts and honeymoons that lasted for weeks. Funerals were marked by solemn chants beneath the soaring domes of cathedrals. The air was thick with incense as nobles in black robes processed through the streets. Carrying the coffin on their shoulders, every action was loaded with meaning, every gesture carefully considered. Life in the Kremlin was a gilded cage, a place of unimaginable privilege and crushing responsibility. It was a world of intrigue and isolation, of extravagant feasts and suffocating rituals. It was a world where a single misstep could send you spiraling down from the heights of power into the abyss of obscurity. But for those who navigated its treacherous waters successfully, it was a world without equal. And yet even here, life carried on in quieter rhythms. Servants fetched water, cooks tended fires, scribes copied documents late into the night. The grandeur of the Kremlin rested upon the unseen work of many hands, just as the survival of Russia's peasants rested upon endless toil in the fields. To walk through the Kremlin today is to sense the echoes of that world. The glittering icons, the vast halls, the silent courtyards, they speak of lives lived in grandeur and fear, in ritual and uncertainty. Within these walls, the history of Russia was shaped, sometimes with ceremony, sometimes with blood. Always under the watchful eyes of the czars, we hear echoes of the old world within these walls, because this is where the last Tsar of Russia was crowned and where the Bolsheviks took over the country. But what do we actually know about him? Well, his name was Nicholas II, who was born in 1868 and became the heir to the throne at the age of 13 after his father. Alexander III died unexpectedly. At the time, Nicholas was in Levadia in Crimea with his mother and sister. They had gone there because his father had suffered a series of debilitating strokes and was unable to rule. So while he was crowned in 1894, he didn't really come into his power until 1905 after his mother, Dowager Empress Maria Fedorovna, died. Throughout his reign, he struggled to assert his authority and balance the expectations placed upon him with the constraints of his own personality. It was an impossible task. Nicholas was painfully shy and withdrawn. But perhaps those qualities were not surprising given his upbringing. You see, from the time he was 2 years old, he suffered from terrible headaches, which left him nauseous and vomiting. His doctors thought that it might be a physical illness. But his mother believed that it was all in his head, a manifestation of some psychological ailment. As a result, he was never really allowed to have a normal childhood. Instead, he spent much of his youth in isolation, tutored by stern, unsympathetic teachers who drilled facts and figures into him for hours every day. By all accounts, he was a diligent student and learned several languages, including French, German, and English. But he hated school and his teachers, and his hatred of authority only grew with time. And so he threw himself into one thing, and one thing alone, the army. He loved nothing more than being in uniform, riding horses, or planning military exercises. His whole world narrowed down to this one passion, and tragically for Russia, he remained a boy at heart, playing with toy soldiers and model trains long into adulthood. When war came, he wanted to lead the troops himself, but he was ill-equipped for the role. Nicholas abdicated in March 1917, and he and his family were soon arrested and sent to Yekaterinburg in Siberia. On March 1918, they were all shot dead, including Nicholas's pregnant wife, Alexandra, and their children. The Romanovs had ruled Russia for over 300 years, but their demise marked the end of an era. It was the twilight of the Tsars, but also the twilight of the old believers. In fact, by 1917, only about 10% of Russians identified as old believers. Most had either converted to Russian Orthodoxy or emigrated. But why did the old believers decline so dramatically? Well, there are many reasons. The collapse of the Russian Empire certainly played a part, but so did the gradual modernization of Russian society. As literacy increased and newspapers became more widely available, old believers began to read about the outside world, and many decided that they wanted to be a part of it. Others simply grew tired of the constant pressure to conform. For centuries, old believers had been punished for their beliefs. Now there seemed to be no point in continuing to hide them. Many began to practice openly, defying the laws of the land, but also asserting their identity. As for the future of Russian Orthodoxy, well, that remains to be seen. But one thing is for sure, the Old Believers played an important role in shaping Russia's past. Their story is a reminder that faith is a powerful force, but also that it can be a dangerous one. That concludes our journey. Thank you so much for joining me. If you enjoyed this series, please remember to like and subscribe. And if you want to learn more about Russia, you might enjoy this playlist. Till next time, goodbye. The Yellow River. In ancient times, people called it the River Mother. Its waters were both kind and cruel. Every year the river flooded, washing over fields, tearing down huts, and yet leaving behind the dark, fertile soil that made life possible. Imagine a small farming family, living in a simple earthen house by the riverbank. The walls are made of packed mud, thick enough to keep out the cold wind in winter and the heat of summer. The roof is thatched with straw. At dawn, smoke drifts slowly upward from a clay stove where millet porridge simmers. The meal is plain: a handful of grains, a few wild greens, perhaps a salted fish if fortune has been kind. After the long work of planting rice seedlings, the family gathers by the river to water their fields. It's back-breaking work, but necessary. Without water, there is no harvest. The Yellow River provides life, but it takes as well. One wrong step and a foot can slip from the muddy bank into the rushing water. A moment's distraction and a whole hut can be washed away during the floods. Respect the river, the old people say, for its moods are like a woman's. One day she is calm and placid, the next a raging torrent. When the river floods all along its banks, families must flee to higher ground, abandoning their homes and crops to the water. Some have lost everything to the river. Their houses are gone, their fields are ruined. What will they do now? The river gives, and the river takes away. It's all the same to her. Only the mountains are permanent, the old people say. Look to the mountains for constancy. Look to the river for change. Now, imagine that you are walking along the riverbank when you see something unusual. A large, flat rock monolith. Hey, you've never noticed this before. You walk up to it and see that someone has carved something into the stone. You look closely and realize that there are many such carvings here. Some only a few inches high, others reaching up to 10 feet tall. All around the rock monolith, there are figures carved in low relief, humans and animals, each frozen in a moment of action. Some of the figures seem to be dancing, their arms raised overhead, while others appear to be engaged in hunting or fighting. There are even strange creatures that seem to have multiple heads or bodies. These must be demons, you think, or perhaps gods. There are so many, and they are so lifelike. It must have taken years to carve them all. But why would anyone spend so much time and effort on such a project? Who were these people? Where did they go? You continue your walk along the riverbank, pondering these questions, and suddenly you come across another rock monolith, and then another and another. It seems as though there are hundreds of them here, stretching as far as the eye can see. Each one is covered with countless carvings, each one a testament to a time long past. You are overwhelmed by the sheer number of them. How could so many people have lived here so long ago? And what happened to them? As you stand there contemplating the mysteries of the past, you feel a sense of awe at the ingenuity and creativity of the ancient people who lived here. You wonder what secrets these carvings hold, and what stories they could tell, if only we could understand their language. For a moment, you feel connected to them across the vast expanse of time. United by your shared humanity and our enduring curiosity about the past. When the sun is barely a whisper on the horizon, when the world is still veiled in the soft darkness of dawn, our story begins. Not with a jarring noise or a sudden movement, but with the measured steps of a farmer and his ox walking into a field. The old man is our protagonist. His face, a roadmap of wrinkles etched by years of sun and toil, is stoic. His eyes reflecting the patience of one who has spent a lifetime reading the rhythms of the land. Today is no different from any other day. He is going about his daily work, tending to the fields, planting crops, ensuring the continuation of life on the land he has known for so long. His companion is his ox, an embodiment of strength and tranquility. Their steps are slow, deliberate, a silent symphony of man and beast working in unison. The air is still, and the only sound is the gentle rhythm of their progress, punctuated by the occasional creak of the wooden plow that cuts through the damp soil like a knife through butter. The earth they till was once underwater, a fact made evident by the glistening expanse of wet mud that stretches as far as the eye can see. It's a hard, heavy step, each footprint leaving an imprint in the yielding soil. But the man does not hurry. He is attuned to the land, understanding its moods, its needs, its language. There is no need to rush. The work will be done when it is done. Behind him, his children follow, their movements a blur in the pre-dawn light. They, too, are a part of this timeless ritual, scattering seeds with small hands that have learned the ways of the field. Their bare feet find purchase on the damp earth as they press the seeds gently into the furrows left by the plow. In these fields, millet grows, a hardy crop that thrives on the land's bounty. And where the land is wetter, rice takes root, nurtured by the water that dances on the paddies. It is a back-breaking, thankless task, one that demands not just physical endurance, but also a deep understanding of nature's cycles. The work of the farmer is one of solitude, of communion with the earth, of whispered conversations with the wind, and the rain of shared silences with the patient ox that is his constant companion. As the sun climbs higher in the sky, the world awakens to the sounds of the village. Roosters crow, dogs bark, children laugh, da-da. But here in the fields, the rhythm continues, uninterrupted, timeless. The seeds are in the ground, the furrows are filled, and the cycle that sustains life begins anew. Days will pass, weeks will turn into months. The rains will come, the crops will grow, reaching for the sky with verdant green stalks. Then the cycle will turn again, and the hands that now scatter seeds will gather the ripe grain, the golden wheat, the life-giving rice. Each grain a testament to the farmer's toil, each sheaf a victory over the relentless march of time. They will thresh the grain, separating the precious kernels from the chaff, and the sound of their labor will be the music of life. For the farmer and his children, there is no greater music than this. It's no sweeter song than the one the wind whispers through the ripening grain. In the tapestry of life, where every thread tells a story, the farmer's tale is one of quiet strength, of resilience woven into the very fabric of the land they inhabit. Their lives are a verse in the grand poem of existence, a celebration of the human spirit's indomitable will to nurture, to persevere, to create life from the very earth itself. This scene is from the French painter Jean-François Millet's painting called The Gleaners. Do you see them? 3 women are gathering up the grain that has been left behind after the wheat has been harvested. It's hard, tedious work, but someone has to do it. They're not just doing it, they're gleaning, which means they're gathering up the grain with care and respect. No one is excluded from this harvest. Every bit of grain that can be saved will be saved. In the distance, the river glitters in the sunlight. Its surface looks so calm, but everyone remembers the floods. Everyone except perhaps the children. They were born after the last flood. They only know about it from stories. But each year when the river threatens to overflow, they run to the hills. And there they stay until the water subsides and the fields are dry once more. Each family builds small dikes and irrigation ditches to guide the water from the river onto their fields. Without these, the plants would wither and die. The river gives life, but it also takes life. This wooden bucket creaks as it is lowered into the well. Up and down, up and down. Ropes fray, hands blister. These women, they know hardship. Their hands are strong and sure. Inside the home, the women weave hemp fibers into coarse cloth. Day after day, the loom knocks gently, back and forth, steady as a heartbeat. Outside, children chase chickens, gather firewood, and grind grain with heavy stones. The sound of grinding is slow, rough, unchanging, stone against stone, turning seeds into flour. This is a world without electricity or running water. In the fields, the wind whispers secrets to the swaying grain. Secrets of sun and rain, of storms and thunder, secrets of earth and sky. The trees seem to listen, and when the wind shifts, they rustle their leaves in agreement. In the distance, the mountains stand silent and strong, their peaks touching the clouds. They have seen the rise and fall of many rivers, the changing of seasons, the growth and decay of countless civilizations. Only the mountains remain unchanged, steadfast and enduring. The old woman sits on a stool by the fire, her wrinkled face illuminated by the flickering flames. She has lived a long life, full of both joy and sorrow, love and loss. Her eyes, though, they still sparkle with a youthful curiosity. She has seen much, but she is not jaded. She finds beauty in the everyday, poetry in the ordinary. A young girl enters, her hair adorned with wildflowers. She dances for her mother, twirling and leaping with the grace and abandon of youth. The old woman watches, a smile gracing her lips. She, too, had danced when she was young, and she sees in the girl a reflection of her former self. The music may be gone, but the memory of it lingers in the laughter of children and the rustling of leaves. They are a simple people, these villagers. Their lives may be hard, their days filled with toil, but they find joy in the simple things, in the warmth of the sun, the laughter of children, the beauty of the natural world around them. They are resilient. These villagers, their spirits unbroken by hardship. They face each new day with courage, knowing that whatever challenges come their way, they will face them together, as they have always done. And so life goes on in the village by the river, day after day, season after season. The river flows on, a constant in a world of change, a reminder of both the power and the beauty of nature. The villagers live in harmony with the river, respecting its power and working to harness its bounty. They are part of the land, and the land is part of them. The old woman sat on the edge of her mat, her cloudy eyes gazing into the dancing flames of the oil lamp. Outside, the night was vast and dark, the sky a heavy blanket of indigo, the earth a darker shade still. There were no electric lights to pierce the gloom, no candles to break the endless black with tiny points of flame. For the people who lived by the Yellow River thousands of years ago, the night was a vast, unknowable expanse, filled with the rustlings of unseen things and the whisper of the river flowing past. There were no books, no writings for common people to read, no stories to escape into. There were only stories told by word of mouth, stories of their ancestors, stories of the river spirits, stories of survival. The river flows outside, unseen in the dark, whispering through reeds and stones. It was a constant presence in their lives, as constant as the sun in the sky or the moon, a silent, watchful deity. The lamplight flickered, casting long, distorted shadows on the walls of the hut. The family huddled closer, their faces illuminated for a moment, then plunged back into darkness as the flame danced and died down. The old woman's wrinkled face was a road map of her life, a life lived close to the land, close to the river, a life of hard work and quiet desperation. Her cloudy eyes, though, were filled with a strange, unsettling clarity. She had seen a lot of summers come and go, a lot of seasons turn. She had seen good years and bad years, but through it all, she had endured, just as the river endured. Each year was a circle, each day a smaller circle within it. Spring was planting, the time when the river, swollen from winter snows and rains, surged over the banks, turning the fields into muddy swamps. It was a dangerous time, a reminder of the river's raw power, but also a time of great hope. The flooded fields were rich, fertile grounds, a promise of plenty to come. Summer was growth. The crops sprouted, grew, reached for the sun. The days were long and hot, the nights warm and humid. The river was at its fullest now, a shimmering, endless ribbon under a sky that blazed with summer sun. Autumn was harvest. The crops were gathered in, the river receded, revealing the treasures it had deposited during the floods. The air turned crisp and cool, the sky a clear pale blue. Winter was waiting. The family gathered around the meager fire, sharing what little warmth it offered against the biting wind. The river was a hardened, dangerous thing now, its surface choked with ice, its flow slowed, its breath a frosty cloud on the air. It was a time of scarcity, a time for conserving, a time for patience. The old woman's gnarled hand tightened on her cane. Patience was not a choice. It was the only way to live. You could not fight the river, not in spring when it flooded your fields, nor in summer when its waters scorched your crops, nor in autumn when it took your harvest, nor in winter when it froze your world. All you could do was wait. Wait for the cycle to turn. Wait for the river to give. Wait for the sun to return. The youngest of the family, a girl with eyes as bright and dark as the river at night, tugged on her grandmother's sleeve. Her small voice, though, was drowned out by the roar of the river. The old woman smiled, a slow, sad smile. Yes, The river was always there, always a part of their lives, shaping their days, their routines, their fears, their hopes. They were nothing without the river, just as the river was nothing without those who lived by it. They were one, the river and the people, in its waters, in its floods, in its bounty, in its fury, in its endless patient flow. The night deepened, the river flowed, and the family waited for the dawn, for the sun to chase away the endless black and set the world to rights once more. For the people by the yellow river, the night was never truly dark. The river may have been a thing of fear, a bringer of destruction, but it was also a life source, a provider, a constant. And as long as it flowed, as long as it endured, so would they. The yellow river carried not only water and silt, it carried stories. Stories of rulers whose names were whispered across centuries. The first dynasty, they say, was the Shaya. Its memory is faint, like a shadow on stone, hard to touch but impossible to erase. The Shaya were said to be founded by Yu the Great, a man who tamed the floods. But the taming was not with force. He did not try to fight the river. He guided it. He dug channels, widened streams, and let the water wander in its own paths. For this patience, the people remembered him as a king. There's a problem, though. No one can prove that Yu the Great really existed. Most historians agree that he's a mythical figure, a symbol of the Xia dynasty, much like King Arthur is to Britain or the Emperor Jinmu is to Japan. But unlike those legendary figures, Yu the Great left behind no palaces, no weapons, not even a broken teacup to prove that he lived. His existence, like the river, has worn away with time. But the Yellow River carried another story too, the story of Temps, the ruler after Yu the Great. And here the records are clearer. Tang moved his capital from one of the most fertile regions in all of China to the great city of Yangcheng. There, according to legend, he built walls 26 feet high to keep out the Kong barbarians. And while no archaeologist has discovered these walls, some believe they may have been the inspiration for the Great Wall of China 2,000 years later. Tang also waged war against the eastern tribes, but his campaigns were not about land or gold or slaves. He went to war to end the fighting. According to one story, he defeated a rival king, then asked for only one thing, for the king to swear never to attack the Xia again. When the astonished nobles asked why their new emperor bothered to take prisoners instead of killing them, he replied, "If you treat your subjects well, they will love you. If you love them, you will be willing to die for you." Is that not worth one prisoner? After Tang came more emperors, more stories, good and bad. There was a time when the Xia grew weak and were almost destroyed by the Shang, yet they survived. And whether they ruled wisely or foolishly, they kept passing down one thing, the mandate of heaven. It gave them the right to rule, but it also made them responsible for the people. Each new ruler had to live up to this mandate. If he didn't, he could lose the mandate, which meant he lost his throne. This was the second story carried by the Yellow River, the story of a legacy of power, of responsibility, and of hope. For the people living along the river, their lives were shaped by the floods, by the silt, and by the stories. They watched as each new ruler tried to live up to the mandate, sometimes succeeding, sometimes failing. But through it all, the river kept flowing, carried the drowned bodies of emperors and the hopes of their descendants. It witnessed rebellions and migrations, famines and recoveries. It saw the rise of cities, then their abandonment. Sometimes the river brought death and destruction. Other times it brought life and fertility. All along its banks, the river gave and took. The people living along its banks learned to give back. They offered sacrifices to the gods. They honored their ancestors. They built shrines and temples. In return, they asked for protection from floods, for guidance in planting, and for a good harvest. They believed the river was a living thing, and in a way it was alive in the plants and animals it supported, in the cities it nourished, and in the stories it carried from one end of China to the other. For thousands of years, the Yellow River shaped Chinese life, giving and taking, destroying and creating. It flowed past farmlands and battlefields, shaping the landscape and the people who lived there. As the dynasties rose and fell, the river kept flowing, carrying the hopes and dreams of generations. It was a silent witness to history, a living memory of a changing world. And in its depths, It held stories of emperors and farmers, of love and loss, of life and death. A panorama of human experience played out against the timeless backdrop of the Yellow River. The Shaya passed into legend, and in time the Shang arose. Here, history grows more visible. In the quiet dark of their temples, fires glowed against bronze vessels. The air was heavy with smoke from burning bones and shells. Priests and diviners would carve questions into turtle plastrons, or the shoulder blades of oxen. The questions were simple, yet profound. Will the harvest be good? Will the rain come? Will the king's child survive? The bone was then heated until it cracked. The cracks were read like messages from the spirits, answers whispered through fire. These are the oracle bones, the first written records of China. Each stroke of the knife, each line of ancient script, was slow and deliberate. A question carved into eternity, some 3,000 years ago. Here in the heart of China, a people called the Shang were asking the spirits a very important question: what is destiny? They had no way of knowing that their question would echo through time. Carried on the winds of change across the plains and over the mountains to a young woman named Ling. Ling lived 2,000 years later in a small village on the edge of the Gobi Desert. She was an artist, a maker of exquisite porcelain, and her work was in demand throughout the land. But lately, a darkness had fallen over her. She worked all day, but at night she dreamed of the future. And what she saw was troubling. She dreamed of a great flood that would swallow the land, drowning the cities and burying the villages under the weight of the water. When she awoke, she told her husband, a scholar who pored over ancient texts, of the visions that plagued her sleep. He listened patiently, and when she was done, he reached out and took her hand. "Do not fear," he said, "for we will ask the spirits if your visions are true, and they will tell us." Together, they traveled to the great city of Anyang, the spiritual capital of China, where at the Temple of Heaven. Ling's husband sought the wisdom of the priests. There they burned incense and made offerings, and then he asked the all-important question, will there be a great flood? The priest looked grave as he turned the plastron of the turtle over in his hands. Finally he spoke. "The river has broken its banks and the fields are flooded. The people are in peril. Only sacrifice can stop the disaster." His words echoed the warnings Ling had seen in her dreams, so the couple made a vow. When they returned home, they threw themselves into preparing for the flood. They gathered food and supplies and built a boat to save themselves and their family. When the rains came, they were ready. As the waters rose, they watched their neighbors drown or flee to safety. Many did not survive the deluge. But Ling and her family were safe in their boat. They survived the flood, carrying with them the knowledge that they had heeded the warnings of the spirits. And so they lived, guided by the whispers of the past, shaped by the rhythms of nature, and sustained by the wisdom of the ancients. For the Shang, life was a delicate balance between the natural and the spiritual, between the tangible world and the realm of the ancestors. For them, the course of human events was controlled by the spirits. It was the job of the Shang kings to maintain harmony between the two worlds. When the balance tipped, disaster struck. Floods, droughts, pestilence, even the rise and fall of nations were the work of the spirits. But the Shang kings were not without allies. They had the orators, men and women who could speak with the dead. Through rituals, sacrifices, and divination, the orators kept the lines of communication open between the living and the departed. They were the intermediaries between the tangible world and the realm of the spirits. Oracles played a vital role in Shang society. They were consulted on matters of state, the health of the king, the outcome of battles, even the success of the harvest. The priests performed rituals to invoke the spirits, seeking their favor and guidance. They made offerings of food, wine, and precious objects, hoping to appease the gods and avert disaster. Sometimes the oracles spoke through the movements of priests, who would dance and sing, entranced by the spirits. At other times, they whispered their messages through the patterns of turtle shells or the markings on animal bones. Today we can marvel at these ancient practices as relics of a bygone era. But for the Shang, they were a way of life, a way of understanding the world around them and their place in it. They believed that everything was interconnected, that the natural world was alive with spirits, and that the human world was inextricably linked to the spiritual one. In a world where the line between the living and the dead was thin, The Shang kings and orators walked a tightrope between the two realms, seeking to keep the balance and ensure the harmony of their world. The Shang kings ruled from cities of packed earth walls. Their massive ramparts rose high, not of stone, but of rammed earth, pounded day after day by human hands. Day after day, year after year, the walls grew higher and wider, a laborious process of tamping and packing the soil until it hardened into a solid mass, layer upon layer. Within the walls, the nobles lived in grand wooden halls. Their finest residences might have 2 stories connected by a spiral staircase. Some rooms were for living, some for storage, some for sacrifice. Everywhere the aroma of roasting meat hung heavy in the air. For the Shang nobility were great hunters. When they tired of the chase, they could stroll through the city's many marketplaces, browse the stalls, piled high with goods from across the realm. Silk merchants from the south, bronze workers from the west, acrobats and jugglers from the east, storytellers and fortune-tellers from the north, all came to the Shang capital to trade their wares. Here the king's officials kept a sharp eye on the quality of goods sold throughout the city. They checked measures to ensure they were accurate, weights to make sure they were true. They even examined the silkworm's cocoons to see that the silk was of the finest quality. Life for the Shang nobility was a cycle of rituals. Every morning they woke with the sun. The first thing they did was light a ceremonial fire, then make offerings of grain and perhaps some live animals to the spirits of hearth and home. After that, it was time to dress, put on makeup, don the finest garments, and jewelry, anoint themselves with perfumes and scents, then ride in a chariot to the king's palace. There they attended to the king's needs, carried out his orders, and above all, kept him informed. If there was any trouble brewing in the empire, the king had to know about it. The nobles also served as judges, settling disputes between members of the court and the common people. Many of these disputes were over money. The Shang kings collected taxes from their subjects in the form of labor, grain, and manufactured goods, but if one of the king's subjects had a grievance, he could bring his case before the court. As judges, the nobles took their responsibilities seriously. They consulted the oracle bones to determine the best course of action. The Shang kings and nobles performed countless rituals every day, from sacrifices to the gods, to ancestor worship, to appeasement of the spirits. Theirs was a world of constant ceremony. At night, the nobles might dine in the king's great hall, sipping wine from long-spouted vessels and eating from heavy cold bronze platters. After dinner, they might listen to musicians play music on stone chimes and bronze bells. Each note rang slowly, vibrating through the great hall. The nobles would have worn fine clothes for the evening, perhaps even masks, and they may have danced to the music, twirling and leaping. Perhaps they simply walked slowly back and forth while the music swelled and faded. The music had no purpose, except to fill the vast space with sound, to remind the listeners that the world was in balance. Outside the palace walls, the fields stretched as far as the eye could see. From spring planting to summer growth to autumn harvest, the farmers worked the land. They grew millet and rice, raised pigs and cattle. They lived simple, hard lives, much like their ancestors had. For the Shang kings, the river and the soil were the real rulers. The king might sit on his throne and wear his crown, but his power depended on millet in the storehouses, rice in the paddies, and pigs in the pens. The king's power depended on the river's bounty and the soil's fertility. Without these things, he was nothing. As the centuries passed, more and more people came to live within the Shang kingdom. The cities grew larger and wealthier. The countryside became more productive. Each new generation prospered more than the last. At its greatest extent, the Shang Empire encompassed dozens of city-states. Together, they formed a huge trading network that extended beyond the borders of China. By the end of the Shang dynasty, however, the prosperity was over. The Shang kings had become weak and decadent. The river ran slow and still. The night in a Shang city was quiet. Torches flickered. Dogs barked in the distance. The stars turned overhead, slow, unhurried, eternal. High on a terrace above the city, 2 men sat wrapped in furs, their faces half hidden in the shadows. They were astrologers, and they had been watching the heavens for weeks. Now one of them, the younger one, spoke in a voice tight with frustration. "No answer," he said. "The sky gives us nothing." The older man remained silent, his eyes fixed on the distant stars. Finally he turned his head. His eyes, dark with age, seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. "The river does not hurry," he said, "yet it reaches the sea. The archer does not hurry, yet his arrow finds its mark. The king does not hurry, yet his rule endures. Why should we hurry?" The young man frowned, then looked away. He too was a king, the king of Shang, to be precise, Wu Ding, and he was indeed in a hurry. His great rival, the king of Zhou, was growing stronger. Sooner or later, he would attack. And King Wu Ding needed guidance, a sign from heaven, anything to tell him how to win. But the only answer the sky gave was the endless turning of the stars. Like any king, Wu Ding wanted quick answers, decisive action. He repaced his palace, unable to sit still, so unlike his counselors who studied the patterns of the stars for weeks on end, he could not bear even a moment's uncertainty. In his haste, he consulted all manner of diviners, those who read the shapes of turtle shells or the flight of birds, even those who listened to the whispers of the wind. Some told him to attack immediately. Others said he must wait. Some said he would win. Others said he would surely lose. But none could give him guidance beyond a year or two, and his rival was gathering strength for a decade. What good was that? One night, when the moon was full, King Wu Ding summoned his counselors. "I have waited long enough," he said. "I want to know what will happen, not next month or next year, but in the years to come, many years." The old astrologer looked at him, his face grave. "My king, you ask the heavens a hard question. You wish to see far into the future, but the sky gives no easy answers. Come, stand by me here on the terrace. Look into the south and tell me what you see." Wu Ding rose and went to the railing. At first he saw nothing but darkness. Then, as his eyes adjusted to the gloom, he made out a faint glow on the horizon, like the reflection of a distant campfire. "What is that?" he asked. "That," said the old astrologer, "is your dynasty. Look now to the north." Ow. Wu Ding turned and saw another glow, bright and clear, like the rising sun. "And that?" he asked. "That is your rival. He is strong, and he grows stronger. But look again to the east." Dan saw yet another light, faint at first, but growing brighter by the year. "That," said the astrologer, "is your future. It is not for you to hurry it. It is for you to tend the fires of your dynasty and let the river run its course." And so the Shang endured for centuries. Their kings prayed to ancestors. Their scribes carved questions into bones. Farmers bent over the earth. Their musicians struck slow notes on bronze bells. A dynasty built not on speed, but on repetition. Each act repeated, year after year, until each step became second nature and the whole way of life. The river flowed. The fires burned. The dynasty lived. The Shang gave way to the Zhou. It did not happen in a single day or in a single battle. It happened slowly, over years, as new rulers rose and old ones fell. And when the Zhou spoke of their right to rule, they did not claim power by force alone. They claimed it through an idea that would echo through Chinese history for thousands of years. It was called the Mandate of Heaven. The mandate was simple, yet vast. It said that rulers governed only because heaven allowed it. Heaven was not a person, nor a god with a face. It was the balance of the world, the endless sky, the order of things. If a ruler was just, heaven would grant peace and harvest. If a ruler was corrupt, heaven would withdraw its favor. The signs were clear: floods, droughts, rebellions, or famine. In this way, heaven spoke without words. It is hard to say exactly when the Shang lost the mandate of heaven, but most agreed that it began when the last Shang king, the Edict King, took the throne. He was a troubled ruler, the product of a troubled house. His grandfather, the former king, had murdered his way to the throne, killing the Shang heir apparent. Then the grandfather had been murdered by his own son, who took the throne. Now the son was dead, and the throne had passed to the grandson. The Edict King was haunted by a palace full of ghosts, and he knew that his people saw him as an illegitimate ruler. To quiet their doubts, he built 2 lavish tombs for his father and grandfather, hoping to appease their restless spirits. but this only fed the flames of discontent. Each expensive burial was a reminder of the heavy taxes that the Shang dynasty had imposed on their people. And so the seeds of rebellion were sown. Across the empire, the people suffered. There was a great drought, and the farmland withered. The fields there was famine, and in the cities there was hunger. This is when a wandering scholar named Wu, she came upon a peach orchard and saw a wondrous sight. A lone peach tree laden with fruit in the midst of a withered landscape, and under its shade sat an old man reading a scroll. Wu, she approached and asked the old man for some fruit. The old man smiled and picked a juicy peach, then handed it to Wu. As the scholar bit into the fruit, he noticed a small mark, like a birthmark, hidden among the fuzz. Then the old man spoke. He told Wu Shay that he was descended from the Edict King's uncle, the rightful heir to the throne. And this peach pit, he said, bore the mark of kingship. Wu Shay listened intently. It too felt the oppressive weight of the Shang's misrule. So when the old man offered him the chance to overthrow the king and restore the rightful heir to the throne, Wu, she joined him, and together they raised an army. They marched south to the capital and confronted the Shang forces, defeating them in battle. Wu Shi then presented the peach pit to the people as proof of his lineage and right to rule. But the people saw through him. They had suffered too much under the Shang to trust a new dynasty founded on empty claims. Besides, what proof did a peach pit hold? What authority did it give? Only the mandate of heaven could legitimize a new ruler, and Wu, she had none of that. Though he won the battle, he lost the throne. But something had shifted. The mandate of heaven was a fragile thing, dependent on the virtue of the ruler and the will of the people. The Shang had lost both. Though they held on to power for another century, they were a shadow of their former selves. Their decline had begun. When the Zhou finally took the throne, they celebrated with a grand feast. The king took the opportunity to bestow titles on those who had helped him win the war, including Wu Shi, whose rank was elevated. Wu Shi was overjoyed. Finally, he thought, my place in the dynasty is secure. But when he looked around the hall at the other nobles, he noticed something troubling. Many of them bore the marks of their previous masters, tattoos and shaved heads, the uniform of the Shang. How could he be sure that they had abandoned the old ways? How could he know that they were truly on the side of the new dynasty? The king noticed his troubled look and asked, why do you seem so unhappy? You have gained great honor today. Surely you have nothing to fear. Wu, she replied, I am honored, my lord. But I see these men who fought for the Shang now fighting for you. How can I know that they have switched sides? How can I know that they are not playing the part of loyal ministers while secretly plotting for their old master's return? The king considered this, then gave Wu Shi an enigmatic smile. You need not worry, he said, for I, too, have wondered about the loyalty of my ministers. But I need only look to the mandate to know where their true allegiances lie. For if heaven favors me, then all will be well. And so the mandate of heaven became the foundation of the Zhou dynasty. Heaven was the ultimate arbiter of right and wrong, good and evil, and when the Zhou ruled in accordance with its will, they enjoyed the fruits of the mandate, a prosperous realm, and a long dynasty. But when they strayed from the path of righteousness, the mandate could be taken away. And so the Zhou kings always walked a tightrope between heaven and earth, trying to win the favor of the one and the loyalty of the other. So let's get this straight. The Zhou kings ruled from their capital with this belief as their foundation. But they could not rule alone. They entrusted land to nobles, each one responsible for their own territory. This was the feudal system. Slow, layered, repetitive. A lord received grain from farmers, sent tribute to the king, and offered loyalty in return. Beneath him, peasants plowed the soil, sowed seeds, and harvested the grain. From farmer to lord, from lord to king, from king to heaven, the cycle turned. Life in the Zhou world was ordered by rituals. At dawn, incense smoke rose in temple courtyards. Offerings of wine were poured into bronze vessels, their surfaces carved with swirling patterns of dragons and clouds. The vessels were heavy, meant not for comfort, but for solemnity. When bells were struck, they rang with long, low notes. The sound was not hurried, it lingered. It filled the halls and faded slowly into silence. But look at that river down there. Doesn't that look like a highway to you? Those are chariots racing along a 100-mile-an-hour road. That's right, it's China. And here the pace of life is not slow and steady, but fast, intense, and competitive. So how did the Chinese go from these leisurely, ritualistic beginnings to the hustle and bustle of the modern age? Well, we can start with the last king of the Shang dynasty. His name was Jifa, and he wasn't exactly a model ruler. He liked to party, but his taste in music was refined. He enjoyed composing elegant tunes played on the zither, a plucked string instrument. One day he invited the leading nobles to a concert in the palace gardens. He had them seated around him on finely woven mats. Then he began to play. The nobles watched him carefully. They knew the king well enough to sense that he was composing as he went along. He was playing to please them, to show off his skills. But what was the piece about? Was it a love song? A war march? What did it mean? Of course, they couldn't ask him. But the next morning, when the sun rose over the eastern mountains, they heard the answer. There it was again, the zither music from the night before. Only now it was being played by court musicians as part of a larger ensemble. And as the music filled the courtyard, servants appeared carrying vessels of wine and grain. The king's message was clear. His music was a metaphor for the dynasty. Just as a good composition required many parts to come together, so too did the prosperity of the Shang rely on each noble doing their part. If they failed, the whole thing would fall apart. In other words, don't be disloyal, don't rebel. Work together, and everything will be fine. The nobles took the message to heart. Sure, they had plenty of opportunity to rebel. The Shang kings left the countryside relatively unguarded, focusing instead on building up their cities. But after King Wu's death, trouble did arrive. His successor, King Zhou, proved to be weak and ineffective. Soon the nobles grew tired of waiting for competent leadership. They launched a rebellion, deposed the king, and replaced him with someone more to their liking, namely themselves. And so the Zhou dynasty began, named after the most powerful rebel, a man called King Wu. But the old Shang dynasty didn't just disappear. Its culture blended with that of the Zhou, creating something new. The Shang were known for their beautiful bronzes, but the Zhou took the art form to new heights. Their pieces were bigger, more numerous, and more detailed than ever before. They became famous for their elaborate designs depicting scenes from mythology, history, and daily life. But while the Zhou kings legitimized their rule with grand ceremonies, they also consolidated their power with an efficient bureaucracy. They established a new capital at Chengdu and divided the kingdom into 18 smaller administrative units, each under the control of a duke. These officials served at the king's pleasure. They were promoted based on merit and could be removed or demoted if they didn't perform well. It was a clever way to govern a large and diverse population. Yet despite all this organization, the Zhou world was still deeply unequal. At the top sat the king and his nobles, then came the rich landowners, merchants, and artisans. And at the bottom were the peasants, who did most of the work, but received very little of the profit. The system favored the wealthy, those with special skills or connections, and anyone who could pass the civil service exams. But even if you started out poor, your situation was not hopeless. There were plenty of opportunities to advance provided you were willing to work hard and play the game. After all, the Zhou world was a meritocracy. Everyone had the potential to succeed, which meant everyone had something to lose. And in this highly stratified society, where everyone's status depended on everyone else's cooperation, loyalty was a very big deal. In villages, peasants lived by the same rhythm. They woke with the sun, worked until dusk, and ended their days with meals of millet or rice. They bowed to their ancestors, lighting small lamps, placing food before tablets of wood. Even in the smallest hut, the ritual continued. It was a thread that bound the great king to the poorest farmer. The Zhou also cherished music. Not the fast, playful songs of festivals, but music of harmony. Sets of bells, tuned carefully, were struck in sequence. The tones aligned with the seasons, the elements, the balance of nature. To them, music was not merely sound. It was order made audible. Each note was the world in balance. Each pause was the silence of heaven. They believed that long ago, the spirits of heaven and earth had come together in perfect harmony at the creation of the world. And so they sought to capture that balance in their art, in their lives, in their very being. Music was the highest form of this. The king, like his subjects, would start his day with ancestral rituals, though his might be grander in scale. He, too, would dine on simple food, though his table might groan under the weight of offerings.
Once a year, during the grand ceremony of the king's day, the king donned the garments of the previous ruler, a tangible link to past and future. He walked a path strewn with the emblems of his lineage, each step echoing with the footsteps of his ancestors.
Then he conducted the most important ritual of all, the ancestral sacrifice. This was not just a ceremony, it was a conversation with the past. The king, acting as the current head of the family, discussed matters with his forefathers, asking for their blessings, sharing news of the kingdom. He offered them wine, food, precious metals, anything to ensure their favor. In return, the ancestors were believed to impart their wisdom, guiding the king on matters of state. It was a dialogue that transcended generations, a pact that ensured the continuation of the dynasty. For the Zhou, life was a cycle, a series of repeating patterns as eternal as the universe itself. Summer followed spring, as life followed death. Yin gave way to yang, as the moon waxed and waned. Even the king, despite his vast power, was subject to these rhythms. He too had to nourish his fields, watch his crops grow, offer thanks for a bountiful harvest. He too had to contend with the changing seasons, the unpredictable weather, the relentless march of time. But within this cycle, there was an order, a harmony that connected all things. And it was this harmony that the Zhou king sought to preserve. They saw themselves as the link between heaven and earth, the embodiment of the balance that permeated all of existence. When they performed their rituals correctly, when they lived in accordance with the rhythms of nature, they believed they were in tune with the will of heaven. But if they strayed from this path, if they forgot their duties or neglected their offerings, they risked upsetting the balance, inviting chaos into the world. Maintaining this balance was not just the king's responsibility, it was everyone's duty. The Zhou dynasty was the longest lasting in Chinese history, not because of any single factor, but because of the cumulative effect of many small things. The emphasis on ancestral piety, the importance of music and poetry, the focus on education, and the role of virtuous women all contributed to the dynasty's longevity. They are like notes of a song, each playing a part in creating a harmonious whole. As the centuries passed, the Zhou dynasty reached its peak. Its kings ruled over a vast and prosperous empire. The mandate of heaven was theirs, and the echoes of their power resonated throughout the land. But even at the height of their glory, they knew that their task was not easy. The balance they so carefully maintained was fragile, and it required constant care. For the Zhou, the secret to a long and prosperous life lay in living in harmony with the rhythms of the universe. And as long as they honored this, they believed they could maintain the balance, ensuring the continuation of their dynasty and the prosperity of their people. This is the story of the collapse of a world. For centuries, the Zhou world held together like this, steady, ordered, ritualized. The king at the center held the mandate of heaven, the divine right to rule. Below him, a hierarchy of nobles, each controlling their piece of the empire, keeping it stable. Everything was interconnected. The rituals, the sacrifices, the laws, the taxes, the military service. But slowly, the balance began to shift. The nobles grew stronger. Kings grew weaker. The mandate of heaven still ruled in theory, but in practice, many lords acted on their own. They fought amongst themselves, defied the king, made their own laws, raised their own armies. The king's court became a place of intrigue. Nobles plotted against one another. Conspiracies flourished. Usurpation and regicide were common. A noble might seize power in the capital, only to be ousted by another. Then the cycle would start again. Boy, what happened to the social order? Why did this seemingly stable system implode? Well, that's what we're going to find out today. In the 7th century BCE, the Zhou king was in trouble. His own brother had rebelled. Now he was hiding for his life. He fled to the state of Chen and asked for help. But Chen was a vassal state. It had its own interests. Besides, why should they care about the Zhou king? He wasn't a threat to them, so they turned him down. So the king tried again. He went to the state of Sai, Same thing. They weren't interested. And so he kept moving from state to state until he arrived at the border of Song. This time, he was successful. King Huan of Song welcomed him and gave him an army to put down the rebellion. With the help of Song, the Zhou king crushed the rebellion and re-established control over the capital. But it was a hollow victory. The king had lost his power. Nobles now controlled everything. And the worst part was, he knew that there was nothing he could do about it. The king was still the king, but his authority was now purely symbolic. And this wasn't an isolated case. Across the empire, similar power struggles were taking place. The states were becoming independent. They minted their own coins, built their own temples, made their own alliances. Soon the Zhou kings would come to rule only a small part of the empire around the capital. The rest would be lost forever. And yet, despite all the changes, the belief in the mandate of heaven remained strong. Every ruler who came after would claim it. Every rebellion would justify itself with it. Heaven's silence spoke louder than armies. People were still bound to the old ways, the rituals, the sacrifices, the ancestral worship. Even the most radical reformers would pay lip service to the mandate of heaven. They might overthrow a corrupt lord, but they wouldn't overthrow the system. That wasn't an option. To do that would be to invite chaos, to bring the empire back into the so-called warring states period. And everyone knew that such a thing would be unthinkable. Heaven gave, and it took away. The people, whether in palace or field, lived their lives beneath its watchful, invisible gaze. In the end, the Zhou dynasty lasted for over 800 years. It was longer than any other dynasty before or after. How did they do it? Well, the secret, I think, lies in their flexibility. The Zhou were able to adapt their rituals and traditions to local customs. They incorporated foreign gods into their pantheon. They absorbed new ideas and beliefs. In fact, some scholars argue that the very concept of the mandate of heaven was a later invention designed to justify the rule of the first emperor. When the Zhou ruled, and even after their power began to fade, something quiet and lasting was taking shape. It was not forged in bronze or carved in stone. It was brushed onto bamboo, line by line, character by character. It was the written word. In the earliest days, writing had been carved into bones, into shells, into the surface of bronze. But these were heavy, unyielding things. They could not carry long stories. They could not hold the words of teachers or the lessons of ages. So people turned to bamboo. Picture a strip of bamboo, cut smooth, polished until the surface was pale and clean. Onto this surface, a scholar dipped his brush. The brush was soft, made from animal hair, bound to a stick of bamboo. It met the inkstone where a solid block of black ink was ground slowly against wet stone. Over and over, until the liquid darkened. Grinding ink was not a quick act. It was patient, meditative, unhurried. Only then could the writing begin. At first, there were few to read the words, fewer still who could write them. Scholars treasured these characters like jewels, each one precious and rare. But as centuries passed, more and more people learned to read and write. More scrolls were produced, more books copied, until at last, just as the Zhou dynasty had spread the written word across its domain, so too did its written language take root in hearts and minds, becoming part of the very fabric of China. Writing gave people the power to shape the formless, to capture the fleeting, to preserve what might otherwise be lost. Now that the Zhou kings had lost control of their realm, writing became an even more vital tool for holding on to the past, for connecting with the future. Scholars sought out ancient texts, trying to piece together the lost history of their people. And as they uncovered the stories of their ancestors, they found inspiration for how to live. Across the land, people wrote down their own histories, their family stories, and the lessons they had learned along the way. Some stories were epic tales of adventure and daring deeds, like the story of Qi, a legendary warrior who led his people to victory in battle. Or the story of Dau, who tamed the floods and brought order to the world. Other stories were sadder about heroes whose brilliance could not overcome their own weaknesses, like the story of King Gujian, who, though he led his people to prosperity, could never forget his humiliation at the hands of his enemies, or the story of Bao Shuja, whose wise counsel was rejected, whose warnings were ignored until his lord was brought low by his own hubris. These stories and many, many more were passed down through the ages, traveling from town to town, from village to village, until at last, They were collected and written down in a single book. A book of songs. Songs about love and loss, about hope and fear, about the joys and sorrows of the human experience. This book became known as the Shi Jing, or the Book of Songs, and it was considered the first great work of Chinese literature. Within these pages you would find echoes of older, unwritten stories, as well as brand new tales, all woven together with the same thread. As the Zhou dynasty faded, a new dynasty rose to power. But despite the changing times, the written word endured. It lived on, not just in books, but in everyday life. Characters were painted on walls to ward off evil spirits. Amulets were inscribed with protective words. Seals stamped with official characters were hung on doors to show that the emperor himself had bestowed them. Even coins were imprinted with words and numbers. And all the while, people continued to write, to record their history, to document their discoveries, to capture their experiences. The written word became an essential part of Chinese culture, was a way to understand the past, a tool to shape the present, and a key to the future. The scholar held the strip with care. With slow strokes, he painted the characters. Each one was more than a mark. Each one carried meaning, history, connection. A single line might mean river. A single curve might mean heaven. The strips of bamboo were tied together with cords, one after another, until they formed a roll. When unrolled, the roll revealed a text, a law, a poem, a teaching. But bamboo was heavy and fragile, and yet this was the way knowledge moved. Scrolls passed from teacher to student, from father to son, from court to court. A world written, carried carefully in bundles of wood. Learning was slow. Children sat cross-legged before their teachers, repeating the characters out loud. Their voices were soft, chanting, rhythmic. Over and over they spoke, until the characters became part of their memory. A boy might spend days just learning to copy a single phrase with his brush. The ink would run thin, the bamboo would stain, but the lesson endured. This is a history that feels almost forgotten. In an age of Google searches and viral videos, it's hard to imagine a time when looking up a fact meant consulting a massive book, a scroll, and even before that, hand-carved wooden blocks. It's hard to imagine a time when the act of writing was so central, so reverent, so sacred. Not just because it was hard, but because each stroke, each character bore witness to countless others who had written it before. These wooden blocks are among the earliest examples of writing. They date back thousands of years to a time when there were no paper or scrolls or even papyrus. These blocks are pieces of a history that feels almost mythical. Each block is like a piece of a puzzle. The edges fit together to make a larger picture, a larger story. These are pieces of the past, but they also tell us something about the present. They tell us where our stories come from. When I look at these blocks, I see echoes of the past and the present. I see the way that ideas move from one place to another, from one person to the next. I see how stories shape our understanding of the world and how they connect us to the people who came before us. One of the most important things about these blocks is that they show us that we are not the first people to have asked these questions. The questions that we ask today, the questions that keep us up at night, questions that drive our curiosity, these are questions that people have been asking for thousands of years. I imagine a young student sitting cross-legged before his teacher, trying to make sense of the world by carving his questions into wooden blocks. I imagine the teacher patiently guiding him, helping him to understand the world around him. I imagine the two of them sitting in silence, lost in thought, each with a block in hand. These blocks are more than just pieces of wood. They are pieces of a conversation that has been going on for thousands of years. They are a reminder that we are part of something bigger than ourselves, that we are connected to the past in ways that we can't always see. They say that a society is defined by the questions it asks. If that's true, then these questions are the foundation of our society. They are the questions that have shaped our history, that have driven our progress, that have made us who we are today. So the next time you find yourself lost in the endless scroll of online content, I want you to remember these questions. Remember the questions that have driven humanity forward. Remember the questions that have made us who we are. And remember that you, too, are part of this ancient conversation. You, too, are part of this endless quest for knowledge. The great dynasties of ancient China had many tools of power. Soldiers to enforce the laws, mandarins to collect the taxes, and an elaborate system of roads to move their armies and their goods. But perhaps the most important tool of all was the humble writing brush. For the scholars who wielded them, writing was more than communication. It was a way of preserving order. Every law, every ritual, every record of land and tribute could be written down. And once written, it could be kept. A dynasty could forget a king, but it could not forget what was written on bamboo. In quiet rooms, clerks bent over their desks, copying texts by lamplight. The brush whispered across the surface. A drop of ink fell slowly, spreading like water in sand. They worked not for glory, but for permanence. Line after line, scroll after scroll. The bureaucracy of an empire carried not in speeches, but in strokes of ink. And in time, writing became not only practical, but beautiful. Calligraphy was an art, the balance of strokes, the harmony of lines. To write well was to bring calm, to reveal order. The brush did not rush. It moved as the breath moved, steady, measured, unhurried. So much of ancient China was written this way, on bamboo and ink, with patience. The Chinese writing brush is an ancient invention, but its history is shrouded in myth. Legend has it that writing began with the oracle bones, the shoulder blades of oxen used by priests to divine the future. By inscribing questions onto the bones and then placing them into a fire, the priests would read the cracks as messages from the gods. When the Shang dynasty fell and the Zhou dynasty rose, writing evolved from oracle to edict. The kings used scribes to record their lineage and their laws to keep order among their people. Bamboo and silk became the preferred materials, and writing spread from palaces to marketplaces, from temples to taverns. Despite its humble appearance, the writing brush was an expensive tool. It was made from the softest part of a particular kind of bamboo, carefully stripped and honed. And the finest brushes were prized possessions, passed down through families, or given as gifts to scholars. Ink was also expensive, made from the soot of burnt hemp. Paper was rare, so the early Chinese practiced a kind of recycling, using old scrolls as window screens or wrapping cloths. Writing was an expensive habit, but the cost was considered worth it because writing was power. It was a way to preserve knowledge, to pass it down through generations. As the Han dynasty grew, so did the number of scholars. There were official schools where students could learn the classics, but most of the time learning was done alone. A student might spend years copying a master's text, making sure to memorize the order of each stroke. In the Song dynasty, a scholar might live in a small cottage, surrounded by books and scrolls, waiting for a government position that might never come. But even without power, the scholar could find a kind of peace. The philosopher Lao Tzu wrote about it. He said, "Those who contemplate the mysteries of heaven and earth will see the course of all things. He who knows the underlying unity of all things is superior to the man of letters." In the 7th century, the Buddhist monk Yejing traveled across Asia, collecting sacred texts. He was a master of calligraphy, and he wrote, "When the mind is free from distractions and has nothing to cling to, when the spirit is not forced to follow any fixed rule, then the brush can express what the eye sees and the mind thinks." The art of calligraphy reached its zenith during the Song dynasty. The greatest masters could write thousands of characters a day, and their works were displayed like paintings in the homes of wealthy merchants. One of them, the poet Su Shi, wrote about his craft. When the pen is used in moderation, it can express the writer's feelings. When overused, it becomes a mere show of technique. Another master, Mifu, was even more direct. If you want to grow your skill, stop thinking about growing your skill. Let your mind be empty when you sit down to write. Today, calligraphy is still taught in Chinese schools, though now it is taught alongside typing and word processing. But for thousands of years, it was the main way that the Chinese recorded their history, their laws, and their literature. It was the way they communicated across the distances of their great empire. It was the way they brought order to the world. It was the way they made sense of themselves. So much of ancient China was written this way, on bamboo and ink, with patience. When kingdoms struggled, and when the Zhou grew weak, voices rose to ask, how should people live? How should families behave? How should rulers rule? Among these voices was one that never shouted. It spoke with patience, with order, with gentle insistence. That was the voice of Confucius. Confucius was not a king, not a general. He was a teacher, walked from court to court, offering his lessons, hoping to guide rulers toward virtue. Many did not listen, but his words endured. His way was not the way of force. It was the way of ritual, the way of harmony, the way of patience. At the heart of his teaching was one simple truth. Every person has a place. A son must honor his father. A younger brother must respect his elder. A subject must obey his ruler. A ruler must act with benevolence toward his subjects. In this chain of duty, there was no end. It stretched from the smallest hut to the highest throne. He is one of the most important figures in human history, one of the first great teachers of a new kind of morality, universal, rational, compelling. His impact on China was immediate and profound. For centuries, his followers competed with other schools of thought for influence over the rulers of China. They lost against the legalists who imposed harsh laws and punishments, and for a time imposed their way on China. But after the fall of the Qin dynasty, the Confucian way returned. It became the guiding light of Chinese civilization. And the effect on China was so profound that it has been called the Chinese Renaissance. It lasted for 185 years, from the Han dynasty to the end of the Western Han period. During this golden age, China flourished. The arts and sciences blossomed. Trade expanded along the Silk Road. The Great Wall was built. Many of the foundations of Chinese society were laid during this era. And all of this happened under the banner of the Confucian way. But Confucius was not just a teacher. He was also a philosopher. He pondered the mysteries of life and death. He left us with some of the deepest reflections on humanity and existence. Listen now to his words. The master said, "When a man travels a path of 1,000 miles, his food and his lodging are a great affair. If he has provisions and a blanket, he is content. Whether he reaches his journey's end or not, he is quite indifferent." What does this mean? What is the meaning of life? What is the purpose of a long journey? Is it just to get to the end? Confucius says the point is in the journey itself. It is in the eating, the walking, the meeting of people along the way. This is what makes life worth living. This is what he means by saying, don't be full of prejudice, for then you will not learn. We must keep our minds open. It's only then can we learn something new. If we think we already know everything, how can anything new enter our minds? He also said real poverty is not the absence of possessions. Real poverty is the absence of values. When we have no principles, no sense of right and wrong, no goals to strive for, no beauty to appreciate, then indeed we are poor. But if we live by strong values, then even in difficult times we are rich. And he said, "A superior man is like unto jade. Though he be somewhat damaged, he is not altogether destroyed. Rub him up and polish him well, and he will become a vessel for the sovereign to use." Our potential is unlimited. Even if we make mistakes, if we are corrupted by the world, we can always start again. We can always improve ourselves. So these are the words of Confucius, a teacher who changed the course of history.
Ow.
Do they not also speak to you? Do they not apply to your life today? You and I live in very different times. Our world is vastly different from that of Confucius. Yet at the deepest level, we are all the same. We all seek happiness. We all seek fulfillment. We all seek meaning in our lives. This is why the message of Confucius is so timeless. It speaks to the deepest longings of the human soul. There's this one story from the time of Confucius that I love. So let me set the scene for you. Imagine a small village in the time when Confucius lived. At dawn, a son bows to his father before setting out to the fields. At dusk, a daughter carries water to her mother, kneeling before serving. Meals are taken in silence until the eldest begins to eat. Every act is ordered. Every gesture is a ritual. The ritual is not empty. It is a reminder that each person belongs to something larger. Confucius also taught the power of ceremony. At weddings, at funerals, at festivals, the rituals were long, precise, deliberate. They involved bowing, kneeling, offering food, pouring wine. They were not rushed. They were not hurried. Each movement was slow, graceful, exact. Through them, people felt connected to their ancestors, to their family, to their community, to heaven itself. Now, you might be thinking, who has time for all this? This sounds complicated, seems unnecessary. But Confucius believed that these rituals weren't just traditions. They were a way of connecting to something bigger than ourselves, a way of honoring the past, a way of building character, he said. The person who is destined to come after me will find it easy to rule over the empire, where I can just sit in my place and let things settle down. Why? Because what I have done is to make the people love the right thing. Now, how does he do this? Well, through teaching. He travels around the states, advising rulers, trying to get them to understand the importance of these rituals, the importance of tradition, the importance of passing on a culture that is rich with meaning. But it's not just about the rituals. Confucius also taught the power of music. He believed that music could inspire, uplift, and heal. And so he composed pieces that expressed his teachings, that captured the emotions of his people. Imagine a young student sitting in front of his master. Master is Confucius, and the student asks a question that has been bothering him. He says, "Master, why do we have to be so careful with our words? Why can't we just speak our minds?" And Confucius replies, "Because our words can have power. They can influence others. They can either build up or tear down. A careless word can hurt someone deeply, even if it wasn't meant that way. Our words should be like the words of a funeral. Obey the rules, follow the tradition, express what needs to be expressed, and in doing so, honor the feelings of others." And the student pondered these words, realizing that true wisdom lay not just in speaking the truth, but in speaking it with care, with empathy, with understanding. And as I pondered these stories, I thought to myself, why do we even bother with all this stuff? What's the point of all these rituals and traditions and ceremonies? And then it hit me. The point is connection. All these rituals, they connect us to something bigger than ourselves. They connect us to our ancestors, to our culture, to our values. They give us a sense of belonging, a sense of identity. In a world that is constantly changing, it is comforting to have something that is constant, something that is unchanging. And that's what these rituals are, a link to the past, a bridge to the future. Confucius said, "The purpose of life is not to be wealthy or powerful, but to be a good human being." And these rituals, they embody that idea. They remind us of what is important, to be kind, to be respectful, to be compassionate. So the next time you find yourself in a situation where you have to observe one of these rituals, don't just go through the motions. Don't just do it because it's a tradition. Take a moment to appreciate the deeper meaning behind it, the message from the past that is still relevant today. Did you know that this man is one of the most influential people of all time? He has inspired millions and led several revolutions. His words are in the back of many an English dictionary. But this man never wrote anything down. He never even held a pen, taught 3,000 years ago in China. And his teachings were gathered by his students, written down on bamboo strips, passed from hand to hand. His words weren't dramatic. They weren't quick. They were steady, patient, repetitive, like a river that wears away stone. They said, "Respect your elders, care for your parents, honor your teachers, keep your word, do not rush, do not waste, be calm." In a world of chaos and noise, his words cut through. Over the centuries, they spread far and wide. They shaped villages, courts, laws, and even the smallest family gatherings. They became known as the 5 relationships, the foundation of the gentle way. And that's how we got the title of today's episode, The Harmony of Order. In today's episode, we explore the origins of Confucianism. Did you know that? As a kid, he was already considered a master. By age 19, he was teaching other young men. By age 30, he had his own school. It was crowded with students from all over China. He didn't have much to show them, no fancy robes or treasures. His house was small, often filled with the smell of stale urine. But he had something better than all of those things. He had an answer. He could answer any question on history, poetry, music, rituals. He could find the right words for every occasion. His students called him the master. And he had a gift for making the ancient feel new, showing how the past could be a guide for the present. So they listened carefully to what he had to say. After his death, his teachings continued to spread. For centuries, scholars argued over his words. They debated and discussed until they formed a system, a way to run a nation, to raise children, to serve one's country. They made sure everyone knew about the 5 relationships: Parents should be respected by their children, elders by the young. Teachers must be honored by their students. Friends should be trustworthy, and everyone must be ruled by the wise and virtuous. That's how the master shaped the society. Through each of us, our actions affect others. Every parent, every student, every citizen can contribute to the harmony of the whole. He also taught about the importance of rituals, not the kind with fancy clothes and expensive gifts, but simple acts to show respect and care. Bowing to show you see someone, lighting incense to honor your ancestors, taking time to copy his words by lamplight. It's the little things that make the big difference. Behave correctly towards others, and they will behave correctly towards you. And as more and more people follow the right path, the entire society will become harmonious. Imagine a big city with millions of people rushing around, each focused only on themselves, their own needs, their own desires. What would happen? There would be so much noise, so much chaos, so much waste. But then along comes the master with his quiet teachings, reminding everyone to slow down, to think about others, to be patient. It's like pouring water into a cup. First, fill the cup yourself, and then share with others. It may seem like a small thing, but it's actually huge. It makes society function. It makes the world a better place. He didn't just teach individuals. He also helped rulers understand their role. A king must set an example. A leader must be virtuous. If the ruler is unjust, how can they expect their subjects to be just? That's why the master always said, be the kind of leader you want to be led by. Only then can you create real harmony. It's hard to imagine, but for many years his teachings were almost forgotten. They were lost in the chaos of the 20th century. But in the 1970s, they were rediscovered, and people started to pay attention again. His words about respecting elders, caring for parents, honoring teachers, being honest in business, and treating everyone with respect. All of this became part of China's national identity. So the next time you open an English dictionary, take a moment to appreciate the wisdom of the master. The man who taught a nation how to dream of harmony, not the harmony of silence, not the harmony of submission, but the harmony of order. Each person in their place, each duty performed, each ritual repeated generation after generation. The world outside may be unpredictable, full of challenges and changes, but inside there can be calm. And sometimes, that's enough. The tribes of the Central Plains called him the first emperor. Before his time, China had been a loose collection of states, with their own customs, their own weights and measures, even their own scripts. But he changed all that. After centuries of division, after lords and kingdoms had quarreled and fought for more than a millennium, he would bind it all together. He was Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China, and with him China entered a new age. His dynasty would last only 150 years, but it was precise, efficient, orderly. The emperor brought order not through the words of harmony, but through laws, through standardization, through unification. He established a new capital in the east at Xiangyang. It became the political and cultural heart of the empire. From here he set about shaping his new domain. He sent out teams of inspectors to check on local officials, to make sure they were doing their jobs. He took a census of the population, registering every family and individual. He standardized weights and measures, coins, even the width of cartwheels so that every road bore the same grooves. Throughout the empire, the same coins were minted, round with a square hole in the center. In the markets, merchants no longer haggled over weights. A farmer in the south could trade using the same measures as a merchant in the north. Travel became easier and safer. Roads were repaired, and new ones were built. And along these roads, inns were established to provide food and lodging for travelers. Officials were set up to collect taxes and see to the needs of the people. But perhaps the most important change was in writing. Dozens of scripts, dozens of ways to write were gathered into one. One style, one form, one standard. A word written in one village could now be read in another. Communication was no longer local, it was imperial. In the 2,200 years since his death, the story of the first emperor has become a legend. His terracotta army, an astonishing find from a bygone era. Each soldier unique, yet part of a whole that was greater than the sum of its parts. For Qin Shi Huang, order and efficiency were the highest values. He believed in the power of a centralized government run by educated officials, not by birth or wealth. He selected men for their skills, for their talents, and he rewarded them according to their achievements. Many of his reforms were copied from the state of Qin. In fact, he took the name Qin Shi Huang, meaning the first emperor. Before him, China had been a loose collection of states. He changed all that, waged war on the other states, and one by one, brought them under the rule of Qin. Then he established a centralized government with a bureaucracy to run it, and he divided the empire into provinces, which were then subdivided into counties, which were then subdivided into local districts. At the head of the government was the emperor, then officials appointed by the emperor. Below them were local magistrates, and over all of this, a vast network of spies and informants who reported any sign of trouble or disloyalty. He took the best features of the states that he conquered, and he used them to build up his own empire. He adopted the legalism of the state of Qin, the efficient bureaucracy of the state of Yan, the organizational skills of the state of Chut. He took what was good, and he discarded the bad. It was an age of great building projects, of creating, of organizing, of establishing. And from the palaces of the first emperor to the Great Wall of China, much of what was created has lasted for centuries. But while the dynasty might have been short, the impact of the first emperor was not. The very concept of China was new, an idea whose time had come, but it was he who made it real. His name was Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor. And all who came after, they built on what he started. They spread his ideas, his innovations, his reforms. Without him, there would have been no Han dynasty, no Song, no Ming. The very idea of China was his idea, and that is why he is remembered as the first emperor. But for the people, life was still slow, still heavy with labor. Here's a history hot tip for you. When you think of ancient China, what comes to mind? The Great Wall snaking across deserts and mountains, maybe? Or an emperor with a terracotta army, perhaps? Well, those are just two of the many stories that make up Chinese history. Today we're going to explore one more. In this series, we bring you the stories of everyday life in the ancient world. So grab your sandals, pour yourself some wine, and join us as we travel back in time to ancient China. One day in the 3rd century BCE, a man shouldered his basket and walked out of the city. He joined a line of men, each carrying a basket, each walking toward a mountain. Together they climbed, carrying the weight of their labor up the stony path. At the top, a foreman checked off the baskets on a list, then sent them on their way. The men started down the other side of the mountain, their footsteps kicking up dust behind them. Soon the sound of their voices echoed in the valley. Stone by stone, men carried blocks to build walls. The Great Wall did not rise in a single sweep. It rose through endless repetition. A man lifts a stone. He places it down. Another lifts a stone. He places it down. Thousands, tens of thousands, across mountains and valleys, doing the same act again and again. The wall was not only a barrier of stone, it was a barrier built from patience, toil, and silence. After a few decades, the weight of the Qin's strict laws, their harshness broke the dynasty. But the Han that followed learned from them. The Han kept the standard measures, the coins, the writing, but they added gentleness. They built a system of officials, clerks, and scribes, a bureaucracy, quiet and vast. In the offices of the Han, the empire was not ruled by shouts. It was ruled by records. One clerk carefully dipped a brush into black ink. He traced lines and curves across a sheet of white paper, making characters that would hold the weight of the empire. When he finished, he rolled the paper, tied it with cord, and stamped it with a seal made of clay. It was one of countless documents produced by the empire's scribes, records that could move faster than any army. Across the empire, other clerks worked in the imperial kitchens, recording what went in and what went out, making sure there was enough grain to feed the empire's armies and its people. Other clerks worked in the fields alongside the peasants, teaching them new ways of planting rice and wheat. Some were sent to distant lands to record the number of people and the amount of grain in each county. All these records were collected in a central office, where the emperor's advisors sifted through them, looking for problems or signs of trouble. In the capital city, rows and rows of shelves held scrolls stacked carefully on top of each other, tied together with twine. Each shelf reached high into the building, holding hundreds of documents. As one clerk untied a bundle of scrolls, another stamped a new batch with seals, each one different. He dipped his brush into pools of ink, mixing black, blue, and red. The most important documents were stamped with the Emperor's seal, a red circle with the Chinese characters for Han. Less important documents might be stamped with a green circle or a blue square. When the records for a region were complete, a messenger would take them to the capital. Along the way, he would stop at each county seat to pick up more records. Sometimes his horse would need to carry messages as well, so he would tie the bundles of bamboo slips to the horse's back and send them racing along the post roads. Put them in his own carriage and drive them to the next station. Like a relay race, the messages and records were passed from hand to hand, from place to place, moving through the empire like the blood in a living thing. The Qin had used records too, but for them, documents were weapons. They were used to keep track of who paid their taxes and who didn't, who followed the rules and who didn't. The Han used records in the same way. They also wanted to know how much grain each county had, how much silk, how much salt, even how many people there were. But for the most part, Han records were created to help the empire run smoothly, and instead of being weapons, they were tools. One day, the emperor sat in his palace reading a scroll. He looked up as a clerk entered the hall. The man bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the records are in. The western counties are doing well. There's been an earthquake in the western regions, but the people are recovering quickly." The emperor nodded, knowing that thanks to the clerks, the empire was in good hands. Every morning when the sun rose over the eastern mountains, a messenger would ride out from the capital city, a pouch of freshly inked scrolls secured behind him. Day after day, his horse's hooves struck the same ruts in the dirt roads. He rode through mountain passes as high as a bird could fly, and across rivers that flowed down from those mountains to the lowlands. He rode through busy villages and quiet ones too, the pulse of the empire thrumming beneath him like a second heartbeat. When he reached his destination, he would dismount, carefully unwrap the linen cords and deliver the scrolls into the waiting hands of an official. Then he would turn and ride back the way he came, back to the capital, and the endless cycle of writing and dispatching. That had begun before he was born and would continue long after he was gone. For the order of the empire traveled this way, word by word, scroll by scroll. It was a patient, even plodding way to rule such a vast and varied land. But it was a method that worked. And so the Han emperors sent their messages across the empire as the seasons turned and the years rolled by. And it wasn't just edicts and commands that traveled along these routes. The Han also valued learning. Scholars across the empire studied the texts of Confucius. They debated the meaning of the classics and memorized thousands of lines of poetry and prose. Some would travel to the capital to take examinations, hoping to be selected for government service. And those chosen would need to have the right answers ready in their minds at a moment's notice. So boys began their studies early, sitting in quiet rooms, often in the attics of their homes, memorizing texts line by line, repeating them until they filled their minds completely. There was no rushing, no shortcut, it's only repetition, only time. And beyond the bureaucracy, the empire stretched outward. Along the edges of the known world, trade routes wound westward, carrying silk and spices and jade and lacquerware to distant lands. Across the deserts, caravans moved step by step, their camels laden with the goods of the empire. At each oasis, the travelers would stop, open their ledgers, and unroll their scrolls of record. Here they would weigh the goods and collect the taxes due, and note the names of travelers and traders. Even here, far from the capital, the bureaucracy's ink kept pace with the sand and wind. The empire was vast and varied, unified yet brimming with differences. Its size alone was a source of pride for the Han people. To have created such order out of such wild terrain was a remarkable feat. The mountains were tamed by the roads that climbed their slopes. Rivers were bridged and followed to their sources. The emperor's commands, carried on the backs of messengers' horses, penetrated even the remotest villages. But what made the Han dynasty truly great was not its size or its wealth or even its armies. It was the endurance of its empire. The Han endured for centuries, longer than the Qin, longer than the Zhou, longer than any dynasty that came before or would come after. Not because they were loud, not because they were swift, but because they were steady. Their empire lived in scrolls, in seals, in the quiet patience of clerks who copied line after line by lamplight. The sound of empire was not the clash of swords, but the whisper of brushes. It was the crackle of parchment. It was silence, ordered and enduring. While the emperors ruled with laws and scrolls, another way of life flowed quietly alongside. It was not about ritual, as Confucius taught. It was not about bureaucracy, as the Han practiced. It was about stillness. It was about the Tao, the way. Taoism began not in courts but in mountains and forests. Sages walked narrow paths among bamboo groves. They sat by streams, listening to the water. They watched clouds drift slowly across the sky. From silence, they drew their lessons. The Tao, they said, could not be forced. It could not be spoken, only lived. To follow the Tao was to live gently, without resistance, like water flowing around stones. A river never argues with a rock. It bends, it curves, it passes, and in time it shapes the stone itself. So should people live. So should rulers rule, without struggle, without force. In the sprawling cities, merchants hawked their wares. Peddlers walked from village to village. And in the fields, farmers tilled the soil and reaped the harvest. The wheel of life turned. The seasons shifted. The years passed. But always there was the mountain, silent, strong, unchanging. Always there was the stream, patient, clear, reflecting the sky. It is said that Lao Tzu was born a man, but he was more than that. He was a spirit of the mountains, a soul of the forest. His long white beard flowed like the waterfall. His eyes held the green of ancient trees. He roamed the countryside, a pouch on his back, a staff in his hand, walking into the sunset, disappearing into the clouds. And when people heard his name, they knew he was coming. Merchants put down their ledgers. Farmers left their fields. For a moment, the world was still. He spoke to them of a life untethered, of a path untrodden, of a way of being. He told them to follow the Tao. At first, his words were riddles. The Tao that can be spoken is not the Tao. He said the name for it is not the thing itself. To know it, you must let it go. You must empty your mind, be still. Only then will you hear the music of the spheres, the harmony of the universe. His disciples gathered around him, listening, learning, carrying his message to the world. Some lived in the mountains, far from the noise of men, seeking the Tao in solitude. Others walked among the people, sharing what they had learned, planting seeds of wisdom. They built small communities, simple and honest. Living in harmony with the Tao, temples were built to honor the old man, the sage of the mountains. Some became centers of learning, others, homes for the aged. Many served as way stations for travelers, weary from their journey. No matter who you are, what brings you here, you are welcome. Rest, Lao Tzu had said, for the journey is long. The world may clamor, the world may call, but here there is peace. There, you may find yourself. Over the centuries, Taoism grew. Its teaching spread, its influence grew. It shaped Chinese thought, Chinese art, Chinese life. Gardens, with their pools and rocks and trees, became a microcosm of the Tao. A place where stillness and movement, earth and sky, all came together in perfect balance. Calligraphy, too, was an expression of the Tao, each stroke of the brush a dance of black ink on white silk, expressing the rhythm of the universe. When the Mongols rode across the land, when the Manchurians built their empire, when the communists came to power, Taoists were there, serving the people, healing the sick, teaching the young, keeping the flame of the Tao alive. Through thick and thin, through war and peace, the temple stood, silent testament to the power of stillness, a quiet reminder to those who enter, to those who pray, to those who seek. To be still and know that you are part of something bigger than yourself, part of the eternal flow, part of the Tao. They stood in gardens, arms raised to the sky, welcoming the sunrise, then slowly lowered as the moon ascended. Their breaths were quiet and controlled, echoing the rhythm of the cosmos. In this sacred space between inhale and exhale, they found a way to lengthen life and restore harmony. They were Taoists, followers of the Tao, the way of life, the path to enlightenment. Now, imagine you're standing in that garden, The wind whispers through the trees, rustling the leaves into a gentle wave. You raise your arms, feeling the sun's warm embrace on your skin. As you lower them, the coolness of the evening embraces you, and you feel the moon's soft glow all around. Your breath, it's not just air passing in and out. It's a connection to the eternal flow of the universe. But what exactly are these breathing exercises? How do they lead to longevity and harmony? And how can we incorporate them into our lives for a better, more balanced existence? These questions echoed in my mind as I delved deeper into the world of Taoism. In ancient China, nestled amidst the misty mountains and tranquil gardens, Taoism was born. It wasn't just a religion. It was a way of life, a philosophy, a path to enlightenment. For the Taoists, life was a journey to be lived in harmony with the Tao, the way of the universe. They saw the Tao as the source of all things, the endless, unnamable origin from which everything sprung and to which everything would return. It was the breath of the cosmos, the pulse of existence. Laozi, the old master, he who is believed to have authored the Tao Te Ching, was a pivotal figure in Taoism. He taught that the highest good is like water, nourishing all, yet taking the shape of the vessel into which it is poured. He taught that the way of the Tao is like that of water, always present, always flowing, always adapting, never forcing, yet everything embracing. His words were simple, yet profound, urging us to live in accordance with the Tao, to find our true nature and to cultivate virtues like compassion and humility. Chuangzi, another central figure, he wove his philosophy into captivating stories. He spoke of a butterfly that dreams it as a bird and awakes to find itself still a butterfly, wondering if being a bird would be more delightful. Then there's the famous story of the fish. A big fish in a small pond was lamenting its fate. Small fish swam up and asked why. The big fish, irritated, said, "You wouldn't understand. I'm destined to swim in the boundless ocean, yet here I am stuck in this tiny pond." The small fish thought for a moment, then replied, "Perhaps you're wrong. Maybe this is the ocean you're destined for. How can you assume that being in a boundless ocean would be better than being in this small pond?" His words challenge our assumptions, reminding us that our perception shapes our reality. Zhuangxi's approach was like water, gentle yet penetrating, soft yet profound. He didn't just teach, he shared insights, allowing his audience to discover truths for themselves. The Taoist view of life is like a dance, a continuous flow, an interplay of opposites. They believed in embracing the natural cycles of life, the waxing and waning, the ebb and flow of energy. This dance is reflected in the Tai Chi, the symbol of Taoism, representing the dynamic balance between opposing forces like yin and yang, softness and hardness, action and stillness. It's a reminder that life isn't static. It's a continuous process of change and growth. In the heart of this philosophy lay the concept of Wu Wei, often translated as non-action or effortless action. It's not about inactivity, but about aligning oneself with the Tao, acting in harmony with the natural order of the universe. Just as water flows around obstacles, Taoists aim to live in harmony with the world, not by forcing their way through, but by adapting to circumstances. The Taoist breathing exercises, they weren't just a means to an end, they were a way of life. They were a practice, a meditation, a connection to the eternal flow of the universe. Each inhale and exhale was a step towards balance, a breath of life in harmony with the cosmos. The Taoists believed that by practicing these exercises, one could tap into the vital energy of the universe. The Qi and direct it for health and longevity was about finding the rhythm of the cosmos within oneself and living in sync with it. As I continue my exploration into Taoist philosophy, I'm reminded of the interconnectedness of all things, the harmony of opposites, and the beauty of simplicity. The Taoist breathing exercises, they're not just a relic of the past, they're a living tradition that can enrich our lives today. They offer a path to balance, to health, and to a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. I invite you now to close your eyes and imagine a garden in Han times. The North Star is out tonight. Pine trees gently sway. A brook trickles over moss-covered stones. Somewhere a hermit sits cross-legged on a mat with a scroll in his lap. He does not read it, though. He sits there listening to the wind whispering through the pines, to the water gurgling over the stones, to the crickets chirping in the tall grass, to the silence of the night. In that silence, he hears the music of the spheres. In that silence, he finds more profound wisdom than in any court debate, more liberating clarity than in any law. When the master Lawatsu stepped down from his high position as an official in the imperial court, he was urged by the emperor to write down his philosophy for the ruler and the people. Lao Tzu wrote the Tao Te Ching, but even after writing those 81 chapters, many of his disciples did not really understand what he had taught. They argued with each other about which dynasty was more enlightened and which ruler was more virtuous. So the master walked among them and said, "You are all wrong. You have misunderstood the point entirely. Go back to nature. Live in the moment. Stop chattering and start listening." Taoism taught that the world cannot be grasped tightly. It must be held lightly, like a leaf, like a feather, like a moment of breath. You try to grasp it, you try to hold it, you try to keep it, you try to conquer it, and it slips through your fingers. You lose it. Taoism taught that to let go is to gain. When you stop resisting, when you stop fighting, when you stop trying to change the world, when you stop trying to be someone else, when you stop trying to meet expectations, when you stop trying to be perfect, when you stop trying to be anything other than what you are, that's when you gain the world. That's when you find yourself in harmony with everything that is. So the Taoists lived gently, quietly, modestly, simply, peacefully. They did not seek power or fame or fortune. They did not seek to dominate or control or manipulate or exploit. They simply lived their lives in harmony with what is, with what was, with what would be. They found joy in every moment, gratitude in every breath, peace in every step they took, equanimity in every word they spoke. They were like water, like wind, like stone. They were formless and timeless, shapeless and boundless, empty and full. They were free. Now, empires rose and fell. Rome wasn't built in a day, nor was it destroyed in a day. The Han Dynasty was one of China's golden ages, but even its foundations were laid long before, and its decline began long before. Other dynasties rose and fell, armies marched, and rivers flooded, but Taoism endured. It was never in a hurry. It never sought to conquer. It never sought to win at any cost. It simply waited, like water, like wind, like stone. And in that waiting, it gained the world, because to hold on to something, to try to keep it, to try to conquer it, is to lose it. But to let go, to relax into it, to harmonize with it, to blend with it, is to gain it. Okay? It is to find oneself in tune with the music of the spheres. When we force things to happen, when we try to control outcomes, when we try to shape events according to our will, we lose. Because the universe has its own will. It doesn't always align with ours. When we go against the grain, when we ignore the signs, when we disregard the signals, when we violate the natural order, we lose. Because nature doesn't care about our plans. It doesn't listen to our demands. It doesn't bow to our might. It simply is. But when we go with the flow, when we follow the signs, when we respect the signals, when we live in harmony with nature, then we gain. Then we become one with the universe. We discover the secret of happiness, the art of living, the way of peace. As Lao Tzu said, be content with what you have. Rejoice in the way things are. When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you. So open your eyes and see the world anew. Open your heart and love the world as it is. Open your mind and accept the world without judgment. Open your soul and let the world fill you with joy. For in that moment, you will find yourself at one with the universe, at peace with yourself, at ease in the world. You will find yourself free. And so our journey through ancient China comes to its quiet end. We have walked the banks of the Yellow River. We have entered the temples of the Shang, the courts of the Zhou, the schools of Confucius, the offices of the Han, and the gardens of Taoist sages. At every step, life moved slowly, patiently, in cycles of work, ritual, record, and reflection. The dynasties have passed, but their rhythms remain. The brush on bamboo, the plow in soil, the bell in the temple, the silence in the garden. I am a writer and sometime professor at a university. I've written several books about ancient China, including The Art of War, The Tao of Maimonides, and The Analects of Confucius. My latest book is called 1,000 Years of Java, and today we are going to travel back there. Our final stop on our long journey through Chinese history brings us to the end of the second millennium, BCE, to a time when the great social and political transformations that we've been following from the rise of the Shang to the end of the Western Zhou have run their course. By now, the cultural matrix of ancient China is fully formed, and the patterns of its civilization will endure for many centuries to come. The basic political order, the 5 relationships, the axial age of philosophical inquiry, the Confucian, Taoist, and legalist schools, the calendar, the written language, the arts and customs, the agricultural techniques, the worldview, all these things will persist through change and outlive the eras of the Shang, the Zhou, and even the longest-lived of the early dynasties, the Qin. In this concluding episode, then, rather than heeding the advice of King, one of Zhou, and surveying the empire from the highest peak in the land, I want to return us to the gardens of the Taoist sages, to sit by the quiet waters of the Yellow River with Laozi and his like-minded friends, and contemplate the long arc of history from the beginning of time till now, to consider how it has unfolded in such a way as to produce this moment in which we find ourselves. As we do so, let us reflect once more on the 4 constants, the 4 sources of social order that we have met along the way. First, heaven, the mandate of which is passed from one dynasty to another, according to the virtue of its ruler. Second, earth, whose fertility provides the abundance that sustains civilization. Third, humanity, whose nature is good, whose potential is realized through education and self-cultivation, and whose relationships are harmonious when all parties fulfill their respective roles and perform their proper duties. Fourth, the ruler, who embodies the mandate of heaven, cultivates the land, exemplifies virtue, educates their subjects, and maintains the social order. These 4 constants offer a kind of stability to an otherwise turbulent world, a way of making sense of the rise and fall of civilizations, the waxing and waning of dynasties, and the endless cycle of human affairs. But what of change itself? What of history? How do we account for the constant flux that has brought us from the shamanic rituals of the early tribal era to the sophisticated institutions of early China? To answer this question, we turn to the final constant, the Tao, the way, the pattern of reality. For the Tao, while eternal and unchanging, manifests in myriad ways. Thus, although the pattern is always the same, each particular instance is unique. Each dynasty, each sage, each individual realizes the Tao in a different way according to their own circumstances and talents. This is why Confucius could say that the sage, while conforming to the pattern of the Tao, appears utterly without form. It is also why Lao Tzu compared the Tao to a great river. Just as water takes the shape of the vessel into which it is poured, so too does the Tao take shape in myriad ways, endlessly transforming itself while abiding by its own eternal nature. And so it is with the history of China. The pattern of the Tao manifests in countless particular ways through the rise and fall of dynasties, the ebb and flow of cultural forms, the coming and going of individuals. And yet the pattern persists. The Tao is one, though its manifestations are many. From the high peaks of the Himalayas to the Yellow Sea, from the Korean Peninsula to the Tarim Basin, the pattern of the Tao is one. As the great Taoist sage Lao Tzu said, "All the world is one family." His student Zhuangzi added, "The highest good of the Tao is that all the world is one." And indeed, it is the immanent Tao, the way that runs through all things, the connecting principle that gives rise to the unity of the cosmos, that makes it possible for us to speak of China at all. When we follow its winding path through millennia of cultural and historical transformation, we discover the persistence of certain constants. Heaven, earth, humanity, and the ruler, and the patterns of social order that they make possible. Family, society, state, and empire. We see how they interact and how they shape, and are shaped by the particular historical circumstances in which they find themselves. We see how the Tao manifests in the world through the rise and fall of civilizations, through the flourishing of cultural achievements, through the lives and teachings of exemplary individuals, and through the endless cycle of human affairs. we realize that all these particulars, great and small, are expressions of a single underlying unity. We come to see that the secret of China is not in any one thing, but in the interaction of all things, in the ceaseless movement, the dynamic balance of an eternal pattern. And so we end our journey where we began, with the Yellow River, the source of Chinese civilization, the cradle of the Chinese people, the wellspring of the Tao. The ancient Chinese looked to the Yellow River as the source of all life, the giver of fertility, the nourisher of the people. And as we look back over the long arc of Chinese history, from the rise of the first settlements along its banks to the flourishing of early Chinese civilization, we can see that it is here in the interaction between heaven and earth, humanity and the ruler, the past and the present, that the secret of China is to be found. Here in the interplay of these forces, the Tao manifests itself through the ages, giving rise to the endless variety of particular things, the rise and fall of dynasties, the flourishing of cultural achievements, the lives and teachings of exemplary individuals, and the endless cycle of human affairs. Here in the ceaseless movement, the dynamic balance of an eternal pattern, we find the heart of China. And here, if we are still and quiet, we can hear its music. If you enjoyed this episode and would like to learn more about ancient China, I invite you to join me for more. Before sunrise, when the city is dark and still, a man begins his day. He dresses simply in black trousers and a white shirt, though some clock keepers wore uniforms. His tools are a heavy sack slung over his shoulder and a long hook in his hand. As he walks, the city stirs around him. At first, it's just a low murmur, but soon the sounds of a new day rise. The rumble of carts, the cries of vendors, and the distant clatter of machinery. He reaches a large building made of brick and stone, a monument to an age of industry. Its most prominent feature is a towering clock face, frozen at 9:30. Soon, others arrive. A station master in a crisp uniform, a guard with a short, sharp mustache, and a burly engineer wiping grease from his hands on a rag. Together, they ascend a long, spiral staircase to the clock tower. Here, silence descends. The only sound is the whirring of gears as the man approaches the largest gear of all. It's nearly 20 feet in diameter, made of thick brass with Roman numerals marking its edge. This is the heart of the clock, and the man is its caretaker. He winds the mainspring, a task requiring 30 minutes and all his strength. Once the mechanism begins to turn, it will power the clock for 8 days. Then he must return to wind it again. He checks the smaller dials, noting that the minutes and seconds must be wound every 2 hours. He sets his hook into the nearest gear and gives it a sharp pull. With that, he leaves the tower and walks away, disappearing into the crowd, returning to the quiet routine of his daily life. But how did such precision become so important? How did a simple clock in a station tower affect the lives of millions? In the early 1800s, timekeeping was not a science, but an art. There was no single time for London or Paris or New York. Each town had its own local time. And so, if you wanted to travel between them, your schedule would be thrown into chaos by the different rhythms of countless clocks. Then came the railroad, its quickly connecting cities. It allowed for trade, travel, and the spread of ideas on an unprecedented scale. But with that, the need for standardized time became urgent. The consequences of a miscalculation were now greater than ever. People gathered in public squares and train stations to consult the largest clock faces they could find. Their men worked tirelessly to ensure that every gear turned perfectly, every hand moved exactly. The most famous of these men was Joseph Blancpain, a Swiss watchmaker considered the father of modern timekeeping. In 1855, he designed what became known as the Meridian Line, a set of 24 time zones corresponding to the 24 hours of the day. At first, people resisted this imposition of order on a world that had always been free to set its own pace. Shops, factories, and homes refused to abandon their old clocks, leading to confusion and chaos. But slowly, the advantages of a shared time became apparent. No longer would travelers be baffled by the sudden change of clocks. No longer would a meeting at 9 o'clock send people running in different directions. By the end of the century, many countries had adopted the Meridian Line, and with it, a new profession was born. men who kept the clocks turning, ensuring that time would not slip through their fingers. One evening, as the sun dips below the horizon, a man arrives home after a long day of winding clocks. He opens the door to a darkened room, lit only by the glow of his pocket watch. On the table, next to a pile of sawdust, is an unfinished wooden toy. He places his watch beside it and picks up a hammer. He begins tapping metal, adjusting a small clock face until it chimes perfectly. The soft chime echoes in the empty room, a melody of industry, precision, and solitude. Outside, the city stirs to life. Street lamps flicker on, music spills from tavern windows, and people stroll along the riverbank. But inside, there is only the gentle rhythm of hammer and chime. The quiet song of a clockmaker working alone by the light of a single candle, and as the last chime fades away, another mystery enters the room. A clock without a spring, ticking steadily. Is it magic, superhuman strength, or perhaps something else entirely? You decide. In the comments below, how did these clockmakers manage to synchronize the world? What mysteries did they solve? And why was one clock suddenly ticking without a spring? Share your thoughts below. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Your job is important. You are the one who must start it. Keep it steady. Make sure it keeps good time. There are two faces of the clock. One looks out over the station, its hands sweeping across the sky like a giant metronome. The other, hidden from view, regulates the smaller clocks that dot the station, making sure that all the clocks in the station are in sync. The clock tower is silent now, but soon its quiet will be replaced by the city's clamor. When the first train of the day pulls into the station, its whistle will blow, echoing across the still sleeping city. And at that moment, you will bring the great clock to life, setting the pace for the day ahead. You wind the mainspring, the gears begin to turn, and the hands on the face of the clock start to move. The sound of the turning gears grows louder, then fades away into the distance as you slide open the panel, drop the weights, and release the chains. The great clock starts to tick. You check the smaller clocks around the station, making sure they are all in sync. And then you leave, knowing that for the next 24 hours, you have set the rhythm of the station. You are the clock keeper. You have tended this clock for many years. Its rhythm is familiar to you as your own heartbeat. But today is different. Today, a chill wind whistles through the tower, carrying with it the scent of rain and the distant rumble of thunder. The usually placid gears seem agitated, the steady tick of the clock off its usual pace. As you wind the spring, a sudden jolt runs through the machine, and one of the smaller clocks in the station strikes 13 times. Bad luck. Some superstitious passenger is sure to notice. You hurry to the clock, silencing it before anyone else arrives. Can't afford any more mistakes. Suddenly, the station comes alive. Passengers, porters, and ticket collectors fill the platforms. The first train of the day pulls in, hissing steam and clanking wheels. You race to the top of the tower, throwing open the door just as the whistle blows. The huge clock face weathers the wind, its hands sweeping across the sky. You drop the weights, release the chains, and listen for the telltale tick. Nothing. The clock is silent. Panic rises in your chest, cold and clammy. Without the great clock, the station will descend into chaos. All the clocks will be wrong. Trains will be missed. Connections will be lost. You fumble with the gears, trying to find the source of the problem. The station bustles below, oblivious to the drama unfolding above. You hear a cough, look up to see an old, wizened man peering at you from behind a clock hand. First time? He asks. You nod, too stunned to speak. It happens to all of us, the old man says, his voice like the ticking of a clock. The best clock in the world is useless without its heart. He points to a small, unassuming gear in the corner. That's the heart of the clock. Without it, the whole thing stops. With trembling hands, you reach for the gear. It is cold to the touch, lifeless. The old man leans closer. Sometimes the heart needs a little help, he whispers, placing a small, intricately carved wooden piece in your palm. It is warm, almost hot, and seems to thrum with energy. You don't know how, but you trust him. You place the piece in the gear and step back. The old man smiles. Now listen, he says, and you do. Faintly at first, then louder, the deep resonant tick of the clock returns. The The station sighs with relief, the clocks begin to chime, and the city wakes to the steady rhythm of the clock tower. The old man fades away, leaving you alone in the tower with the newly awakened clock. The sun breaks through the clouds, painting the sky with gold. A new day has begun. The city stirs, the trains begin to roll, and the station clock, its heart beating steadily once more, sets the rhythm of the day. I am the clock keeper. I have tended this clock for many years. Its rhythm is as familiar to me as my own heartbeat. But sometimes the heart of the clock needs a little help. Sometimes an old man appears, his voice like the ticking of a clock, helping me to keep the time. And when the sun sets and the stars begin to gleam, I wind the clock for the night, its soft tick, lulling me to sleep. For I am the clock keeper, and it is my duty to keep the time. There was a time when clocks were all different. In London, some had chimes. In Paris, some had statuary. But over the course of 100 years, they've all become the same. It's frozen in an identical pattern of ticking pendulums and whirling escapements. All except this one. This is the last clock of its kind. And here's how it works. Your day begins at 5 a.m. with the winding. First, you fit the great brass handle to the winding socket. Then, bracing yourself, you begin to turn. The chain pulls against you, the resistance of the weight below. Each turn of the handle is a small victory, a section of chain uncoiling, a few more seconds of time released. Round and around you go, listening to the little noises of the clock. There's the groan of iron as the massive weight descends. The faint rattle of gears adjusting, the soft clink of the chain as it falls back into place. The air is thick with the smell of oil. The same lubricant you rubbed into the teeth of the wheels just yesterday, slowing their grinding to dust. It takes about 10 minutes to wind the clock, and you're halfway through your first turn before the sky even begins to lighten. It's repetitive work, but it must be exact. It's a few turns and the clock will stop before tomorrow. To many and the mechanism could jam. It's a careful balance, and you know the rhythm by heart. 28 turns for the striking weight, 22 for the going train. Then a final turn to reset the regulator, after which you check the escapement and adjust the pendulum. When at last the winding is complete, you step closer to the pendulum. It swings in a long, graceful arc, back and forth, like the steady breathing of the station itself. You bend low, listening to its sound. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The beat must be even. If it falters, even slightly, the hands outside on the great dial will betray you. They'll mark minutes too slow or too fast. And so you take the fine adjustment key and press it into the tiny nut at the base of the pendulum rod. With a single turn of the screw, you can shift the time by seconds each day. You pause, listen again, and nod. The rhythm is good. Already the first trains are preparing to depart. Outside, conductors glance upward to the face of your clock, setting their own pocket watches by its hands. Passengers shuffle nervously, trusting the dial to guide their journey. They do not see you alone in the tower, oiling gears, winding chains, checking the beat of the pendulum. To them, time simply is. To you, it is a daily labor, a duty to maintain the steady pulse of the station, so that the chaos of the railway, the steam, the whistles, the rush of wheels, might follow a single ordered rhythm. You spend your days in the company of others, and yet there are none to hear your stories. Sometimes the silence is broken only by the measured tick-tock of the great clock, or by the rumble of the railway far below. When the first train departs, you wipe the grease from your hands on a rag, ready for your next task. Though what that task may be, even you do not know. Maybe a new regulator, maybe a repaired escapement, or perhaps the rewiring of the entire clock. Whatever the task, you know it must be done. Like the rhythm of the train itself, there is no pause, no rest. Your world is full of gears, springs, and chains, the tools of your trade, your only company. For the rhythm of the railway must not change. The station's great clock must always keep perfect time. And so you work. All day, men come and go. They hurry along the platform, taking time with them in their hurried steps. They do not see you alone in the tower, with your oilskin and your screwdrivers, making sure that the time they take is the time they have. Soon, it will be time for you to wind the clock again. Time, like the railway, keeps perfect schedules. It never changes, never stops. You watch the hands turn on the great dial, knowing that soon they will be yours to control. And in that knowledge, there is peace. And what's more, this happened at hundreds of stations up and down the country, all at once. This is the story of those men, the men who brought us the idea of being on Greenwich Mean Time. So let me ask you a question. What time is it? Probably checked your phone or glanced at your watch. And in doing so, you take for granted an entire system of clocks, railways, and time zones that have been established over a period of decades. It's only when we look to the past that we see just how recent this apparently natural thing is. Imagine for a moment that it is the middle of the 19th century. The railways are spreading across the countryside, weaving iron threads that bind towns and cities together. But there is one great problem. Each place still keeps its own time. In London, noon might be when the sun reached its highest point. But travel 100 miles to Bristol, and noon would come a full 10 minutes later. Each town hall, each church steeple, each market square had its own clock, its own sense of the hour. For centuries this mattered little. Farmers lived by the sun. Merchants closed their shops when shadows grew long. But now trains thundered from one city to the next, their timetables dependent on exact minutes. Without uniform time, confusion reigned. Trains collided. Passengers missed departures. The world demanded order. Enter the timekeepers, quiet men whose names are little remembered, but whose work touched the entire fabric of society. Among them was Sir George Airy, the astronomer royal, who in the 1840s began transmitting Greenwich Mean Time across the land. But even before the wires carried electrical signals, there were railwaymen, station masters, and clock keepers, who took their instructions from the stars, from charts, from carefully measured shadows, and set their clocks accordingly. Man standing outside with a sextant in hand, waiting for the sun to crest at its highest point in the sky. He marks the exact moment on paper, compares it to his tables, and then, with careful steps, adjusts the hands of the great station clock. That single adjustment at noon became the measure by which every watch in the station would be set. Conductors, engineers, and passengers all gathered around, holding out their pocket watches, winding and setting them to the official time. It's hard to overstate just how disruptive this new system was. People were so used to the idea of local time, time measured by the position of the sun in the sky, that they didn't realize there was any other way of measuring time. There were even time police who went around smashing the clocks of those who were deemed to be deliberately setting their clocks too fast or too slow. By the end of the 1860s, however, most of England was running on Greenwich Mean Time, and a few years later, the world followed suit. But hold on a second. If these men set their clocks according to the sun, wouldn't that mean that their clocks would be wrong? Say that again. Their clocks would be wrong? Yes, it turns out that if you go to Greenwich and measure the position of the sun at solar noon, you'll find that it isn't quite at the top of the sky as you might expect. In fact, it's about 90 seconds slow. This is because the Earth is actually wobbling on its axis very slightly. So the position of the sun in the sky doesn't tell you the true time. Instead, we tell the sun what time it should be. To do otherwise would be like counting the seconds between 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock and deciding that actually 55 seconds is enough for one hole. Before the days of satellites and atomic clocks, astronomers would meet regularly at the Royal Observatory in Greenwich to compare their instruments and keep their clocks in sync. This is why you can still visit the Royal Observatory today and stand on the prime meridian line, the line that divides east from west. Right at the spot that we arbitrarily chose to call Greenwich Mean Time. There's something romantic, isn't there, about the idea of a man standing in the dark, adjusting the hands of a clock, setting the entire world to the correct time. Of course, that's not what happens. The job of the timekeepers has long since been taken over by quartz oscillators and computers. But next time you look at your watch, I want you to remember those quiet men whose names have been lost to history, but whose work made our modern world possible. Because without them, we'd all be lost in a world without time. Do you ever wonder how we all agree on time? For centuries, timekeeping was a surprisingly haphazard affair. Even as clocks became more common, there was no real way to ensure that a clock in one town matched the clock in another. There were sundials, of course, and shadows told the same story wherever they fell. But people wanted something more precise, a better way to measure the passing of the hours, minutes, and seconds. Then in the 1840s, a railway in England made an extraordinary decision. It chose to synchronize its clocks to the time at Paddington Station in London. And this was just for the convenience of travelers, or to make sure that trains arrived and departed on schedule. This was something bigger. It was a decision to impose order on an unordered world. And so began the strange and fascinating history of our obsession with being on time. For a moment, there was silence. The entire railway in that town synchronized by the decision of one quiet man. Over time, this practice spread. The railways began to publish schedules with remarkable precision. London Times slowly extended its reach. First, every station in Britain was brought under its sway. Then every port, every ship, every colony, and eventually, London time began to rule the waves, crossing the oceans to exert control over distant lands. In America, a similar struggle unfolded. In the early days, there were hundreds of local times. Noon in New York might not be noon in Philadelphia, but by the 1880s, under the guidance of men like William Allen, the railroads finally agreed to a system of standardized zones. At the stroke of noon on November 18, 1883, station clocks across the United States were reset. They called it the Day of Two Noons. Imagine it. You're standing in a station filled with waiting passengers. People are buying tickets, collecting luggage, children are chasing pigeons, and then suddenly, just before the train is due to arrive, the clock stops. Its hands are pushed forward or pulled back, depending on which side of the country you're on, to match the new official time. For one instant, there are two noons, the old one by which towns had always lived, and the new one dictated by the rails, by the telegraph, by the need for synchronization. For the passengers, it was a curiosity. For the newspapers, a sensation. But for the clock keeper, it was simply another adjustment. Another day in the long rhythm of winding, setting, and keeping order. He was the silent hand behind the progress of nations. And it wasn't easy being a clock keeper. To keep the hands of the nation moving accurately, they needed a standard, needed a way to ensure that their clocks were always synced with the sun. Entered the observatory. Every morning, the astronomer royal would measure the position of the sun and send the results to every observatory and clock tower in Britain and around the world. With this information, the clock keepers could adjust their clocks accordingly. Though for those at sea, life was more complicated. Without a telegraph to receive the astronomer royal's reports, they had to rely on the stars. Once a year, when the sun's rays were at their most direct, they could set their clocks by noon. But for the rest of the year, they needed to estimate the sun's position based on the phases of the moon. It was a tricky business, but somebody had to do it. And these men, anonymous in history, carried an enormous weight. By their care, trains ran safely. By their accuracy, commerce flourished. And by their diligence, the very idea of the hour was reshaped. This is a great moment for human progress. But whose hour is it anyway? Time zones are a human invention, decided upon by committees and imposed by those with the power to enforce them. Greenwich Mean Time was good enough for Britain, but as the British Empire grew, so did the need for precision. By the mid-19th century, there were calls for a more standardized system. And so, the International Meridian Conference met in Washington,
8.
D.C. in 1884, to decide once and for all what time it was around the world. They chose a line of longitude that ran through the Royal Observatory at Greenwich, England, as the prime meridian. Then they divided the world into 24 time zones, each one an hour apart. But even then, there was still some pushback. The French didn't want their time dictated by the British, and some American territories, including Arizona and Hawaii, didn't fully adopt standard time until 1918. But by the early 20th century, the system was complete. From the North Pole to the South, from the edge of the Arctic Circle to the edge of the known universe. The clock towers of the world all chimed in unison. So the next time you glance at a clock, whether on your phone or on a glowing screen by the bedside, imagine the man in the tower, sextant in hand, watching the sun set, keeping the time across a nation, while the world quietly aligned itself to his time. One such story comes from a station in the English countryside, sometime in the mid-19th century. The clock was an ordinary one by design, a tall, weight-driven mechanism kept in a tower that overlooked the platforms. It was cared for faithfully. Each morning, the attendant would wind it, pull the heavy chain until the weight was at the top, ready to start its slow descent. Then he'd set the pendulum swinging, oiled the gears, and finally step back to admire the clock face, pleased with his handiwork. It was a good clock, solid, reliable, telling the time in the measured tones of a long-ago era. And yet, the keepers noticed something unusual. Even when the winding weight had been fully lowered, when the clock should, by all accounts, have stopped, the hands continued to turn. Slow, steady, unbroken. It ticked through the hours, as if powered by something unseen. The reports were never sensationalized. They were written in the calm, measured language of railway men, men not given to exaggeration. They simply recorded their observation. The clock ran when it should not have run. It wasn't a new clock, nor an old one. It had been installed in 1848, along with the rest of the station. It was built of stone, a squat tower with a clock face that told the time to travelers below. At first, nobody thought much of it. After all, clocks were not known for their eccentricity. They were supposed to tell the time in a repetitive, predictable fashion. But as weeks passed and the mystery deepened, theories began to emerge. Some suggested that air currents in the tower pushed gently against the pendulum, keeping it swinging long after its power had waned. Others argued that vibrations from the trains themselves, the thunder of wheels, the shudder of the ground, gave just enough energy to keep the mechanism alive. The railway was, after all, a place of constant motion. But to the men who wound the clock each day, it was still uncanny. They would climb the stairs, lantern in hand, expecting silence. And instead, they found the steady tick-tock, echoing in the chamber, as though the clock refused to admit its own death. And then there was the night watchman, a man whose beat took him past the station every hour. He was the first to raise the alarm, or rather, to raise his suspicions. It was he who noticed that the clock's minute hand moved with unnatural smoothness, as if it had found some hidden wellspring of energy. He reported it to the station master, a portly man whose attention to detail was legendary. Investigated, ascended the tower, wound the clock, checked the pendulum, all to no avail. He, too, heard the ticking, felt the steady swing, and saw the relentless march of the minute hand. So the matter stood, a mystery whispered in the hushed tones of railwaymen. A story carried on the steam breath of passing engines, a secret shared between the tracks. In an age of steam and smoke, of hissing pressure gauges and clanking wheels, it was an oddity that defied explanation. For the men who lived and worked on the railway, it became a kind of folklore, a reminder that even in the most regulated environments, there were things that simply could not be explained. They couldn't stop the clock, so they simply noted its behavior in their logbooks. Next to the times when the moon was full and the rain fell hard, no headlines, no dramatic pronouncements, just the quiet observation of men who knew that sometimes the best explanation was simply that there were things that didn't need explaining. There are many ways to tell time, but perhaps the most enduring is the steady tick-tock of a well-regulated clock. For centuries, these mechanical marvels have marked the hours, keeping us on track with the rhythm of daily life. But what happens when a clock seems to defy its creators? When gears grind against each other, springs wind and pendulums swing, an intricate dance of mechanics unfolds. Yet sometimes the music of the clock seems to take on a life of its own. In time, the mystery faded into routine. The clock was cleaned, its weights reset, its pendulum adjusted. Life went on. But the story lingered, whispered among workers as an example of the strange ways machines sometimes seem to possess a will of their own. And this was not the only case. Across Europe, in old stations and town halls, there were tales of clocks that kept imperfect time, or that struck the hour at unexpected moments, or that ran without winding, as if defying their keepers. Some were later explained by science, by physics, by the quirks of worn gears and resonant vibrations. Others were left unresolved, their secrets hidden in wood and iron. Today, when archaeologists and horologists examine these old station clocks, they often discover ingenious mechanisms, devices designed to regulate the swing of a pendulum, or to capture the faintest tremor of motion. They study traces of oil left on gears, or the worn patterns in teeth and cogs. To understand how the clock lived and breathed over its long years, but to those who stood beneath them, in the quiet hours of the station, the mystery was less technical and more personal. A clock that ran without power felt alive. A machine that ticked on in the silence of night became a companion. A reminder that time itself, once set in motion, does not easily stop. And so, the story of the clock that moved on its own became another thread in the tapestry of railway lore. Not a tale of ghosts or superstition, but a gentle wonder that even in the ordered world of gears and timetables, there was room for the unexplained. This episode was brought to you by our supporters. It's just like the rhythmic ticking of a clock. Our supporters provide a steady beat to the stories we're able to tell. Their support allows us to keep our content free for everyone, ensuring that the curious and the wonderful continues to find its way into the world. If you'd like to be part of this timekeeping crew, you can learn more about our support system through the provided information. Thank you for your support. Now let's get back to the mystery of the clock that moved on its own. These inexplicable occurrences were not merely curiosities. They were, as the French essayist and novelist Alguy wrote in his book L'amour des vingt ans, a kind of poetry. They hinted at the hidden drama within the clock's machinery, a drama as compelling as any human drama. Imagine, if you will, the grand halls of an old station echoing with the measured tick-tock of a monumental clock. It's a sound that lulls travelers into a sense of timeless calm. Then suddenly, a discordant note strikes, shattering the tranquility. The clock has stopped, or perhaps it's moving, counting the seconds when it should be still. This is more than a mere malfunction. It's a disruption of the very fabric of order. It challenges the rational world we inhabit, reminding us of the inexplicable mysteries that lie just beyond our understanding. Such tales were not confined to the pages of fantasy novels, or real-life occurrences, whispered conversations around oil lamps and railway workshops, shared between those whose lives revolved around the rhythmic pulse of the trains. In their hands, the stoic machines took on a life of their own, becoming characters in an unfolding narrative. The allure of these stories lies not only in the enigma of the clock's behavior, but also in the human response to the unknown. Faced with a machine that defies logic, one's first instinct is often to seek an explanation. Was it a trick of the light, a momentary lapse in reason, or something more sinister? This innate curiosity led to the birth of folklore, to myths and legends that wove themselves into the very fabric of railway culture. As the Industrial Revolution swept across Europe, giant clocks dominated town squares and train stations. Their measured ticks a constant backdrop to the relentless churn of progress. But with their grandeur came an air of mystery, an allure that drew people in with promises of the extraordinary. Today, in an age of digital precision, the analog charm of old clocks seems almost antiquated. But the fascination they inspire remains as vivid as ever. In the whirring of their gears, we hear echoes of a bygone era, a time when the boundaries between the mundane and the magical were far less rigid. When we encounter a clock that defies our expectations, it awakens something primal within us, a blend of fear and wonder that resonates with the oldest parts of our being. It reminds us that, in a universe governed by inexorable laws, there are still pockets of mystery, places where the only certainty is uncertainty. So the next time you find yourself captivated by the enigmatic rhythm of an old clock, know that you're not alone. You're part of a timeless tradition, a lineage of thinkers and dreamers who have always found poetry in the ticking of clocks. Far from the iron towers and the echo of station clocks, another world of timekeeping unfolded. A quieter, more luxurious world. A world where time was measured not just in seconds and minutes, but in the finest gold and silver, where the tick-tock of a clock was a lullaby and where the language of time was whispered, not shouted. Our story begins in the heart of London, in a place where time was both currency and treasure. It's the 1800s, and we find ourselves in the hallowed halls of the Royal Observatory at Greenwich. Here, amidst the stars and the sextants, lives a man who could read the heavens like a book. A man who commanded the very essence of time itself, an astronomer named John Henry. With his star charts and astronomical tables, He could predict the tides of the sea and the phases of the moon with uncanny precision. But there was a problem, one that gnawed at his scientific soul. The clocks that marked the passage of time were inaccurate, unreliable, a cacophony of ticking and talking. And so he turned to the stars, seeking a rhythm more pure, more true. And under their silent gaze, he developed a new type of clock, a marine chronometer that could keep time at sea. A marvel of engineering that would bring order to the chaos of timekeeping. His invention changed everything. It bridged the gap between land and sea, ensuring that time, like longitude, could be measured anywhere. But the quiet hum of the chronometer had a curious side effect. It created a space, a realm where time was not just measured, but cherished. A place where the language of time was spoken in hushed tones, not in the clangor of bells or the screech of steam whistles. We now shift our scene to the drawing rooms and smoking rooms of the wealthy, where men of leisure gathered, their pockets filled with time. Not just any time, mind you, but exquisite timepieces that were as much a status symbol as a means of keeping the time. These were no longer the crude tools of industry, but the embodiment of luxury, of meticulous craftsmanship, and timeless elegance. These pocket watches were a conversation piece, a symbol of one's social standing, a way to subtly communicate one's wealth and refinement. They were works of art, often featuring intricate designs and patterns that were a feast for the eyes. The men who owned these watches took great pride in them, not just because of their beauty, but because of the precision with which they kept time. They were not mere playthings, but instruments of accuracy, marvels of engineering that allowed these gentlemen to always know the precise time.
Now down to the smallest second.
And when the time came to wind these exquisite mechanisms, it was an intimate moment, a quiet ritual that connected these men to the inner workings of their prized possessions. It was during this ritual that the true language of time was spoken, a language of delicate clicks and whirs, of gears and springs. It was a language without words, understood only by those who had the patience and the passion to unravel the secrets of these miniature universes. And as the night wore on and the conversation flowed, these men would idly compare their watches, not because they needed to, but because the language of time was a siren song, a melody that echoed in their souls. They would listen to the different ticks, noting the slight variations in their tempo, appreciating the unique rhythm of each timepiece. For them, these watches were not just instruments of measurement. They were companions, confidants, and perhaps even friends. They were part of their everyday lives, as much a part of their identity as the clothes they wore or the cigars they smoked. So, if you ever find yourself in a grand old house, surrounded by antiques and artifacts of a bygone era, take a moment to appreciate the quiet language of time that lingers in the air. Listen closely. And you might just hear the echoes of those bygone days when time was measured in the finest gold and silver. You might just hear the whispers of an age, when the language of time was a melody played only for those who truly loved the music of the spheres. And yet, even as they admired the artistry of their timepieces, they relied on another man, the quiet figure in the station tower. For when they set their watches, they looked not to the sun nor to the stars, but to the great clock above the railway platform. Its steady hands dictated the true hour, against which even the finest Swiss movement must be judged. There is a gentle irony in this contrast. At one end of society, a man climbs a cold stairwell. Oils, gears, winds, heavy chains, and listens for the even beat of a pendulum. At the other, another man in velvet gloves adjusts the hands of a golden watch, confident that it marks the correct time. Both in their way are bound to the same rhythm, one by labor, the other by leisure. In grand halls and private studies, time became a symbol of refinement. The wealthy collected watches the way others collected art, each one a marvel of craftsmanship. They spoke of minutes and seconds with fascination, as though the measurement of time itself was a form of control. But in truth, all of their watches, however splendid, were only reflections of the humbler clocks that ruled the stations. For when the whistle of a train echoed across the countryside, when departures and arrivals unfolded with precision, it was not the golden watch that ensured order, it was the man in the tower, keeping the station clock in motion. So while the wealthy reclined in velvet, comparing ticking treasures, the true heartbeat of the age remained with the unseen keepers of time. The words we use to describe time, to dissect its passing, or to measure its worth, are often hollow echoes of our own perceptions. We speak of time marching on, yet it's not an army we hear, but the measured tick of a clock. We say time heals all wounds, yet what mends a broken heart is not the abstract march of seconds, but the steady hand of a friend. Time, in essence, is a companion, sometimes a silent observer, sometimes a demanding taskmaster. It shapes our lives, yet rarely shows its own form. And so we turn to symbols, to clocks and watches, to capture its fleeting essence. For some, a pocket watch becomes a cherished heirloom, a tangible link to generations past. It's a ritual to open the hinged case, to feel the cool metal against the palm, to wind the key until the soft click of the ratchet sings a familiar tune. This is more than just a clock. It's a conversation across time, a dialogue between the present and the past. The watch, with its rhythmic tick, becomes a storyteller, whispering tales of bygone days. It speaks of cobbled streets and horse-drawn carriages, of dimly lit drawing rooms, and the quiet tread of waltzes. Each tick is a memory, each talk a story. And then there are those who find solace in the eternal recurrence of the clock face, who seek refuge in the steadfastness of its hands. As the world outside changes, the clock remains constant, its ticking a soothing lullaby amidst the chaos. To stand before a clock, to watch the hands move with hypnotic precision, is to find a momentary anchor in the shifting tides of life. It's a reminder that despite the ebb and flow of human affairs, the world keeps turning, the seasons will change. And life, like the hands of a clock, moves forward inexorably towards the next turn, the next cycle, the next story. In the grand narrative of our lives, the tick-tock of a clock is more than just a measurement of time. It's a testament to human ingenuity, a reflection of our need to understand and control the world around us. It's a conversation with history, a connection to the past, and a lullaby for the soul. In the heart of London, nestled between the bustling South Bank and the historic Palace of Westminster, stands the grand yet unassuming Elizabeth Tower, more commonly known as Big Ben Tower. This iconic structure houses the Great Bell, nicknamed Big Ben. You've probably heard of it before. Its bell chimes resonate across the city, marking the hours with an unmistakable sound. But there is another sound within the tower, one that has been fading into the background hum of London for over a century. It is the soft, rhythmic tick-tock of the clock. It's a sound that carries within it a story of dedication, precision, and the quiet heroes who made modern life possible. Big Ben's clock is a masterpiece of Victorian engineering. Crafted in the mid-1800s, its 4 clock faces are a prominent part of London's skyline. But these clocks don't just mark time, they keep it. They maintain the pulse of the city, ensuring that every second ticks precisely to allow trains to run on time, shops to open when expected, and lives to be lived out in perfect synchronicity. Within the clock's mechanism, gears rotate, pendulums swing, and escape wheels breathe, each part playing a crucial role in keeping accurate time. This intricate dance of mechanics requires constant care and attention. High above London, amidst the whirry gears and ticking pendulums, sits the caretaker. Dressed in crisp attire, he meticulously cleans and oils the clock's components, ensuring that every gear rotates smoothly and every pendulum swings freely. His hands, calloused yet gentle, move with a precision born from years of experience. He listens intently to the clock, attuned to the subtlest of sounds, for a change in rhythm could signal a problem. With a practiced eye, he checks the clock's dials, adjusting them ever so slightly to keep the hands in perfect sync. His day begins before the sun rises, for the clock must be wound. Every morning he climbs the tower's narrow stairs, the rhythmic clang of his footsteps echoing in the vast space. Reaching the clock, he begins the ritual of winding, turning the crank with a steady hand until the mainspring is taut and the clock is ready for the day. As the sun climbs higher, he continues his rounds, cleaning, adjusting, and repairing. Each tick-tock of the clock is a testament to his work, a reminder of the importance of his role. For within this clock tower, time itself is kept alive. The story of the clock keeper is one of dedication and solitude. Day in, day out, they tend to the intricate machinery, ensuring it keeps perfect time. Their work is not glamorous. In fact, they often work in obscurity, far from the public eye. Yet their contribution is immeasurable. They're the unsung heroes of accuracy, the quiet guardians of time. But why is it important that these clocks are kept accurately? Why isn't it okay if they are just a few seconds off? Or what if trains leave a minute later, or arrive a few seconds early? The answer lies in the very nature of the railway system. When trains began to traverse the country, they didn't just carry goods or passengers, they carried schedules. Timetables became a social contract between train companies and their customers. If a train was scheduled to depart at 8 p.m., it did so without fail, or at least it was supposed to. The consequences of even a slight miscalculation were enormous. A train arriving late could mean missing a connecting service, disrupting the entire journey. A departure time that was even a minute too early could leave paying customers stranded at the station. And then there was the safety aspect. Trains rely on a complex network of signals, timetables, and interlocking systems to operate safely. If one train departed early or arrived late, it could throw the entire system into chaos, potentially leading to collisions or derailments. So who are the men tasked with such a monumental responsibility? Clock keepers came from all walks of life. Some were former engineers or watchmakers, while others had no prior experience. What they lacked in initial knowledge, they often made up for with dedication and keen observation. Training was minimal, usually consisting of on-the-job instruction and a crash course in the inner workings of the particular clock they were responsible for. They'd learn to read the clock's rhythms, to anticipate its needs, and to respond to its demands. The job was demanding, requiring stamina, patience, and an eye for detail. They worked long hours, often 7 days a week, with little time off for bad weather or personal appointments. Their dedication was absolute, their commitment unwavering. Despite the challenges, life as a clock keeper was not without its perks. They enjoyed a close relationship with the clock, becoming attuned to its every tick and talk. They took pride in their work, knowing that they were an integral part of a system that was transforming the world. As time went on, the role of the clock keeper evolved. New technologies and materials allowed for more efficient and accurate timekeeping. Many clock towers were equipped with electric or electronic clocks, reducing the need for manual winding and adjustment. However, the tradition continued in some places, driven by the desire to preserve history and the charm of the old. Today, the story of the clock keepers is fading into the past. Big Ben's clock is undergoing major restoration work, and the Clock Keeper-esque cottage is now a museum. The rhythmic tick-tock of the clock still echoes within the tower, but the figures who made it possible have become a thing of the past. Yet their legacy lives on in the precise minutes on your phone. The digital numbers glowing at your bedside, the timetables that govern modern life. All of it traces back to the men who first kept time for the railways. They were the pioneers of precision, the architects of accuracy. In a world where time was a luxury, they made it a commodity. In the age of steam and steel, they ushered in an era of punctuality. In a world governed by the whims of nature, they introduced a new master, the clock. And as we step into the 21st century, we find ourselves living in their shadow, forever bound to the rhythm of the clock. When I think about this story, I am reminded of something my grandfather once told me. He said that our lives are like pendulums, constantly swinging between the past and the future. Sometimes we dwell too long in the past, hankering for a simpler time. Sometimes we're so focused on the future that we forget to appreciate the present. But it is in the delicate balance between these two, in the careful keeping of time, that life finds its harmony. And so we leave the world of the 1800s clock keeper, a world of winding, adjusting, and listening, where every day began with the same climb up narrow stairs, and every evening ended with the pendulum's slow, steady swing. Their work was not glorious and rarely remembered, but it shaped the rhythm of nations. Trains departed safely, commerce flowed smoothly, and society itself began to live by the clock rather than the sun. As you drift toward sleep, imagine that steady tick, echoing through a quiet tower. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A rhythm as old as memory, as constant as breath. The sound of time itself carried forward by those who cared for it. Good night. In the dim hush of history before engines roared and before the world's maps were fully drawn, there was a quiet rhythm to commerce that seemed almost like breathing. A slow and out that carried men and women across seas and deserts in search of goods both precious and strange. And among these goods, none were as coveted, as mysterious, and as quietly powerful as spices. Cinnamon bark coiled into tight brown scrolls, nutmeg seeds, like polished stones, peppercorns, dark and biting saffron threads, glowing with the color of fire, and cardamom pods that seemed to whisper perfume into the air. Each one small, fragile, easily overlooked, and yet each one worth its weight in silver or gold, for in them lay not only flavor but stories, stories of lands unseen, rituals unknown, meals transformed in medicines, believed to cure or strengthen, stories that gave ordinary lives a touch of wonder. And so it was that spice merchants became the threads that stitched together faraway places, connecting the humid coasts of India with the stony streets of Rome, perfumed markets of Arabia with the chilly kitchens of northern Europe. And to imagine the life of such a merchant is to imagine a journey not marked by conquest or by war, but by persistence, patience, and endless days of motion, days measured in footsteps on sand and the rocking of boats on endless blue, days marked by the clink of scales in marketplaces and the soft rustle of sacks being tied shut, days scented with cloves, ginger, frankincense, and myrrh. So that to follow the path of a spice merchant is to follow a slow heartbeat of the ancient world, a heartbeat that echoed in ports, in caravanserais, in city squares, and even in quiet homes where, far from their places of origin, spices were sprinkled into bread, stirred into broths, burned as incense, or locked away as treasures. But who were these merchants? What did they carry? And how did these fragile luxuries bridge the gaps between worlds as different as ice and fire? The answer lies in the very nature of spices, in their delicate essence, so easily lost. It demanded not just transport, but care, a gentle hand that understood the language of sun-dried leaves and wood smoke, of shells and citrus peel, a knowledge that transformed raw nature into bottled fragrance, guarded closely by those who dared to brave the unknown. It took them across the sea, over mountains, and through valleys where dangers lurked, but so did opportunities. For every merchant who reached his destination safely, there were tales of others who did not. Storms that swallowed ships whole, bandits that made sand run red with spilled blood, and market days when fortunes were made and lost with the turn of a hand. But still they came, driven by the lure of distant riches, seeking not just spices, but the secrets behind their power. They bartered not just for goods, but for stories, weaving a grand narrative that wove through the lives of kings and commoners alike. Can you imagine what it was like to enter a Roman kitchen, for example, where the aroma of fresh bread mingled with the sharp tang of vinegar and the heady scent of cinnamon? Or picture the sun-drenched patios of Arab homes where mint tea mingled with the sweet, earthy fragrance of cardamom. And how about the cozy hearths of northern European cottages where the bitter warmth of cloves filled the air? Chasing away the winter chill, in each place spices were more than just flavor. They were portals to faraway lands, gifts brought back by travelers. And merchants, each grain telling a tale of adventure, each pinch adding a layer to the rich tapestry of global trade. They were part of a silent exchange, a whispered conversation between the known and the unknown, between the familiar and the exotic, a testament to human curiosity, daring, and the eternal quest for something new. The merchant's life, then, was more than just a profession. It was a calling that demanded not just physical endurance, but a kind of emotional resilience, a patience to weather the storms, both literal and metaphorical, that tested their resolve. To be a spice merchant was to carry the weight of expectations, to navigate treacherous waters, not just for precious cargo, but for the dreams and desires of people who never saw the sea, who relied on these intrepid travelers to bring the flavors and fragrances of the world to their tables and their homes. It was a responsibility that ran deeper than trade, touching upon the very essence of how people experience the world around them. So if you're ever in the quiet comfort of your own home, surrounded by the familiar scents of your everyday life, pause for a moment and close your eyes. Imagine the journeys that brought these spices to your plate, the hands that harvested them, the ships that transported them, and the merchants who risked everything to bring a little bit of the world to your table. For in doing so, you'll understand that every spice has a story, and every story has a flavor. The docks, always the beginning and always the ending of a merchant's tale. Stretched wide beneath a pale sky where gulls wheeled slowly and the sea whispered in its restless language. It was here, at this threshold between land and water, that the spice merchant's world seemed both smallest and largest. For on the planks beneath his feet were simple, ordinary things. Ropes coiled like sleeping serpents, wooden crates stacked in uneven towers, barrels sealed with pitch and marked with chalk, sailors shouting to one another as they hauled sails or checked knots. Yet all around these familiar details was a sense of vastness, of distance folded into every object, for within those crates might lie cinnamon that had grown on a distant hillside under a sun far hotter than this one, or peppercorns gathered by careful hands in jungles so green they seemed eternal, or saffron plucked one thread at a time from crocus blossoms on wind-blown plains. And these spices, small though they were, carried with them the echo of landscapes and peoples unseen, so that even as the dock bustled with the everyday sounds of hammering of boots, thudding of waves slapping against stone, it also hummed with unseen horizons, and the merchant, standing quietly with his ledger tucked under one arm, felt himself part of this wider weaving, a single figure in the endless exchange that tied coast to coast. He smelled the tar, sharp and pungent, mixing with the sweeter waft of cargo, nutmeg, cloves, frankincense. And he knew that before the day ended, sacks would be hoisted onto ships bound westward, toward hungry markets, and others unloaded from vessels that had crept across seas in patient arcs, bringing with them not just goods, but news, songs, and accents. And though the laborers might grunt and sweat, though sailors might curse the weight of damp rope, all of it moved with a rhythm that seemed almost timeless, as if the dock itself were breathing in, drawing ships close, and breathing out, letting them depart again. And within this rhythm, the spice merchant found his place. His role both humble and significant, for he was not the one to row or to sail, not the one to climb rigging or patch sails, but the one who measured, weighed, bargained, and recorded, ensuring that the small seeds and fragile barks that traveled farther than most men ever would arrived safely into new hands. And in this careful, deliberate work lay his livelihood, his reputation, and the story we now follow, beginning not with thunder or clash, but with the slow creak of wood beneath his boots, the soft roll of tide against the pier, and the quiet certainty that every journey begins and ends with the docks, where the world narrows into planks and ropes, yet opens into oceans and continents beyond imagination. Cinnamon, the very word, held the essence of its namesake tree, all warm brown hues and winding trails that climbed toward the sky. He knew its source as intimately as he knew the lines on his own palms, the sprawling gardens of a Zamorian aristocrat, how sunlight dripped through emerald leaves to paint dappled patterns on the red gold bark, how expert hands, guided by generations of knowledge, peeled away the outer skin to find the inner treasure, how each strip was wound tight, a stave in some long-forgotten song. And he knew the journey, too, across the turquoise expanse where ocean met horizon, following the lazy dance of the monsoon winds, riding the swells to the blessed shores where palm trees swayed and dhows awaited, patiently anchored in the harbor like half-submerged dreams. And still, after all this, he was uncertain what song the cinnamon would weave into when it reached the hands of master perfumers. Would it intertwine with orange peel and myrrh to craft a scent fit for kings? Or mingle with wood smoke and amber in a potion meant to ward off evil? Perhaps it would end up in a simple syrup, its fiery spirit tamed to sweeten a beggar's bread. All of these futures and more were contained in the crates awaiting his inspection. Each box was a closed book, its contents revealed only to those who possessed the key to spices. A lifetime spent among their heady aromas had honed his senses. Subtle variations in hue, the merest shift in texture, told tales of where and how a spice was grown, how long it had traveled, whether it had encountered fire or flood along the way. They whispered stories of sun-drenched fields and moonlit groves, of ancient rituals and bustling marketplaces. With calloused thumb, he traced the fine dusting on an ornately carved box, feeling the ghost of cinnamon leaves against his skin. Opening it, he breathed deep, anchoring himself to the present with a grunt, the rich, familiar scent anchoring him like a lifeline, grounding him amidst a sea of possibilities. Today's cargo had made the long journey well, its essence intact, ready to embark on its next set of adventures to be reborn as incense. Curling heavenward as a vibrant dye-staining cloth, the color of sunset as a piquant seasoning transforming a peasant stew into fit food for a king. Its potential was boundless. But then, weren't they all? The cumin, coriander, cardamom, turmeric? Each a universe unto itself, a universe the spice merchant had made his life's work to understand. One by one, he examined the boxes, muttering to himself, checking measurements against his notes, testing the weight of bundles, sniffing deeply, searching for flaws. A wormhole's tooth, a moth's caress, anything that betrayed neglect or trickery. Satisfied, he made his marks, initialed the ledgers with a flourish, committing their stories to paper, sealing the deals with a handshake. His customers a rogues' gallery of nobles, tradesmen, cut purses, all seeking fortune or favor through the trade in exotic flavors would arrive. Soon enough, eager to claim their wares and carry the threads of distant lands back into the loom of the city. Their faces, a kaleidoscope of cultures, would soon replace the somber sky, bringing with them laughter, haggling, and the low murmur of promises and perils. For within these fragrant walls, the spice merchant didn't just trade goods, he trafficked in tales, weaving a tapestry of flavors and fancies that bound the world together, one scent at a time. As the sun began its slow dip toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the docks, he felt the day's work easing into his bones, a familiar ache of satisfaction. Another voyage complete, another tale added to the grand narrative that flowed through his veins like the sap of cinnamon. Yet even as weariness tugged at him, the call of the open sea, the lure of faraway shores, the whisper of new arrivals due tomorrow kept him rooted to the spot, eyes scanning the horizon, ever vigilant for the next ship bearing new stories, new spices, new songs to add to the endless symphony of the docks. The morning hours at the docks always began with a kind of hushed expectancy, stillness that did not mean silence but rather the layering of countless small sounds, the groan of timbers adjusting to the tide, the hollow clatter of amphorae being rolled into place, the scratch of quills against parchment as clerks tallied goods, and above it all, the faint cries of gulls circling endlessly, their wings cutting against the brightening sky. For the spice merchant, this early hour was one of quiet observation. When the chaos of loading and unloading had not yet reached its feverish rhythm, when men still paused to stretch their backs before lifting another crate, and when the scents, unbroken by the press of too many bodies, drifted clean and distinct upon the sea air, making it possible to separate pepper from cloves, cinnamon from cardamom, the resinous tang of frankincense from the citrus-like snap of coriander, he would stand at the edge of the pier, ledger open in hand, eyes narrowing as each cargo was checked, his lips moving silently as he matched the tally marks against his memory. And though to a passerby this might look like nothing more than dull arithmetic, to him it was as essential as the ropes binding the ships to their moorings. For one mistake, a missing sack, a mislabeled barrel, a spice dampened by seawater and left to rot, could mean not just loss of profit, but loss of trust. And trust was the true coin of his trade. Yet beyond the figures and the parchment, there was another kind of awareness, quieter, subtler one, that belonged not to numbers, but to the senses. For the merchant knew that every port had its own mood, its own particular timbre, and today the air seemed kind. The wind carrying warmth rather than chill, the workers moving with steadiness rather than haste the gulls, swooping but not shrieking, and in such moments he felt the favor of fortune itself, as if the world had briefly aligned to ease his passage. Still he remained cautious, for the sea was never to be trusted fully, and though the horizon lay, serene and silver under the rising sun, he knew that storms could brew unseen, and so he checked again the sealing of his cargo. The marks upon his sacks, the tightness of knots binding the barrels until at last satisfied, he closed the ledger with a soft thump, tucked it under his arm and breathed deeply of the mingled scents that defined his livelihood, letting them anchor him in this moment. The moment before departure, the calm at the edge of the unknown, when the dock was both a cradle and a threshold, holding him for just a breath longer, before it would release him into the slow, inexorable current of trade that had carried so many merchants before him, would carry countless more long after he was gone, each one beginning with this same mixture of noise and stillness, salt and spice, expectation and memory. From the very earliest days, people have always been on the move, driven by a desire for new lands, different lives, or simply the need to survive. They've explored coastlines, crossed mountains, and sailed oceans. Some traveled as conquerors or traders, some as refugees or entertainers, and some merely because the road was there and beckoned to their wandering feet. But however they came to set out on their journeys, one thing was always certain: the travelers themselves were never truly alone. Wherever human beings have gone, other human beings have gone before them, leaving behind stories of what lies ahead. Tales of triumphs and tragedies, warnings and wisdoms. And wherever they journeyed, their presence reshaped the world around them. Sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. And nowhere is this truer than on the bustling waterfront of a busy port city. For here, where the land meets the sea, and merchants count their fortunes, there is a constant coming and going of people, each with their own tale to tell. There are sailors, fresh from distant shores, soldiers returning from hard-fought campaigns, scholars eager to share their discoveries, and pilgrims on their way to sacred sites. All leave their mark on the city, bringing with them new ideas, goods and stories that mingle with the locals, transforming the city in subtle and sometimes dramatic ways. In the heart of the action are the workers, men who move with the practiced grace born of years of labor under the hot sun. Their muscles corded, forearms thick with sinew, and hands calloused and scarred. These men are the pulse of the docks, their strength and endurance tested daily as they unload barrels heavier than a man's torso, carry crates up steep ramps and shoulder poles to steady swaying ships, with shoulders that speak the memory of countless sacks and palms thickened by rope burns. Splinters and salt ground deep into their skin, their bodies are living tallies of their years at sea. As they move across the planks in their steady rhythm, one can see